I Became the Rich Second Chapter 587 to Chapter 670. However, even though he found it strange, Wang Haoren did not respond. He just ate his breakfast silently. Seeing that Wang Haoren was listening to her advice, Fang Yorua felt a sense of accomplishment. However, when he saw Wang Haoren remain silent, he felt that it was very strange. What's wrong? Are you unhappy? I'm forcing you to eat for your own good, Fang Yorua explained softly. Why would I blame you? It's just that this is the first time someone has been so good to me. I'm not used to it. Wang Haoren's expression was complicated, and his tone seemed to be mixed with incomparable sadness. When Fang Yorua heard that, she could not help but feel sorry for Wang Haoren. She was just feeding him breakfast, but he said that this was the first time someone had been so good to him. What kind of life had he lived in the past? Don't your parents care about you? Fang Yorua wanted to know more about Wang Haoren, so she could not help but ask. Ever since I was old enough to understand, they've been busy with business and have no time to care about me. The only thing they care about me is that they keep giving me money to spend. But what do I have? They don't understand what I need at all, Wang Haoren said with a choked voice. This was true. Wang Xiang and Zhenli were busy with work and seldom accompanied him. In his memory, he had been very lonely for a long time after he became sensible and even after his childhood. When Fang Yorua heard Wang Haoren's words, she felt that their families were very similar, but the situation was completely different. Although her parents were also busy with work, they also accompanied her. Therefore, her childhood was very happy. She had grown up almost without any care. In contrast, Wang Haoren was very miserable. Her parents were also busy with business, but they neglected to take care of her. Even now, their family was at odds and they were asking for a divorce. Fang Yorua finally understood that Wang Haoren was very lonely and lacked love. No wonder he reacted like this when she showed him a little concern. After learning this, Fang Yorua was afraid of irritating Wang Haoren, so she didn't ask much about this family. What kind of TV do you want to watch? I'll turn on the TV for you. Fang Yorua changed the topic. If you want to read, I won't disturb you. Besides, I'm not in the mood to watch TV. Wang Haoren shook his head. All right then. Fang Yorua naturally didn't insist. After tidying up the things on the table, she quickly entered the learning mode and picked up some exercises to do. After working for a while, he was stumped by a question and immediately frowned. If they were in school, they could ask the teachers. However, at this moment, they were in the hospital. Naturally, they couldn't ask. Seeing this, Wang Haoren suddenly said, Did you encounter a question that you don't know how to solve? Do you want me to take a look? Fang Yorua was surprised and looked at Wang Haoren. I'm not joking. I'm currently in my first year of university. I've also taken the college entrance examination and my grades are barely passable, Wang Haoren explained. May I ask how many points you got in the college entrance examination? Fang Yorua asked out of curiosity. Not much, 691 points, Wang Haoren said casually. Liberal arts or science? Fang Yorua continued to ask. Liberal arts, 691 points in liberal arts, Fang Yorua was stunned. With this score, he could choose any university in the country. Which university are you studying at in the capital? Fang Yorua asked again. It's too far away, so I didn't go there. I'm studying at Qingling University. By the way, my home is in Qingling, Wang Haoren replied. Fang Yorua nodded, picked up the test paper, and handed it to Wang Haoren. This was a mathematics test paper. After Wang Haoren glanced at it, he immediately told Fang Yorua the solution to this difficult problem. Moreover, he gave her not one solution, but 3. Fang Yorua originally thought that Wang Haoren was bragging about his college entrance examination score, but at this moment, she completely believed him. After coming to this conclusion, Fang Yorua suddenly had a better understanding of Wang Haoren. This handsome boy who came from an unhappy family was actually a super top student. Fang Yorua was overjoyed. One of the disadvantages of studying in the hospital was that she couldn't ask the teacher in time when she encountered questions she didn't know. But now, this problem had suddenly been solved. During the day's study, Fang Yorua would ask Wang Haoren for advice when she encountered questions she didn't know. Wang Haoren didn't just tell her the answer, but also guided her thoughts. Fang Yorua felt that she had benefited a lot. Unknowingly, the relationship between the two of them became closer and closer. In the evening, Wang Haoren felt that he could take a step closer, so he suddenly said, Can you? Wang Haoren wanted to say something but stopped on second thought. Fang Yorua felt strange and couldn't help but ask, If you have something to say, just say it. We're friends. Don't be so polite with me. Actually, I've been holding it in for a long time, but I didn't have the nerve to say it at the time. But now, I can't help it. I want to pee. Wang Haoren seemed to be very embarrassed. After hearing this, Fang Yorua's face gradually turned red. She wanted to take care of Wang Haoren, but she hadn't thought about this problem beforehand. And Wang Haoren hadn't mentioned it since last night. Fang Yorua secretly felt that she was so stupid. She should have thought of this earlier. If she wanted to pee, Wang Haoren was also a human being. Of course, he would want to pee too. But Wang Haoren couldn't move freely now, so he definitely needed her help. Fang Yorua was very embarrassed. She wanted to ask a nurse to come over and help, but she thought that Wang Haoren was a sensitive boy. If she did that, would it make him feel uncomfortable? After all, she had said that she would take good care of him. What's going on now? But if I help him, it's really, seeing Fang Yorua's embarrassed look, Wang Haoren said again, Why don't we just forget it? How can that be? Fang Yorua immediately shook her head. As the saying goes, people have 3 urges. If she kept holding it in, even if she didn't die, she would get sick. Actually, you don't have to help me. You just need to help me to the bathroom. Wang Haoren also felt that it was weird to lie down and not move. Fang Yorua also found it a little difficult to accept. In order to get along better later, they needed to take it slow. You're so badly injured. Can you really get out of bed? Fang Yorua asked. I know my own body. It's fine, Wang Haoren said. Then give it a try. If it doesn't work, you'd better not get out of bed. Fang Yorua nodded and went forward to help him. Wang Haoren pretended to be careful. With Fang Yorua's help, he went to the bathroom. Fang Yorua was behind him, supporting him as she looked elsewhere. Wang Haoren began. Clatter. Although Fang Yorua didn't see it, she inadvertently imagined the scene when she heard the sound. She was so embarrassed that her face turned red. After a while, the sound stopped. Fang Yorua even felt that Wang Haoren was trembling. Soon, Fang Yorua helped Wang Haoren to the bed. After doing this, Fang Yorua was so nervous that fine beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. I'm really sorry to have troubled you, Wang Haoren said. I said I would take care of you. It's okay. Fang Yorua shook her head. Not long after, the doctor came over to check on the patient's physical condition and found that Wang Haoren was recovering at an astonishing speed. Back then, in order to fake his injuries, Wang Haoren didn't actually break his bones. He only caused some internal injuries to his body. However, he used spiritual energy to make these internal injuries look serious. After reaching the 5th level of the Qi refinement realm, his bones had become much stronger. It wasn't that easy to injure his bones. Moreover, if his bones were really injured, even with spiritual energy treatment, it would take a long time to recover. However, it was much easier to treat minor internal injuries. After the doctor discovered Wang Haoren's recovery speed, he didn't understand the real reason. He could only interpret it as a medical miracle. After all, he had just been rescued yesterday and was pulled back from the gates of hell. Wasn't it a medical miracle that he could get out of bed today? Fang Yorua was also very happy about this. However, although he recovered quickly, he still needed some time to recover. It was impossible for him to be discharged from the hospital in a short time. In the following days, Wang Haoren and Fang Yorua got along day and night. When Fang Yorua encountered learning problems that she didn't know, she would ask Wang Haoren. Wang Haoren would answer Fang Yorua's questions. In addition, they also ate together. They also rested in the same room. Wang Haoren even needed Fang Yorua's help when he needed to go to the toilet. At first, Fang Yorua was very embarrassed, but later, she gradually got used to it and became calm. About half a month passed in this kind of interaction. And Fang Yorua's favorability towards Wang Haoren had increased to 50, admiration. Wang Haoren's condition was getting better and better. After the doctor's examination, he was told that he could be discharged in a day or two. Where do you plan to go after you are discharged? Seeing the doctor leave, Fang Yorua asked curiously. I don't have a home anymore. It doesn't matter where I go. Wang Haoren looked like he had nothing left to live for. Seeing his expression, Fang Yorua couldn't help but frown. She softly explained, You're not even 20 yet. You're still very young. You still have a long way to go in the future. Don't always look so negative. After consoling her, he gave her another suggestion. You should look forward to the future, to the things that you look forward to. That way, your life will be filled with hope. Looking into the future, for example? Wang Haoren pretended to be confused and asked. Fang Yorua pondered for a moment before replying. For example, you might have a beautiful and nice girlfriend in the future. Isn't that something to look forward to? Who would like a terrible person like me? Wang Haoren shook his head in self-mockery. During this time, he had always maintained the appearance of a dispirited youth in front of Fang Yorua. He was already used to it. Similar discouraging words would come out of his mouth. And Fang Yorua sympathized with Wang Haoren's experience. The motherly brilliance in her female genes was awakened. She was very patient and used all kinds of methods to persuade Wang Haoren, hoping that he would pull himself together. Please, don't you look in the mirror? Don't you know that you're very handsome? Many girls will like a boy like you, Fang Yorua said sincerely. Hearing this, Wang Haoren's heart skipped a beat. He felt that this was an opportunity. He suddenly stared into Fang Yorua's eyes and said, May I ask what kind of boy you like? Fang Yorua's heartbeat accelerated when she heard this. She had just comforted Wang Haoren. Now that he suddenly asked her this question, it was inevitable that she would be suspicious of Wang Haoren's thoughts. Although Fang Yorua was happy, she wanted to hide her inner emotions out of reservedness and shyness. So, she replied to Wang Haoren. In any case, I don't like handsome boys. Fang Yorua's original intention in saying this was to hide her inner feelings. However, it sounded like she was rejecting him in disguise. It was similar to what Fang Yorua had told Yifan in her previous life, she likes handsome men. At that time, Yifan naively thought that this was Fang Yorua's true feelings. However, as an experienced person, Wang Haoren would not be as silly as Yifan. Most girls were creatures who said one thing and meant another. Fang Yorua was no exception. If you don't like handsome boys, do you like ugly ones? Wang Haoren asked. Yes, I'm different from other girls, Fang Yorua said with a smile. I can become ugly. Wang Haoren looked at Fang Yorua affectionately. As soon as he said this, Fang Yorua became nervous again. Because Wang Haoren's words had almost revealed his true feelings. Although Fang Yorua loved him, she was not prepared to get along with Wang Haoren in a way other than friendship. Firstly, she was still studying and did not want to be distracted by these things. Secondly, she was afraid. She was a stubborn person. Once she decided on something or someone, she would never turn back. She was afraid that the feelings she gave would eventually become a sharp weapon that would hurt her and leave her bruised all over. After all, in this era, it was not uncommon for girls to give up all their feelings and be heartlessly abandoned. Fang Yorua valued relationships, so she was very cautious and careful when dealing with this matter. She was even a little respectful and fearful. So much so that she did not dare to take the first step. I don't want to talk about these things now. I just want to focus on studying. After June tomorrow, if you still like me. Fang Yorua thought about it and replied cautiously. However, before she could finish, she was interrupted by Wang Haoren. I understand what you mean. I'm thinking too much, but thank you for being so tactful. However, there's no need for that. A person whose heart is already full of hurt won't care about this kind of hurt. As he spoke, he squeezed out a smile. However, the disappointment in his expression could be seen by anyone with a discerning eye. When Fang Yorua saw it, she only felt a stabbing pain in her heart and could not breathe normally for a while. She opened her mouth, wanting to explain that she liked him too and was not pretending to comfort him. However, she was afraid that after revealing her feelings, she would face another choice. She was really not ready. In the end, Fang Yorua did not say it out loud. She was thinking that she would tell Wang Haoren about this when she was admitted to university. Moreover, she had already thought about which university she would be admitted to. That's right, it was Qingling University. The university that Wang Haoren was studying at. The room fell into silence. In the next 1 or 2 days, the two of them did not say anything. Unknowingly, Wang Haoren was also about to be discharged. Fang Yorua went through the discharge procedures and left the hospital with Wang Haoren. I've decided where to go. Before leaving, Wang Haoren suddenly said. Where to? Fang Yorua quickly asked. Abroad, Wang Haoren replied. Abroad, is it? Which country are you going to? Fang Yorua asked. I don't know either. Wherever I go, I'll stay in a livable place for a long time, Wang Haoren said. You're not coming back? Fang Yorua panicked. Maybe not. Wang Haoren smiled casually and said to Fang Yorua, don't worry. However, thank you for taking care of me in the hospital during this period. This period of time may have been the happiest time of my life. I'm really grateful to you. Let this beauty stay in your heart forever. I hope you can find the person who can accompany you for the rest of your life. He could understand the emotions in Fang Yorua's heart. Fang Yorua refused because she felt that they might still be together in the future. What Wang Haoren was doing now was to cut off this hope in Fang Yorua's heart. He was forcing Fang Yorua to make a choice immediately. If he really waited until next year, it would be too late. Moreover, Wang Haoren had never pursued a female lead for such a long time. When Fang Yorua heard Wang Haoren's words, she was dumbfounded. Her face gradually turned pale. She wanted to say something, but she didn't know how to say it. While she was in a dilemma, Wang Haoren also stopped a car on the side road. Wang Haoren opened the car door. Just as he was about to get in, he turned around and waved at Fang Yorua. Bye. After that, he squeezed out a smile, a reluctant and helpless smile. Fang Yorua saw this and felt as if countless needles were pricking her heart. Wang Haoren got into the car and closed the door. The taxi started moving and was about to merge into the traffic. Fang Yorua understood that after this farewell, she would probably never see Wang Haoren again in this life. During the time they spent together in the hospital, all kinds of memories surfaced in her mind. Fang Yorua gradually couldn't suppress the emotions hidden in her heart. Not long after, all her emotions gathered to a peak and finally exploded. At the same time, Fang Yorua finally made a decision. However, by the time Fang Yorua made her decision, the taxi had already set off and was driving steadily on the road. Fortunately, it was not out of Fang Yorua's sight. Fang Yorua let go of her suitcase and let go of the reservations in her heart. She desperately chased after the car that was not driving very fast. Unfortunately, she was still a weak woman who lived like a princess. Even if she ran, she could not be faster than a car. Moreover, she could not hail a taxi on the road. She could only watch helplessly as the taxi drove further and further away from her sight. Fang Yorua continued to chase, using all her strength, but she slipped and fell to the ground. She frowned in pain and could not get up for a while. Come back, don't go. I like you too, I like you too. Come back, Fang Yorua screamed at the top of her lungs in the direction of the taxi. Her voice was hoarse, but the taxi didn't slow down at all. Not long after, the taxi completely disappeared from her sight. Ding, the host has caused the female lead Fang Yorua to be sad. Received 3,000 villain points, Yi found protagonist aura -150, host villain aura +150. Tears quickly gathered in her eyes and gushed out like water from a broken dam, wetting her cheeks in the blink of an eye. Her vision also became blurry. Come back, don't go, Fang Yorua just sat on the ground and let herself cry and scream. Ding, the host has caused the female lead Fang Yorua to be sad. Received 3,000 villain points, Yi found protagonist aura -150, host villain aura +150. Ding, the host has caused the female lead Fang Yorua to be sad. Received 4,000 villain points, Yi found protagonist aura -200, host villain aura +200. Ding, the host has caused the female lead Fang Yorua to be sad. Received 5,000 villain points, Yi found protagonist aura minus 250, host villain aura plus 250. Ding, the female lead Fang Yorua's favorability towards the host has increased by 10. Current favorability is 60, admiration. Ding, the female lead Fang Yorua's favorability towards the host has increased by 10. Current favorability is 70, undying love. Ding, the host has greatly affected the direction of the plot. Received 10,000 villain points, Yi found protagonist aura minus 500, host villain aura plus 500. When the passers-by saw a beautiful girl crying, they looked at her doubtfully and with heartache. Anyone who saw such a beautiful girl crying so sadly would be moved. Someone went up to console Fang Yorua. However, Fang Yorua turned a deaf ear to him and continued to cry. She kept muttering things like, "Don't go, come back. Why are you crying?" Then, a familiar voice sounded in Fang Yorua's ears. Fang Yorua was stunned and gradually stopped crying. She wiped her tears and her blurred vision became clear again. A familiar handsome face appeared in her field of vision. Fang Yorua could no longer control her emotions. She hooked her arms around his neck, fearing that he would leave. After a long time, he slowly loosened his grip and softly said, "Don't go. Promise me, don't go, okay? There's nothing for me to miss here. There's no point in staying here." Wang Haoren was afraid that Fang Yorua would go back on her words, so he hoped that she could make it clear. As he spoke, he helped Fang Yorua up from the ground. "Can't you stay for me?" Fang Yorua asked expectantly. "Didn't you say?" Wang Haoren found it hard to believe. "I actually like you too. It's just that I have too many concerns, so I said the opposite." Fang Yorua made her feelings clear. Hearing this, Wang Haoren was finally relieved and overjoyed. Then, he hugged Fang Yorua and leaned forward a little. Fang Yorua was suddenly attacked and had no time to react. There were still people around watching. Out of restraint, Fang Yorua wanted to push him away. However, after feeling the scorching temperature on her lips, her heart melted a little. The tenderness in her heart spread and suppressed all rationality. At first, she was passively cooperating, but gradually, she took the initiative to respond. She couldn't wait to rub the other into her body and never separate them again. After a long time, the two let go of each other. There were some jeers and blessings from the side. Because this handsome man and beautiful woman really looked like a match made in heaven. Fang Yorua's face was burning. She didn't dare to look at the eyes of the people around her. She just lowered her head and told Wang Haoren to leave. However, Fang Yorua had just fallen. Her knees hurt badly, her wrists were injured, and her palms were abraded. She felt very uncomfortable when she walked. Wang Haoren directly carried Fang Yorua in his arms and walked in a direction with her. Fang Yorua buried her head in his arms and didn't look around. Not long after, she felt Wang Haoren stop walking. She lifted her head, which was buried in his arms, and looked around. She realized that they were in the hospital. Wang Haoren took Fang Yorua to the trauma department for a checkup and took some medicine. Fortunately, Fang Yorua only suffered some superficial wounds and was not seriously injured. Wang Haoren continued to carry Fang Yorua out of the hospital and came to the gate of the hospital. Fang Yorua's luggage was still at the gate of the hospital. "I'm fine. Let me go." Although Fang Yorua was very greedy for the warmth in his arms, she was shy and didn't want to attract attention. Wang Haoren put her down at the right time. "I saw you leave in a car. Why did you come back?" Fang Yorua suddenly asked curiously after she steadied herself. Of course, Wang Haoren couldn't tell her that he had pretended to say goodbye forever and then tricked her into confessing her feelings for him. He replied, "After I left for a while, I suddenly felt very reluctant, so I asked the driver to put me down. I wanted to sneak a look at you and then leave, but I didn't expect to see you sitting on the ground crying. Fortunately, you came back. Otherwise, I might have cried myself to death there." Fang Yorua wrinkled her nose at him, looking a little resentful. Wang Haoren looked at her eyes, which were still red from crying, and said, "Why didn't you tell me at that time? We almost missed each other. I'm still studying, so I don't want to be distracted by these things." And I'm afraid that after I give you my feelings, you will suddenly abandon me in the future. Fang Yorua lowered her eyes and explained. I see. Then I'd better leave. I don't want to delay you. I'll come to you after you are admitted to university next year. Wang Haoren said fearlessly. No. Fang Yorua raised her eyes and looked at Wang Haoren. Her voice instantly became a lot louder. She had already made her feelings clear. Naturally, there was no reason to go back. Moreover, after saying her feelings, she felt as if she had been poisoned. He was the antidote to the poison. If they had to be separated for so long, Fang Yorua would definitely not be able to bear the pain of lovesickness during this period. She was a sentimental person. As the feelings in her heart burst out, she could no longer suppress them. Wang Haoren had already guessed that Fang Yorua would have such a reaction. After hearing her words, he said, then why don't I stay in Xianxia with you? Of course, he was coaxing her. The reason why he dared to say this was because he knew that Fang Yorua was not a selfish girl. I also want you to stay in Xianxia, but you still have to go to school. I can't be so selfish as to let you stay in Xianxia with me. Fang Yorua was very tempted, but she still shook her head and continued after a pause. After a pause, she continued, I still plan to be admitted to Qingling University in the future and study in the same school as you. You should be in the middle of your classes now. Did you ask for leave? Yes, because of some things, I specially asked for leave to relax. I was a little bored that day, so I went to your school to take a look. Speaking of this, he suddenly looked at Fang Yorua affectionately. But I didn't expect to meet the angel who brought endless hope to my life. Maybe God saw that I was too pitiful and sent you, an angel, to save me. Ding. The host has stirred the heart of the female lead, Fang Yorua. Received 2,000 villain points. Fang Yorua's heart trembled. She didn't dare to meet Wang Haoren's burning gaze. She lowered her eyes and whispered, I'm just a little girl. I'm not as good as you say. No, you are the angel in my life, Wang Haoren said as he held her hand. Fang Yorua felt as if a honey pot had been knocked over. She was incomparably sweet. But soon, she thought of something and looked up to meet Wang Haoren's eyes. You are so handsome. There must be a lot of girls who like you. There should be angels among them, right? Wang Haoren was secretly shocked. He was amazed by Fang Yorua's intuition. To be honest, he really had a lot of angels around him. However, Wang Haoren's psychological quality was very good. Although he was shocked, he didn't show it on his face. Maybe, but you are the first angel to walk into my heart. Fang Yorua definitely wouldn't believe that no girls liked him. With his face, who knew how many girls would be willing to throw themselves at him, or even line up to be scum? Therefore, after Wang Haoren thought about it, he gave a more pertinent reply. At the same time, it was also a warning to Fang Yorua. After all, Fang Yorua would eventually meet those sisters in the future. After hearing this, Fang Yorua was satisfied and even a little proud. Because she would unconsciously think that she was better than all the girls around her. Wasn't this something to be proud of? She even forgot to ask Wang Haoren which angels were around him because of her delight. After revealing their hearts to each other, Wang Haoren stayed in Xianxia for the next period of time. Wang Haoren told Fang Yorua that he had rented a guest house near the school for her so that he could meet her at any time. In fact, Wang Haoren had rented the guest house because of Fang Yorua. It was just that Wang Haoren lied about the time. During her free time in the afternoon, Fang Yorua would sneak out of the school to meet Wang Haoren. For the first 2 days, Wang Haoren and Fang Yorua took a walk near the school. As they walked, they reached a quiet place where no one was around. Wang Haoren took the opportunity to interact with Fang Yorua. After the previous time, Fang Yorua didn't resist anymore and responded shyly. As more and more things like this happened, Wang Haoren became a little worse. As the saying goes, a gentleman uses his mouth and not his fists. Wang Haoren was no longer a gentleman and started to use his fists. Fang Yorua was moved and let him be. Until one day, Wang Haoren used a reason to bring Fang Yorua to the rented guest house. Out of habit, Wang Haoren and Fang Yorua had a little interaction. But soon, Fang Yorua had a strange premonition that if she continued, she might lose something. So, she immediately stopped him. The reason was simple. She wasn't ready and needed some time. Of course, Wang Haoren wouldn't let her have her way. Previously, after cultivating with Ning Yaoxue, Wang Haoren had gained a lot and his cultivation base had increased greatly. During this period of time in Xianxia, there was no suitable cultivation target, so his cultivation base had been delayed a lot. Now that his relationship with Fang Yorua was getting deeper and deeper, he naturally wanted to make this happen. Of course, Wang Haoren didn't just want to have fun, but also cultivate. He just needed Fang Yorua's cooperation. This was because Fang Yorua needed to learn some of the cultivation techniques. Therefore, Wang Haoren lied and said that he had accidentally obtained a magical cultivation technique that seemed to be able to cultivate. Of course, Fang Yorua didn't believe it and felt that it was nonsense. However, Wang Haoren coaxed and finally made Fang Yorua agree. Ding! Host has captured the female lead Fang Yorua for the first time. Received 18,000 villain points, Fang Yorua's female lead Halo -900, Yi Fan's protagonist Halo -900, host's villain Halo plus 1800. Wang Haoren received a lot of villain points and Halo points. So far, Fang Yorua was the female lead who had provided the most rewards. She was indeed the only female lead in the Celestial Venerate. Of course, in addition, Wang Haoren's cultivation base had also improved greatly. He had directly advanced from the 5th level of the Qi Refinement Realm to the 6th level of the Qi Refinement Realm. Although it seemed to be only one level, it would take at least several years for an ordinary cultivator to cross this level. And this was in an environment with abundant spiritual qi. Of course, everyone was different. There were some gifted cultivators among the cultivators. Yi Fan was one of them. But even Yi Fan, who had passed the tribulation realm and was recultivating, couldn't cultivate very fast on the blue planet where spiritual qi was thin. It would probably take a few months to advance to the 1st level of the Qi Refinement Realm. However, Wang Haoren still didn't dare to let down his guard. The main character would have a fortuitous encounter. Although the blue planet seemed to have thin spiritual qi, there must be a paradise on it. Yi Fan would definitely have to leave the blue planet in the later parts of the main plot. And to leave the blue planet, he had to reach the point where his physical body could cross the starry sky. And the Qi Refinement Realm was far from being able to do that. In other words, for Yi Fan to reach this level of cultivation, there must be conditions on the blue planet for him to reach this level of cultivation. Wang Haoren was in a hurry to improve his strength because he wanted to suppress Yi Fan in terms of cultivation base and then snatch these cultivation resources. When his cultivation base reached a certain level, he wouldn't be afraid of Yi Fan's soul fire activated by the celestial venerate divine consciousness. Then, he would be able to destroy Yi Fan and eliminate all future troubles. Of course, it was still too early to reach this step. Putting away his thoughts, Wang Haoren's attention was focused on Fang Yorua. There were still some traces of tears at the corner of Fang Yorua's eyes, which showed that she had just gone through a storm. However, the corners of her lips were slightly curved into a happy smile. Wang Haoren looked at her and knew that she was still immersed in the afterglow and didn't feel anything else. After thinking for a while, Wang Haoren suddenly said in surprise, "It's amazing. This is too miraculous. This immortal cultivation technique seems to be real. I can feel a mystical qi in my dantian." After being reminded by Wang Haoren, Fang Yorua also came back to her senses. Really? Of course it's true. Wang Haoren looked excited. In order to make Fang Yorua believe him, he activated his spiritual energy and snapped his fingers. A small cluster of flames emerged from his fingertips and then disappeared in a flash. He just wanted to make Fang Yorua believe him, so he showed a little bit of his ability and didn't reveal too much, so as not to scare Fang Yorua. Moreover, if he showed too much, it might make Fang Yorua suspicious. The small flame that flashed away was just right. Fang Yorua was stunned when she saw the magical scene. She originally thought that Wang Haoren was spouting nonsense, and his goal was to trick her into doing that. Unexpectedly, it was true. Fang Yorua didn't think that this was a magic trick, because the moment the small flame appeared, she felt the heat of the flame. Hurry up and feel it. Is there any change? Wang Haoren urged. Fang Yorua did as she was told and felt it carefully. Soon, she showed a look of surprise and disbelief. I also feel that there is a magical qi in the dantian of my lower abdomen. Then try to spread this qi all over your body with your mind. Wang Haoren pointed out. Fang Yorua nodded and did as she was told. Soon, she said what she felt. It's warm and comfortable. That's right. Wang Haoren smiled and then took her pulse. After checking it slightly, he raised his eyebrows. Fang Yorua was just an ordinary person before. After the preliminary cultivation, she had produced a lot of spiritual energy in her body, and even showed signs of breaking through to the first level of the qi refining realm. Wang Haoren was stunned. Xianxia had also cultivated, and she had cultivated nearly 10 times, but her improvement was far less fast than Fang Yorua's. Xianxia was a martial arts genius, but Fang Yorua's comprehension was higher than hers. Wang Haoren was surprised for a moment, but quickly understood. Fang Yorua was the sole female lead in Yifan's main storyline. In the future, she would embark on the journey of cultivation. Judging from Fang Yorua's previous life, her achievements would not be low. The title of Fairy Yura did not only mean that Fang Yura was beautiful. After all, once a cultivator's cultivation reached a certain level, they could change their appearance. Therefore, there were countless handsome men and beautiful women among the cultivators. Even if Fang Yorua didn't change her appearance, she still looked down on countless female cultivators. But that wasn't enough. More importantly, the title of fairy came from one's strength. In his previous life, Fang Yura was not weak at all. If she had not died, she would definitely have been able to transform from Fairy Yuru to Supremacy Yuru. From this, it could be seen that Fang Yorua's cultivation talent and comprehension ability were definitely not low. She was only slightly weaker than Yifan. But even so, it was shocking enough. After coming to this conclusion, Wang Haoren hurriedly said, "Then try and see if you can gather the spirit qi in a specific place." For an ordinary person, it was very difficult to control the spirit qi that they had just obtained. It was like a baby who had just learned to walk. It was a little difficult. However, Fang Yorua had extraordinary talent. Wang Haoren naturally couldn't use the standards of an ordinary person to judge her. "Yes, I'll try." Fang Yorua nodded, but she was somewhat at a loss. "Where should I gather the spirit qi?" The spirit qi can actually be used for treatment. If you feel any discomfort, you can gather the spirit qi there and use the spirit qi to nourish and treat it. It's more effective than any spirit pill, Wang Haoren reminded her. Upon hearing that, Fang Yorua pondered for a moment. Back when she was chasing Wang Haoren, she had bruised her knees and scraped her palms. However, after taking medicine over the past few days, the injuries had quickly subsided. She only felt a little discomfort. Fang Yorua wanted to use the spirit qi to treat those, but she soon realized that there was another place that needed the spirit qi to treat. As this thought arose, Fang Yorua's face flushed red. Following that, she silently circulated her spirit qi. Soon, she felt a lot more comfortable. Wang Haoren put his hand on Fang Yorua's wrist and could perceive the trajectory of her genuine qi. Originally, he wanted to see if Fang Yorua could easily gather the spirit qi and use it for treatment. However, he inadvertently found that Fang Yorua was treating a certain place. No wonder she blushed for no reason just now. So that was it. Wang Haoren wanted to tease her, but considering that Fang Yorua was concentrating on using the spirit qi at the moment, he didn't disturb her. A moment later, he sensed that Fang Yorua had returned the spirit qi to her dantian. Wang Haoren subconsciously used his jade eyes to take a look and immediately found that the redness and swelling had almost disappeared without a trace. She really deserved to be called a genius cultivator. It didn't take him long to figure it out. Wang Haoren exclaimed. Fang Yorua felt it even more deeply. She felt that her worldview had been turned upside down. She curiously asked Wang Haoren. "Where did you get the immortal cultivation method?" "When I was traveling, I accidentally fell off a cliff. However, I didn't die and accidentally entered a cave. That's how I got it." Wang Haoren started to talk nonsense with a serious look on his face. Fang Yorua was stunned, but she didn't doubt it. She just felt that Wang Haoren's experience was very bizarre. Then, she couldn't help but ask, "Does that mean immortality can be achieved through cultivation?" "In the immortal cultivation inheritance I got, it said that you can live forever." When your cultivation reaches a certain level, your body can even cross the void and travel the universe, Wang Haoren said. Fang Yorua was fascinated, but she felt that it was too far away. It must be very difficult to reach this level, right? As long as you work hard, it won't be difficult. One day, you can do it. Then, we can be together forever. Wang Haoren painted a big picture for Fang Yorua. Of course, this big picture was not empty. It was something that could be eaten. Fang Yorua didn't really yearn for power, but she yearned for Wang Haoren's forever together. Mortals had to experience birth, old age, illness, and death. Two people who loved each other would eventually be separated by life and death. But if one cultivated immortality, one could break these restrictions. Wang Haoren saw the longing in Fang Yorua's eyes. He suddenly winked at her and said, "Let's continue cultivating, okay?" Fang Yorua wanted to say that she still had classes in the afternoon. Her studies were important and couldn't be delayed. But when the words came to her mouth, she suddenly felt that it was a little ridiculous. In the past, she wanted to get into a good university. This was her dream. But when her worldview was turned upside down, her dream also changed. Now that she could cultivate immortality, was studying still important? That was purely a waste of time. Her grades in the top university in the capital were a little stressful, but she could still get into Qingling University without any pressure. Since that was the case, why not use this time to do something more meaningful? After thinking it through, Fang Yorua nodded at Wang Haoren with a red face and said softly, "Okay." In the next few days, Wang Haoren spent most of his time cultivating with Fang Yorua. Not long after Wang Haoren broke through to the 6th level of the Qi refinement realm, he was already showing signs of reaching the 7th level of the Qi refinement realm. This speed was very fast. Fang Yorua's improvement was also very obvious. She had steadily entered the 1st level of the Qi refinement realm from an ordinary person. Don't underestimate the 1st level of the Qi refinement realm. At this level, she could already beat a neutralizing great grandmaster to the ground. With Fang Yorua's current strength, she could almost stand shoulder to shoulder with Ning Yaoxue. Wang Haoren also told Fang Yorua some entry-level spells and asked her to learn them. Fang Yorua's talent was so strong that even Wang Haoren was a little dumbfounded. Fang Yorua could learn these simple entry-level spells in almost a moment. In this regard, even Wang Haoren was ashamed of his inferiority. However, there was nothing he could do about it. He was a second-generation rich villain and did not have the talent and comprehension for cultivation. Fortunately, the Devil Emperor's internal scripture did not require any talent for cultivation. Otherwise, it would be very difficult for him to embark on the journey of cultivation. However, Fang Yorua's high comprehension was a good thing for Wang Haoren. In fact, in terms of cultivation, having a master to teach you and exploring on your own were two completely different things. The former was undoubtedly the case, and the progress was definitely faster. Fang Yorua was the kind of cultivation genius who could almost learn everything by herself. After she learned it, Wang Haoren could ask her for advice. In just a few days, Wang Haoren learned a few more entry-level spells. At the same time, Wang Haoren was thinking about another thing. The reason why he cultivated the Devil Emperor's internal scripture was that it was the most suitable cultivation method for him in Yifan's memory. But for Fang Yorua, it was different because there was a cultivation method that was more suitable for her. The Devil Emperor's internal scripture was part of Fang Yorua's cultivation. She did not need to major in it and could be used as an auxiliary cultivation method. Fang Yorua could choose to cultivate other cultivation methods that were more suitable for her. And the most suitable cultivation method was in Yifan's memory. Or to be more precise, Yifan had inadvertently obtained a cultivation technique when he was searching through Fang Yorua's memories after her death. It was that cultivation technique that allowed Fang Yuru to become Fairy Yuru. If she had not perished in an accident, Fairy Yuru would definitely have become Supremacy Yuru. One could imagine how powerful a cultivation method that could reach the tribulation passing stage was. Wang Haoren had replicated Yifan's memories, so he naturally knew about this cultivation technique. The name of this technique was the 9 Heavens Ethereal Mantra. Compared to the Azure Thearka's secret art of longevity, this technique didn't have as many harsh requirements at the beginning. One could cultivate it at the 1st level of the Qi refining stage. Wang Haoren had the thought of teaching Fang Yorua the 9 Heaven Ethereal Mantra, but he couldn't help but feel a trace of worry. He was afraid that Fang Yorua's perception was too strong and her cultivation would surpass his. Once Fang Yorua became stronger, she would have the ability to resort to domestic violence. Although Fang Yorua might not be willing to hit him, Wang Haoren did not wish to see a situation where a woman was stronger than a man. However, Wang Haoren was looking forward to a situation where Fang Yorua's cultivation level rapidly increased to the point of surpassing Yi Fan's. After Yi Fan's reincarnation, his immortal supremacy soul's consciousness was a lot weaker, but it was still very strong. If Yi Fan were to risk his life and burn his immortal supremacy soul, it could temporarily increase his cultivation level. Coupled with the soul fire released by burning his immortal supremacy soul, in theory, anyone below the immortal supremacy realm would be in danger. Of course, if Yi Fan were to burn his soul, he would be reduced to ashes. However, Wang Haoren did not wish to perish together with Yi Fan. Nor did he wish to be heavily injured, leaving behind permanent repercussions. From this point of view, Wang Haoren needed the cultivation level of a tribulation transcendence immortal supremacy to completely eliminate Yi Fan in a safe situation. However, the journey of cultivation was long. It would take a long time to reach the tribulation transcendence immortal supremacy from the Qi refinement realm. It took Yi Fan 1,000 years to go from immortal to an immortal supremacy, one step away from the Tao integration realm. The extreme Heaven Devil Emperor cultivated the Devil Emperor Internal Sutra, and it took him about 800 years to go from immortal to a tribulation transcendence immortal supremacy. Wang Haoren did not want to wait for such a long time. If Yi Fan did not burn his immortal supremacy soul and fight to the death when he killed Yi Fan, he would have a chance to kill Yi Fan in advance. However, if the person who killed Yi Fan was Wang Haoren, Yi Fan would definitely choose to perish together with Wang Haoren. After obtaining Yi Fan's memories, Wang Haoren was certain that Yi Fan, a ruthless character, would definitely do that. However, if Yi Fan did not burn his immortal supremacy soul, everything would become simple. However, was that possible? Of course it was possible. If the person who killed Yi Fan was Fang Yorua, would Yi Fan be willing to fight to the death? Wang Haoren was certain that Yi Fan would definitely not have the heart to fight to the death with Fang Yorua. After his rebirth, Yi Fan's greatest obsession was Fang Yorua. How could Yi Fan be willing to kill Fang Yorua, even if Fang Yorua wanted to kill him? After all, Yi Fan was not the kind of person who would kill his sister to attain the Tao. Fang Yorua was the only female lead in Yi Fan's main storyline. In Yi Fan's heart, Fang Yorua was even more important than himself. The prerequisite for this plan to be carried out was that Fang Yorua's cultivation level had to be high enough. If Fang Yorua only cultivated the Devil Emperor Internal Sutra, her cultivation level would definitely not improve as fast as Yi Fan's. After all, Yi Fan's starting line was already the 5th level of the Qi refinement realm. However, if Fang Yorua used the Devil Emperor Internal Sutra as a supplement and mainly cultivated the 9 Heaven Ethereal Mantra, she would definitely have a chance to surpass Yi Fan. Moreover, Wang Haoren's current cultivation level was higher than Yi Fan's. Without revealing his killing intent, Yi Fan would definitely not have the thought of burning his soul to perish together with Fang Yorua. In other words, although Wang Haoren could not kill Yi Fan without any scruples, he could suppress Yi Fan. There must be a cultivation fortuitous encounter in Yi Fan's main storyline. As long as Wang Haoren intercepted Yi Fan's fortuitous encounter, not only would he slow down Yi Fan's cultivation level, but he could also give part of his cultivation resources to Fang Yorua. As for Yi Fan, because he did not have any cultivation resources at the moment, he could not cultivate the Azure Thearka's secret art of longevity for the time being. He could only cultivate the more advanced Qi drawing technique. The cultivation speed of the 9 Heaven Ethereal Mantra was naturally much faster than the advanced Qi drawing technique. It was only a matter of time before Fang Yorua's cultivation level surpassed Yi Fan's. Moreover, it would not take a long time. After sorting out his thoughts, Wang Haoren increasingly felt that this plan was feasible. The only thing he was worried about was that Fang Yorua would abuse him. However, after thinking about it carefully, he suddenly felt that the possibility of Fang Yorua's cultivation level surpassing his was very small. The spirit Qi on Blue Planet was extremely thin, and the cultivation speed was greatly limited. However, the Demon Emperor's internal sutra that he cultivated was not affected by this kind of spirit Qi environment. The only thing that could affect his cultivation speed was the number of girls. Judging from the cultivation speed of the 9-heaven ethereal mantra alone, it was definitely not comparable to the Demon Emperor's internal sutra. Fang Yorua had the Demon Emperor's internal sutra as a supplement. In addition to the increase in her cultivation level brought by the 9-heaven ethereal mantra, she also cultivated the Demon Emperor's internal sutra. However, the increase in Fang Yorua's cultivation level by the Demon Emperor's internal sutra was controllable. As long as Fang Yorua's cultivation level was higher than Yi Fan's, he would not cultivate the Demon Emperor's internal sutra with Fang Yorua. This way, Fang Yorua would be stronger than Yi Fan, but he would be weaker. Wouldn't all the problems be solved? Wang Haoran finally sorted out his thoughts and was in a good mood. He told Fang Yorua the 9-heaven ethereal mantra. Fang Yorua listened carefully. She only heard it once, but she remembered it all without missing a word. This situation made Fang Yorua a little confused. Although her memory was good, it was not to the point where she could remember everything she saw. Why do I feel that my memory is several times better than before? Fang Yorua said in surprise. When you reach the Qi refinement stage, you can be considered a beginner cultivator. Your body will also undergo some changes, such as being immune to all diseases and remembering everything you see and hear. Wang Haoran gave a brief introduction. He had these experiences before, so he naturally understood. It's incredible. Then I can remember everything after reading it once. In the future, I won't have to stay up late to memorize books. This way, the time spent on studying will be reduced a lot. With the extra time, I can. Fang Yorua said with a smile, but she was a little embarrassed to continue. What can you do? Wang Haoran asked with a smile. You can miss me. After spending some time together, Fang Yorua's shyness had lessened a lot. Although her face was still red, she was much calmer than before. If Wang Haoran had heard this before, he would have been unable to restrain himself and Fang Yorua would have gone through a storm again. But at this moment, Wang Haoran's heart only skipped a beat and he didn't do anything. He said with reluctance, I'm going back to Qingling tomorrow. Fang Yorua had experienced a lot. After saying that just now, she was even habitually prepared. But when she heard Wang Haoran's words, she couldn't help but be stunned. The joy and anticipation on her face faded a little. Are you leaving so soon? I received a call from my parents this morning. They said that as long as I go back, they won't get a divorce and will live happily in the future. Wang Haoran made up an excuse. He had been in Xianxia for almost 20 days. He shouldn't have left for so long. After all, there were a lot of female protagonists in Qingling. If he didn't pay attention, he might be targeted by the protagonist. Wang Haoran couldn't help but be a little worried. Now that his relationship with Fang Yorua had been set, it was unbreakable. Previously, when he had pretended to say goodbye to Fang Yorua forever, Fang Yorua's accumulated feelings had exploded, and her favorability towards him had risen to 70, undying affection. After that, Wang Haoran used his charm halo once more, increasing his favorability by another 10 points. Moreover, during the time they spent cultivating together, their feelings for each other grew with each passing day, increasing their favorability by another 10 points. Right now, Fang Yorua's favorable impression of him had already reached 90, unchanging until death. Even if Yi Fan wanted to poach him, he would not be able to do so. Your parents are going to reconcile, right? That's great. Fang Yorua was also very happy for Wang Haoran. After all, they were her future father-in-law and mother-in-law. However, after a brief moment of happiness, Fang Yorua revealed the sadness of their impending separation. As soon as I have time, I'll come to Xianxia to see you. Even if I'm not by your side, I'll miss you every day, at least 100 times, no, 10,000 times, Wang Haoran said. Yes, I'll miss you too. I'll miss you 20,000 times. Although reluctant, Fang Yorua still nodded obediently and revealed a sweet smile. She was still studying, so it was not convenient for her to leave Qingling. Even if she wanted to leave, her parents would definitely have to persuade her. Fang Yorua couldn't tell her parents that studying was not important to her at all. After all, cultivation was too inconceivable and difficult to explain. Moreover, Wang Haoran had also instructed her not to reveal this matter casually. After discussing, the two fell into a short silence. They were about to part. At this time, no matter how much they said, it was not as good as taking action. Wang Haoran and Feng Yorua looked at each other and saw the burning passion in each other's eyes. There was no need for words. The two of them naturally expressed their love for each other through their actions. This time, it was not for cultivation, but simply to get to know each other before parting. Feng Yorua had also almost abandoned the reservations in her heart and tried her best to cater to all of Wang Haoran's requests, no matter how excessive it was. In fact, she didn't even try to protect her safety. This was naturally Wang Haoran's deliberate move, because he really wanted to see if he could win a prize. Yi Fan was extremely obsessed with Feng Yorua. What if Yi Fan suddenly found this surprise when he saw Feng Yorua after becoming famous? What would his reaction be? At the very least, Yi Fan's Taoist heart would definitely be damaged, and it might even collapse. The path of cultivation was about having a clear mind and a strong Taoist heart. If Yi Fan's Taoist heart was damaged, it would be difficult for his cultivation to improve. Wang Haoran was looking forward to the arrival of that day. Of course, the premise of all this was that he could win the prize. If there was no middle ground, then it would be a waste. However, even if he did not win the prize, it would not affect the overall situation. Wang Haoran just wanted to give it a try. He wanted to try his luck. The next day, Wang Haoran left Xianxia and boarded the plane to Qingling. Feng Yorua did not come to see him off because she was afraid that she would not want him to leave. Just as Wang Haoran embarked on the journey back to Qingling, some people and things in Qingling also changed a lot. After all, Wang Haoran had left Qingling for 20 days. 20 days was enough for a lot of things to happen. For example, Qin Fan's illness was completely cured and he was discharged from the hospital. Moreover, new hope was ushered in. Qin Fan had been plotted against and his dantian was also destroyed. His body and spirit had suffered a double blow. These blows almost wiped out all of Qin Fan's hope for the future, making him feel like he had nothing to live for. However, at the darkest moment of his life, Qin Fan's disciple came. His disciple's surname was Xiao, and he was the old man who taught Xiao Yifeng medical skills. When old man Xiao found the crazy Xiao Yifeng in Qingling, he had no choice but to go deep into the mountains to seek help from Qin Fan. After Qin Fan checked on Xiao Yifeng, he said that there was hope for him to cure him, but he needed some rare herbs. After that, old man Xiao went all over the world to look for these rare herbs. There were a lot of twists and turns in the process, but his efforts paid off. Old man Xiao finally found them. When old man Xiao was looking for the herbs, he went to the great swamp, the mountains, the forests, and many other deserted places. He even dug up ancient tombs to look for the herbs. While he was looking for the herbs, old man Xiao also found the body of a demigod while he was digging up the tombs. This demigod was a eunuch in the palace. A demigod who had reached the pinnacle of martial arts. Even after death, his body would not decay for a long time. According to historical records, he was cut into the palace when he was young, and it was so clean that it could not be any cleaner. However, the strange thing was that this demigod's body did not have any missing parts. It was a normal man's body. Old man Xiao thought that this demigod had deceived everyone. However, after a careful check, he found a martial arts manual in the tomb. It was called the Heaven Repairing Secret Record. According to the manual, this eunuch was able to regrow his severed limbs because he practiced the Heaven Repairing Secret Record. Old man Xiao found it interesting, so he took the demigod's body and the Heaven Repairing Secret Record with him. When he reached a safe place where no one would disturb him, he studied it carefully. He wanted to understand the secret behind it, but his understanding was limited, and he could not understand it at all. Moreover, there was a prerequisite to practicing the Heaven Repairing Secret Record, and that was to castrate oneself. Old man Xiao did not dare to try it. After old man Xiao found the herbs, he went to Qin Fan and told him about the body of a demigod and the buddy and secret record. Qin Fan's hope was reignited after hearing about it. According to the buddy and secret record, not only could his dantian recover, he could also regrow the precious things that he had lost. At first, old man Xiao thought that Qin Fan's reaction was intentional. So, he reminded him about the prerequisite of cultivating the buddy and secret record. Qin Fan told his disciple about the bad things that had happened to him recently. Old man Xiao was shocked after hearing about it. To heal Xiao Feng, true qi was needed. Qin Fan's cultivation was destroyed, so he could not heal him immediately. So, Qin Fan cultivated the Budian secret record first. Qin Fan was gifted with super martial Dao insight by the system. After cultivating the Budian secret record for a few days, he was able to get some results. Half a month later, he had improved tremendously and mastered the Budian secret record. Thus, his dantian recovered. The reason for this was because of Qin Fan's talent and intelligence. Secondly, he was already familiar with ancient martial arts. So, he was able to achieve twice the result with half the effort. After his dantian was restored, not only did Qin Fan recover his cultivation base that was crippled, he even went a step further and stepped into the human immortal realm of Earth. Also, his broken limbs were showing signs of regrowth. Judging by the speed of his growth, he would become a complete man in less than 3 months. Qin Fan was overjoyed. Old Man Xiao also congratulated Qin Fan for his great improvement in cultivation. Then, he asked Qin Fan to heal Xiao Feng as soon as possible. This was something that Qin Fan had agreed to before. Plus, Old Man Xiao had brought him new hope. So, naturally, he would not object to it. Qin Fan began to heal Xiao Feng. Qin Fan's medical skills were superb. With the help of all kinds of rare herbs, he successfully repaired Xiao Feng's damaged brain. Although he was still a little dumb, he could remember a lot of things. That included being assassinated when he was protecting Qin Yunhan in Qingling. Old Man Xiao was furious when he heard about it. He immediately asked who the assassin was. Xiao Feng revealed Wang Haoren's information. After Qin Fan heard this, his expression changed. He thought that it was just someone with the same name. However, after asking for more details, he realized that the Wang Haoren who harmed Xiao Feng was the Wang Haoren that he knew. After knowing this, the doubts that lingered in Qin Fan's heart were immediately resolved. Qin Fan had never understood who the person who had plotted against him was. He had never linked it to Wang Haoren. In his mind, there was a preconceived notion that Wang Haoren was an ordinary person. However, according to Xiao Feng, he was subdued by Wang Haoren. Xiao Feng had a certain level of martial arts. To be able to subdue Xiao Feng meant that Wang Haoren knew martial arts. According to Xiao Feng's description, Wang Haoren's martial arts were limited. Otherwise, he would not have plotted against him. However, this matter had opened up Qin Fan's train of thought. That was, Wang Haoren had been hiding the fact that he knew martial arts. Furthermore, the matter of plotting against Xiao Yifeng and plotting against him was a different approach to achieve the same result. When Xiao Feng knew that Wang Haoren knew martial arts, he was also extremely shocked. Because before this, Xiao Feng did not think that a rich second-generation heir knew martial arts. Wasn't this mentality exactly the same as his? After thinking about it carefully, Qin Fan increasingly felt that Wang Haoren was suspicious. Qin Fan took out his phone and dialed Wang Haoren's number. Buzz. Wang Haoren had just gotten off the plane when he felt his phone vibrate. He took out his phone and saw that it was a call from Qin Fan. He smiled inexplicably and immediately picked up the phone. Haoren, where are you? Qin Fan hid the suspicion in his heart and asked with a smile on his face. I just came back from somewhere else, Wang Haoren replied with a smile and then asked, oh right, have you recovered from your illness? Have you been discharged? I've been discharged. I'm at home now and my body is fine. Thank you for your concern. Qin Fan's expression was gloomy but his tone was very gentle. It's my pleasure. Wang Haoren could not see Qin Fan's expression through the phone. Are you free now? Qin Fan suddenly asked. What's the matter? Wang Haoren did not reply immediately but asked first. It's nothing much. I've just been discharged from the hospital and my apprentices want to visit me. They want to come to my place for lunch. Why don't you come along? The more the merrier. Qin Fan invited Wang Haoren in a friendly tone. After Wang Haoren heard this, he hesitated. Qin Fan's other apprentices did not matter. The important ones were Song Zhihui, Mu Nanji, and Tan Tai Yaoyue. These 3 people were currently in a relationship with him, but they did not know of each other's existence. If he was accidentally exposed, then it would be a little bad. Thus, he subconsciously wanted to refuse. But he quickly realized that Qin Fan's attitude was a little strange. Because this guy's tone was too friendly. Before Qin Fan's accident, Wang Haoren and Tan Tai Yaoyue had gone to see Qin Fan and stabbed Qin Fan's heart. They even revealed their relationship with Tan Tai Yaoyue. Qin Fan now knew that Munanji and Tan Tai Yaoyue were with Wang Haoren. This kind of good thing was what Qin Fan had hoped for. And now that Qin Fan's cultivation was crippled and he was cut off, logically speaking, he should be extremely unhappy. Not to mention giving him a face, at least he should not be so friendly. This was not right. Okay, I'll come over at noon. Wang Haoren directly agreed. He wanted to see what Qin Fan wanted to do. Previously, Qin Fan was strong, so strong that Wang Haoren was restrained and maintained a friendly relationship with Qin Fan on the surface. But now, a small protagonist like Qin Fan was no longer in Wang Haoren's eyes. Then I'll wait for you. Qin Fan replied with a smile. Then, he exchanged a few more pleasantries with Wang Haoren before hanging up the phone. After ending the call, Qin Fan's face was frighteningly gloomy. Beside him, Old Man Xiao and Xiaoifeng clenched their fists. They even wanted to crawl along the phone and kill Wang Haoren. But fortunately, they endured and did not ruin Qin Fan's plan. What Qin Fan wanted was to expose Wang Haoren's true colors in front of his apprentices and let Tan Tai Yaoyue and Munanji see Wang Haoren clearly and break off their relationship with him. Then, Qin Fan would use a thunderous method to kill him. His cultivation had reached the peak of martial arts and he had become a land immortal. Qin Fan's confidence had also risen to an extremely high level. According to Wang Haoren's actions, it was absolutely impossible for him to be a land immortal. Otherwise, he would not have plotted against him. Qin Fan naturally felt that this matter was in the bag and there would be no accidents. What he needed to think about was how to take back what originally belonged to him but was taken away. Yaoyue, you're still mine in the end, Qin Fan's obsession flared up and he could not help but silently say in his heart. While Qin Fan was in the hospital, his disciples went to see him one after another and gradually got to know each other. These disciples even spontaneously created a group to facilitate communication, and even pulled Qin Fan into the group. After knowing that Qin Fan was discharged from the hospital, the disciples discussed and prepared to visit Qin Fan at noon. Ma Family Villa. Ma Hongxing was the only disciple who hated Qin Fan so much that he even wanted Qin Fan dead. His water lily poison had been completely removed and he no longer needed to sleep. He became much more energetic. Now that he was cured, Ma Hongxing did not need to rely on Qin Fan anymore. The plan in his heart could also be implemented. His wife was touched by Qin Fan. Of course, Ma Hongxing could not keep swallowing his anger. Not long after that incident, Ma Hongxing had already started to prepare. After being introduced, he contacted a top assassin through a special channel. Now was the time to act. Ma Hongxing wanted to expose Qin Fan's ugly face in front of Qin Fan's other disciples and then let the assassin kill Qin Fan. Only then could Ma Hongxing vent his anger. Before leaving, Ma Hongxing burned incense in front of the ancestral tablet and prayed that the ancestors would bless him with a smooth revenge. Seeing Ma Hongxing's action, Qing Rui could not help but be a little surprised. When Ma Hongxing left, Qing Rui could not help but ask, Hongxing, where are you going? My master has just been discharged from the hospital and I plan to visit him. Ma Hongxing explained with a smile. He was afraid that Qing Rui would not be able to take the blow, so he did not dare to tell her about Qing Rui being bullied. Naturally, he would not tell her the real purpose of this trip. But Ma Hongxing did not know that he was the one who was kept in the dark. Then go and come back early. Qing Rui smiled and sent Ma Hongxing out. She watched Ma Hongxing get into a Rolls-Royce Phantom and leave. When the Rolls-Royce Phantom completely disappeared from her sight, the virtuous smile on Qing Rui's face gradually disappeared. She took out her phone and made a call. Ma Hongxing's illness is completely cured now. He just set off to visit Qin Fan. Before leaving, his behavior was a little strange. If I'm not wrong, he might take action. After the call was connected, Qing Rui reported to Wang Haoren. What do you think he will do? Wang Haoren asked. He thought that I was. Qing Rui guessed. He was so angry. I feel that only by killing Qin Fan would he be able to release the hatred in his heart. I agree with you. Wang Haoren couldn't help but smile. It seemed that today's banquet would be quite lively. Then what do you think is the possibility of Ma Hongxing succeeding? Cheng Rui asked. The success rate is 0, Wang Haoren said with certainty. Why do you think so? Cheng Rui was a little curious. I'm just guessing, Wang Haoren said vaguely. Of course, he couldn't tell Cheng Rui that Qin Fan was protected by the protagonist's halo. How could a small Ma Hongxing deal with him? Then I hope you're right, Cheng Rui said sincerely. It seems like you really want something to happen to Ma Hongxing. Wang Haoren could hear some of Cheng Rui's emotions from her tone. Ma Hongxing will only get in the way. Don't you think so? Cheng Rui said. Don't you care about a trace of friendship? Wang Haoren asked. I married him because he's rich. I don't have any feelings for him. I only hate him. It's good that he's dead. That way, I can inherit all his assets, Cheng Rui said frankly. Hearing this, Wang Haoren wasn't very surprised. He had seen that Cheng Rui was a ruthless woman a long time ago. Do you think I'm scary? Cheng Rui saw that Wang Haoren didn't speak for a while, so she suddenly asked nervously. From Ma Hongxing's point of view, it's true. You're a scary woman, Wang Haoren said. When Cheng Rui heard this, she couldn't help but panic. She couldn't help but reveal her heart. I'm ruthless and cruel only to others. For you. I can't wait to give you all my tenderness. Even if you ask me to die, I won't frown. Wang Haoren didn't doubt the truth of these words at all. After all, Cheng Rui's favorability was full. It was normal for her to have such thoughts. However, Wang Haoren didn't know how to respond to Cheng Rui, so he chose to remain silent. Cheng Rui saw that Wang Haoren didn't answer. She was afraid that it would make him unhappy, so she didn't continue to pester him. Instead, she was ready to find an excuse to end the conversation. But before she could speak, the maid hurriedly ran over and reported in a panic, Mr. Zhang, you've been in trouble. Madam, it's not good. The young master is missing. Can't you look for him if he's missing? Cheng Rui looked calm and said to the maid. Her son had just learned to walk. Even if he could walk, he wouldn't walk too far. I've searched inside and out, but I can't find him, the maid replied. Then check the surveillance, Cheng Rui said. I did, but I don't know what happened to the surveillance. It was fine before, but it suddenly broke down inexplicably. When Cheng Rui heard this, she couldn't help but frown. She subconsciously felt that this matter was a bit unusual. Is your son missing? The phone hadn't been hung up yet. Wang Haoren heard part of the conversation between Cheng Rui and the maid, so he couldn't help but ask. Well, he suddenly disappeared. The maid said that she searched inside and out, but she couldn't find him. The surveillance suddenly broke down, Cheng Rui said. This may not be a coincidence. Wang Haoren judged. I think someone sneaked into the Ma family villa and stole him, Cheng Rui said. Don't worry. Check if there are any clues. If you find anything, tell me. I'll try my best to help you look for him. Since you're working for me, I won't treat you badly. Leave it to me. Wang Haoren took the initiative to say. Cheng Rui didn't answer immediately. Instead, she motioned for the maid to continue looking. After the maid left, Cheng Rui casually replied, That's right. If he's missing, then so be it. That's your son. Wang Haoren was surprised. He thought that he had overestimated Cheng Rui's ruthlessness, but Cheng Rui's reaction was still somewhat unexpected. Yes, but that's Ma Hongxing's son. When Cheng Rui said this, her voice was slightly hoarse. It was obvious that she didn't completely care. Wang Haoren felt that he could roughly guess Cheng Rui's thoughts. After Cheng Rui knew that Ma Hongxing might not be able to come back, she felt that the son Ma Hongxing left behind would be an obstacle in the future. An obstacle to stop her from throwing herself into his arms. Ma Hongxing was just about to take action. Now that his son is suddenly missing, this matter might be related. Wang Haoren avoided the topic and changed the topic. You mean, this matter has something to do with Qin Fan? Cheng Rui asked. Qin Fan wouldn't do such a thing. I just feel that these two matters might be related. Of course, maybe I'm thinking too much. Ma Hongxing has offended a lot of people in the business world. It might be someone else who did it. Wang Haoren suddenly paused, then said, "Be careful. Be careful. If anything happens, call me immediately. In my impression, you rarely care about me like this." Chen Rui said happily. "We're business partners." "No, we're dependent. You said it a long time ago. No matter what you want me to do, I can promise you unconditionally. My house's door will always be open for you. Whether you come in or go out, it's all up to you. As long as you're happy." Chen Rui corrected. When he first heard this, he felt that it was normal. However, Wang Haoren couldn't help but misunderstand. Moreover, he felt that Chen Rui said it on purpose. Wang Haoren didn't directly reply. He just remained silent. Seeing this, Chen Rui ended the call and didn't continue on this topic. After hanging up the phone, Wang Haoren couldn't help but sigh. Chen Rui was really considerate. He had to say that young women were really sensible. They were much more sensible than little girls. No wonder there were so many people like Boss Chow. From a certain point of view, young women really had a unique kind of attraction. Wang Haoren sighed inwardly. Near noon. Qin Fan's villa, which was previously relatively quiet, also became lively with the arrival of each and every disciple. Tan Tai Yaoyue, Song Zhihui, Mu Nanji, and Ma Hongxing came one after another. Old man Xiao lived in Qin Fan's villa. In terms of seniority, he was the first to lead the sect and was everyone's eldest senior brother. After Tan Tai Yaoyue and the others arrived, they all respectfully greeted senior brother Xiao. Old man Xiao smiled and responded in turn. In the villa, it seemed to be joyous and harmonious. Soon, Qin Fan also came out of his room. The disciples greeted Qin Fan one by one. Other than old man Xiao, Tan Tai Yaoyue and the others all had a kind of sigh in their hearts. Everyone felt some sympathy for Qin Fan's experience. All of them were extremely cautious when they spoke. They were afraid of hurting Qin Fan's fragile heart. When old man Xiao saw this scene, he wanted to tell the truth. However, Qin Fan secretly shook his head, hinting old man Xiao not to say anything for the time being. Qin Fan said that he wanted to treat them to a meal, but his disciples naturally wouldn't let him personally cook. After all, Qin Fan had just been discharged from the hospital. It was not appropriate. Song Zhihui, who also had superb cooking skills, took over the task and went to the kitchen to prepare lunch. The ingredients had been prepared in advance, and it was sumptuous enough. Song Zhihui quickly got busy. The servants in Qin Fan's villa were assisting him. Tan Tai Yaoyu and the others were drinking tea and chatting in the hall. After a while, another guest arrived. It was Wang Haoren. "You look much better. Congratulations on your recovery and discharge." When Wang Haoren saw Qin Fan, he greeted him with a fake smile. "Please take a seat." A haze flashed in Qin Fan's eyes, but he still showed a fake smile on the surface and gestured in a seemingly friendly manner. "Haoren, come sit with me." Tan Tai Yaoyu hadn't seen him for a long time, so she naturally missed him very much. She immediately waved at him. When Mu Nanji heard this, she was suddenly shocked. However, she didn't think too much and thought that the two were just familiar with each other. However, Mu Nanji quickly realized that this wasn't the case. Because after Wang Haoren sat down, Tan Tai Yaoyu actually grabbed Wang Haoren's hand and acted very intimately. Mu Nanji couldn't sit still anymore. She frowned and said to Tan Tai Yao, "You, junior sister, don't you know shame by grabbing his hand like this?" Tan Tai Yaoyu was a little puzzled by Mu Nanji's attitude. Although she hadn't known Mu Nanji for long, she could tell that she wasn't the kind of person who would meddle in other people's business. With a woman's intuition, Tan Tai Yaoyu smelled hostility, so she stated, "Senior sister, this is my boyfriend." "Your boyfriend?" Mu Nanji exclaimed in shock. "Is there a problem?" Tan Tai Yaoyu felt that Mu Nanji's reaction was a little abnormal. "This is my boyfriend," Mu Nanji said anxiously. Hearing this, Tan Tai Yaoyu was first shocked, then she looked at Wang Haoren and asked, "Is it true? Is what she said true?" "Yes." Since Wang Haoren was here, he was prepared to lay his cards on the table, so he directly answered frankly. Tan Tai Yaoyu couldn't help but feel embarrassed and angry. Nanji also felt the same. However, in comparison, Tan Tai Yaoyu's acceptance was higher. After all, she already had several sisters. However, Nanji thought that she was the only one. This is someone else's place, so I can't say too much. However, I will give you an explanation. Wang Haoren's expression didn't show any panic at all. Instead, he appeared very calm and even a little solemn. When Tan Tai Yaoyu and Nanji saw this, even if they were a little embarrassed and angry, they didn't dare to act out. Haoren, we're all on the same side here. It's alright, you can explain right now. Qin Fan said generously, but his words were clearly provoking. This matter has nothing to do with you, right? What nonsense are you talking about? Things were different now. Wang Haoren didn't need to give face to Qin Fan now. Hearing this, the smile on Qin Fan's face slowly disappeared, and his expression became a little gloomy. Old man Xiao stared at Wang Haoren with a gaze that was filled with hatred. If you want to explain, it's best to do it now. Otherwise, I'm afraid that you won't have the chance to walk out of this door. Qin Fan's tone revealed some unfriendliness. Wang Haoren naturally understood. Sure enough, today's meal was indeed not simple. It was a hongmen banquet. The surrounding atmosphere suddenly became tense. Tan Tai Yaoyu and Nanji both felt that Qin Fan seemed to want to target Wang Haoren. The two of them subconsciously moved closer to Wang Haoren. Although they had touched the car, Tan Tai Yaoyu's favorability was at 80, and Nanji's favorability was at 70. Both of them had reached the level of undying affection for Wang Haoren. Facing this situation, the two of them temporarily ignored Wang Haoren's deception. Although the atmosphere was heavy, Wang Haoren appeared to be very relaxed. He looked at Qin Fan and smiled. Could there be some misunderstanding between us? Wang Haoren could naturally see the killing intent in Qin Fan's eyes. If he guessed correctly, Qin Fan should have discovered that the person who plotted against him was him. However, Wang Haoren didn't understand how Qin Fan discovered it. That was why he said this and wanted Qin Fan to explain. Misunderstanding? This isn't a misunderstanding. Qin Fan sneered. He gave Old Man Xiao a look, indicating for him to call the witness. Old Man Xiao understood and was about to leave the hall. However, right at this moment, Ma Hongxing, who had been silent, suddenly made a move. He actually took out a weapon and pressed it against Qin Fan's head. I don't care what grudges you have, but settle my matter first, Ma Hongxing said. This sudden unforeseen event stunned everyone except for Wang Haoren. The others didn't expect that Ma Hongxing would hold Qin Fan hostage. Junior brother Ma, let go of master. Old Man Xiao was shocked and roared. Don't move. I'll kill whoever moves. Ma Hongxing threatened. Old Man Xiao wanted to stop him, but Qin Fan raised his hand slightly to stop him. Qin Fan was very calm. Old Man Xiao saw this and suddenly realized that this was not a threat to master. Therefore, he did not continue to interfere and watched the situation develop. Qin Fan was puzzled and said to Ma Hongxing, Little Ma, what do you mean? Don't you know what you've done? You're still asking me what I mean? Ma Hongxing gritted his teeth. I have a clear conscience. What is it that you don't like? Why don't you tell me directly? Qin Fan said. Do you still remember that you stayed in my house for a night to treat my illness? Ma Hongxing reminded. I remember. I stayed in the Ma family for a night. How did I offend you? Qin Fan was puzzled. Qin Fan, you're still pretending. Tell me what you did that night. Otherwise, don't blame me for misfiring. Ma Hongxing threatened. I really don't know what I did. You can tell me directly and let me know. Qin Fan pretended to be weak. That night at the Ma mansion, you sneaked into my room and took advantage of the fact that I was unconscious due to the aphrodisiac poison. You used a special method to knock out my wife and then. Ma Hongxing felt as if his heart was being cut by a knife. He was extremely agitated and his eyes were about to spit fire. After a pause, he continued, You thought you could hide it from everyone, but you never expected that when I was unconscious, I would suddenly wake up for a while and know your true colors. Hearing this, Qin Fan could not help but think of the time when he was staying in the Ma family villa. When he woke up in the morning, Ma Hongxing's expression was strange. At that time, Qin Fan felt a little strange. So it was because of this. I didn't do this. Maybe someone pretended to be me, or maybe you were just dreaming. Qin Fan explained. That's impossible. It's definitely not a dream. I asked Arue and she said that she felt very uncomfortable. She only thought that she had that kind of dream. But I know that's not the case. She must have been bewitched by someone using some strange method. Only you, Qin Fan, would know such a method. Ma Hongxing's tone was firm, and Qin Fan couldn't find any reason to refute. In reality, he wasn't the only one who knew this method. Tan Taoyue also knew it. But Tan Taoyue was a woman and couldn't possibly do such a thing. Thus, Qin Fan could only defend himself. I can swear that I did not do such a thing. If I did, then I will not live past today. Ma Hongxing was already convinced that it was Qin Fan who did it. Of course, he wouldn't believe Qin Fan's oath. However, he did not intend to kill Qin Fan with his own hands. He only wanted to interrogate Qin Fan and force him to confess the ugly things he had done. Then, he asked the assassin to create an accident to kill Qin Fan. This way, Ma Hongxing would not be implicated. But since Qin Fan didn't admit it, he couldn't beat Qin Fan to death. Qin Fan's sudden vow coincided with Ma Hongxing's plan. Therefore, Ma Hongxing seized the opportunity and said, "Then let the heavens decide. If you don't live past today, then it proves that you're lying, and the heavens are taking your life again." After speaking, Ma Hongxing pretended to restrain the anger on his face. At the same time, he put away his weapon. Ma Hongxing's wishful thinking was very good. But there were some things that couldn't be calculated no matter how much he calculated. A burst of babies' cries came from outside. Everyone looked over and saw a man wearing a fisherman's hat carrying a baby walked into the hall. When Ma Hongxing saw the baby, he couldn't help but turn pale with fright. Because this baby was his son. Immediately, he looked at the man wearing the fisherman's hat and immediately recognized that he was the assassin he had found. What is the meaning of this? Quickly give my son back to me. When Ma Hongxing saw the assassin suddenly appear and carrying his son, he knew that the situation was not good. Thus, he took out his weapon. The man wearing the fisherman's hat did not pay attention to Ma Hongxing. He only walked in front of Qin Fan and respectfully called out, "Master." Ma Hongxing was stunned. He never thought that the assassin he had found was Qin Fan's disciple. "Leng Shui, why are you here? And you are carrying Xiaoma's son." Qin Fan was surprised. The man wearing the fisherman's hat was called Leng Shui. He learned the way of the assassin from Qin Fan. Leng Shui was like his name. Other than his respect for Qin Fan, he was completely a cold-blooded and heartless creature. He had no emotions to speak of. Even to fellow disciples, Leng Shui would not care about friendship. "Master, Xiaoma hired me to create an accident to kill you." Leng Shui knew Ma Hongxing's plan and directly exposed it on the spot. After hearing this, Qin Fan couldn't help but recall Ma Hongxing's words just now. He suddenly felt a little scared. "Xiaoma, I said that this is a misunderstanding. Why are you so stubborn?" Qin Fan was starting to feel a little unhappy. Ma Hongxing couldn't threaten him at all. The reason why he didn't make a move just now was because of their relationship as master and disciple. Otherwise, Qin Fan wouldn't have said so much to Ma Hongxing. "Cut the crap. The hatred of stealing my wife is irreconcilable. Qin Fan, you deserve to die." Ma Hongxing was already blinded by hatred. After shouting at Qin Fan, he pointed his weapon at Leng Shui. "Hurry up and return my son to me." Leng Shui didn't immediately reply to Ma Hongxing. Instead, he looked at Qin Fan and said, "Master, if you don't get rid of him, you will have endless troubles in the future." Qin Fan closed his eyes and thought for a moment. After a while, he opened his eyes and said to Leng Shui, "Return Xiaoma's son to him." "Master." Leng Shui wanted to persuade him. "I said return Xiaoma's son to him." Qin Fan repeated. There was an unquestionable tone in his voice. "Yes." Leng Shui nodded and passed the baby in his arms to Ma Hongxing. Ma Hongxing took his son and comforted him softly before leaving hurriedly. Although he couldn't wait for Qin Fan to die, he was more worried about his son. Although Qin Fan was a cripple, his killer disciple wasn't simple. Even if Ma Hongxing wasn't afraid of death, he had to think for his son. Master, I won't disturb you any longer. I still have something to do. After seeing Ma Hongxing leave, Leng Shui suddenly bid farewell to Qin Fan. Qin Fan opened his mouth and wanted to say something. However, he didn't say anything in the end. He saw the hatred in Ma Hongxing's eyes before he left. The reason why he didn't harden his heart was because Tan Tai Yaoyue and Mu Nanji were present. Qin Fan didn't want to show his ruthless side in front of him. Qin Fan could guess Leng Shui's intention when he suddenly bid farewell. However, he didn't stop him and pretended that he didn't know anything. Anyway, this matter was Leng Shui's own decision. It had nothing to do with him. Qin Fan comforted himself in his heart. After bidding farewell, Leng Shui left directly. He didn't say goodbye to the other disciples and pretended that he didn't see them. Qin Fan collected his thoughts and looked at Wang Haoren with a gloomy expression. Now we can settle our matter. Old man Xiao understood and went to a room to call Xiaofeng out. Wang Haoren was fearless. Therefore, he didn't use his X-ray vision to check the surroundings. He felt that there wouldn't be any danger. Naturally, there was no need to do so. Only now did he know that Xiaofeng was also there. At this moment, the dazed look in Xiaofeng's eyes had almost completely disappeared. He looked at Wang Haoren with eyes full of endless hatred. Amidst this hatred, there was also a sense of satisfaction from the impending revenge. Grandmaster Qin Fan had reached the pinnacle of martial arts and became a land immortal. He could be said to be invincible. With his grandmaster's support, Xiaofeng was naturally fearless. Wang Haoren, it would be the biggest mistake in your life if you didn't kill me directly back then. Xiaofeng laughed crazily. Wang Haoren looked at Xiaofeng's insolent laughter and knew that he was no longer an idiot. He could not help but click his tongue in wonder. Qin Fan's medical skills are not bad. He can even cure you. Haha, do you regret it now? Xiaofeng asked. Qin Yunhan and I are very happy. Wang Haoren did not directly answer his question and instead evaded it. After Xiaofeng heard those words, that disfigured face of his started to distort, becoming sinister and terrifying. Qin Yunhan was his obsession. At that time, Wang Haoren had a bad taste and recorded some of Qin Yunhan's clapping and played it for Xiaofeng. At that time, it directly caused Xiaofeng's mentality to explode and he lost his identity as the main character. Even though this matter had passed for a long time, when Wang Haoren brought it up again, Xiaofeng was still very mad. Tan Tai Yaoyue and Mu Nanji heard the name Qin Yunhan and knew that this might be another story, and the situation was similar to theirs. While they were amazed at their boyfriend's charm, they were also incomparably resentful. Their eyes fiercely swept over Wang Haoren. But that was it. Right now, the surrounding atmosphere was incomparably tense. Tan Tai Yaoyue and Mu Nanji naturally could not dwell on this matter. You despicable person, back then you plotted against me. Now it's time to pay your debt. Xiaofeng angrily looked at Wang Haoren. I'm indeed despicable, but you're not necessarily any better. Back then, didn't you take the opportunity to knock me out and turn me into a eunuch? An eye for an eye, Wang Haoren indifferently said. Tan Tai Yaoyue and Mu Nanji heard this and were instantly shocked. Their eyes were filled with dense hostility as they looked at Xiaofeng. If Xiaofeng succeeded, then what would they do? This matter concerned their lifetime happiness, so of course they could not remain calm. But fortunately, this ugly person did not succeed. You had ulterior motives towards Qin Yunhan. I only did that to protect Qin Yunhan. Xiaofeng argued. What a joke. Is Qin Yunhan yours? I'm just a little closer to her and you want to harm me? Reason does not speak like that. Wang Haoren coldly laughed. Although Xiaofeng's brain was cured, compared to before, it was still a lot slower. Compared to before, he was a lot. For a moment, he could not outspeak Wang Haoren and was at a loss for words. Qin Fan suddenly said, Yifeng's matter, you can say that it's revenge, but what about me? Why did you plot against me? Why? When Qin said this, Qin's words as words. They all knew that Qin Fan was injured, but they didn't know that it was related to Wang Haoren. However, the two of them found it hard to believe. Master, is there some kind of misunderstanding here? Haoren is just an ordinary person. Tantai Yaoyue hurriedly defended Wang Haoren. Yifeng also knows a bit of martial arts. Wang Haoren was able to plot against Yifeng. How could he be an ordinary person? Qin Fan said. Tantai Yaoyue had already deduced this point, but she deliberately ignored it. She wanted to defend Wang Haoren. Since Qin Fan had pointed out this point, Tantai Yaoyue could only change her angle and continue. Even if Haoren knows a bit of martial arts, compared to you, he is too far away. This is absolutely impossible. That's right. Master, with your ability, how could you be plotted against by Haoren? Munanji also questioned. That's because he hit it too deeply. Qin Fan looked deeply at Wang Haoren and said. Do you have something to say? Or do you want to make up some lies? You're right. I plotted against you. Wang Haoren said frankly. Before, he had no choice but to use all kinds of fake faces and lie. But now, there was no need for that. Tantai Yaoyue and Munanji were shocked when they heard this. It's good that you're willing to admit it. It saves me from wasting my breath. Qin Fan's eyes were incomparably cold. He stared at Wang Haoren and asked. Why did you plot against me? Tantai Yaoyue and Munanji looked at Wang Haoren doubtfully, waiting for his reply. It's almost time to eat. Song Zhihui suddenly ran into the hall and was about to inform everyone to start eating. But soon, she felt that the atmosphere was a bit strange. Halfway through her words, she stopped. Wang Haoren glanced at Song Zhihui and then replied to Qin Fan. It's very simple. Because you have ideas about Yaoyue, Nanji, and Zhihui. Is this reason enough? You and Zhihui also. Qin Fan's eyes widened in shock. Yes, Zhihui is also my girlfriend. Wang Haoren said. Ding, host has damaged Qin Fan's mentality. Received 3,000 villain points. Qin Fan protagonist aura minus 150. Host villain aura plus 150. Tantai Yaoyue and Munanji looked at each other, not knowing what to say. Just now, they knew there was a girl called Qin Yunhan, and now there was Song Zhihui. How many girlfriends did this boyfriend of theirs have? Song Zhihui was confused. She didn't understand this situation, but now was not the time to ask questions. She just stood with Tantai Yaoyue and Munanji. In the hall, one side was Qin Fan's camp, the other side was Wang Haoren's camp. Both sides were facing each other. Qin Fan took a deep breath and suppressed his emotions. He asked Tantai Yaoyue, Munanji, and Song Zhihui in a low voice. Wang Haoren plotted against your master, are you going to help him deal with me? This disciple doesn't dare to be disrespectful, but if master wants to touch Haoren, I will not agree. Tantai Yaoyue was the first to express her stance. Tantai Yaoyue naturally knew that Qin Fan had ideas about her. Although she didn't agree with Wang Haoren going against Qin Fan, since it had already happened, Tantai Yaoyue wouldn't blame him. Ding, host has damaged Qin Fan's mentality. Received 2,000 villain points. Qin Fan protagonist aura minus 100. Host villain aura plus 100. Seeing Tantai Yaoyue's stance, Qin Fan's heart was filled with panic. He gritted his teeth and looked at Munanji and Song Zhihui. Master, I'm very grateful for your teachings, but if you want to harm Haoren, then please forgive this disciple for being disrespectful. Munanji said. Me too. Song Zhihui hurriedly chimed in. Qin Fan's craftsmanship had caused such a big commotion, so they naturally knew that Qin Fan was a dirty person. But because Qin Fan had been cut off and was too pitiful, they cared about the grace of teaching him, so they didn't care about the past. They truly treated Qin Fan as their master and ignored Qin Fan's filthiness. But now that Qin Fan wanted to deal with Wang Haoren, it was a different story. Because in their view, they didn't doubt what Wang Haoren said about Qin Fan having special thoughts about them. Wang Haoren did these things because he cared about them. Although his actions were a bit extreme. But they still chose to stand on Wang Haoren's side. Ding, host has damaged Qin Fan's mentality. Received 1,000 villain points. Qin Fan protagonist aura minus 50. Host villain aura plus 50. Ding, host has damaged Qin Fan's mentality. Received 2,000 villain points. Qin Fan protagonist aura minus 100. Host villain aura plus 100. Ding, host has damaged Qin Fan's mentality. Received 3000 villain points. Qin Fan protagonist aura minus 150. Host villain aura plus 150. You are all my good disciples. Qin Fan gritted his teeth. Junior sister, I thought you could distinguish right from wrong. I didn't think you were all so muddle-headed. Do you know what this is called? Deceiving your master and destroying your ancestors. Old man Xiao saw the attitude of Tantai Yaoyue and the others and couldn't help but scold them. Tantai Yaoyue and the others didn't care. In this matter, there was no right or wrong, it was just that everyone had their own position. Senior brother Xiao, I know you are very strong, but if you want to preach, then don't. Tantai Yaoyue said. Junior sister, the sea of bitterness is boundless, turn back to the shore. Old man Xiao persuaded. Turn back? How can I turn back and help you kill my beloved? Tantai Yaoyue sneered. Since you are so stubborn, don't blame me for being impolite. Old man Zhao's voice suddenly became cold, at the same time, the true qi in his body revolved, his white hair fluttering without wind. Qin Fan raised his hand, indicating for him to not act, then looked at Tantai Yaoyue with a complicated expression, playing the emotional card. Have you really thought it through and want to break off your relationship with your master? I also don't want to, but if master wants to harm Howren, then I can only do this. But if master is willing to listen to me, then perhaps there is still room for negotiation. Tantai Yaoyue said. Tell me. Qin Fan's eyes brightened slightly. Tantai Yaoyue didn't immediately reply to Qin Fan, instead her expression became serious, asking Wang Howren, if I ask you to apologize to my master, are you willing? She actually didn't want Wang Howren to suffer, but she felt this matter was a bit strange. If she fell out with Qin Fan, then there might be danger. Her ability was taught by Qin Fan. In other words, Qin Fan knew how much ability she had. And Qin Fan's cultivation was crippled, but after seeing her attitude, he still wasn't willing to let this matter go. Senior brother Xiao majored in medicine, although he wasn't weak in martial arts, there was still a gap between him and her. Plus, Wang Howren wasn't weak either. After all, he was able to succeed in scheming against Qin Fan. Tantai Yaoyue knew she couldn't do this. She and Wang Howren were two martial arts experts. On the surface, it was obvious that they could crush Qin Fan's side. But even so, Qin Fan still had the attitude of wanting to deal with Wang Howren. Tantai Yaoyue keenly felt that Qin Fan should have something to rely on. Although she didn't know what Qin Fan was relying on, Tantai Yaoyue knew that if this continued, it wouldn't be good for her side. If I apologize and your master is willing to shake hands with me, then that's not a bad idea. After all, she has always taught you. Wang Howren seemed to be very friendly. Of course, there was a reason why he said that. Firstly, Wang Howren was certain that Qin Fan would definitely not agree to this. Secondly, Wang Howren hoped that Tantai Yaoyue, Mu Nanji, and Song Zhihui would feel better. This was because there was a huge difference between taking the initiative to deal with Qin Fan and taking the initiative to deal with Qin Fan passively. Tantai Yaoyue smiled, thinking that Wang Howren understood and saw that something was wrong, so he chose to temporarily lower his head. Master, what do you think? Tantai Yaoyue asked. Absolutely impossible. Qin Fan interrupted Tantai Yaoyue. His tone left no room for discussion. He then said in a threatening tone, coldly, today, I must kill Wang Howren. Yaoyue, Nanji, Zhihui, if you dare to stop me, don't blame me for not caring about your relationship. Tantai Yaoyue took a deep breath, knowing that there was no turning back. Munanji and Song Zhihui also understood this point. The two of them didn't have the strength to truss a chicken and didn't know martial arts. They were completely at a loss, so they couldn't help but look at Tantai Yaoyue to see her reaction. Tantai Yaoyue suddenly knelt on the ground. Master, this is the last time I call you this. From today onwards, our relationship is severed. After saying that, she kowtowed 3 times to Qin Fan, repaying Qin Fan for teaching her. Munanji and Song Zhihui also did the same. Ding. Host has damaged Qin Fan's mentality. Received 4000 villain points, Qin Fan protagonist aura minus 200, host villain aura plus 200. Good. 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 Qin Fan was so angry that he laughed, saying good 3 times in a row. "Master, let me clean up the sect for you." Old man Xiao saw the attitude of his 3 junior sisters and his killing intent exploded. He coldly looked at Tan Tai Yaoyue and the others. He wasn't Qin Fan, just an old man. He didn't covet Tan Tai Yaoyue and the others, so he naturally wouldn't have any feelings of pity for them. What he wanted to do was to take revenge for his only disciple, Xiao Feng. He wanted to kill Wang Haoren and kill anyone who tried to stop him. The commotion in the hall attracted the attention of the servants in the mansion. Qin Fan had Xiao Feng dismiss everyone. Xiao Feng accepted the order and dismissed the servants. After that, he hurriedly returned to the main hall. He hated Wang Haoren to the bone and naturally wanted to see Wang Haoren's miserable end with his own eyes. Only then would he be able to vent the hatred in his heart. Tan Tai Yaoyue saw that Qin Fan was about to make a move and immediately prepared. Mu Nanji and Song Zhihui didn't know martial arts and couldn't help, but they didn't leave. They planned to live and die with Wang Haoren. "Wang Haoren, I truly admire you. You're able to make my 3 beautiful disciples so unswervingly loyal to you." Qin Fan looked at the 3 people around Wang Haoren and said with a hoarse voice. He was filled with envy, jealousy, resentment, and other complex emotions. "I'm quite outstanding in a certain aspect, so of course they wouldn't be willing to leave me." Wang Haoren wanted to take advantage of Qin Fan before he died, so he deliberately messed with his mentality. Tan Tai Yaoyue heard this and couldn't help but blush. She glanced at Wang Haoren, but in this situation, she couldn't say anything. Mu Nanji thought that Wang Haoren and Mu Nanji hadn't developed to that stage. Hearing Wang Haoren's words, she felt that he was deliberately angering Qin Fan and naturally couldn't expose him. On the other hand, Song Zhihui was surprised. She thought that Wang Haoren was a bit dull when it came to the relationship between men and women. Suddenly saying such a thing really shocked her. She could vaguely see that this naive and dull boyfriend was actually the opposite. She thought that he was a sheep, but in reality, this guy was a wolf. Of course, although Song Zhihui was surprised, she didn't expose him. She chose to remain silent like Tan Tai Yaoyue and Mu Nanji. To a certain extent, it could be considered a tacit agreement. Thus, when this scene fell into Qin Fan's eyes, it also caused his face to distort malevolently. Ding! Host caused Qin Fan's mentality to be damaged. Received 6,000 villain points, Qin Fan's protagonist aura -300, host's villain aura +300. Wang Haoren, you're at death's door, yet you still dare to anger me. Qin Fan's eyes were blood red. At the same time, the true qi around his body began to revolve. A wave of true qi as vast as the mountains, rivers, lakes, and seas wildly surged out from his body. In the hall, gusts of wind rose. Old man Xiao and Xiao Feng's eyes were filled with worship. They looked at Qin Fan with reverence, as if they were worshipping a god. Qin Fan's figure instantly became tall, as if he was a god descending to the mortal world. No one dared to look at him directly. Just a glance was enough to make one's body tremble. Tan Tai Yaoyue, Mu Nanji, and Song Zhihui's faces instantly became pale. This wave of true qi as vast as the mountains, rivers, lakes, and seas was truly terrifying. Qin Fan still hadn't made a move. He was just standing there, but the pressure coming from him made it difficult for them to breathe. Peak of martial arts, land human immortal, why? Tan Tai Yaoyue's face became paler. She thought that Qin Fan's strength was high enough, but she didn't expect this situation. She thought that Qin Fan had the help of other martial arts experts, but who knew that Qin Fan's biggest support was himself. But in this shock, Tan Tai Yaoyue couldn't help but be confused. Before this, Qin Fan's true energy cultivation was only around 400 years. Now, his true energy cultivation had skyrocketed to 500 years, making him a human immortal of Earth. This was simply unbelievable. When Mai Sifu was looking for medicinal herbs, he found the body of a demigod by chance. From it, he found a top-tier martial arts technique called the Heaven-Patching Secret Record. Mai Sifu's talent in martial arts is unparalleled in this world. After practicing it for 10 days, not only did his dantian recover, but he also improved his martial arts. Xiao Feng couldn't help but take over the conversation and make his presence known. He wanted to anger Wang Haoren at the same time. Because if it wasn't for Wang Haoren, his master wouldn't have gone to find medicine, and his master wouldn't have obtained the technique. In the end, Wang Haoren would have to eat the bitter fruit that he had planted. After saying this, Xiao Yifeng looked at Wang Haoren and saw that he seemed to be sighing. Xiao Yifeng felt very pleased in his heart. He only thought that Wang Haoren was regretting and couldn't help but laugh out loud a few times. Not only does the martial path advance greatly, but this heaven-mending secret record can also mend the body's defects and allow the things that are lost to grow back. Qin Fan saw that Xiao Yifeng didn't get to the point, so he couldn't help but add a sentence. And this sentence was mainly for Tan Tai Yaoyue, Mu Nanji, and Song Zhihui to hear. It was just that Qin Fan was simply overthinking things. Tan Tai Yaoyue, Mu Nanji, and Song Zhihui didn't care about this at all. Whether Qin Fan was a eunuch or not, what did it have to do with them? Qin Fan quickly saw this point, and jealousy grew in his heart. He wanted to cut Wang Haoren into pieces, but he didn't do it immediately. Instead, he said to Wang Haoren like a cat playing with a mouse. You only have one chance to live now. If you're willing to clean house for me and kill Yaoyue, Nanji, and Zhihui, I'll be merciful and let you live. He still had feelings for Tan Tai Yaoyue, Mu Nanji, and Song Zhihui. Even if they were really touched by Wang Haoren, he was still willing to accept them. But Tan Tai Yaoyue and the other two still had feelings for Wang Haoren. Qin Fan obviously wanted to drive a wedge between them. If Wang Haoren really dared to attack, Tan Tai Yaoyue and the other two would be very disappointed in him. In order to live, he had the thought of killing his own woman. This was enough to make Tan Tai Yaoyue and the others feel disheartened. As long as one wasn't an idiot, they would be able to see through Qin Fan's thoughts. But in a life-and-death situation, under the urge of survival, one's reason would become much weaker. Even if they knew that the possibility was small, some villains might really try and see if they could grasp a chance of survival. But was Wang Haoren an ordinary villain? Moreover, Wang Haoren's life-and-death situation was only Qin Fan's wishful thinking. Tan Tai Yaoyue, Mu Nanji, and Song Zhihui were nervous. Their gazes all looked at Wang Haoren at the same time. They understood Qin Fan's intention, but they didn't point it out. Because they all wanted to know what Wang Haoren's feelings for them were. If Wang Haoren really wanted to kill them in order to live, then he really didn't trust them. Under the nervous gazes of Tan Tai Yaoyue, Mu Nanji, and Song Zhihui, Wang Haoren said. Affectionately, the three of you are very good. I love all of you very much. For any one of you, I can sacrifice my own life. Because of me, all of you fell out with Qin Fan. You are very loyal to me. I would rather die than hurt you. When Tan Tai Yaoyue, Mu Nanji, and Song Zhihui heard this, the nervousness in their hearts disappeared. Ding, the female lead Tan Tai Yaoyue's favorability towards the host has increased by 10. Current favorability is 90, until death do us part. Ding, the female lead Mu Nanji's favorability towards the host has increased by 10. Current favorability is 80, until death do us part. Ding, the female lead Song Zhihui's favorability towards the host has increased by 20. Current favorability is 70, until death do us part. Ding, the host has influenced the plot. Received 7,000 villain points, minus 350 Qin Fan protagonist aura, plus 350 host villain aura. After Wang Haoren received the system notification, he suddenly took a few steps forward and hugged and kissed Tan Tai Yaoyue, Mu Nanji, and Song Zhihui for a while. Although the environment was not suitable, Tan Tai Yaoyue, Mu Nanji, and Song Zhihui's hearts were filled with tenderness. They didn't care too much and cooperated with Wang Haoren. After the intimate interaction, they held hands and faced Qin Fan with firm eyes. It was clear that they planned to live and die together. Ding, the host has damaged Qin Fan's mentality. Received 6,000 villain points, minus 300 Qin Fan protagonist aura, plus 300 host villain aura. Qin Fan's face was a bit distorted. His original intention when he said those words was to make Wang Haoren and Tan Tai Yaoyue be at odds with each other. However, he never would have thought that it would imperceptibly help Wang Haoren. Qin Fan looked at the firm gazes of Tan Tai Yaoyue and the others and knew that he couldn't separate them from Wang Haoren. After coming to this conclusion, Qin Fan didn't want to continue talking. The hatred in his heart rose without limit. The true qi that was like the mountains and seas covered the earth as it pressed towards Wang Haoren. In the hall, a fierce gust of wind once again rose. The chandelier on the ceiling swayed incessantly. The tables and chairs also rubbed against the ground, making different ear-piercing sounds. Tantai Yaoyue, Munanji, Song Zhihui, and even Old Man Xiao and Xiaofeng felt their bodies being restricted by the true qi that filled the hall. They couldn't move for a while. Even if they wanted to move a finger, they felt it was abnormally difficult, let alone other movements. Wang Haoran, after you die, I will take good care of Yaoyue and the others. Qin Fan had suffered so much in his heart and also wanted to fight back. However, he found that Wang Haoran's expression didn't have the panic of facing danger. Instead, it was a bit of ridicule. Qin Fan was a bit confused and couldn't help but frown. Wang Haoran was calm and collected. He let go of Tantai Yaoyue's hand and took a step forward. The true qi that restricted Tantai Yaoyue and the others from moving completely retreated. Even the true qi that filled the hall also flowed back into Qin Fan's body. In an instant, the wind stopped and the sound stopped. Qin Fan's expression was pale. He felt the true qi that flowed back uncontrollably. Because of this, his heart was also beating like a drum. When one's cultivation reached the pinnacle of the martial path, true qi had a trace of spirituality and could sense danger. Is it not good to be alive? Wang Haoran looked at the pale Qin Fan and lightly asked. Wang Haoran's words appeared to be as light as a feather. However, when they landed in Qin Fan's ears, it caused his heart to tremble violently. After Qin Fan reached the pinnacle of martial arts and became a land immortal, he felt that he was invincible in the world. But the feedback from his true energy told him that Wang Haoran was very dangerous. But Qin Fan still did not give up. The pinnacle of martial arts was land immortal. Could it be that there was a realm above land immortal? This had already subverted his understanding. With this doubt, Qin Fan forcefully circulated his true energy. An almost solid true energy stream rushed toward Wang Haoran. Wang Haoran stood in place without moving. When the stream was a few meters in front of him, it automatically dissipated and disappeared without a trace. If Qin Fan had still been doubtful about the danger of the true energy response just now, the scene before his eyes had completely dispelled his doubts. Qin Fan knew that he was no match for him. Seeing that his attack did not have the slightest effect, he decisively chose to retreat. However, when his figure was about to escape the door of the hall, he felt that he had hit an impassable invisible wall. He was actually unable to pass through it. Qin Fan turned around in shock. He saw that Wang Haoran's feet suddenly left the ground and slowly floated up. The seven-colored divine light released by the spirit energy was emitted. A golden wheel condensed behind his head, looking extremely dazzling. The current Wang Haoran looked like a god, making people have the urge to prostrate themselves on the ground and worship him. When Tantai Yaoyue, Munanji, and Song Zhihui saw this, their eyes reflected the seven-colored divine light, revealing some indescribable excitement and joy. Old Man Xiao, Xiaofeng, and Qin Fan were the opposite. The three of them had extremely ugly expressions, as if their parents had died. This is not a martial arts technique at all. It's definitely not a martial arts technique. Who are you? Qin Fan supported his body, preventing himself from kneeling under this pressure. Of course, this is not a martial arts technique. This is the technique of an immortal. Wang Haoran's voice, with the support of spirit energy, was ethereal and vast, like a god judging all living things. Immortal arts. You're actually an immortal. Qin Fan mumbled to himself. He had completely lost the will to resist because this kind of power was not something that he could fight against. Regret rose in his heart. But Qin Fan also understood that it was too late now. However, he didn't show any signs of weeping. Instead, he quietly accepted his death. It was an honor to die at the hands of an immortal. Soon, a beam of spiritual qi divine light flew out and landed on Qin Fan's body. The blazing divine flames instantly enveloped Qin Fan. Within a few seconds, Qin Fan turned into ashes and disappeared without a trace. Ding! Host has killed main character Qin Fan. Reward, 16,000 villain points. Old Man Xiao and Xiaofeng were far inferior to Qin Fan. Under Wang Haoran's might, they were already prostrating on the ground, trembling incessantly. Wang Haoran didn't say anything and let the two of them follow in Qin Fan's footsteps. Before long, the spiritual energy converged, and Wang Haoren slowly landed on the ground. Qin Fan, Old Man Xiao, and Xiao Feng had already disappeared without a trace, not even leaving behind a speck of dust. Their traces in this world had been completely erased. Tan Taiyue, Mu Nanji, and Song Zhihui saw that the crisis was resolved. While they were happy, they couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Looking at Wang Haoren, who had returned to his normal appearance, for a moment they didn't dare to recognize him. Because the impact that Wang Haoren brought to them was too great. Immortal. This had already subverted their understanding. But what they didn't know was that Wang Haoren's act had almost exhausted his spiritual energy. It would take a lot of hard work to restore his spiritual energy to its full state. Blue Planet's spiritual energy was thin. It was almost impossible to absorb spiritual energy from the outside world to recover. But fortunately, Wang Haoren cultivated the Devil Emperor's internal scripture and had a special recovery method. However, he had to cultivate the Devil Emperor's internal scripture for at least 10 hours. Actually, Wang Haoren could easily kill Qin Fan and the others. There was naturally a reason why he used such a frightening posture. Because he still owed Tan Taiyue, Mu Nanji, and Song Zhihui an explanation. Because of the danger that Qin Fan had brought, they didn't pay attention to it. But now that the matter was resolved, it was time to talk about it. And regarding this, Wang Haoren had already thought about it. Almost exhausting his spiritual energy and creating such a frightening posture to kill Qin Fan was actually just a foreshadowing. You should have a lot of questions in your hearts, right? Tan Taiyue, Mu Nanji, and Song Zhihui were silent, but Wang Haoren was the first to break the silence. Hearing this, the three of them nodded one after another. Wang Haoren let out a sigh and explained. Actually, I am the reincarnation of the Immortal Emperor, and the three of you are my concubines in my previous life. In my previous life, we encountered a great enemy and perished together with the enemy. After reincarnating, it took me a long time to recover the memories of my previous life. Therefore, I searched all over the world to find you and reunite with you. But the local conditions and customs of the Blue Planet are different from the immortal cultivation world, so I found you and pursued you. However, I didn't dare to tell you about my previous life, so I hid it from you. I know this is difficult for you to accept, but this is our agreement in our previous life. Before we perished together with the enemy, we agreed to meet again in the next life. However, your cultivation is not enough, so you can't remember the memories of your previous life after reincarnation. The inspiration for Wang Haoren to fabricate this lie actually came from a novel about the reincarnation of the Immortal Emperor searching all over the world for his concubines. After he laid his cards on the table with Tan Taiyue and the others, he had already planned this matter. On the Blue Planet, his behavior was naturally called scum, but if there was enough reason to explain it, then it was a different matter. After all, in ancient times, the emperor had 3,000 concubines. As an immortal emperor, wasn't it normal to have many women? After Tan Taiyue, Mu Nanji, and Song Zhihui heard this, they looked at each other in shock. The reason for that was because what Wang Haoren said was simply too outrageous. But on second thought, didn't Wang Haoren's immortal methods just now also exceed their understanding? I know it's hard for you to accept it for a while, but think back to when we first met. Our fate was already destined. Wang Haoren saw that Tan Taiyue and the others were silent, so he reminded them. No wonder the first time I saw you, I was hopelessly in love with you and even had the thought of marrying no one but you. So it was because of this. Tan Taiyue tried to think back and suddenly realized. Me too. When we first met on the bridge of the Mu King Pavilion, I also felt a sense of déjà vu with you, and I couldn't help but fall in love with you. Mu Nanji recalled and said. Me too. At that time in the car, I only caught a glimpse of you, but after that, I couldn't forget you, Song Zhihui muttered. When Wang Haoren saw the three people's reactions, he secretly laughed. In fact, the source of Tan Taiyue and the others' feelings was all because of the Super Peach Blossom halo. However, mentioning it under such circumstances made them feel that this was fate. Seeing the reactions of Tan Taiyue, Mu Nanji, and Song Zhihui, Wang Haoren knew that this matter was basically settled. However, in order to be more certain, Wang Haoren maintained a solemn expression and continued to ask, "Do you believe me now?" Tan Taiyue, Mu Nanji, and Song Zhihui looked at each other, and then nodded at Wang Haoran, no longer doubting him. However, the three of them remembered that Wang Haoran said that he was an immortal emperor in his previous life, and they were concubines, so they couldn't help but feel a little reserved. Although they didn't understand how they got along in their previous life, from the way ancient emperors and concubines interacted, concubines were very cautious in front of the emperor. Wang Haoran saw this and comforted them, "You are my concubines, but we are also husband and wife. Don't be too nervous, I won't eat you, just get along as usual." Tantai Yaoyue, Mu Nanji, and Song Zhihui all breathed a sigh of relief. However, Mu Nanji suddenly remembered something and couldn't help but feel a little inferior, lowering her head. Wang Haoran's heart moved. He could roughly guess her thoughts, so he simply said, "Nanji, actually, the man who detoxified your poison on Qingling Mountain was actually me." Of course, that matter was purely a freak combination of factors. Speaking of which, it was also our fate. Mu Nanji was stunned for a moment, and the knot in her heart that had been secretly gloomy for a long time was suddenly untied. It turned out that what she thought was a nightmare was actually her fate. It seemed that senior brother Tianjizi wasn't wrong. Speaking of which, she really had to thank him. If Tianjizi had said it at that time, perhaps she wouldn't have come to Qingling Mountain. However, Mu Nanji was still a little resentful. She said to Wang Haoran, "Then why didn't you tell me? If I told you earlier, I was afraid that you wouldn't be able to accept it, so I planned to find an opportunity to tell you about it." Wang Haoran explained calmly. Mu Nanji tried to think about it and felt that it made sense. She immediately stopped thinking about it and was in a good mood. Tantai Yaoyue was obsessed with martial arts. Now that she heard about the immortal Tao for the first time, she couldn't help but be fascinated. After Mu Nanji finished speaking, she immediately asked Wang Haoran, "Then in my previous life, I was also an immortal cultivator, right? Was I very powerful?" "Yes." Wang Haoran nodded. At the same time, he saw the anticipation in Tantai Yaoyue's eyes. "Actually, you can also become an immortal cultivator in this life. Nanji and Ji Hui are the same." Hearing this, she couldn't help but be overwhelmed. It said was its immortal Tao have immortal cultivation. And immortal cultivation. It was said immortal. This was to women to immortal. More importantly, immortality meant that they could be together with their loved ones forever. This was of it, they was the most. "Then quickly teach me the cultivation method," Tantai Yaoyue impatiently said. "Are you sure you want to do it now?" Wang Haoran asked. Yes, now." Tantai Yaoyue was impatient. "What we cultivated in our previous life was a dual cultivation method," Wang Haoran said seriously. Tantai Yaoyue froze for a moment, her face turning red. Mu Nanji and Song Zhihui saw this and snickered. "The same goes for you." Wang Haoran looked at the two and added. Mu Nanji and Song Zhihui immediately stopped laughing, and their cheeks turned red. It was unknown what the two were thinking. "What should I call you in the future?" Tantai Yaoyue suddenly felt conflicted. "You all called me emperor in your previous life, but now we're not in the immortal realm, so there's no need to be so particular." Wang Haoran lied without blinking. Tantai Yaoyue, Mu Nanji, and Song Zhihui naturally didn't doubt him. But even so, their love for Wang Haoran had a bit more respect. After all, they were concubines, and the title emperor was more or less a deterrent. "Haoran, in your previous life, who was the main wife? How many concubines did you have?" Tantai Yaoyue asked a question she was more concerned about. "I treated them all equally, no one was the main wife. As for the number of concubines..." Wang Haoran paused to organize his words, or to be more precise, how to organize his words. After thinking it through, he continued to say, after thinking about it, he continued, "In my previous life, I was a tribulation passing immortal venerable. In the universe, I'm not the only one with the same cultivation. Immortal Emperor is actually just a title. For example, there's Devil Emperor, Domain Lord, and so on. The general meaning is actually similar to ancient emperors, the master of a region. It's like there are many guas on a planet, but in the immortal cultivation world, this region has become bigger. As the master of a region, a tribulation passing immortal venerable can rule at least 1 million star fields. In each star field, there are at least tens of millions of planets, and countless living beings. These masters who rule over a million star fields have at least millions or tens of millions of concubines. In comparison, I have too few, only 3,000 concubines. Tantai Yaoyue, Munanji, and Song Zhihui were stunned for a long time. If Wang Haoren directly said 3,000, they would definitely be a bit angry. But after Wang Haoren explained and compared the masters of other star fields, they suddenly couldn't criticize Wang Haoren. Think about it, in ancient times, an emperor had 3,000 concubines. But how big was the blue planet, and the ancient emperors of the Fire Country only occupied a small part of the blue planet. Judging from the size of the territory and the population base, the ratio of concubines to concubines in the millions was actually reasonable. In comparison, their husbands also ruled over a million star fields. Was 3,000 concubines a lot? It was actually not a lot. It was just that they were not used to it because of the blue planet's living environment. But thinking about the number of 3,000, the competition was really too big. However, although they were a bit resentful, their husbands were immortal emperors. What could they do as concubines? They could only think of ways to please and make themselves more favored. How many concubines have you found now? Song Zhihui asked carefully. After reincarnating, you are too scattered. There are only a few dozen of you on the blue planet. In fact, it's difficult for me to find all of them. Some of them may not have successfully reincarnated and their souls directly scattered. It's already a great fortune to be able to find you. Wang Haoren sighed and said with a sorrowful expression. When Tantai Yaoyue, Munanji, and Song Zhihui saw this, how could they dare to blame him? Each of them spoke words to comfort Wang Haoren, and some even threw themselves into his arms, wanting to give him some comfort. In comparison, they were actually more fortunate because at least they could continue their fate with their husbands. They should cherish what they had now. Wang Haoren opened his arms and hugged them. His expression was sorrowful, but his heart was blooming with joy. Tantai Yaoyue and the others' acceptance also allowed Wang Haoren to see some signs of peace in his harem. The immortal emperors reincarnating to find concubines was a wonderful reason. It was simply too useful. This feast at Hongmen ended just like this, with Qin Fan, the old man surnamed Xiao, and Xiaoifeng being annihilated. After Wang Haoren laid his cards on the table and used the reason of the reincarnation of the immortal emperor looking for a concubine, Tantai Yaoyue, Munanji, and Song Zhihui became harmonious. There was no quarrel at all, and they were even quite harmonious. Of course, the basic condition for this reason to be persuasive was that Wang Haoren was now a cultivator. If he only knew martial arts, things would definitely not go so smoothly. Because of the existence of cultivation, their worldview was subverted, and they accepted some things in this world that were originally unacceptable. Ever since he started cultivating, there were too many conveniences. Now that Tantai Yaoyue and the others were friendly and harmonious, it was an extremely good start. Wang Haoren's heart was already filled with longing. The backyard was bustling with activity, but it was a scene of harmony. Just thinking about it made him full of enthusiasm. After leaving Qin Fan's villa, Wang Haoren first sent Tantai Yaoyue back, and then sent Munanji and Song Zhihui to the Jinhao Hotel. Although Munanji and Song Zhihui both had plans to buy a house, they were still living in the Jinhao Hotel. Now that things were clear, the two also planned to buy a house together. This way, they would have a companion. Otherwise, it would be too lonely. Of course, Wang Haoren agreed wholeheartedly. He even planned to find a villa in his villa area for the two of them to live in. This way, it would be convenient for them to cultivate. Before, he needed all kinds of cover, but Wang Haoren was more confident now. As for Tantai Yaoyue's sisters, except for Bufian, the other 6 sisters had accepted each other. And Tantai Yaoyue had made a good start, so Qiu Qianwei and the others would not have any objections. Even if Munanji, Song Zhihui, and the other sisters met, there was nothing to worry about. In addition, there was Feng Xuansu and Ning Aoshue in the villa area. Ning Aoshue was relatively tolerant of this, and she was already cultivating with Wang Haoren, so it was not difficult for her to accept them. As for Feng Xuansu's matter, it had dragged on for a long time. Before this, Wang Haoren had always felt that if he were to acknowledge Feng Xuansu, it would cause trouble in his backyard. But now, he wasn't so worried anymore. Anyway, there was such a good reason. After sorting out his thoughts, Wang Haoren was in a good mood. After sending Mu Nanji and Song Zhihui to the Jinhao Hotel, he started to ask people to look for a house in the villa area where he lived. However, at this moment, a new piece of news suddenly appeared on the internet. It almost took up the headlines of every media outlet in Qingling Ma Hongxing. His son and the driver all died in a car accident. As the richest man in Qingling, one could imagine the commotion he caused. The cause of the accident is currently under investigation. However, Wang Haoren knew that there shouldn't be any problems in this matter. Of course, this was not because it was an accident. On the contrary, it was man-made. As expected, it was done by Qin Fan's disciple, Leng Shui. Wang Haoren couldn't help but sigh. Ma Hongxing was dead after all. It seemed that burning incense before he went out didn't make the ancestors bless him. In these media news, there was also a video of Qing Rui crying and fainting after learning about it. Wang Haoren couldn't help but sigh. Qing Rui's acting was really good. Even if it was him, he might not be much better than her. In this situation, it was inconvenient for him to look for her. He could only wait for the storm to pass. Wang Haoren returned to the villa. Feng Xuanzu was overjoyed when she saw him. After not seeing him for more than 20 days, the longing in her heart had accumulated to a terrifying extent. Therefore, Feng Xuanzu even ignored the fact that she hadn't acknowledged Wang Haoren yet. She directly threw herself into his arms and greedily felt the warmth in his arms. After a long time, Feng Xuanzu calmed down and took a step back. "I'm sorry. I was too happy and forgot that you haven't remembered what happened between us." "Wife, I remember now. Not only do I remember our past in this life, but also our previous lives." Wang Haoren looked at Feng Xuanzu with gentle eyes. After hearing that, Feng Xuanzu was stunned for a moment. Then she was overjoyed as if a honey pot had been knocked over. However, she still didn't understand some of Wang Haoren's words. "Our previous lives?" Feng Xuanzu asked in surprise. Wang Haoren didn't answer immediately. Instead, he said to a closed bedroom door, "Aoshue, you don't have to eavesdrop. Come here." Feng Xuanzu was stunned for a moment and looked over subconsciously. She saw the door suddenly open and Ning Aoshue walked out. "So you were eavesdropping? Then you must have heard him call me wife just now." Feng Xuanzu couldn't help feeling a little proud. She only felt that she had won over Ning Aoshue. "Of course I heard it. But you were only his wife in name now." Ning Aoshue was also a little proud. She said meaningfully, "I'd been in Xianxia for more than 20 days. Do you know what happened during this period?" During this period in Xianxia, Wang Haoren, Ning Aoshue, and Fang Yorua had all established a relationship. Naturally, he couldn't refute it. When he was cultivating with Fang Yorua, he didn't forget Ning Aoshue at all. Feng Xuanzu also heard the deep meaning in Ning Aoshue's words. However, she still didn't believe it. So, she looked at Wang Haoren with a questioning gaze. "What Aoshue said is true." Wang Haoren responded. Ding. The host made the female lead Feng Xuanzu jealous. The host gained 1,000 villain points. Feng Xuanzu pouted her little mouth. She was very jealous. "I'll answer your question about our previous lives," Wang Haoren said. His gaze moved from Feng Xuanzu to Ning Aoshue. "It's also about our previous lives." Feng Xuanzu and Ning Aoshue were both puzzled. Then, they listened quietly. Wang Haoren used the same words to fool Tan Taiyue and the others to fool Feng Xuanzu and Ning Aoshue. After listening, the two found it hard to believe at first. However, they finally accepted this fact. Feng Xuanzu was both happy and worried. She was happy that she finally recognized her husband. However, she was worried that her husband had more than one wife. However, she soon felt relieved. She was just a little nervous. Because after they recognized each other, she had a hunch that something would happen. While she was secretly looking forward to it, she was also a little flustered and scared. When Ning Aoshue first got involved, she never thought that she could monopolize it. Therefore, she was quite open-minded about it. Speaking of which, the two could be regarded as people who lived in seclusion. In seclusion, they kept some ancient traditions, such as having 3 wives and 4 concubines. Their acceptance was actually much higher than that of Tan Taiyueyue, Mu Nanji, and Song Zhihui. Moreover, their husband was an immortal emperor who ruled millions of star regions. It was completely understandable that he had more concubines. It was now evening. Feng Anna was cooking in the kitchen after closing the glass door. She had no idea about the conversation in the hall. After she finished cooking, she called Wang Haoran and the others to eat. In the past, Feng Xuanzu and Ming Aoshue would quarrel from time to time when they were eating. However, they did not quarrel today. Instead, they were more enthusiastic and kept putting food in Wang Haoran's bowl. They felt that as the husband of an immortal emperor, he should not like the concubines scheming against each other. Of course, they did not dare to make things difficult for their husband. Feng Anna found it strange. However, she knew her identity very well. Naturally, she did not dare to ask more. She just ate in silence. Another place under the night sky. Seclusion, Blue Cloud Sect. Since Yun Churan left Qingling and returned to the sect, she did not tell her parents about what happened in Qingling because she was depressed. She simply told them that Yan Yuntian was dead and the engagement was annulled. After Yun Churan's parents learned about this, they began to look for a husband for Yun Churan. They successfully found a sect's young master who was well-matched in terms of social status and arranged a marriage with the other party's elder. This sect's young master was a martial cultivation genius. His future was limitless. After the marriage was arranged, Yun Churan's parents told their daughter about it. Yun Churan's parents thought that their daughter was very obedient and would definitely agree to this marriage. However, Yun Churan turned pale with fright when she heard about it. She told her parents what happened in Qingling. If she were to be engaged to an outsider, she would face the anger of someone whose cultivation level surpassed that of a great grandmaster. However, Yun Churan's parents did not believe it at all. After carefully calculating the forces in the seclusion world, there was no such person as Wang Haoran. Even if he was the young master, he would not let an expert whose cultivation level surpassed that of a great grandmaster be his bodyguard. Moreover, this young master lived in the secular world and did not have a talent for martial cultivation. How could the sect's master rely on such a worthless young master so much? Yun Churan's parents judged that this was a lie their daughter told to avoid the engagement. They would not agree to annul the engagement no matter what. Then, while they were arguing, they suddenly received news. The young master of the sect who was engaged to Yun Churan was injured during an adventure. His meridians were damaged, and he could no longer go further on the path of martial cultivation. It was a pity that a genius had fallen. With his meridians damaged, he would be a good-for-nothing from now on. After Yun Churan's parents heard this, they sighed and began to consider annulling the engagement. Yun Churan did not want to delay any longer. After seeing this, she immediately urged her parents to do it as soon as possible and said that they would go together. Naturally, Yun Churan's parents would not object to this. Logically speaking, Yun Churan should indeed make a trip there. Her parents had no reason to object, so they naturally agreed. Yun Churan heaved a sigh of relief. She prayed that this matter would be over. Otherwise, it would be terrible. Late at night under the starry sky. In a villa, some unspeakable things were happening. Ding! Host has captured the female lead Feng Xuanzu for the first time. Obtained 8,000 villain points. Feng Xuanzu's female lead Halo -400. Host's villain Halo +400. Wang Haoran obtained a considerable amount of villain points and Halo points, but what made him even happier was that he had stepped into level 8 Qi refinement. This speed could be described as taking off. From Yifan's memories, Wang Haoran learned that even when Yifan rose to prominence in his previous life, he was far from such a cultivation speed. This extreme Heaven Devil Emperor's cultivation method was not simple. It could be said to be wonderful. Not only did his cultivation base increase rapidly, but compared to the boring cultivation methods of other immortal cultivation methods, it was simply too enjoyable. Wang Haoran could not wait to cultivate through the night. However, a certain someone was a little overwhelmed. After all, Feng Xuanzu was the female lead in the main storyline of Yan Yuntian. She had talent in martial arts, but not in immortal cultivation. Unlike Feng Yorua, who could use spiritual energy to treat herself with just a little guidance. As for Wang Haoren, in order to scare Tan Taiyue and the others, he had pretended too much when he killed Qin Fan. He had used up too much spirit qi and was currently recovering his spirit qi. It was not appropriate to treat Feng Xuanzu, because a certain amount of spiritual energy would still be needed to treat her completely. If it was just to reduce the swelling and pain, it would not require much spiritual energy. However, there was no need for that at all because medicine could do that. In fact, Feng Xuanzu was already prepared. She even specially prepared these things. Wang Haoren was speechless. Feng Xuanzu was really good at preparing for a rainy day. Immortal cultivation techniques are truly inconceivable. I can vaguely sense signs of reaching the level of a neutralizing grandmaster. Additionally, my primary energy has also become purer and more solid than before. Even if I were to compare my primary energy with a true neutralizing grandmaster, I would likely not lose out in the slightest. After taking the medicine, Feng Xuanzu felt much more comfortable. She then felt the changes in her cultivation base and exclaimed in surprise. Before this, her cultivation was only at the neutral energy master level. She had only cultivated for an hour, but she had actually made such a huge improvement. Naturally, she was extremely shocked. That's nothing, Wang Haoren said. True qi only represents martial arts. As long as you continue to cultivate, your true qi will transform into spiritual qi, and you will be a beginner cultivator. Feng Xuanzu listened with great yearning, but soon, a look of fear appeared on her face. I didn't say to continue cultivating right now, Wang Haoren added with a smile. Only then did Feng Xuanzu heave a sigh of relief. However, she glanced around and soon discovered that her husband seemed to be unsatisfied, but he really could not bear to continue enduring the storm. She thought for a moment and suddenly said, "My husband, go and find Xianxia." Hearing this, Wang Haoren could not help but be surprised. If he suddenly left to find Xianxia, it might be normal for Feng Xuanzu to turn a blind eye to it. It was really a bit strange that Feng Xuanzu suddenly took the initiative to say so. However, he soon realized that Feng Xuanzu was deliberately acting cute to please him so that he would spoil her more. Sure enough, women were women after all, and they would inevitably have some petty thoughts. She was afraid that they would quarrel with each other, which would make Wang Haoren unhappy, so she used another way to fight. However, for this kind of fight, the biggest beneficiary was Wang Haoren. Wang Haoren could not help but sigh. The excuse of the reincarnation of the immortal emperor was simply too wonderful. Because of this excuse, Feng Xuanzu was given an identity, a concubine. When a concubine faced an immortal emperor, in addition to the love between husband and wife, she also had some reverence due to her identity. Wang Haoren and Feng Xuanzu leaned against each other and talked for a while. When he was about to leave to find Xianxia, his phone suddenly rang. He picked up the phone and found that the caller ID was Feng Rao. After the death of Yan Yuntian and his son, Feng Rao arranged for them to be buried in Qingling Mountain. After that, she met Wang Haoren at the foot of the mountain. In front of a stream in Qingling Mountain, they had some indescribable beautiful memories. However, after that, Wang Haoren did not go to Feng Rao. After staying in Qingling Mountain for a long time, Feng Rao saw that Wang Haoren did not come to find her, so she did not disturb Wang Haoren's peace. As the master of Fengxi Mountain, Feng Rao left the stall to Qin Yunhan's mother, Feng Yun, for a long time and had to go back. After Feng Rao left for Fengxi Mountain, Wang Haoren contacted her. But the purpose was to let her keep an eye on the movements of the hidden Jianghu. Or to be more precise, to pay attention to whether Blue Cloud Section Churen was engaged or not. Feng Rao contacted him in the middle of the night. Was it because she missed him, or was it related to this? Wang Haoren answered the phone with some doubts. I'm not disturbing your sleep by calling you so late, am I? After the phone was connected, Feng Rao's noble and mature voice sounded. No, but why are you still awake at this time? Wang Haoren asked casually. It's lonely in the middle of the night and I feel empty. I want to find someone to talk to. Feng Rao's voice seemed to be able to stir one's mind. Wang Haoren was stunned for a moment and subconsciously looked at Feng Xuanzu next to him. He saw that she was looking at him with a suspicious gaze. Feng Xuanzu was next to him, so she could naturally hear what Feng Rao said on the phone. Sister, do you want me to talk to you? Feng Xuanzu could not help but say into the phone. On the other end of the phone, Feng Rao suddenly heard Feng Xuanzu's voice. Her whole body quivered and she immediately lost the thought of stirring up people's hearts. With some surprise and doubt, she quickly asked, "Xuanzu, you two are now?" "Yes, we've acknowledged each other now," Feng Xuanzu replied. "Then congratulations." Feng Rao congratulated her and immediately said solemnly, "I was just joking. I'm looking for Howren in the middle of the night because there's something else important." When Wang Howren heard this, he immediately asked, "Is it related to Yun Churen?" Feng Rao replied, "Yun Churen is engaged to the young master of a sect called Seven Stars Sect." Wang Howren was a little impressed by Yun Churen's courage. He had warned her so back then, but she did not take his words seriously. However, in order to confirm, Wang Howren asked again, "Is this true?" "It's absolutely true." Feng Rao replied affirmatively. After a pause, she suddenly added, "However, the young master of Seven Stars Sect encountered a dangerous situation when he went out to train. His meridians were injured and he has no chance of martial arts in the future. I don't know what the Blue Cloud Sect will do next." After hearing Feng Rao's words, Wang Howren could not help but speculate. According to the following development, was Yun Churen going to break off the engagement? Then, the young man whose meridians were injured and had no fate with martial arts would feel angry and shout, "Life is full of ups and downs. Don't bully the young man because he's poor." Wang Howren was too familiar with this plot. This was the famous opening scene of many novels, commonly known as the marriage breakup. Wang Howren guessed and felt that it should be close to the mark. If this happened to an ordinary person, it would be hard to say, but Yun Churen was the female lead. If something like this happened to the female lead, it was most likely related to the main character. And the young master of the Seven Stars Sect was the main character. Do you know where the Blue Cloud Sect is? Wang Howren wanted to see this scene and at the same time, he wanted to find Yun Churen. Previously, he was too busy to take care of Yun Churen and was afraid that it would make the backyard even more chaotic. But now, there was no need to worry about this. Secondly, he had to deal with the main character who was engaged to Yun Churen. He tricked Tan Tai Yaoyue into being the reincarnation of the immortal emperor, but he did not forget his identity as a villain. "Do you want to go to the Blue Cloud Sect?" Feng Rao asked. "Yes, tell me how to get there," Wang Howren replied. "The Blue Cloud Sect is deep in the mountains. Ordinary people can't find it at all." "Even if I tell you, you won't be able to find it," Feng Rao said naturally. "How about this? You went to the Phoenix Stream platform at the foot of the Phoenix Stream mountain to pray for blessings last time. You can go there directly. I'll personally take you to the Blue Cloud Sect." Feng Rao's words were very serious, and no one could tell what she meant. But how could Wang Howren not guess Feng Rao's thoughts? Feng Rao's favorability towards him was already full. Wang Howren didn't even need to think to know that she wanted to eat him even in her dreams. Wang Howren was a little afraid to be alone with Feng Rao. After hearing her words, he did not immediately respond. Instead, he covered his phone and whispered to Feng Xuanzu. "Do you know how to get to the Blue Cloud Sect?" "No." Feng Xuanzu shook her head. Wang Howren felt a little helpless after hearing this. He definitely had to go to the Blue Cloud Sect, but if Feng Rao didn't lead the way, he wouldn't be able to go there for a while. After thinking for a while, Wang Howren could only say, "Then let's meet at the Phoenix Stream Terrace tomorrow. I want to go to the Blue Cloud Sect as soon as possible. I have something important to deal with." "Alright, I will wait for you at the Phoenix Stream platform tomorrow." Feng Rao's voice slightly trembled, revealing her unconcealable excitement. Wang Howren naturally understood. Feng Xuanzu did not know that the two of them had an ambiguous relationship, so she did not find it strange. Moreover, she had felt it today, so she wouldn't deliberately dwell on it. If it was in the past, she might have gotten to the bottom of it. However, after learning that her husband was the reincarnation of an immortal emperor and she was a concubine, she didn't dare to ask about her husband's matters. If she made her husband unhappy and her husband stopped doting on her, that would be bad. Wang Howren ended the call with Feng Rao. He talked with Feng Xian Sunwan for a while and then went to Ningao Xue. After cultivating for a night. In the early morning, Wang Howren was still in high spirits and embarked on the journey to the Phoenix Stream Terrace. In the middle of the morning, Wang Howren arrived at his destination. Feng Rao was already waiting in the main hall of the Phoenix Stream Terrace. Compared to a month ago, Feng Rao seemed to have lost a lot of weight. He didn't know whether it was because of the matter of the Phoenix Stream Mountain or some other reason. However, Wang Haoren's attention soon turned to another part of Feng Rao. When he met Feng Rao before, he did not copy Yi Fan's memory, so his knowledge was relatively shallow. However, after obtaining Yi Fan's memory, the 1,000 years of knowledge and cognition made Wang Haoren understand a lot of things. When Wang Haoren, Fang Yarua, Ning Aoshue, Feng Xuanzu, and the others cultivated, there was a certain difference in cultivation. This was directly related to their respective physiques. However, although there was a difference, the difference was not big. However, some women's physiques were particularly magical. They were born to be cauldrons. Of course, Wang Haoren cultivated the Devil Emperor's internal scripture and studied yin and yang, which was beneficial to both sides. It was not a one-sided plunder. Even so, women with such magical physiques were still of great benefit to cultivators of the Devil Emperor's internal scripture. For example, if the cultivation obtained from cultivating with Fang Yarua was 1, then the cultivation obtained from cultivating with Feng Rao might be 10. 1 Feng Rao was equivalent to 10 Fang Yarua. The difference was not small. What was even more amazing was that after careful observation, Wang Haoren found that Feng Rao's virginity was still there. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be there. After all, Feng Rao had been married before and had a son so old. However, when Wang Haoren thought about it, he quickly understood the reason. Virginity was not something that would be lost after doing that kind of thing. This was closely related to the feelings and emotions of the woman at that time. If the woman felt very happy mentally and physically, then it would definitely be gone. For example, none of the female leads who had a deeper relationship with Wang Haoren. Moreover, most of them were things that happened before Wang Haoren cultivated the Devil Emperor's internal scripture. In fact, Wang Haoren had wasted a lot of his cultivation. However, there was nothing he could do about it. After all, Wang Haoren himself did not know that he would obtain such a cultivation technique one day. The reason why Feng Rao still existed was that she had no feelings for Yan Feiping. She just wanted to continue the descendants of Feng Xishan. As for why Feng Rao's physique was more suitable than Fang Yarua's to cultivate that cultivation technique, it was not unexpected. Fang Yarua was the only female lead in Yi Fan's plot, and Yi Fan would cultivate the Azure Emperor's secret art of longevity in the future. It was normal for Fang Yarua to not have that kind of physique. After all, Yi Fan would not cultivate that kind of cultivation technique. Therefore, in the setting of Fang Yarua, the female lead, that kind of unnecessary physique would not be added. As for the supporting female lead, Feng Rao had such a physique. This might be because in some plots of Yan Yuntian's main plot, there would be evil cultivators who took a fancy to Feng Rao's physique and had evil intentions. To put it bluntly, Feng Rao's physique was completely to attract hatred and then let Yan Yuntian show off and slap him in the face. In martial arts, there was actually a dual cultivation technique, but compared to the cultivation level, it was much weaker. However, Yan Yuntian was already dead, so this kind of plot would not appear. However, after Wang Haoren saw this, he could not help but have an idea. It was equivalent to 10 Fang Yaruas. This was a real cultivation. How could he not be tempted? One had to know that when he cultivated with Fang Yarua for the first time, his cultivation level directly increased by 1 level in the Qi refinement realm. Now Wang Haoren's cultivation level was at the 8th level of the Qi refinement realm. If he continued to cultivate with the other female leads, it would take some time for him to cross the Qi refinement realm. However, if he cultivated with Feng Rao, he might directly skip a level. Moreover, Feng Rao was really beautiful. She had a special charm and noble temperament that the female leads around him did not have. Wang Haoren felt that he might have to imitate Boss Chow. Wang Haoren temporarily put away his thoughts and looked at Feng Rao's expression. He saw Feng Rao looking at him, her eyes were shining. He didn't know what she was thinking. Then, she broke the silence and said with some emotion, "Do you still remember? This is where we first met." "Of course." Wang Haoren nodded. Feng Rao only mentioned it, but she didn't continue the topic. Instead, she changed the topic and said, "Congratulations on reuniting with Xuanzu. As her sister, I really should congratulate you." If there's a chance, I'll go back to Fengxi Mountain with Xuanzu in the future. After all, it's Xuanzu's home. Wang Haoran said. Thank you. Feng Rao smiled and asked curiously, why are you going to the Blue Cloud sect to find Yunchuren? It's a little complicated. I'll explain it to you later. Let's not ask so many questions now. Let's go. Wang Haoran said. Okay. Feng Rao nodded obediently. Then, she got up from her seat and walked toward Wang Haoran while swaying her waist. The aura of a noble and domineering elder sister gushed over, causing people to feel restless. Wang Haoran immediately felt an indescribable strange impulse from his soul to his body. Before he cultivated the Demon Emperor's internal scripture, he wouldn't be like this. After all, as an experienced person, his self-control was very good. However, after he cultivated the Demon Emperor's internal scripture, he couldn't help but see a good cultivation partner. When Yi Fan searched the memories of the Extreme Heaven Demon Emperor's disciples and women, the information he got was still a little shallow. He didn't have the experience of a real cultivator of the Demon Emperor's internal scripture. This was because this cultivation method would unknowingly magnify one's emotions. To a certain extent, this cultivation method would urge the cultivator to work harder. When the Extreme Heaven Demon Emperor had the idea of seducing a few celestial Prime Tao companions, he actually knew the consequences, but he still did it. Part of the reason might be the influence of the Demon Emperor's internal scripture. Of course, from another perspective, there was another benefit. When cultivating with a Tao companion, it could unknowingly magnify the feelings of the Tao companion. In other words, he could make his Tao companion's love for him even deeper. This was also why after Wang Haoran and the female lead cultivated the Demon Emperor's internal sutra, they felt that it was easier to gain favorability. While he was thinking, a fragrant wind blew over, and a peerless figure appeared in his field of vision. However, when the figure was 1 meter away from him, it suddenly stopped and did not continue forward. This distance wasn't too distant, but it wasn't too close either. It could be considered the distance between good friends. It's all mountain roads to the Blue Cloud sect. You're not a martial artist, so you might feel a little strenuous. If you're really in a hurry to go to the Blue Cloud sect, I can take you with me. It'll be much faster this way, Feng Ai said. Wang Haoran subconsciously wanted to say that there was no need at all. But after he changed his mind, he did not resist getting close to Feng Rao. So, he took the opportunity to reply. Then I'll have to trouble you, sister. Feng Ai was stunned. He was surprised by this address, but he soon realized that it was very reasonable. Feng Xuanzu was her younger sister, so it was only right for her younger sister's husband to call her elder sister. At this time, it was not the sacrificial ceremony of Mount Fengxi, so there were many tourists on the Phoenix Stream platform outside. Feng Rao's identity was quite special. Naturally, she would not show up in public at the foot of Mount Fengxi, so she put on the light muslin bamboo hat that she had already prepared. Feng Rao, who returned to Mount Fengxi, did not wear modern clothes. Instead, she wore a palace dress, which looked noble and elegant. Wearing a light muslin bamboo hat was not at all out of place. She looked like a chivalrous woman in a martial arts movie. After leaving the Phoenix Stream platform with Wang Haoran and reaching a place where there was no one, Feng Rao hugged Wang Haoran's waist and jumped up. Wang Haoran only felt that the ground was getting farther and farther away from him. Soon, he reached the top of a tree. Feng Rao tapped the branches and leaves of the tree with the tip of her toes. Her figure paused, and she jumped again. In a few flashes, she was already hundreds of feet away. As the master of Mount Fengxi, Feng Rao's strength was still very high. Previously, Wang Haoran's cultivation was limited, so he did not see through Feng Rao's background. In addition, Feng Rao did not deliberately make a move. Now that Wang Haoran had become a cultivator, even if Feng Rao did not make a move, she could not hide her cultivation from him. Moreover, Feng Rao used lightness skill, so her genuine qi foundation was inadvertently revealed. Feng Rao's genuine qi cultivation was close to 200 years, and she was about to enter the realm of the great grandmaster of elixir strength. Compared to old man Zhuqiu of the Zhuqiu family, the head of the top 10 martial arts families in Song State, she was much stronger. However, this was also reasonable. Song State was prosperous in martial arts, but compared to the real top sects in Jianghu, it was still a little inferior. When she jumped up from the tree in the forest, Feng Rao did not do anything that crossed the line. She did not look like she wanted to eat people as before. Instead, she became well-behaved. Wang Haoren was still a little unaccustomed to this. However, he soon realized that Feng Rao had sensed his distance from her. Feng Rao was sad, or maybe she did not want to make things difficult for him, so she acted like this. In contrast, Wang Haoren felt that the possibility of Feng Rao not wanting to make things difficult for him was much higher. He had to admit that Feng Rao was quite sensible, which made him feel a little sorry for her. While sighing, Wang Haoren could not help but feel a little guilty. To be honest, it was quite cruel to Feng Rao to just set the fire and not put it out. After Feng Rao left Qingling and returned to Mount Fengxi, she had obviously lost a lot of weight. Logically speaking, with her cultivation, this should not be at all. It could be imagined that after returning to Mount Fengxi, she was in a depressed mood and missed him too much. Thinking of this, Wang Haoren wanted to comfort Feng Rao. However, he was still a gentleman. After all, a gentleman uses his mouth and not his fists. However, Feng Rao was suddenly attacked. Her mind was disturbed, and her genuine qi was instantly scattered. His foot, which had just stepped on the tree, staggered. The two of them fell toward the ground, about 20 meters below the ground. Fortunately, Feng Rao raised her genuine qi in time and used lightness skill again. She lifted herself up and returned to the tree. However, she only stood steadily on the tree and did not continue to move forward. Feng Rao felt the remaining warmth on her cheeks. With some doubt and surprise, she cast her gaze on the handsome face beside her. "Sister, you are really good," Wang Haoren praised, as if he was praising Feng Rao for her quick reaction and not letting the two of them fall into the forest below. "It's just a little lightness skill. There are more powerful ones. Do you want to see them?" Feng Rao's eyes regained some of their usual vigor. Wang Haoren was very familiar with this kind of gaze. To put it simply, this was a gaze that wanted to eat people. Moreover, when Wang Haoren looked at Feng Rao before, he found that Feng Rao was not inconvenienced today. Those annoying relatives did not come to visit. This place was in the forest, where there were no traces of people. No matter how big the commotion, no one would know. The desire to improve his cultivation level and the thought in his heart intertwined and occupied Wang Haoren's mind. However, this thought did not last long and was quickly suppressed by him. This was because it would be too wasteful if he did that. Although Feng Rao's physique was excellent, to put it bluntly, it was just a seedling. If he wanted to fully realize its value, he would need to cultivate with a specific cultivation technique to let the seedling grow and finally bear fruit. Only by harvesting the fruit at this time could he maximize the benefits. If he only looked at the present, Wang Haoren might be able to successfully cross over to the qi refinement realm, but he would lose the big picture for the small. Moreover, he needed to rush to the Blue Cloud sect to rush to the famous scene of breaking off the engagement. If he really cultivated, he would not be able to finish it in a short period of time and would waste a lot of time. In addition to rushing to the famous scene, Wang Haoren also wanted to try and see if he could intercept the opportunity of the young master of the Seven-Star sect. A famous scene like this where one broke off an engagement at the beginning was usually a high martial arts fantasy or high martial arts cultivation plot. The Blue Planet was most likely just a newbie village. If the young master of the Seven-Star sect wanted to rise, he would definitely have a cheat. Moreover, this cheat was definitely not small. It was very likely to be very heaven-defying. According to some plot differences, the time to trigger this cheat was usually before or after the engagement was broken off. If the cheat was triggered after the engagement was broken off, then Wang Haoren would have a chance to seize the opportunity. However, if it was triggered before the engagement was broken off, then he could only remove the hidden danger in advance. This kind of protagonist who had obtained a cheat and rose against the heavens was usually very weak at the beginning, unlike Yi Fan. Although Yi Fan was weaker than Wang Haoren now, he had a big killing move, which was to burn the soul of an immortal and perish together with the enemy. Wang Haoren did not dare to kill Yi Fan for the time being, but the young master of the Seven-Star sect should not have such a method. The environment here is pretty good. While he was thinking, Feng Rao, who was next to him, looked at Wang Haoren with charming eyes and suddenly said this. Wang Haoren naturally understood what it meant, but he had already made a decision in his heart. Naturally, he would not do something like not wanting the fruit and eating the seedling instead. It's pretty good, but I have something important to do in the Blue Cloud sect. I can't delay it, so it's better not to look at the scenery. Wang Haoren blinked. If you want to see the scenery, I will see it with you sooner or later. Why are you in such a hurry? Wang Haoren planned to teach her the cultivation method after Yun Churen's matter was over. After all, they had to hurry on with their journey now. It was really inconvenient to talk about these things. When Feng Ai heard this, he was overjoyed for a while, and the faint haggard look on his face disappeared. Because she could feel Wang Haoren's emotions from his words. Now, he seemed to have stopped resisting and was willing to face his own matters. Okay, we should hurry. Feng Rao was in a good mood, but she didn't dare to delay Wang Haoren's business. She pulled herself together. The distance between Fengxi Mountain and the Blue Cloud sect was only separated by a huge forest. It was not particularly far. Feng Ai tried her best to hurry on with the journey. A few hours later, they arrived at the Blue Cloud sect. Feng Rao did not rush up the mountain rashly. She shouted, Feng Rao, the mountain master of Fengxi Mountain, is here to visit the mountain. Her voice was wrapped in true qi, and it shook all the birds and beasts in the forest. It also spread to the top of the mountain. Such a big commotion quickly attracted the people of the Blue Cloud sect. The sect master of the Blue Cloud sect personally came down the mountain to welcome Feng Rao and Wang Haoren up the mountain. The relationship between Fengxi Mountain and the Blue Cloud sect was still very good. Otherwise, the two forces would not have set up a marriage alliance. The antique pavilion stood on top of the mountains, looking majestic and magnificent. In the Blue Cloud sect's living room, Yun Churen's father, the sect master of the Blue Cloud sect, was named Yun Feng. Feng Rao and Yun Feng chatted for a while, then immediately asked to see Yun Churen. Hearing this, Yun Feng's face showed an unnatural expression. After Yan Yuntian's death, he set up a marriage alliance between Yun Churen and the Seven Star sect. Now that Feng Rao came to visit, Yun Feng could not help but think that Feng Rao was here to cause trouble. However, since Feng Rao was here, this matter had to be resolved no matter what. He informed the disciples to call Yun Churen over. While waiting, Feng Rao glanced at Wang Haoren in confusion. The Blue Cloud sect set up a marriage alliance with the Seven Stars sect so quickly, but Feng Rao would not personally come to find trouble. After all, she was the one who allowed Yun Churen to do this. The matter of meeting Yun Churen was naturally brought up by Wang Haoren on the way. Feng Rao just did as she was told. However, she really did not understand why Wang Haoren came to look for Yun Churen. Was he interested in Yun Churen? However, when they were in Qingling, the little fairy doctor personally checked Yun Churen's pulse and confirmed that Yun Churen was pregnant. After the disciple left, Yun Churen quickly came to the living room. Aunt Rao. Yun Churen came to the living room and respectfully bowed as a junior. She was still grateful to Feng Rao. After bowing to Feng Rao, Yun Churen's gaze shifted slightly and fell on Wang Haoren, who was next to her. Panic and fear immediately rose in her heart. When they were in Qingling, Wang Haoren's warning still rang in her ears. If she dared to set up a marriage alliance with someone else, she would kill everyone in the Blue Cloud sect. Now that Wang Haoren suddenly came, it must be about the marriage alliance. Although there was only Feng Rao and Wang Haoren in front of her, Yun Churen felt that Wang Haoren might have brought other experts over. Could it be that today was a disaster for the Blue Cloud sect? Miss Yun, long time no see. You're still as graceful as before. Wang Haoren smiled and took the lead to greet her. Yun Churen could not smile at all and hurriedly explained, the engagement was decided by my parents on their own. I only found out about it later. These words were easy to misunderstand. Yun Feng and Feng Rao both looked at Yun Churen with strange eyes. Since Wang Haoren became a cultivator, he could observe people to the smallest detail. He could easily tell whether a person was lying or not. Because if a person lied, some subtle changes in their emotions and body could not be hidden from him. He was simply a human lie detector. Wang Haoren could see that Yun Churen was not lying. After making this judgment, Wang Haoren dismissed the idea of finding fault with her. Yun Churen's marriage alliance was inexplicably arranged. This could actually be attributed to the protagonist's halo and the heroine's halo acting up. Yun Churan could not be blamed. Wang Haoran was still thinking about some things between him and Yun Churan. Naturally, he would not give her a cold shoulder. Moreover, not only did he not give her a cold shoulder, but Wang Haoran also intended to continue this misunderstanding. He suddenly stood up from his seat, excitedly grabbed Yun Churan's hand, and said happily, "Churan, I knew this was definitely not your wish." After that, he directly pulled Yun Churan into his arms. Yun Feng, Feng Rao, and Yun Churan were all stunned. This scene really made one's imagination run wild. Yun Feng and Feng Rao naturally thought in that direction. They felt that Yun Churan and Wang Haoran had an inexplicable relationship. After Yun Churan recovered from her shock, she subconsciously wanted to push Wang Haoran away. After all, the two of them really did not have that kind of relationship. However, before she could do so, she heard a soft voice. "Be good and cooperate." When the voice entered her ears, Yun Churan froze and did not dare to move at all. Wang Haoran only used a voice that Yun Churan could hear. Yun Feng and Feng Rao did not hear anything. After feeling that the act was almost done, Wang Haoran let go of Yun Churan at the right time. Yun Feng was a little unhappy, but he was worried about Feng Rao's face. Before the matter was clarified, he did not immediately flare up. He only frowned. Wang Haoran did not care about what Yun Feng was thinking. He only asked Yun Churan, "What do you plan to do with the Seven-Star sect?" "I've discussed it with my parents and decided to break off the engagement as soon as possible," Yun Churan replied. "Then I'll go with you," Wang Haoran said. He came to Yun Churan to see this scene. If he went with Yun Churan, he would be able to experience it more realistically. In terms of age, he was about the same as Yun Churan. They looked like a handsome man and a beautiful woman. If he went with Yun Churan to break off the engagement, it would definitely cause misunderstandings. This kind of positioning was like the villain beside the woman in the breaking off of an engagement. Of course, in order to better fit into this role, he still needed some settings. After talking to Yun Churan, he disguised his spiritual qi as true qi and revealed that his true qi cultivation was around that of a neutralizing great grandmaster. As the vital qi quietly circulated, Yun Feng, Feng Rao, and Yun Churan turned pale with fright. Before this, Feng Rao and Yun Churan only thought that Wang Haoran was an ordinary person. Yun Feng did not sense any true energy fluctuations from Wang Haoran, so he did not think that Wang Haoran was a cultivator. Yun Feng was the first to react. He chuckled and said, "So you have feelings for Chu Ran. It's all my fault for not noticing it beforehand. If I had known earlier, I definitely wouldn't have arranged Chu Ran's marriage." Just now, she was still a little angry because of Yun Churan and Wang Haoran's actions, but now her attitude had a 180-degree change. Wang Haoran looked about 18 or 19 years old. Such a martial genius was enough to make Yun Feng overlook those minor details. Feng Rao saw the change of Yun Feng's attitude. She secretly exclaimed that this old man was shameless. Then, he looked at Wang Haoran with resentment. Only now did she know that Wang Haoran was actually a martial artist, and his true qi cultivation was not low. Feng Rao considered herself a genius of martial arts. However, when she was at Wang Haoran's age, she didn't have this kind of cultivation base. However, Feng Rao did not expose him in front of everyone, nor did she come out to interfere with Wang Haoran's matter. "It's fine. It's just an engagement. I can just cancel it." Wang Haoran acted magnanimous. Seeing this, Yun Feng's face was full of smiles. He couldn't help but ask, "May I know which force you are from? Can you tell me?" To be able to achieve this kind of cultivation base at such a young age, talent was one aspect. However, Yun Feng definitely did not believe that he did not have the help of cultivation resources. Moreover, Feng Rao personally brought him to the Azure Cloud sect. To a large extent, it proved that Wang Haoran's identity was not ordinary. However, Yun Feng would never have thought that this 18 or 19-year-old youth had a special relationship with the noble Mount Fengxi's mountain master. "Please forgive me for not being able to tell you. I can only say that Chu Ran will not be humiliated when she's with me." Wang Haoran lied. Seeing that Wang Haoran did not say anything, Yun Feng did not force him. After all, he knew that Wang Haoran's background was not simple. Other than that, it was not particularly important. By the way, Chu Ran, the matter you mentioned earlier. Yun Feng suddenly thought of something. It was the matter of Yun Churan breaking her promise to set the engagement and wanting to kill everyone in the Azure Cloud sect. Yun Churan did not answer immediately. Instead, she looked at Wang Haoran with a pleading look in her eyes. What matter? Wang Haoran pretended not to understand. Yun Feng hurriedly explained. Oh, Wang Haoran replied. Then, he said to Yun Churan, you're lying because you want to cancel the engagement with the young master of the Seven-Star sect, right? When Yun Churan heard this, she already knew what to say. She immediately said to her father, Yun Feng, father, don't worry. I'm just spouting nonsense. I see. Yun Feng immediately felt relieved. Then, he said to Wang Haoran, if you're in love with Chu Ran, then you have feelings for each other. Since you're in love with my Churan, why don't you inform your elders and arrange a marriage between our families? What do you think? Yun Churan subconsciously wanted to cover her face. It was not because she was shy, but because she felt that her father was too shameless. As his daughter, she felt ashamed. However, her father was calm and did not feel that there was anything wrong with it. There's no rush. We'll talk about it after we go to the Seven Stars sect, Wang Haoran replied. That's good too. Yun Feng nodded and then said impatiently, why don't we set off as soon as possible? I'll write a letter and ask the elders in the sect to bring it to the Seven Stars sect with you. Yun Feng was the first to propose the engagement with the Seven Stars sect. The engagement had just been set not long ago. Yun Feng was afraid that he would lose face if he went personally, so he chose to write a letter. To Wang Haoran, it did not matter whether Yun Feng went or not. The only thing he cared about was that Yun Churan could go. After all, Yun Churan could not be absent from this occasion. There's no need. I'll go with Churan, Wang Haoran replied. Yun Feng hesitated for a moment, but considering that Wang Haoran had the cultivation of a neutralizing strength great grandmaster, he would not be at a disadvantage, so he nodded and said, okay, then we'll do as you say. Yun Churan opened her mouth and wanted to refuse because she was a little afraid of going to the Seven Stars sect alone with Wang Haoran. However, when she thought of Wang Haoran's threat, she could only force herself to shut up and acquiesce. After discussing, Yun Feng immediately wrote a letter. At this moment, Feng Rao found an excuse to call Wang Haoran to a quiet place to talk. Isn't Yun Churan pregnant? Could it be yours? Feng Rao asked in confusion. She could see that Wang Haoran was not the kind of person who liked to take over. Then, the only explanation was that Yun Churan's pregnancy might be related to Wang Haoran. After all, she was very clear about the enmity between Wang Haoran and Yan Yuntian. It made sense for Wang Haoran to use Yun Churan's matter to attack Yan Yuntian. She's not pregnant. It's just a cover, Wang Haoran explained. But the little fairy doctor has already checked Bian Suwen's pulse. How can it be fake? Feng Rao did not believe it. Can't she lie? Wang Haoran asked back. The fairy doctor, Bian Suwen, has noble medical ethics. How could she lie about medical matters? Feng Rao wanted to refute, but she suddenly stopped halfway. As the leader of Mount Fengxi, she had no reason to like Wang Haoran. But such an impossible thing still happened. So what if the fairy doctor was lying? However, Feng Rao couldn't help but suspect the relationship between Wang Haoran and Bian Suwen. She asked with some doubts, then what's your relationship with the fairy doctor? About the same as Xuanxia. Wang Haoran had already classified Yun Churan as his cultivation partner. After hearing this, Feng Rao was stunned. She immediately understood a lot of things. It turned out that Bian Suwen's treatment of Yan Yuntian was arranged by Wang Haoran in secret. And Bian Suwen asking for so much treatment fee from Yan Feiping was probably instructed by Wang Haoran. It seems that I've really underestimated you, Feng Rao murmured. Then, she quickly realized something else and said in surprise, then why did you go to Mount Fengxi? I didn't go there to pray. I went there because I knew that it was the sacrificial ceremony of Mount Fengxi, Wang Haoran said frankly. To use me to deal with Yan Yuntian? Feng Rao asked. That's right. Wang Haoran nodded. Feng Rao was a little annoyed. No one would be happy to be used like this. However, this annoyance didn't last long. Soon, it was overshadowed by the love and tenderness in her heart. Then why do you think I'll fall for you? Feng Rao was curious. Of course, Wang Haoran couldn't tell her that it was because of the charm halo. He thought about what he had planned before and simply said, actually, this is the fate of our previous lives. After meeting again in this life, we naturally fell for each other. Fate of our previous lives? Feng Rao's face was filled with disbelief. Wang Haoran once again used the wonderful excuse of the reincarnation of the immortal emperor. Feng Rao was shocked after hearing this. In order to make Feng Rao completely believe him, Wang Haoran even showed her some immortal cultivation methods. Wang Haoran had already started thinking about this on the way here. Because he had to tell Feng Rao something if he wanted to give her the immortal cultivation method. Wang Haoran naturally used the excuse of the reincarnation of an immortal emperor looking for a concubine. So it's fate of our previous lives. No wonder when I saw you for the first time, I couldn't control myself. And fell in love with you. Feng Rao was a little surprised, but her face immediately showed some pain. Why didn't we meet earlier? If we had met earlier, I wouldn't have. I'm already unclean now. I don't have the right to be your concubine. If Wang Haoran was just an ordinary person, then Feng Rao wouldn't have this feeling. However, after believing that Wang Haoran was the reincarnation of an immortal emperor, she couldn't help but have some thoughts in her mind. Feng Rao's reaction was out of Wang Haoran's expectation. I reincarnated a little late. After reincarnating, I didn't recover the memory of my previous life immediately. It's inevitable that I missed it. Wang Haoran was a little uncomfortable with Feng Rao's past. But when he thought of the fruits he could get in the future, he felt a little better. Moreover, he was also brainwashing himself, telling himself not to care and to pay respect to Boss Chow. If he couldn't put in his true feelings, he wouldn't get much benefit from cultivating the Devil Emperor's internal scripture. To cultivate the Devil Emperor's internal scripture, both parties needed to love each other and be connected. After brainwashing himself, Wang Haoran comforted Feng Rao and told her that he didn't care and that she shouldn't take it to heart. Then, he taught her the immortal cultivation method that was suitable for her. Feng Rao was a martial arts genius. She yearned for martial arts. When she first heard about immortal cultivation, she was also fascinated. She remembered everything Wang Haoran said. But in her heart, she still remembered some of her past in this life and couldn't be happy. When immortal cultivation reaches a certain level, can one be reborn? Feng Rao couldn't help but ask. But after saying that, she felt that she couldn't express her meaning clearly, so she added, I mean, from the inside out, completely new, like a kind of rebirth. These words were already considered very clear, and Wang Haoran naturally understood. Feng Rao felt that she was unclean, so she wanted to change her body and be with him. Wang Haoran could understand her thoughts. And if he really did what Feng Rao said, he wouldn't feel uncomfortable. But, it would take a long time, although after entering the qi refining stage, you can be considered a beginner immortal cultivator. Before you reach the soul formation stage, you still have a mortal body. When you reach the soul formation stage, you need to abandon your mortal body and create an immortal body. Because a mortal body can't really withstand the erosion of time, Wang Haoran said slowly. At that time, you can be considered a real new life. The soul formation stage, right? I will definitely reach it. Feng Rao's eyes were full of determination. Wang Haoran couldn't help but smile bitterly. Because it would take a really long time to reach this stage. However, if Feng Rao could really reach that stage, then the benefits of cultivating with her could be maximized. The difference in spiritual energy between the few levels of the qi refining stage and the few levels of the soul formation stage was unimaginably huge. In comparison, it was definitely much more cost-effective to advance to the few levels of the soul formation stage. Of course, this was just an example from the perspective of benefits. Because when Feng Rao reached the soul formation stage, Wang Haoran would definitely be in a higher realm. After Feng Rao made her decision, she deliberately kept a distance from Wang Haoran. Even when she knew that Wang Haoran and Yun Churan had left for the Seven-Star Sect and that she might not be able to see him for a long time, she didn't do anything to snuggle up to him before parting. Even when Wang Haoran wanted to hug her, Feng Rao stepped back and avoided him. The reason was very simple. Feng Rao wanted to be reborn and wash away her impurities before coming into contact with Wang Haoren again. Yun Feng had finished writing the letter. Wang Haoren, Yun Churen, and Feng Rao went down the mountain together and soon went their separate ways. The first two went to the Seven Stars sect while Feng Rao returned to Fengxi Mountain. It would take nearly a day to travel from the Blue Cloud sect to the Seven Stars sect. Moreover, this was under the condition that they would not take any detours. They would cross mountains and rivers when they met them. Along the way, Yun Churen was still quite nervous. At the same time, she had many questions in her heart. During the starry night, Wang Haoren and Yun Churen arrived at an ancient city. The Seven Star sect was in this ancient city. However, it was already late, so it was inconvenient to go directly to the Seven Stars sect. Wang Haoren and Yun Churen found an inn in the ancient city to stay. Wang Haoren was not the main character, so he naturally would not encounter a plot where there was only one room left in the inn and the two of them had no choice but to sleep in the same room. However, Wang Haoren was a villain. Even if there were many rooms left, he could request to stay in the same room as Yun Churen. After all, villains were not upright gentlemen. Would they reason with you? Under the starry night, the ancient city seemed particularly quiet. There was no ostentation or restlessness like in the city. In a house within the Seven Stars sect's territory in the ancient city, a young man was shouting loudly, venting the unhappiness in his heart. This young man was called Chu Tian, and he was the young master of the Seven Stars sect. He was also the one who had an engagement with Yun Churen. After venting some of his anger, Chu Tian finally calmed down a little. Not long after, there was a knock on the door. Chu Tian originally wanted to ignore it, but he heard a voice outside the door. Tian, it's me. When Chu Tian heard the voice, he knew it belonged to his father, so he went to open the door. Since he was injured, many people from the sect had come to visit him. However, almost all of them were gloating and only came to see him make a fool of himself. Chu Tian's father was naturally not among them. Father. After Chu Tian opened the door, he saw the middle-aged man outside and called out softly. Tian, your face looks very pale. Does the injury on your body still hurt? Chu Tian's father, Chu Zhan, asked his son with concern. Chu Tian smiled bitterly. The pain on his body was nothing, but the pain in his heart was the most unbearable. His martial arts talent was outstanding, and his future was limitless. However, an accident happened when he went out to train caused his meridians to suffer irreversible injuries, and he would not be able to practice martial arts in the future. This was something that Chu Tian, who wanted to become a powerhouse, could not accept. Chu Zhan could read his son's emotions from his expression, so he hurriedly comforted him. Although no one can repair your meridians in the secluded Jianghu, other than the secluded Jianghu, there are some ancient sects and clans in the world. Any one of them is above the secluded Jianghu. I'll think of a way to go to these ancient sects and clans to ask for divine medicine to heal your meridians. Don't be discouraged. As he spoke, Chu Zhan patted his son's shoulder, wanting to cheer him up. Those ancient sects and clans only exist in some records in the sect's ancient books. Perhaps they don't exist at all. As the young master of the Seven Star sect, Chu Tian also had the authority to look up some secrets of the sect, so he naturally knew some of the information. Naturally, he felt that the hope was so slim that it could be ignored. It definitely exists. Chu Zhan also knew that there wasn't much hope, but his tone was very certain. Because if he was also so dispirited, then his son would lose even more hope in his heart. Even if they do exist, why would those ancient sects or clans give us the herbs to repair our meridians? Chu Tian changed his perspective and responded to his father's question. As long as you can pay the price, you will definitely be able to get it, Chu Zhan said. I'm already a cripple now. I'm afraid that those old fellows in the sect will definitely not agree to this, especially the Great Elder. Apart from me, the Great Elder's grandson is the most promising candidate to replace me as the young master of the Seven Star sect and become the next sect master. Chu Tian shook his head and mocked himself. At this point, he recalled some of the things he had heard during the day and continued. I heard that there's a sect meeting tomorrow, but tomorrow isn't the end of the month, so it's not the time for a regular sect meeting. It seems like there's something important to discuss tomorrow. Chu Zhan frowned, thinking that the news spread really fast, but it was useless to deny it. It was the Great Elder. Who suggested it? Chu Zhan sighed. That old fellow really can't wait. It seems that after tomorrow, my status as the successor of the Seven-Star sect master will be revoked. Chu Tian sneered. His status as the young master was not because he was Chu Zhan's son, but because he was the next sect master of the Seven-Star sect. It won't be that easy for that old fellow to succeed. Chu Zhan could not help but gnash his teeth at the mention of the Great Elder. Although he was the sect master, the Elder's Council's power was not small. In many matters, he had to be controlled by the Elder's Council. Of course, the main reason was that many elders followed the Great Elder's lead. If that was not the case, the Great Elder alone would not dare to be so arrogant. Hearing Chu Zhan's words, Chu Tian fell silent. Given his current situation, he really did not have the face to continue to force himself to stay as the young master. For a moment, Chu Zhan did not know how to comfort him. At this moment, a disciple suddenly came to report, but after seeing Chu Tian, he did not say anything. When Chu Tian saw this disciple, he knew that he was Chu Zhan's confidant and could be trusted. Logically speaking, if there was something important, he should not hide it from him. Puzzled, Chu Tian deliberately said, "I'm still the young master now. Could it be that I'm not liked so soon?" The disciple did not know how to respond, so he looked at Chu Zhan with a questioning expression. Chu Zhan was afraid that if he hid it from his son, it would make his son feel even more uncomfortable. He could only say helplessly, "What's the matter? Just say it." After receiving the order, the disciple immediately reported, "I received news that the Blue Cloud sect's Xianxia has just arrived in the ancient city and is currently staying in an inn." After hearing this, Chu Tian frowned. Similar to Xianxia, he only learned about this matter after he was engaged to an elder. Chu Tian was not too happy about this, but he did not object either. However, Xianxia had just come to the ancient city after such a thing happened to him. He reckoned that her intentions were not simple. "Tian, maybe Churan just came to visit you and has no other intentions." Chu Zhan also had a vague feeling, but he did not point it out. Instead, he tried to think in a positive direction. "Haha, if that's the case, why is she avoiding me? I think." Chu Tian looked at the disciple who reported and said with a scrutinizing gaze. "It seems that you didn't tell me everything, right? Did Xianxia come alone, or did she come with her elders?" If Xianxia came alone, it could be interpreted as a simple visit. However, if she came with someone else, her intentions were obvious. "Young master is wise." The disciple was shocked and reported helplessly, "There's a handsome young master beside Xianxia. I can't tell his background for the time being, but his temperament is extraordinary. I reckon his background is not simple. It seems that not only will I lose the position of the young master tomorrow, but I will also lose my beautiful fiancée." Chu Tian sneered sadly. "Tian." Chu Zhan saw his son's expression and was worried. "Father, I want to be alone for a while." Chu Tian was expressionless and suddenly interrupted Chu Zhan. Chu Zhan did not continue to say anything. He sighed and left worriedly. Chu Tian was the only one left in the quiet room. After calming down for a while, he took out the half-foot-tall black tower that he had hidden in the room. This half-foot-tall black tower was neither gold nor iron, neither stone nor wood. He didn't know what material it was made of. Chu Tian looked at the black tower with sparkling eyes. He had obtained this black tower by chance during his training. At that time, he was besieged by some ferocious beasts in the ancient forest and was seriously injured. He was about to die. However, at this moment, a crack suddenly appeared in the void and sucked the ferocious beasts into the void. Through the crack in the void, Chu Tian saw the scene of two people fighting. To be more precise, they couldn't be considered humans but immortals. The aftermath of the battle caused the stars to shatter and the galaxy to reverse. This was beyond the scope of martial arts and also beyond the scope of humans. The reason why the two immortals were fighting was because they were fighting over this mysterious black tower. However, in the end, the two immortals were both injured and no one gained an advantage. Moreover, the mysterious black tower flew out of the void turbulence and arrived in front of Chu Tian. How could the mysterious black tower that made two immortals fight over it be an ordinary item? At first, Chu Tian was so sure. However, he studied it for a long time and found that he couldn't figure out anything. This black tower looked like an ordinary decoration. However, Chu Tian still didn't give up. He locked the room and continued to study it, trying to find some mechanism. However, after trying for a long time, he still didn't find anything. In anger, Chu Tian threw the black tower out. With a pong, the black tower crashed into the wall, and then rolled on the ground, finally rolling under the bed. Just as the black tower was out of Chu Tian's sight, some faint light appeared. However, this light flashed and disappeared without anyone noticing. In the inn in the ancient city, Yun Charan was restless, and her heart was in a mess. From time to time, she would secretly look at Wang Haoran. Wang Haoran leaned against the window as if he was admiring the night view of the ancient city. There were very few modern things in the ancient city, even fewer than in Song State. This made Wang Haoran feel like he was in a fantasy world. After a long time, Wang Haoran looked away and looked at the restless Yun Charan. "Don't be nervous. I don't eat people. You. What exactly do you want to do?" Seeing that the silence was broken, Yun Charan carefully voiced her doubts. "You don't have to worry about that. You just need to know that I won't harm you." "That's enough," Wang Haoran said. Yun Charan did not even want to believe a single punctuation mark in this sentence. However, on the surface, he did not dare to question anything and only remained silent. "You don't believe me?" Wang Haoran read some of Yun Charan's thoughts from her expression. "You caused me to lose my reputation. How can I believe you?" Yun Charan asked subconsciously. "These words are too serious. I didn't do that to you. It was the fairy doctor who did it to you. Moreover, I already told you last time. Your memory can't be that bad, right?" Wang Haoran said. "But you made everyone think that I was pregnant in front of others. Isn't this causing me to lose my reputation?" Yun Charan retorted. "Come on, the number of people present at that time can be counted with a few fingers. Moreover, 2 of them are buried in the ground. The rest are not gossipy people," Wang Haoran said. "It doesn't matter if only one person knows." Yun Charan still valued her innocence very much and insisted. "Hey, do you believe that I'm serious?" Wang Haoran frowned. Yun Charan's face turned pale, but soon she was not so afraid. Instead, she felt relieved. "Since I'm traveling with you, I expected this to happen." After saying that, she closed her eyes as if she was going to turn into a wooden puppet and be at his disposal. Wang Haoran was quite tempted. However, Yun Charan's current feelings for him were far from the level of love. It was not beneficial to his cultivation to do something directly. Moreover, it was very wasteful. He still needed to improve her favorability first. In this regard, Wang Haoran already had some ideas. As the female lead of a broken engagement, Yun Charan would be slapped in the face in the future in the main plot. She would also fall in love with the protagonist and lick his boots. This change almost came from one point. The good-for-nothing that Yun Charan abandoned was actually a genius that he looked up to. To put it bluntly, Yun Charan admired that kind of monstrous martial arts genius. If this kind of worship continued, it would gradually turn into love. Wang Haoran met this condition very well. However, when he was in the Blue Cloud sect, he only showed the cultivation of a neutralizing strength great grandmaster. However, this did not seem to be shocking enough for Yun Charan. In other words, although she was surprised, because Wang Haoran had done something excessive before, even if she admired him, it was washed away by the hostility in her heart. In order to magnify the admiration in Yun Charan's heart to the point of overshadowing the hostility, he needed to show more skills. After sorting out all these, Wang Haoran quickly came up with a plan. However, it was not a bad idea to simply show his skills in front of Yun Charan, but the effect would not be too strong. Wang Haoran had another better plan. After thinking for a while, he suddenly said coldly to Yun Charan, "Yun Charan, don't think too highly of yourself. If you want to be my maid, you're barely qualified. But if you want to be my woman, you're not worthy. The reason I came to the 7-star sect is that I have other more important things to do. It's not because of you. You'd better remember this." Hearing this, Yun Charan slowly opened her eyes. She was very unconvinced. What did he mean by barely qualified? No matter what, she was the daughter of the Blue Cloud sect master, and her family background was quite prominent. Even if Wang Haoren was the young master of a super sect, wasn't he too arrogant? However, Yun Charan only dared to think these words in her heart and did not dare to say them out loud. Nevertheless, she could not help but say it lightly to show her resistance. Then why do you want to stay in the same room as me? Yun Charan seemed to want to prove that he was lusting after her. Didn't you hear what I said just now? Go get some water to wash my feet, Wang Haoren replied indifferently. Hearing this, Yun Charan finally understood. So this guy really treated her as a maid. How preposterous. Yun Charan wanted to say that a warrior would rather be killed than humiliated, but in the end, she did not have the courage. It was just pouring water. There was no need to make it equal to her life. Yun Charan endured her displeasure and went to get a basin of water. After soaking his feet for a while, Wang Haoren quickly rested on the bed. There was only one bed in this room. Yun Charan sighed when she saw this scene. She lay on the table helplessly and prepared to make do for the night. At first, she could not fall asleep, but somehow, she became more and more sleepy and soon fell asleep. At this moment, Wang Haoren suddenly opened his eyes. The reason why he shared a room with Yun Charan was not that he planned to have sex with her directly, but to make it easier for him to create dreams. This was a new spell that Wang Haoren learned after his cultivation reached the 8th level of the Qi refinement realm. It was called the Dream Creation Spell. The dream creation spell seemed a little useless, but it was extremely useful to Wang Haoren. The next day, Yun Charan slowly woke up. Last night, she had a strange dream. In the dream, she was the maid of an immortal emperor. Moreover, the scene in the dream was extremely realistic. She could still recall the details. However, after thinking about it for a while, she felt her face heat up. This was because this kind of dream was the kind that could not be told to outsiders. Moreover, the immortal emperor's appearance was very similar to someone else's. Yun Charan's unfocused eyes focused on Wang Haoren, who was by the window. That's right. The immortal emperor in the dream was exactly the same as Wang Haoren. Sensing that Yun Charan was sizing him up, Wang Haoren retracted his gaze from the window and looked at Yun Charan's face. Go and get some water, Wang Haoren said indifferently. Although the scenery in the ancient city was not bad, there were many things that were inconvenient. They maintained some of the ancient style. Among them, the lifestyle was naturally one of them. Yun Charan's gaze met Wang Haoren's. For a moment, she felt that Wang Haoren's figure overlapped with the immortal emperor in her dream. Yes. For some reason, Yun Charan answered obediently. However, she soon realized that it was just a dream. After all, how could there be an immortal in this world? Even if there was, this immortal could not be Wang Haoren. Wang Haoren was at most the young master of a super sect. Although he had reached the realm of neutralizing strength great grandmaster at a young age, he had plenty of resources. However, in the super sects, where cultivation resources were abundant, it was not surprising that Wang Haoren was born if they were nurtured with great effort. Of course, Wang Haoren's talent in martial arts was also very important. However, it was not enough to make Yun Charan, the daughter of the sect master of a first-rate sect, be a lowly servant. However, the situation was better than her. Yun Charan could only suppress the pride in her heart and go to get water for Wang Haoren. In the middle of the morning, Wang Haoren and Yun Charan left the inn. They passed through a few ancient city roads and arrived at the entrance of the 7 Stars Sex Building Complex. On the way, Wang Haoren asked Yun Charan about the situation of the forces in the ancient city. Soon, he found out that there were 2 other forces in the ancient city that were comparable to the 7 Stars sect. There were some conflicts between the 3 forces, and they often had conflicts. When Wang Haoren heard this, he could roughly determine that this was the mission challenge of the 7 Stars sect's young master in the beginner map. That was to get rid of the other 2 forces and let the 7 Stars sect dominate. After clearing the stage, they continued on to other maps. Wang Haoren was all too familiar with this kind of trick. There were disciples guarding the gate of the 7 Stars sect. Yun Charan told them the way. After hearing this, the disciple asked Yun Charan to wait for a moment and immediately left to report. After a short while, he returned and invited Yun Charan and Wang Haoren into the sect. Under the guidance of this disciple, Wang Haoren and Yun Charan came to a place that looked like a meeting hall. Wang Haoren used his X-ray vision to look at the situation in advance. He saw a middle-aged man sitting at the head of the meeting hall. On both sides of Chu Zhan sat some old men. At the head of the table was an old man who looked very arrogant. From the looks of it, they seemed to have been discussing something just now. Moreover, they did not agree on what they were discussing. Otherwise, the middle-aged man at the head of the table and the old man at the head of the table would not be glaring at each other. Their gazes confronted each other until Yun Churen and Wang Haoren arrived in the hall. Then, both sides restrained themselves. "Greetings, Uncle Chu." Yun Churen greeted the middle-aged man at the head of the table very politely. The relationship between the Blue Cloud sect and the Seven Stars sect was relatively good. Yun Churen had seen Chu Zhan before, so she naturally knew him. "After not seeing you for a few years, Churen has really become more and more beautiful. Yunfeng has a good daughter." Chu Zhan's words sounded like a compliment, but there was a deeper meaning behind them. "Uncle Chu, you flatter me." Yun Churen understood some of the meaning behind his words. She felt a little embarrassed, but she still responded with a smile. "Churen, why did you suddenly visit us?" Chu Zhan was in a bad mood. After exchanging pleasantries with Yun Churen, he did not want to be long-winded and directly asked. Yun Churen was about to speak. However, the old man at the head of the table suddenly spoke first. "Sect Master, you don't have to call Chu Tian over to abolish his position as the successor. But now that Chu Tian's fiancé is here, he should at least appear. Otherwise, wouldn't we be neglecting him?" Chu Zhan glared at him. This detestable old man was naturally that first elder who opposed him. "That's right. Chu Tian should come out. Don't let others mock our Seven Stars sect for not knowing how to treat guests." "That's right. That's right." As soon as the first elder spoke, some of the elders present quickly agreed. Chu Zhan frowned and glanced at this group of old fellows. Then, he helplessly asked a disciple to inform Chu Tian to come over. He did not want his son to be attacked in public, so he insisted on not letting Chu Tian come over when he abolished his position as the successor. However, now that Yun Churen was here, Chu Tian had no choice but to appear. Moreover, the first elder's sudden words were obviously intentional. He wanted to embarrass Chu Tian in front of others. Obviously, the first elder also knew that Yun Churen had arrived at the ancient city last night. Moreover, he had roughly guessed the purpose of Yun Churen's visit. Otherwise, there wouldn't be 2 empty seats in the meeting hall today. It was probably deliberately arranged by the first elder. While waiting, the first elder warmly invited Wang Haoren and Yun Churen to take a seat. Wang Haoren looked at the first elder's face and knew that he was a villain. Not long after, a handsome young man with a pale face came to the meeting hall. "Chu Tian, you're here. Take a seat." The first elder seemed to be enthusiastic, but when he scanned the hall and found that there were no seats, he patted his wrinkled forehead and said, "I'm sorry. There are no seats left. I'll have to trouble you to stand for a while, young master." Hearing the conversation, Wang Haoren also confirmed that this handsome young man with a pale face was Chu Tian. He immediately communicated with the system and began to check. Protagonist, Chu Tian, Combat Strength, 39, Charm, 197, Protagonist Aura, 20278, rapidly increasing, Skill, Goldfinger not triggered. Chu Tian's Protagonist Aura was almost 10,000 points lower than Yi Fan's. However, considering that Chu Tian's Protagonist Aura was still rapidly increasing, his potential should not be much lower than Yi Fan's. In fact, it might even be higher than Yi Fan's in the end. What made Wang Haoren the happiest was undoubtedly that Chu Tian's Goldfinger had not been triggered. In other words, Wang Haoren had a chance to stop him. Because if Chu Tian had already triggered his Goldfinger, it was almost impossible to stop him. Previously, there was such an example. That was Lu Chen, who had obtained the ancient immortal doctor's inheritance. At that time, Wang Haoren wanted to steal Lu Chen's jade pendant, but in the end, he went for wool and came home shorn. This was because once something like a Goldfinger was bound to the protagonist, it was almost impossible to steal it. He just did not know what Chu Tian's Goldfinger was. However, judging from the plot of the annulment, the first Goldfinger that Wang Haoren thought of was naturally the accompanying grandfather, followed by a heaven-defying treasure. However, Wang Haoren was not looking forward to the accompanying grandfather at all. After all, he had replicated Yi Fan's memory, and his own knowledge were profound enough. Moreover, there were some things that he usually did that could not be told to outsiders. Bringing an old grandfather around to watch the show, moreover, the accompanying grandfather was usually more righteous and did not match a villain like him. There would be a conflict of values. With that thought in mind, Wang Haoren immediately used his X-ray vision to size up Chu Tian. He wanted to see if he had anything like a ring or a bracelet on his body. This was because these kinds of things were usually where the accompanying grandfather lived. Otherwise, why would they be called the accompanying grandfather? Wang Haoren looked Chu Tian up and down and quickly realized that he did not have a ring or other items on him. Chu Tian's golden finger was not a portable old man. It was very likely that it was some kind of heaven-defying treasure. Wang Haoren secretly rejoiced after making this judgment. Just as Wang Haoren was having these thoughts, Chu Tian silently stared at the first elder. He was obviously dissatisfied with the first elder's sarcastic words just now. However, he did not make a scene. He just glanced around the meeting hall. His gaze quickly fell on Xianxia. It had to be said that Xianxia was quite beautiful. At the age of 18, she was very attractive to a young man of Chu Tian's age. However, Chu Tian immediately realized the purpose of Xianxia's visit, and his admiration quickly dissipated. His expression also became colder. Chu Tian's gaze shifted slightly and landed on Wang Haoren. A strong sense of displeasure instinctively rose in his heart. If Xianxia had brought an elder to break off the engagement, he might have reluctantly accepted it. However, Xianxia brought a man who was about her age. What was the meaning of this? Was she showing off, or was she trying to humiliate him? Xianxia and Chu Tian had met before, but they had not spoken more than 10 sentences in total. Under such circumstances, it was naturally inconvenient for her to say anything to Chu Tian. Moreover, she did not have a good impression of Chu Tian, but she did not want to ridicule and humiliate him in front of his face. Xianxia turned to look at Chu Zhan and handed over the letter written by Yunfeng. "Uncle Chu, this is a letter from my father." Chu Zhan took it and opened the envelope to glance at it. A hint of anger gradually appeared on his originally cold face. Although he had a hunch, after seeing Yunfeng's handwritten letter with his own eyes, Chu Zhan still could not suppress his anger. Yunfeng was the one who first proposed the engagement between Xianxia and Chu Tian. Now, the engagement had not been established for long, and he suddenly wanted to break off the engagement. Although his son had become a cripple, it was understandable that the engagement was broken off. However, Chu Tian's injury had not recovered yet. Yunfeng's actions were too unreasonable. If Yunfeng had broken off the engagement a little later, Chu Zhan would have felt much better. However, Yunfeng was quite shrewd and did not come in person. Chu Zhan couldn't vent his anger on a junior. After all, as the leader of a sect, he still had to have the necessary bearing. However, there were some things that Chu Zhan wanted to figure out. "Did you bring this up, or did your father bring it up?" Xianxia felt a little uneasy. She glanced at Wang Haoren subconsciously and said, "I'm just following your orders, father." "You're such an obedient child." Chu Zhan naturally wouldn't believe whatever he heard. As the master of a sect, Chu Zhan's eyesight was amazing. Naturally, he noticed that Xianxia looked to the side before replying. "Sect master, what is written in the letter?" The first elder could read many things from Chu Zhan's expression. He couldn't help but ask. "Just some insignificant things." Chu Zhan closed the letter and said vaguely. The first elder could only pull back his head that he had pulled out to peek. Then, he looked at Xianxia and asked with a smile, "Miss Yun, when do you plan to marry our young master?" Hearing this, Chu Zhan immediately glared at the first elder. He secretly thought that this old bastard was really cunning. After hearing this, Xianxia suddenly wanted to say something but hesitated. Perhaps Chu Zhan cared about Chu Tian's feelings. His words just now clearly showed that he didn't want to announce the cancellation of the engagement here. Xianxia naturally saw this. The first elder's sudden question made Xianxia momentarily speechless. Because it was not appropriate to admit or deny it. "Can't you tell what you're doing here?" Wang Haoren saw this and reminded her in a low voice. Yun Charan suddenly came to her senses and made a decision in her heart. Anyway, this matter would be announced sooner or later. It was just a matter of time. My engagement with Chu Tian has been cancelled. Yun Charan responded to the first elder and also announced her purpose of coming here. In the meeting hall, most of the elders who heard this snickered. Chu Zhan's expression was extremely unsightly. His hand that was grabbing the corner of the table inadvertently exerted force and directly left deep finger marks on the corner of the table. So Miss Yun is here to cancel the engagement. It's all my fault for not being able to see through it. The first elder seemed to look at Chu Tian guiltily and said, "Young master, I'm really sorry." His words seemed to be expressing his apology, but the wrinkles on his old face clearly showed how happy this old fellow was at this moment. Seeing that the matter was exposed, Yun Charan did not hide it anymore. She handed the handwritten copy of the Blue Cloud sect's peerless lightness skill called the Sky Luo Steps that she carried with her to Chu Zhan. "Uncle Chu, this is a gift from my father to the Seven Stars sect to express his apology." Chu Zhan did not reach out to take it, but Yun Charan still placed the handwritten copy of the Sky Luo Steps on the table in front of Chu Zhan. Chu Zhan's face was as gloomy as water, but he could still endure it. However, Chu Tian saw this and gritted his teeth. He, who had been silent for a long time, finally could not bear it anymore. Wang Haoran had been paying attention to Chu Tian's reaction. When he saw this scene, he secretly exclaimed, "The famous scene is coming." After Yun Charan placed the handwritten copy on the table, she took a few steps back and was about to bid farewell to Chu Zhan. The group of elders led by the great elder were all gloating over the misfortune of others. Chu Tian saw this and suddenly said in a deep voice, "Yun Charan, the engagement was set by your father shamelessly. Although my meridians are now damaged and I've become a cripple, it's understandable for you to break off the engagement, but you shouldn't have brought this up in front of so many people. As the sect master, my father was humiliated by you today. Where will his dignity in the Seven Stars sect be in the future?" After being scolded like this, Yun Charan frowned and said, "This is an internal problem of the Seven Stars sect. What does it have to do with me?" She originally wanted to talk to Chu Zhan about this matter in a low-key manner, but the first elder of the Seven Stars sect deliberately provoked her. This was clearly an internal problem of the Seven Stars sect. How could he blame her? Of course, Yun Charan was unhappy. "It's indeed an internal problem of the Seven Stars sect, but you shouldn't have said it directly at this time and made my father be ridiculed," Chu Tian retorted. "Then according to you, I shouldn't have cancelled the engagement and should have married you?" Yun Charan asked in return. "Yun Charan, don't be self-righteous. Although I admit that you're very beautiful, I, Chu Tian, won't shamelessly pester you." Chu Tian sneered. After leaving the meeting hall for a while, he found a pen and paper from somewhere. He wrote quickly, but something was written on the paper. After he finished writing, he threw the pen and threw the paper with the ink still wet at Yun Charan. "Yun Charan, listen carefully. You're not here to cancel the engagement today. I, Chu Tian, am going to divorce you." Every word of Chu Tian's was powerful and resonating. Wang Haoran had been waiting for a long time. Finally, the most important part of the scene was here. "Good. You're indeed my son. You're ambitious." Chu Zhan was delighted to see his son's action. Yun Charan was stunned for a moment when the divorce letter hit her in the face. Then, anger appeared on her pretty face. Chu Tian did not want to be embarrassed, so he wrote a divorce letter. However, how could Yun Charan maintain her dignity? "Chu Tian, I've already proposed to break off the engagement, so we have nothing to do with each other. You have no right to write a divorce letter. Moreover, don't you think it's ridiculous to write a divorce letter in your current situation?" After seeing Chu Tian's attitude, Yun Charan lost her temper and could not be bothered to care about this useless person's feelings. After all, she was not a pushover. Yun Charan had a mocking look on her face. She almost called Chu Tian a useless person. Only she could break off the engagement, but Chu Tian was not worthy to write a divorce letter. Chu Tian naturally understood what she meant, and his face turned ferocious. "Yun Charan, I really want to kill you." Chu Tian's words were squeezed out from between his teeth. When Yun Charan saw his expression, an inexplicable sense of fear rose in her heart. This was because Chu Tian's gaze was too terrifying. Wang Haoren saw this from the side and knew that it was time for him to make a move. Watch your words, Wang Haoren warned. This is a grudge between Xianxia and me. It's not your turn to interfere. Chu Tian was young and hot-blooded. At this moment, he was angry and could not care less. Since he was unhappy, he naturally had to fight back. However, before he could finish his sentence, there was a loud slap on his face. Chu Tian was slapped in the face. The crisp sound of a slap rang out in the meeting hall. 5 bright red fingerprints appeared on Chu Tian's face at a speed visible to the naked eye. When the first elder and the others saw this scene, they were secretly happy. They could not wait for the matter to blow up. When Chu Zhan saw his son being slapped, his face instantly darkened, but he did not immediately flare up. Xianxia was shocked and looked at Wang Haoren in surprise. She did not expect Wang Haoren to hit someone, and it was on the face. Although she was here to break off the engagement, she did not want to become enemies with the Seven Stars sect. He couldn't help but blame Wang Haoren for being impulsive. Wang Haoren sensed Xianxia's emotions and suddenly said to Chu Tian, "Don't worry. Chu Ran is not someone you can insult. This slap is to teach you a lesson on Chu Ran's behalf." Hearing this, Xianxia's eyes instantly widened. This guy was actually standing up for him. When they were at the inn, he had treated her like a servant girl. However, if Wang Haoren was not standing up for him, then there was no need for him to hit Chu Tian. After all, they had never seen each other before, so there was no enmity between them. Thinking of this, Xianxia's resentment towards Wang Haoren immediately dissipated. Even the way she looked at Wang Haoren became gentler. "Who are you? You're hitting my son in front of me in the Seven Stars sect's territory. Aren't you looking down on me too much?" Chu Zhan said coldly. "It's none of your business who I am, but there's one thing you need to know. Other than me, no one can insult Chu Ran, not even the emperor," Wang Haoren said. Xianxia could not help but feel touched when she heard this. However, she soon realized that his words were a little strange. This was because the other meaning of his words was that others were not allowed to insult her, but he was allowed to do so. However, the situation was so tense now, so Xianxia did not dwell on this issue. She only secretly tugged at the corner of Wang Haoren's clothes, hinting at him not to be impulsive. This was the Seven Star sect's territory. Although Wang Haoren was a great grandmaster of neutralizing strength, if he thought that he could do whatever he wanted in the Seven Star sect, he would be making a big mistake. "Uncle Chu, my friend misspoke. Please forgive him." Xianxia wanted to salvage the situation. "You want to let it go with just that?" Chu Zhan said coldly. Not to mention that Chu Tian was his son. Even if Chu Tian was an ordinary disciple of the Seven Star sect, being passive in front of him was tantamount to slapping his face. Following Chu Zhan's words, Xianxia could already feel the pressure of a vast genuine qi coming towards her. "Uncle Chu, the Blue Cloud sect and the Seven Stars sect can be considered to have a good relationship. Please reconsider." Xianxia could only bring up the sect, hoping to use this to make Chu Zhan hesitate. However, the situation had already reached this point. If Chu Zhan retreated, it would be even more embarrassing. This was because if Chu Zhan gave up, others would only think that he was afraid of the Blue Cloud sect. "Sect Master, you can't. You can't let the Seven Star sect and the Blue Cloud sect fall out because of Chu Tian." The first elder felt that Chu Zhan was about to make a move, so he immediately stopped him. He was going against Chu Zhan, but he was still from the Seven Star sect. Chu Zhan's move was dragging the entire Seven Stars sect down. Chu Zhan ignored the first elder's words. A wave of vital energy surged out and headed toward Wang Haoren and Xianxia. However, Chu Zhan still had a sense of propriety. He only planned to slightly injure the two of them to teach them a lesson and save the Seven Star sect and Chu Tian's face. He did not plan to go overboard. It was true that he was Chu Tian's father, but he still had to consider the Seven Star sect. Xianxia felt the fluctuation of vital energy, and her face turned slightly pale. She wanted to circulate enough vital energy to protect her body so that she would not be injured. However, at this moment, Wang Haoren suddenly walked past her and took a step forward. It was like an iron wall, blocking all the true qi that was coming at him. Chu Zhan turned pale with fright. His vital energy cultivation had reached 200 years. Although he did not use his full strength just now, it was definitely not something that a junior could block so easily. However, such an impossible thing still happened. Who exactly is he? Chu Zhan's heart trembled as he re-examined Wang Haoren. Yun Churen was also a little dumbfounded by this, but she soon understood that Wang Haoren's cultivation was definitely not the great grandmaster of neutralizing strength that he had revealed earlier. Her originally worried state of mind immediately relaxed. Her gaze toward Wang Haoren became gentler. She even inadvertently tilted her head to size up the side of his face. It was the first time Yun Churen realized that he was actually so good-looking. He was really handsome, ding. The female lead Yun Churen's favorability toward the host has increased by 20. Current favorability is 40, very friendly. Wang Haoren received the system message and his heart skipped a beat. He turned around and asked Yun Churen, "Are you alright?" "I'm fine." Yun Churen shook her head slightly and replied in a gentle voice. "Who exactly are you?" After Chu Zhan re-examined Wang Haoren, his expression became a little solemn as he repeated his previous question. Wang Haoren temporarily shifted his gaze from Yun Churen to Chu Zhan. He still did not want to answer Chu Zhan's question. He only replied, "I took one of your moves just now. Now, try taking one of mine." Wang Haoren's voice wasn't loud, but when it reached Chu Zhan's ears, his nerves instantly tensed up. However, Chu Zhan was the leader of a sect and had made a name for himself in the Jianghu for many years. Naturally, he would not be afraid of a junior. "Then I'd like to see what you're capable of," Chu Zhan said in a low voice as he circulated his genuine qi. The previous exchange of blows made Chu Zhan realize that this young man in front of him was not simple. Naturally, he did not dare to underestimate him. Wang Haoren stood in place and pointed at Chu Zhan, gently pointing at the void. The genuine qi that Chu Zhan had gathered around his body instantly dissipated. His internal organs shook violently, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. This scene caused everyone around to turn pale with fright. Chu Tian's eyes were filled with killing intent as he glared at Wang Haoren. However, he was not strong enough and could not do anything. He could only run forward and ask about his father's condition. Chu Zhan's face was pale. After a while, he recovered his breath and asked Wang Haoren in shock. "Are you from an ancient sect?" Yun Churen was also shocked when she heard this. She had always been curious about Wang Haoren's background. Yun Churen had also read about the ancient sects in the ancient books of the Blue Cloud sect, but she had only thought that it was a legend. However, Wang Haoren's strength was too incredible. It only made sense that he was from an ancient sect. "You're quite knowledgeable." Wang Haoren's words were a disguised admission. Chu Zhan sighed when he heard this, as if he felt that his loss was justified. However, he quickly thought of another matter. "Please forgive me for being blind and offending you." Chu Zhan suddenly apologized. Hearing this, Wang Haoren was surprised. Chu Zhan was very unyielding just now. Now that he suddenly changed his attitude, it was definitely not because he was afraid of his strength. However, Wang Haoren did not reply because he felt that Chu Zhan had something else to say. Sure enough, after Chu Zhan finished speaking, he inadvertently glanced at Chu Tian before continuing to speak to Wang Haoren. "My son was unfortunately injured during his training, which resulted in his meridians being damaged. He has no fate with martial arts. I heard that there are many miraculous elixirs in the ancient sections." Chu Zhan paused for a moment to express his wish. "I would like to request for a spirit medicine that can repair meridians. I hope that you can grant it to me. Of course, the matter of remuneration can be discussed. As long as I can afford it, I will definitely not frown. Why should I save this brat?" Wang Haoren glanced at Chu Tian. Although Chu Tian wasn't angry, Wang Haoren could read the deep hatred in Chu Tian's eyes. Right now, Chu Tian's strength wasn't enough, so he had to endure. Once this fellow grew up, he would probably find him to settle the score. After all, Chu Tian had just been slapped, and now Chu Zhan had been injured by him. For a protagonist like this who had unexpectedly become a cripple and then rose up against the heavens, if he had the strength to take revenge, he would definitely not be soft-hearted. Of course, Wang Haoren wasn't that stupid. He would wait until Chu Tian grew up. Tian just wrote that divorce letter in a moment of anger, but everyone knows that Tian isn't qualified. He's not worthy of mission at all. Chu Zhan had lived for a long time, and his words didn't seem to take the matter of being injured to heart at all. He even gave his blessings. Miss Yun is such a blessed girl. She's a match made in heaven with you. Chu Tian, who was supporting Chu Zhan, was furious and jealous. Just now, he had written that divorce letter in a moment of impulse. It seemed that he didn't care about Yun Churan at all. However, he still hoped that one day, he would grow up and reach a level that Yun Churan could only look up to. Then, he would make Yun Churan regret it. To put it bluntly, Chu Tian still had feelings for Yun Churan. When Chu Tian heard his father belittling him and giving his blessings to Wang Haoran and Yun Churan, he naturally felt uncomfortable. However, Chu Tian also understood that his father did this for him. Although he was very unhappy, he still kept his mouth shut and didn't say a word. I think you've misunderstood. Yun Churan and I don't have that kind of relationship. She's just my maidservant, Wang Haoran stated indifferently and then added. However, even if she's my maidservant, she's still very noble. She's definitely not someone that others can insult. When Yun Churan heard this, she immediately wanted to refute, but she suddenly swallowed her words when they were about to come out of her mouth. Compared to any ancient sect, the top forces of the hidden Jianghu were simply heaven and earth. If someone from an ancient sect expressed that they wanted to take the daughter of the master of a top force in the hidden Jianghu as their maidservant, there would definitely be many people rushing over like ducks. Although the title of a maidservant sounded lowly, it was actually a kind of honor in the secluded Jianghu. When these strange thoughts arose in her mind, Yun Churan couldn't help but think of the dream she had last night. In the dream, he was the immortal emperor, and she was a maidservant. Was this a coincidence, or was there some kind of connection? When Chu Tian heard Wang Haoran's words and saw that Yun Churan didn't refute, the jealousy in his heart burned even more. This was because he actually had the idea of making Yun Churan his maidservant in the future to take revenge on Yun Churan for breaking off the engagement. If Wang Haoran hadn't slapped him just now, he planned to mention the 3-year or 5-year agreement to Yun Churan and then go to the Blue Cloud sect to compete with Yun Churan. If Yun Churan lost, he would make her his maidservant, but who would have thought that Yun Churan was now someone else's maidservant? As a person of the hidden Jianghu, Chu Tian understood the duties of a maidservant too well. Not only did she have to serve dishes, wash clothes, and massage the master's back, but she also had to. Thinking of this, Chu Tian's heart suddenly felt suffocated. Ding! The host has damaged Chu Tian's mentality. The reward is 2,000 villain points, Chu Tian's protagonist halo -100, and the host's villain halo +100. You're right, you're right. You're so noble that even your maidservant is 1,000 times nobler than Tianer. Chu Zhan flattered him on the surface and then brought up the matter just now. I hope you can give me the spiritual medicine to repair my meridians. That's not difficult, Wang Haoran replied softly, then continued, you're right. I still lack a servant to guard the door. I think your son is quite suitable. It won't take too long. A month will do. When Chu Zhan heard this, he looked at Chu Tian with a questioning look in his eyes. Father, maybe I'm destined to be a cripple, Chu Tian said. Chu Zhan sighed. The meaning of Chu Tian's words was already very obvious. He would rather be a cripple than a servant. Chu Zhan knew that his son was stubborn. Once he had decided on something, it would be very difficult to change his mind. However, Chu Zhan was afraid that his son would miss the opportunity, so he planned to wait for him to calm down before persuading him. After thinking for a while, Chu Zhan said to Wang Haoran, you and Miss Yun have come from afar. Why don't you let me be the host and stay in the 7-star sect for a few days? Okay. Wang Haoran immediately agreed. After the incident of breaking off the engagement, it was time for Chu Tian's cheat to come. Next, he only needed to keep an eye on Chu Tian. Of course, Chu Zhan didn't know what Wang Haoran was thinking. After he agreed, he immediately wanted to arrange a place for them to stay. However, before he could say anything, the first elder spoke first. Sect Master, you're injured. Let me arrange this. Then, without waiting for Chu Zhan's agreement, he walked directly to Wang Haoran and expressed his sincerity. Chu Zhan was naturally displeased. However, he didn't argue with the first elder. Anyway, he just wanted Wang Haoran to stay and use this time to enlighten Chu Tian. However, Chu Zhan didn't understand. No matter how he persuaded, Chu Tian wouldn't agree. The first elder soon left with Wang Haoren and Yun Churen. Chu Tian immediately called a doctor over to treat his father. The result was that Chu Zhan needed more than a month to fully recover. After hearing this, Chu Tian gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. His hatred for Wang Haoren grew infinitely. Tian, it's nothing. He just needs to recuperate for a while. Chu Zhan sensed his son's mood and immediately expressed that it was fine. He wanted to comfort him and then reminded him, that person is from an ancient sect. He's definitely not someone we can afford to offend. Don't be rash. Chu Tian was secretly disdainful. So what if he was from an ancient sect? He had seen the battle between immortals and gods. The scene of the stars collapsing and the galaxy reversing was still fresh in his mind. The Black Tower that the two immortals were fighting over was definitely not an ordinary thing. If he could find a way to open it, he wouldn't have to be afraid of an ancient sect. That person slapped him, injured his father, and even seduced his fiancée. He had to take revenge no matter what. And that mysterious Black Tower might be his only hope of turning things around. Father, I know what I'm doing. Have a good rest, Chu Tian replied calmly. After sending Chu Zhan to his room, he went to the sect's library. There were many strange books in the library, and Chu Tian tried to find a way to open the Black Tower. After arriving at the library, Chu Tian immediately flipped through the books. However, what Chu Tian didn't notice was that someone was staring at him from far away. This person was undoubtedly Wang Haoren. The reason why Wang Haoren chose to stay in the Seven Stars sect was that he wanted to use his X-ray vision to observe Chu Tian's next move so that he could intercept Chu Tian's opportunity. Moreover, he could do it without anyone noticing. After all, Wang Haoren was in his room. No one would have thought that he was watching Chu Tian's movements. Chu Tian diligently flipped through the ancient books and saw many strange methods, such as burning with fire, soaking in water, and so on. Putting down the book, Chu Tian was filled with inspiration as he quickly left the hidden book pavilion. He seemed to be preparing to try it out. However, Wang Haoren felt that these methods that Chu Tian saw were all useless. Usually, the triggering of this kind of treasure was mostly an accident. Instead, it was triggered by the classic method of dripping blood to recognize the owner. Wang Haoren guessed that Chu Tian had tried the methods that he saw in the ancient books and found that they were useless. Then, he was furious and accidentally cut his finger. His blood dripped on the treasure and made it recognize him as its owner. It seemed that the author who built the novel world with Chu Tian as the protagonist was really wishy-washy. Wouldn't it be better to let Chu Tian drip blood to recognize him as its owner? Why did he have to go through so much trouble? Moreover, in the main plot, this matter was deliberately arranged after the engagement was annulled. However, Wang Haoren was quite happy about this. This was because if not, how could he have the chance to intercept the opportunity? While he was thinking, Chu Tian quickly returned to his room. He took out a black tower that was about a foot tall from under the bed. Then, he wrapped it in a cloth and left the room. Chu Tian quietly went to the back mountain of the Seven Stars sect and prepared to try the method in the ancient books. First, he burned it. However, just as Chu Tian was about to pick up firewood, he felt a pain in the back of his neck and fainted on the ground. Wang Haoren squatted down and picked up the black tower that was wrapped in a cloth from Chu Tian's body. On the surface, the black tower seemed ordinary. However, Wang Haoren, who knew many tricks, knew that the more ordinary something was, the more amazing it was. Nevertheless, Wang Haoren did not immediately drip his blood to make it recognize him as its owner. Instead, he found another quiet place in the back mountain and used his spiritual qi to build a formation to isolate himself from the outside world. When he let the treasure recognize him as its owner, he did not know what would happen. For example, he might faint during the process. If he fainted for too long and Chu Tian woke up before him, he might be killed instead. Of course, Wang Haoren wanted to avoid this kind of thing. He stayed inside the formation to avoid being disturbed by creatures from the outside world. Only then did Wang Haoren use his spiritual qi to cut his finger and drip his blood on the black tower. The blood touched the black tower and quickly sank into it. At the next moment, the black tower emitted a light. At first, it was only some scattered light, but as more blood entered, the light became brighter. When the light emitted to a certain extent, the black tower turned into a stream of light and suddenly entered between Wang Haoren's eyebrows. Ding, the host intercepted the main character's opportunity and obtained 20,000 villain points. Chu Tian protagonist aura -1000. Host villain aura +1000. Wang Haoren only felt a swelling pain in his head and his consciousness gradually fell asleep. When he woke up, he found that the sky was already dark. Wang Haoren rejoiced, secretly thinking that he had seen many tricks and had foresight. If he really dripped his blood in front of Chu Tian just now, he would be in big trouble. Letting out a sigh of relief, Wang Haoren felt some changes in his body. Soon, Wang Haoren found that in his mind, or more accurately, in his sea of consciousness. In his sea of consciousness, the mysterious black tower quietly floated, emitting a mysterious light. As expected, the treasure still needed this method of dripping blood to recognize its owner. Wang Haoren only felt that this treasure had taken root in his sea of consciousness and had already become a part of him. Communicating with the black tower, Wang Haoren quickly obtained some information related to the black tower. This information was not much, but it showed that this black tower's origin was extremely awesome. The black tower was called the Heaven-Splitting Tower, and it was a natural treasure that accompanied this universe. Wang Haoren was overjoyed. With a thought, he quickly entered the first level of the black tower. Entering the black tower could not only be done with one's consciousness but also with one's body. After Wang Haoren entered the black tower, his figure directly disappeared from the real world. The black tower itself turned into a speck of dust. This speck of dust, even a tribulation-passing celestial venerable would not be able to detect. In other words, with this black tower, as long as one's consciousness was not controlled by a celestial venerable, one could enter the black tower with a thought. Even a celestial venerable could not do anything to Wang Haoren. This was simply an excellent life-saving skill. Wang Haoren was happy for a while, and then he began to study the black tower. The black tower had a total of 10 levels. Including Dao integration, it seemed to correspond to the 10 great realms of cultivation. Wang Haoren could only enter the first level now. After crossing the Qi refinement stage, he could unlock the second level, and so on. The first floor of the heaven-splitting pagoda was empty, as if there was nothing there. However, for such a heaven-defying treasure, even the first floor had its uses. Moreover, it was most likely related to cultivation. Otherwise, how could Chu Tian have risen in the main storyline? Wang Haoren began to study it and quickly understood the use of the first floor. First, the spirit qi on the first floor of the heaven-splitting tower was many times denser than the spirit qi in the outside world. Cultivating here would naturally be much faster than cultivating in the outside world. However, this was of no use to Wang Haoren. That was because his cultivation did not rely on absorbing spiritual energy from the outside world. Secondly, there was a healing formation carved into the first level, which could heal and heal injuries. Moreover, it was extremely effective. As long as one was not dead and still had a breath of life, as long as they came here, they could be healed. Wang Haoren guessed that if Chu Tian obtained the heaven-splitting tower, he would only need to stay here for a short period of time and his damaged meridians would be completely healed. The third point, which was also the most important one, was that the flow of time here was different from the outside world. It was much slower than the outside world. Wang Haoren had a rough idea. 1 day in the outside world was equivalent to 10 days here. What did that mean? Cultivating here for 10 days was only equivalent to 1 day in the outside world. In other words, it was 10 times the effort. Not to mention a genius, even a piece of trash could rise up. This was very useful to Wang Haoren. He discovered that not only could he enter, but he could also bring other things in, including people. For example, he could only deal with one person in an hour in the outside world. However, in the heaven-splitting tower, he could deal with 10 people. As someone who had a strong sense of time, it was easy to imagine how wonderful it was to have 10 times the time in a day. Moreover, because of this difference in the flow of time, his cultivation speed had also increased by 10 times. Before, he always felt helpless that he could not deal with so many people. Now, this problem was easily solved. If the first floor was already so amazing, what would the second floor be like? This heaven-splitting tower was really a cheat level cheat. Judging from this cheat, Chu Tian's protagonist aura was not any lower than Yi Fan's. In Yi Fan's main storyline, he could eventually attain Dao integration. With a connate cardinal treasure that accompanied the universe, one would have a high chance of reaching Dao integration. In comparison, Chu Tian's path would be smoother than Yi Fan's. Yi Fan's Goldfinger came from his knowledge as a celestial lord. He had also gone through the tribulation transcendence stage on the path of cultivation. He could be considered a different kind of portable old man. Before Dao integration, Yi Fan would not encounter any bottlenecks. Chu Tian's cultivation speed would not be any slower than Yi Fan's since he possessed a connate cardinal treasure like this. Moreover, because of the heaven-splitting tower, it might be easier for him to reach the Dao integration stage compared to Yi Fan. After all, it was a connate cardinal treasure that accompanied this universe. And Dao integration meant controlling the universe. This heaven-splitting pagoda should be of great help to Dao integration cultivators. Wang Haoran calmed down and went down the mountain under the starry night. He returned to the guest room that the Seven Stars sect had arranged for him. Night had just fallen, and it wasn't too long ago. Wang Haoran came to the room and sat down for a while before someone came over. It was the first elder of the Seven Stars sect. As the villain, the first elder naturally wanted to curry favor with Wang Haoran. However, to Wang Haoran, the first elder's value was limited. Therefore, he sent him away after a few words. After the first elder left, someone knocked on the door again. Wang Haoran did not want to pay attention to it, but when he saw with his X-ray vision that it was Yun Churan, he said, "Come in." Yun Churan pushed the door open and entered. She was a little reserved as she came to the table where Wang Haoran was sitting. Wang Haoran poured himself a cup of tea. After taking a sip, he asked indifferently, "Why are you looking for me so late at night? What's the matter?" Yun Churan did not sit down. She just stood there and asked with many doubts, "Who exactly are you?" After knowing that Wang Haoran's background was very terrifying, Yun Churan even addressed him respectfully. "Why do you ask that?" Wang Haoran's heart skipped a beat. He pretended to look at her in confusion. "I had a dream in the inn earlier. It felt very real," Yun Churan said tentatively. Have you discovered my true identity?" Wang Haoran asked. Seeing Wang Haoran's reaction, Yun Churan felt that the dream in the inn earlier might not be just a dream. "Celestial Emperor?" Yun Churan curtsied and used the way she addressed him in her dream. Wang Haoran was secretly delighted when he saw her reaction. Originally, he had planned to find an opportunity to fool Yun Churan. Who would have thought that Yun Churan would be so curious that she directly came to find him and even kept testing him? "How did you know?" Wang Haoran pretended to be surprised. "Could that dream be real?" Yun Churan murmured. "What dream did you have?" Wang Haoran asked. Yun Churan hesitated for a moment and told him about the dream she had in the inn earlier. However, she avoided the details that were not important to outsiders. "Sigh, this is actually not a dream. It's our previous life," Wang Haoran said with a sigh after hearing it. "Our previous life?" Yun Churan was surprised. "That's right." Wang Haoran nodded. He used the words he used to fool Tan Tai Yaoyue and the others to fool Yun Churan. Yun Churan's identity was not a concubine but a maid. The reason for this arrangement was that Yun Churan was too insensible. Otherwise, she would have been a concubine. Now, she was just a maid. "Is it really our previous life?" Yun Churan was shocked. Wang Haoran knew that she did not completely believe him. He suddenly took her hand. With a thought, the two of them suddenly disappeared into thin air and appeared in the sky-opening tower. "Where is this place?" Yun Churan was in a daze for a moment. She felt that the scenery before her had changed. She was immediately surprised. "This is the Immortal Emperor Pagoda of my previous life. After I reincarnated, this Immortal Emperor Pagoda accompanied me and stayed in my sea of consciousness," Wang Haoran said seriously. Yun Churan was shocked. For a moment, she was so shocked that she did not know what to say. Wang Haoran pulled her again and left the sky-opening tower. Yun Churan was in a daze for a moment before she returned to the real world. At this moment, Yun Churan's worldview had completely collapsed. At the same time, she no longer had any doubts in her heart. Ding! The female lead Xianxia's favorability towards the host has increased by 10. Current favorability, 50, admiration. After I recovered the memories of my previous life and met you, I didn't plan to tell you this. However, I didn't expect that some of your previous life's experiences would be replayed in the form of a dream. It seems that our karma hasn't been severed yet, Wang Haoren said slowly. Hearing this, Xianxia instinctively knelt on the ground and spoke in a trembling voice. Your Majesty, I have offended you before. Please forgive me. With the memories of her previous life and the magical abilities that Wang Haoren had displayed, Xianxia was naturally willing to submit. However, when she recalled the disrespectful things that she had done to Wang Haoren, she regretted it and was afraid. Wang Haoren deliberately paused for a long time and did not answer, causing Xianxia's heart to be in turmoil. After a long while, Wang Haoren said, You offended the emperor. What punishment do you deserve for offending the emperor? Xianxia was so scared that her face turned pale. She knelt even lower, and her forehead touched the ground. Please punish me, emperor. I won't dare to have any complaints. When Wang Haoren saw this scene, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. However, not far away, there was a small fly staring at them. However, it was not a big problem. After Chu Tian was knocked unconscious during the day, he woke up not long after. After waking up, he looked everywhere for the Black Tower, but he could not find it. After that, he had no choice but to go down the mountain and return to the Seven-Star Sect. At this moment, he was secretly watching Wang Haoren's guest room not far away. The Black Tower was his only hope, but it was knocked unconscious for no reason, and even the heaven-splitting tower was gone. Chu Tian started to think about who had attacked him, and he soon thought of a person. He had already obtained the Black Tower for some days. Chu Tian was very careful and had never let anyone discover it. Even his father did not know. It was impossible for the First Elder and the others to know about this. However, today, an uninvited guest came to the Seven-Star Sect. Although Chu Tian already thought that he was careful enough, that guy was from an ancient sect and had all kinds of unimaginable methods. Perhaps he sensed something and saw him sneaking up the back mountain, so he followed him, knocked him out, and snatched the Black Tower away. After Chu Tian deduced this, he went to Wang Haoren's room to look for him. However, he found that Wang Haoren had not returned yet. He asked the others where Wang Haoren had gone, but no one knew. Until Wang Haoren returned at night. Chu Tian was even more certain that the Black Tower was taken away by Wang Haoren. When he wasn't around, he was definitely researching the Black Tower. At this moment, he was keeping watch outside Wang Haoren's guest room. He wanted to find an opportunity to see if he could steal the Black Tower back. However, this would have to wait until it was late at night, when the other party was in deep sleep. Chu Tian had just seen Xianxia enter Wang Haoren's room. He did not know what they were talking about. However, Wang Haoren would probably not rest for a while. At the very least, he would have to send Xianxia off. Chu Tian was also very patient, quietly waiting outside the room. But after waiting for a while, she found that the lights in Wang Haoren's room were turned off. Chu Tian was surprised. Xianxia hadn't come out yet. Why did the lights go out? He was stunned for a moment, but he soon realized what was going on. Chu Tian scratched the wall with his hand and gritted his teeth. After hesitating for a while, Chu Tian quietly moved closer to the window as if he wanted to confirm something. He leaned against the window, trying to listen to the movements inside. Ding! The host has damaged the protagonist Chu Tian's mentality. Obtained 3,000 villain points. Chu Tian's protagonist aura minus 150. Host's villain aura plus 150. Just as Chu Tian had expected, it was indeed as he had thought. Chu Tian cursed Xianxia, that be *tch in his heart. The only thoughts he had for Xianxia had disappeared without a trace. This kind of withered woman was no longer worthy of him. Chu Tian leaned against the wall by the window and waited. He only wanted to find an opportunity to steal something. However, after waiting for an hour or two, the movements inside did not stop. Chu Tian was helpless. He knew that he might not have a chance tonight, so he sneaked away. After Wang Haoren saw this, he smiled and continued with his own matters. However, he changed the venue to the sky-splitting tower. The reason why he was in the room previously was because he wanted to take advantage of Chu Tian. To Wang Haoran, the villain points were not important now. The villain aura seemed to be particularly useful. This was because the higher the villain aura, the higher the luck. For example, it was very smooth for him to intercept Chu Tian's opportunity. Chu Tian's protagonist aura was very high, so his luck was relatively high. Only those with high enough luck would be able to withstand such an opportunity. Otherwise, it would only attract trouble. And the luck brought by Wang Haoran's villain aura could definitely bear this opportunity. Otherwise, it would not have been so smooth. In the sky-splitting tower, the flow of time was much slower than outside. The more time one spent cultivating, the more one's cultivation would increase. Other than that, Xianxia did not have to deliberately suppress herself. This was because no matter how big the commotion was, the outside world would not know. Ding. The host has captured the female Li Xianxia for the first time. Obtained 8,000 villain points. Chu Tian's protagonist aura -400. Xianxia's female lead aura -400. Host's villain aura +800. Ding. Xianxia's favorability towards the host has increased by 20. Current favorability is 70, unchanging affection, ding. The host has influenced the plot. Obtained 4,000 villain points. Chu Tian's protagonist aura -200. Host's villain aura +200. On the other side. Back in his room, Chu Tian also vented his anger and wantonly smashed things. After that, he sulked until dawn. Early the next morning, Chu Tian came to Wang Haoran's room and secretly watched. After waiting for a while, he soon saw Wang Haoran and Xianxia coming out of the room. He saw that Xianxia's face was glowing. Her original girlish temperament had a hint of charm that was not there before, and she looked even more charming. Chu Tian instinctively felt a little moved, but at the same time, he gritted his teeth. After Wang Haoran and Xianxia left his sight, Chu Tian walked into Wang Haoran's room and looked around, but he could not find the Black Tower. At noon, Chu Zhan held a banquet and invited Wang Haoran and Xianxia. Chu Tian also arrived under Chu Zhan's strong request. During the banquet, Chu Zhan mentioned again that he wanted to ask Wang Haoran for the spirit medicine to repair meridians. Wang Haoran still gave the same answer, asking Chu Tian to be a servant. As the main character, Chu Tian was naturally very arrogant. He would rather be a cripple than be a servant. Chu Zhan was very helpless about this. After the banquet, Wang Haoran privately looked for the first elder and instructed him to keep an eye on Chu Tian's movements. If there were any unusual movements, he would report it immediately. The first elder originally wanted to curry favor with Wang Haoran, and in addition, he was not on good terms with Chu Zhan, so he naturally agreed eagerly. Chu Tian's golden finger was gone, but the protagonist's halo was still there, and it was quite high. Perhaps there were other golden fingers that could be triggered. Of course, Wang Haoran did not mind intercepting Chu Tian's opportunity again. After instructing the first elder, Wang Haoran left the Seven-Star Sect and returned to Qingling. After Xianxia knew her identity as a maid, she followed Wang Haoran like a shadow. Wang Haoran's current cultivation had reached the 9th level of the Qi refinement realm, and he was not far from the foundation establishment realm. This was because the heaven-splitting tower was a cheat for cultivation. 1 night of cultivation was equivalent to 10 nights of cultivation. Xianxia's improvement was also quite obvious. Now, her vital qi had been transformed into spiritual qi, and she was close to the 2nd level of the qi refinement realm. Xianxia's current strength was much stronger than Yunfeng's. This terrifying improvement also made Xianxia extremely excited. From her heart to her body, she was extremely respectful to the emperor. As long as the emperor had any orders, she would do it. No matter how excessive the matter was, they would not complain at all. As soon as Wang Haoran returned to Qingling's villa, Feng Anna suddenly ran over and said hurriedly, "It's good to see you back." "It's great to see you back. I want to take some time off." "Why?" Wang Haoran asked. "Something big happened in the Feng family of Hong Kong Island. My stupid sister provoked an expert called Master Yi." Feng Anna gritted her teeth. When he heard Feng Anna mention the title Master Yi, Wang Haoran could not help but think of someone. It was the Master Yi from Songzhou. During the trip to Xianxia, Yifan had secretly gone to see Feng Yerua. At that time, Wang Haoren overheard the conversation between Yifan and his subordinate. From it, he learned that Yifan was going to Hong Kong Island. It had been almost a month since then. Since Yifan had gone to Hong Kong Island, it was time for him to make a move. The Feng family of Hong Kong Island was a famous family there. However, judging from Feng Anna's words, the Feng family seemed to be a stepping stone for Yifan to show off. He did not expect the Feng family to be the villains. Feng Anna was the female lead. Wang Haoren was surprised, but he quickly reacted. Yifan's main storyline had a single female lead. Other than Feng Yerua, the others could be used as tools. Moreover, Feng Anna had mentioned her sister, or more accurately, her stupid sister. It seemed that Feng Anna's sister was a villain. The reason why he thought that she was only a villain and not a pure villain was because he had to consider that Feng Anna's sister might be taken in by Yifan as a subordinate. At that time, she might be a character in the main character's camp. I really want to go back to Fragrant Island. I beg you, can you let me go back? Feng Anna saw that Wang Haoren didn't speak for a long time. She couldn't help but feel anxious, so she pleaded. The Feng family was afraid of being implicated and abandoned you. Your parents even cut ties with you. Do you still care so much about the Feng family? Wang Haoren did not reply immediately. Instead, he asked in confusion. I'm indeed disappointed in my parents, but my stupid sister treats me like an older sister. Last time, because my parents cut ties with her, my stupid sister even had a big fight with them. Moreover, Aunt Zhong is also in the Feng family. I don't want anything to happen to them, Feng Anna said. Then why did you add the word stupid in front of your sister? Wang Haoren could not help but find it funny. In the younger generation of the Feng family, only my younger sister and I are directly related. In the future, the Feng family will definitely be passed down to either her or me. Last time, my parents broke off their relationship with me. For my silly sister, it was an excellent opportunity. But she was too stupid. She actually pleaded for mercy for me. Feng Anna snorted coldly. Do you think she's stupid? Feng Anna's train of thought made Wang Haoren speechless. However, Wang Haoren could clearly feel that although Feng Anna's tone was belittling her sister, she actually cared about her. Otherwise, she probably wouldn't care about her life or death. I'm not interested in your family affairs, but I haven't been to Hong Kong Island yet. Why don't I go with you? Wang Haoren responded to Feng Anna's previous words. Okay. Feng Anna immediately agreed, and then asked eagerly, do you need to bring anything? I'll prepare it for you. There's no need for that. It's fine as long as I'm there. There's no need for formalities, Wang Haoren said. Well, after arriving at Hong Kong Island, I can arrange it for you. You don't have to worry about it at all. Feng Anna urged. Then let's go now? Wait a minute. I'll ask if Aoshue and Xuanzu are going. By the way, help me ask Song Zhihui if she's going to Hong Kong Island, Wang Haoren said to Feng Anna, and then went to the garden to find Feng Xuanzu and Ning Aoshue. Ever since the two of them became sisters, their relationship had become more harmonious than before. At this moment, they were practicing some basic magic that Wang Haoren taught them. They looked very serious. So when Wang Haoren entered the villa just now, they didn't notice. After Wang Haoren came to the garden, Ning Aoshue and Feng Xuanzu immediately stopped practicing and rushed over. Seeing this, Wang Haoren opened his arms and didn't neglect anyone. After snuggling with the two for a while, Wang Haoren proposed to go to Hong Kong Island. Hearing this, Ning Aoshue and Feng Xuanzu immediately agreed. Ning Aoshue lived in Songzhou for a long time, and Feng Xuanzu stayed in Fengxi Mountain for a long time. Neither of them had been to Hong Kong Island. With such an opportunity, they naturally wanted to wander around. More importantly, they would be accompanied by Wang Haoren, which was what they cared about the most. On the other side, Feng Anna called Song Zhihui. Zhihui, I have something to do and need to go back to Hong Kong Island. Do you want to go with me? After the call was connected, Feng Anna asked. I have something to do in Qingling, so I can't go. Song Zhihui declined. Okay then, I won't force you. That's all, I'm hanging up. Feng Anna said. Wait. Song Zhihui stopped and asked, "Is Wang Haoren back?" "He just came back. He asked me to ask you if you want to go to Hong Kong Island with him," Feng Anna said. "Is that so? You should have said so earlier." "I'll go." Song Zhihui immediately changed her mind. The reason why she didn't want to go to Hong Kong Island with Feng Anna was that she was afraid that Wang Haoren couldn't find her after he returned to Qingling. Now that she knew that Wang Haoren was going, she was more than willing to go. "Okay, I'll book the ticket. Let's meet at Qingling Airport." Feng Anna was in a hurry to go back to Hong Kong Island, so she didn't have time to chat with her best friend. Besides, if they really wanted to chat, they could talk for a few hours on the plane. It didn't make a difference. After ending the call with Song Zhihui, Wang Haoren, Ning Yaoxue, and Feng Xuanzu also returned to the hall. At this time, they had already missed the early flight back to Hong Kong Island. If they wanted to go to Hong Kong Island, they could only wait until tomorrow, and they might not be able to book the tickets for tomorrow. However, this was not a big problem. Feng Anna had already considered this. She was rich and directly booked a commercial plane. As the eldest princess of the Feng family, Feng Anna was still very rich. Moreover, she had her own clothing brand and was also a little rich woman. Near noon, Wang Haoren, Ning Yaoxue, Feng Xuanzu, Song Zhihui, and Feng Anna boarded the commercial plane and embarked on the journey to Hong Kong Island. In the cabin, the girls were chatting, which was very pleasing to the eye. If it were in the past, Wang Haoren would never take so many people with him. Firstly, he was afraid of crashing. Secondly, he was afraid that there was not enough time. He could take care of this, but not that. But now it was different. The reason of the reincarnation of the immortal emperor had already made Ning Yaoxue, Feng Xuanzu, and Song Zhihui all believe in it. Now they were still quite harmonious. As for the problem of time, it was not a big problem. Wang Haoren now had a cheating device for cultivation. In other words, he had 10 times the time. This time, he would probably stay in Hong Kong Island for a while. During this time, he naturally couldn't neglect his cultivation. This time, the flight time to Hong Kong Island was about 3 hours. But for Wang Haoren, who had a cheating device, this 3 hours could become almost 30 hours. There were many things that could be done in 30 hours. Hong Kong Island, the Feng family's mansion. Feng Anna's sister, Feng Lanhui, father Feng, mother Feng, and Feng Anna's bodyguard, Zhongli, were gathered in the hall. On the coffee table in the hall, there was a letter. The content of the letter was to ask for the Feng family's debt. The total amount of the debt was 5 billion. Of course, there was a reason why she owed him 5 billion. Not long ago, Mother Feng had a strange illness. After the treatment of a famous doctor, a prescription was given. In this prescription, there was a guiding medicine called a 500-year-old snake gallbladder. In this day and age, where could one find this kind of snake gallbladder? A 500-year-old snake would probably have become a demon. However, with the efforts of Feng Lanhui and her bodyguards, they really found a 500-year-old snake. However, the person who took care of this 500-year-old monster was not Feng Lanhui's bodyguard, but a person called Master Yi. For the snake gallbladder, Feng Lanhui asked Master Yi for it and promised a reward. At first, Master Yi did not agree no matter what. In a hurry, Feng Lanhui directly started the sky-high price of 5 billion. Only then did Master Yi agree and give the snake gallbladder to Feng Lanhui. However, Feng Lanhui was just stalling. She pretended to cheat the snake gallbladder and then directly reneged on the debt. But unexpectedly, Master Yi actually sent someone to find the Feng family. Furthermore, he sent someone to deliver a letter. It was the letter that was spread on the coffee table at this moment. The general content of the letter was to ask Feng Lanhui to pay off the 5 billion debt within 3 days. Otherwise, she would have to bear the consequences. In this regard, Feng Lanhui found it a little funny. When she was hunting snakes in the deep mountains, Feng Lanhui was still worried about Master Yi. However, after returning to the Feng family in Hong Kong Island, why would she need to be afraid of Master Yi? Hong Kong Island was free. She only said that she would give Master Yi 5 billion. She did not even write an IOU. This did not have any legal effect at all. Master Yi wanted 5 billion with empty words. It was simply wishful thinking. Hui had made up her mind not to give the 5 billion. As for Master Yi coming to find trouble, there was no need to worry too much about this problem. Instead of paying off the 5 billion debt, it was better to spend tens of millions to hire some experts to guard the Feng family. No matter how powerful that Master Yi was, he would not dare to be presumptuous here. Moreover, Hong Kong Island was free. If he dared to act recklessly, she would directly call the relevant departments to punish this Master Yi. What era was it now? Martial arts had long been outdated. No matter how high your martial arts skills are, can you withstand modern firearms? What bullshit T Grandmaster Yi? Just ignore him. If he dares to barge into the Feng family, let him come in standing and leave lying down. After a moment of silence in the hall, Feng Hui spoke first with disdain. This Grandmaster Yi is dreaming. He actually wants 5 billion. What a joke. Mother Feng, who had British noble blood, echoed in pure Yen language. Mother Feng was in her 40s, but she maintained herself well. She had a good figure and looked like she was in her 30s. She was a foreign beauty. Feng Yana and Feng Hui had inherited part of their mother's excellent genes. Their faces and silhouettes were a combination of the fire countries and the foreign land's aesthetics, and they were two proper mixed blood beauties. But relatively speaking, Feng Hui was only 18 years old. Compared to Feng Yana, her curves were slightly younger. But Feng Hui was a mixed blood beauty. She had a natural sense of maturity. This kind of youthfulness mixed in did not reduce her points at all. It added a special kind of attractiveness to her. She was charming but did not lose her purity. My Feng family has stood on Hong Kong Island for 100 years. How can a martial artist be able to shake us? Father Feng leisurely drank his tea, as steady as Mount Tai. He did not take this matter to heart at all. Compared to the optimism of Feng Hui's family of 3, Zhongli was much more worried. At that time, the 500-year-old strange snake showed its power. Feng Hui was so scared that she looked for a place to hide. She did not see the whole process of Grandmaster Yi killing the strange snake. But Zhongli clearly saw at that time that Grandmaster Yi's methods were completely out of the scope of martial arts. Feng Hui thought that Grandmaster Yi was a martial artist. She was very wrong. But seeing that Feng Hui's family of 3 did not take Grandmaster Yi seriously at all, she could not help but persuade. Second miss, things are not as simple as you think. That Grandmaster Yi killed the strange snake in the air. He is not as simple as a martial artist. I'm afraid it is not an exaggeration to call him an immortal. If the Feng family insists on doing this, I'm afraid that a disaster will befall them. Feng Hui had heard similar words from Zhongli so many times that her ears were about to grow calluses. Alarmist talk, Feng Hui pursed her lips. I think you've been scared silly by that strange snake. How can there be immortals in this world? That Grandmaster Yi is at most a powerful martial artist. Stepping on the void and killing the snake in one move are all your illusions. Father Feng and Mother Feng had similar thoughts. The two of them had seen a lot of things, but they had never heard of any immortals in this world. This was contrary to their worldview. Naturally, they felt that Zhongli's words were ridiculous. Zhongli saw their attitudes and sighed deeply. She knew that no matter how she tried to persuade them, it was useless. The most rational and clear-headed person in the entire Feng family should be the eldest miss. Moreover, only the eldest miss would believe her. Zhongli was glad that she had the foresight to inform the eldest miss of this matter. After the eldest miss received the news, she should have arrived if her leave application went smoothly. Zhongli's only worry was that the eldest miss master would not let her go. Just as Zhongli was worrying, a servant walked into the hall to report. Master, the eldest miss is back. Sister is back? That's great. Feng Hui was overjoyed. She skipped outside to welcome her. Zhongli also breathed a sigh of relief and quickly followed her. When Feng Yana was very young, Zhongli became her bodyguard. It could be said that Zhongli had watched Feng Yana grow up. To a certain extent, Feng Yana's dependence on Zhongli exceeded that of her parents. It was the same for Zhongli. She was not married and did not have a daughter. She almost treated Feng Yana as half a daughter. Wow, Anna, your house is so grand. The eldest princess of the Feng family really lives up to her name. This place looks similar to an ancient palace. Feng Anna led Wang Haoran and the others into the Feng family mansion. Song Zhihui looked at the various decorations in the mansion and exclaimed in admiration. It's all right. Feng Anna forced a smile in response. She used to think so too. She was incomparably noble as the eldest princess of the Feng family. Almost everyone in Hong Kong had to give in to her. However, after a trip to Qingling, she was taught a lesson. Now, she had become someone's servant. She cooked, washed, and wiped the floor. She was almost a professional nanny. The so-called eldest princess of the Feng family was just a joke. Feng Anna tried not to think about these things that worried her. She suddenly changed the topic and said to Song Zhihui meaningfully. You, on the other hand, have kept me in the dark. You said that you and my master, and my boss are just ordinary friends. But the relationship between you two is a bit deep. Feng Anna was too embarrassed to call Wang Haoran master in front of others, so she used the title of boss instead. Hearing Feng Anna's meaningful words, Song Zhihui's pretty face immediately flushed red. During the flight to Fragrant Island, Wang Haoran disappeared with Feng Xuansu, Ning Xiaoxue, and Song Zhihui. Feng Anna was not stupid. She just guessed something. After living in the villa for so long, Feng Anna could tell what Feng Xuansu and Ning Xiaoxue were thinking about. It was normal for them to be with Wang Haoran. She had to admit that she was really lucky to have a boss. Ning Xiaoxue's face, figure, and temperament were all excellent. She could be called a peerless beauty in the world. Feng Xuansu was even more so. If such a woman was in ancient times, she would be a disaster that could destroy a country. The flight was a little boring. Therefore, it was normal for Wang Haoran, Feng Xuansu, and Ning Xiaoxue to disappear. However, Wang Haoran and Song Zhihui's disappearance was out of Feng Anna's expectations. More importantly, when Song Zhihui left and reappeared in front of her, Feng Anna found that her best friend's face was rosy and her eyes were rippling. Feng Anna naturally guessed something from it. Of course, Feng Anna's imagination was not that wild. She just thought that Wang Haoran and Song Zhihui went to a place on the plain where they would not be disturbed and did something that could not be told to others. She did not expect that Wang Haoran would go to the heaven-splitting tower to cultivate and bond. Song Zhihui was a little embarrassed by Feng Anna's gaze and did not know how to answer. Fortunately, two people walked over. One was a middle-aged woman, and the other was an 18-year-old girl. The 18-year-old girl's appearance was somewhat similar to Feng Anna's. Song Zhihui knew some things about Feng Anna's family, so she naturally knew who her family members were. This 18-year-old girl must be Feng Anna's younger sister, Feng Lanhui. As for the middle-aged woman, Song Zhihui had seen her when she was abroad. They were quite familiar with each other. At that time, Feng Anna was studying abroad, and the middle-aged woman was accompanying her. She was Feng Anna's bodyguard and also Feng Anna's only blood-related relative. Aunt Zhong, I'm so happy to see you. Long time no see. Song Zhihui greeted Zhongli. Zhihui, you're here too. Zhongli was happy and responded with a smile. But soon she noticed that there were three other people besides Song. She had seen Wang Haoran before. She had offended him at that time and had even been injured. Until now, there was still some fear in her heart. Sister, you're finally back. Is Qingling that fun? Why did you stay there for so long? Feng Lanhui came forward, grabbed Feng Anna's hand, and said bitterly. Only Zhongli knew that Feng Anna was a nanny in Qingling. Feng Lanhui and the others didn't know about it. As she spoke of Anna's. Among them, three of the women were very beautiful. They were not inferior to her and her sister in the slightest. One of them, in particular, even made her feel a little inferior. That woman was Anna's. However, Feng Lanhui didn't look at them for a long time. Her gaze was attracted by the only boy among them. Feng Lanhui took a look and couldn't move her eyes away. Ding, congratulations to the host's luck for meeting the supporting female lead Feng Lanhui for the first time. Super Peach Blossom Halo has triggered the first grade, give your body to her effect. Ding, the supporting female lead Feng Lanhui's affability towards the host has increased to 80. Deep affection, the sudden system message made Wang Haoran feel something he hadn't felt in a long time. The Super Peach Blossom Halo had been a decoration for a long time. It finally had some movement. But, from a certain point of view, it was better if it didn't trigger. Because this Fenglanhui wasn't the female lead but a supporting female lead. Or more accurately, she was the female lead in Yifan's main storyline who was slapped in the face and then subdued. For a supporting female lead, the charm halo was more useful because it could directly increase their affability. But now that the peach blossom halo had been triggered, the charm halo couldn't be used. The effects of the two halos wouldn't stack. Wang Haoran secretly noted that if he was going to meet a supporting female lead for the first time in the future, he should temporarily deactivate the peach blossom halo so that it wouldn't be triggered. After this thought flashed through his mind, Wang Haoran also started to size up Fenglanhui. In Yifan's storyline, although there was only one female lead, there were still many female characters who were as beautiful as the female lead. They might even be comparable to the harem. But, the difference was that Yifan wouldn't touch them in the storyline, nor would he accept them. The supporting female lead's final position was to act as Yifan's servant and then work for Yifan. According to Yifan's storyline, the Feng family would fall into Fenglanhui's hands in the future. Moreover, Fenglanhui would eventually become Yifan's spokesperson in Hong Kong Island. By then, Hong Kong Island would be considered as a complete map. Yifan would then change to another map to show off. Of course, this was under the premise that Yifan's storyline could progress smoothly. I have some business matters to deal with in Qingling. I'm not going there to play. Fengyanna didn't dare to state her current situation, so she made up an excuse. But after she finished speaking, she noticed that her sister was staring at Wang Haoran who was next to her. And it wasn't the normal kind of sizing up. It was the kind of sizing up with special vigor. Fengyanna's eyesight was pretty good. Her sister's gaze was almost the same as Ning Aoshue and Feng Xuansu's when they looked at Wang Haoran. After noticing this, Fengyanna had a bad feeling. Wang Haoran's side was already complicated enough. She really didn't want her sister to get involved. This stupid sister of hers was a straightforward person. She wasn't scheming. If she got involved, would she be able to fight against those other women? Moreover, Wang Haoran couldn't split himself and couldn't take care of them. No matter how she looked at it, this wasn't a good thing for Fenglanhui. Anhui, let me introduce you. This is my friend. His name is Wang Haoran. Fengyanna's heart skipped a beat. She suddenly took the initiative to introduce him. Then she turned to Feng Xuansu and the others and introduced their names one by one. After that, she naturally added, their boyfriend and girlfriend. Fenglanhui was stunned. Disappointment flashed across her face. Then she glanced at Feng Xuansu, Ning Aoshue and Song Zhihui. She couldn't help but ask her sister, who's his girlfriend? All of them. Fengyanna replied with a smile. Fenglanhui's youthful and beautiful face stiffened. Wang Haoran heard it and couldn't help but glance at Fengyanna. As if sensing Wang Haoran's gaze, Fengyanna pretended to blame herself. She apologized in a pitiful voice. Oh, I'm sorry. I said something wrong. Hearing Fengyanna's words, Wang Haoran narrowed his eyes and looked at her. Wang Haoran didn't forget Fengyanna's behavior when he first met her. This fellow was a very shrewd and scheming cat. But later, she was frightened by him and didn't dare to play such tricks. During the time when she was the nanny in the villa, she performed well and didn't play any tricks. But now that she was back in the Feng family, Fengyanna did the same thing again. It seemed that she had gained a lot of courage after returning to the Feng family. Fengyanna and Fenglanhui's words were clearly revealing to her that Wang Haoran had a few girlfriends. In this way, she could dispel Fenglanhui's thoughts. After Fengyanna finished speaking, she was still a little nervous. But to her surprise, Wang Haoran didn't get angry. Instead, he smiled and replied to her. It's okay, you're telling the truth. Seeing Wang Haoran's reaction, Fengyanna was puzzled. Because she felt that Wang Haoran's attitude was a little too good. Is it because we're in the Feng family's territory and he has some scruples, so he doesn't dare to be rude to me? Otherwise, he wouldn't be so pleasant, even if he wasn't angry. The more Fengyanna thought about it, the straighter her back. After returning to Qingling, she would talk about it later. Now in the Feng family, she was still the noble princess of the Feng family. Thinking of this, Fengyanna didn't lower herself to lead the way for him like before. Instead, she jumped to the front and slightly raised her proud and noble head. Please. Then, without waiting for Wang Haoren's response, she turned and walked directly in front. Wang Haoren saw that Feng Anna had regained a little confidence and couldn't help but feel a little funny. But for a moment, he didn't say anything and just followed Feng Xuanzu and the others. Feng Lanhui also followed along. On the way to the hall, her beautiful eyes kept looking at Wang Haoren with a slightly complicated expression. No one knew what she was thinking. Soon, they arrived at the hall. Feng Anna invited Wang Haoren and the others to take a seat and ordered the servants to serve tea. Then, she briefly introduced them to her parents, saying that Wang Haoren and the others were her friends. Mr. and Mrs. Feng saw that this group of people were all handsome men and beautiful women with extraordinary temperaments. They expected that they must be from extraordinary backgrounds, so they warmly greeted Wang Haoren and the others. Then, Anna began to ask about the whole process. When the snake hunting, both Feng Lanhui and Zhongli were there. Feng Lanhui felt that Grandmaster Yi was just a powerful martial artist, while Zhongli felt that Grandmaster Ye's methods surpassed martial arts and he was suspected to be an immortal. In contrast, Feng Anna's SSD after all, Feng Anna didn't see the snake at the time. Of course, Feng Anna still felt that Zhongli was exaggerating. She didn't believe there was an immortals. Feng thought, master was a master s Wang said s. When martial arts reached a certain level, one could break away from the restrictions of the rules. Although Feng Anna was disappointed in her family, she didn't want the Feng family to decline or even be wiped out. Therefore, she was very cautious. Being targeted by a master at the peak of martial arts was definitely a restless thing. 5 billion is too much. Have you talked to Master Yi to lower the price? Feng Anna asked. There's no need to talk. It's impossible. When I bought the snake gallbladder, I talked to Master Yi. Master Yi asked for 5 billion, not a cent less. Feng Lanhui said and couldn't help but smile. However, he's quite stupid. He didn't want an IOU. I just made a verbal promise and he gave me the snake gallbladder. Wang Haoren, who was drinking tea quietly, looked at Feng Lanhui as if she was a fool. Feng Lanhui noticed Wang Haoren's gaze and thought he was admiring her. She was flattered and smiled sweetly at him. Feng Anna frowned as she watched. She couldn't understand why Feng Xuanzu, Ning Yaoxue, and Song Zhihui were all sticking to Wang Haoren. But that was the wish of Feng Xuanzu and the others. Of course, Feng Anna couldn't stop anything and had no reason to stop it. But Feng Lanhui was different. As Feng Lanhui's sister, Feng Anna had the right to intervene in this matter. However, it was definitely not suitable to discuss these issues with Feng Lanhui in public. The most important thing now was how to deal with Master Ye's debt. According to the letter, Master Yi must see the debt in 3 days. The letter was delivered yesterday and now a day and a half had passed. Do you know where Master Yi lives? Feng Anna asked. He lives in the Qian family, Feng Lanhui replied. The Qian family of the Million Treasure Chamber of Commerce? How did Master Yi get involved with the Qian family? Feng Anna was surprised. Who knows? But what is the Qian family? How many years has it been in Hong Kong? How can it be compared with our Feng family that has been in Hong Kong for hundreds of years? Feng Lanhui's tone was disdainful. Feng Anna didn't answer. The Qian family was a rising family in Hong Kong. It hadn't even been 10 years. But in Hong Kong, it was very xenophobic. The Qian family could fight for a place in Hong Kong in such an environment. It was enough to see that the Qian family's patriarch was not simple. Oh right, the big fatty from the Qian family, it was said that he wanted to betroth his daughter to Master Yi. Qian Baobao was so angry. I saw Qian Baobao yesterday and even mocked her. She almost died of anger. Feng Lanhui suddenly remembered something and could not help but laugh. Hearing that, Wang Haoren's heart moved. Needless to say, this Qian Baobao must be very beautiful and should be one of the female supporting characters. But from Feng Lanhui's description, Qian Baobao was extremely opposed to being betrothed. That was because Master Yi had not really pretended yet. The real change in Qian Baobao's attitude, or rather, falling in love with Yi Fan, should be related to stepping on the Feng family's pretense. After sorting out all these, Wang Haoren secretly clicked his tongue. It seemed that Yi Fan pretended to win the hearts of the two beautiful girls. Of course, that was on the premise that Wang Haoren did nothing and just watched the show, allowing the plot to develop smoothly. After Feng Anna found out about Master Ye's residence, she immediately wrote a letter and had someone send it to the Qian family. She wanted to ask Master Yi out and have a face-to-face talk. She wanted to negotiate the price to an acceptable level. After the letter was sent, all that was left was to wait. It was close to noon. Feng Anna first arranged a place for Wang Haoren and the rest to stay, then invited them to have a meal together. On the other side, the letter was successfully sent to the Qian family and into the hands of the Qian family's patriarch, Qian Wansan. Qian Wansan took the letter and came to a quiet courtyard in the Qian family. He then handed the letter to Yi Fan. Master Yi, the Feng family sent someone to deliver a letter for you. Qian Wansan reported with a smile. Read it. Yi Fan closed his eyes and laid on the lounge chair in the courtyard. He looked very relaxed as he lightly uttered a word. Hearing that, Qian Wansan read the contents of the letter to Yi Fan. The general content of the letter was that Feng Anna first expressed her admiration for Master Yi, then requested to meet Master Yi. Yi Fan only sneered at that. Of course, he could guess that Feng Anna wanted to bargain with him. Qian Wansan observed his expression and knew that Master Yi would probably not meet her. However, he was smart and would not make the decision for Master Yi. Instead, he respectfully asked for instructions. Master Yi, what do you think? Help me reply to the letter. Say that the original 5 billion is overdue. Now, I want to add interest and raise it to 10 billion, Yi Fan said calmly. Master Yi, that's too much. I'm afraid that 10 billion will empty out the entire Feng family. They definitely won't agree. Qian Wansan was shocked. Do as I say, Yi Fan said. Qian Wansan secretly frowned, thinking that Master Yi was too arrogant. If it was 5 billion, the Feng family might still have a chance to come up with it. However, 10 billion was absolutely impossible. That was asking for the Feng family's life. Would the Feng family not fight for it? However, almost everyone in Hong Kong knew that the Qian family was tied to Master Yi. They even knew that Qian Wansan wanted to marry his daughter to Master Yi. Qian Wansan was already in a difficult position. Yes. Although Qian Wansan was worried, it was too late to draw a line with Master Yi. He could only bite the bullet and follow the order. After replying, Qian Wansan left respectfully. Yi Fan slowly opened his eyes at that moment. Although he did not open his eyes, he could tell from Qian Wansan's tone that he was worried. Fortunately, this guy did not raise any questions. Yi Fan was quite satisfied with Qian Wansan's attitude. As for asking the Feng family for 10 billion, Yi Fan felt that there was no problem at all. It was Feng Anhui who exceeded the deadline. Of course, he had to add interest. Did they really think that it was so easy to owe the profound heaven celestial lord a debt? In his previous life, there was a clan leader of a race in the universe who also owed the profound heaven celestial lord a debt and wanted to renege. In the end, Yi Fan wiped out the entire race. That was the price of not paying the profound heaven celestial lord a debt. Asking the Feng family for 5 billion in interest was already very merciful of Yi. After Qian Wansan left the courtyard, he replied to the Feng family. After Feng Anna received the letter, she was so shocked that she couldn't speak. She originally wanted to bargain a little, but she did not expect that not only did Grandmaster Yi not give her a chance, he even added interest. Furthermore, the interest would be 5 billion yuan. What Grandmaster Yi? He's a robber. Why doesn't he just rob? Feng Anna was hopping mad. Sis, I told you long ago that this Grandmaster Yi is a lunatic. There's no reasoning with him. Do you believe me now? Feng Anhui, on the other hand, was not that surprised because she had already witnessed this Grandmaster Yi's ability to take people by surprise. Wang Haoren listened calmly from the side. After replicating Yi Fan's memories, he understood Yi Fan's way of doing things. Reason, this was under the condition that both sides were equal in status. Who was Yi Fan? He was a celestial venerable in his previous life and viewed mortals as ants. Would a venerable immortal reason with a mortal? This was just like how a person would reason with an ant. How was that possible? Sis, ignore this lunatic. Our Feng family has dozens of bodyguards and all of them are experts. If he dares to come, we'll make him suffer, Feng Anhui said. Feng Anna glanced at her sister from the corner of her eyes. It was not without reason that she secretly called Feng Anhui a stupid sister. Because this sister of hers really did not have a brain. She was too stupid. When they went to hunt the snake, they also brought dozens of bodyguards. But what happened in the end? Half of them died, but the snake was killed by Grandmaster Yi before they could even kill it. It would be strange if dozens of bodyguards could deal with Grandmaster Yi. Based on Zhong Li's description, Feng Anna felt that this Grandmaster Yi had already reached an extremely high level in the path of martial arts. Normal firearms could not deal with him at all. And those heavy firearms, the Feng family did not have the ability to mobilize them. To deal with this Grandmaster Yi, they still needed to fight force with force. Anna, don't worry. With Howren here, that Master Yi won't be able to do anything to the Feng family. Song Zhihui saw that her best friend Feng Anna was so worried, so she couldn't help but comfort her. Who was her boyfriend? He was an immortal emperor. Not to mention one Grandmaster Yi, even 10 of them were probably nothing. Zhihui, thank you for your kindness. But you were guests from afar. I really don't want you to get involved. Feng Anna was a little grateful and smiled at her best friend. However, although her words were polite, in reality, she felt that Wang Howren would not be able to deal with this matter. Previously, when they were in Qingling, Wang Howren had injured Zhongli. At that time, Zhongli judged that Wang Howren's cultivation was only at the neutralizing Grandmaster level. And according to Zhongli's description, that Grandmaster Yi was far more than that. Asking Wang Howren to deal with Grandmaster Yi, was that not sending him to his death? Although Feng Anna was a little repulsed by the identity of a maid, this boss had helped her in the end. Moreover, during the time she was a nanny in the villa, the boss did not treat her badly. More importantly, the boss didn't force himself to do that kind of thing to her. Feng Anna herself found it unbelievable that she could still maintain her innocence until now. After all, although she was not as beautiful as Feng Xuansu, she was on the same level as Ning Aoxue and Song Zhihui. If the boss was interested in them, why didn't he take a fancy to her? Of course, Feng Anna was not looking forward to being taken a fancy to. She just felt that it was strange. When Song Zhihui heard what Feng Anna said, she knew that she did not believe in Wang Howren's ability. However, she did not want to reveal too much. More importantly, Wang Howren did not say anything. Song Zhihui felt that as a concubine, how could she make the decision for the emperor? Anna, what do you plan to do? Song Zhihui asked. That Grandmaster Yi may be powerful, but it's not like no one in Hong Kong can defeat him, Feng Anna said. There were also powerhouses at the peak of martial arts in Hong Kong. However, the price to hire him was not small. However, this Grandmaster Yi was not willing to let the Feng family bargain at all. He even asked for an exorbitant price and added 5 billion in interest. In comparison, Feng Anna was more willing to pay an acceptable price to buy insurance. Thinking so, Feng Anna immediately went to talk to her parents about this matter. At first, Father Feng and Mother Feng were unwilling to agree. After all, without a few $100 million in remuneration, they really could not hire him. Although the Feng family had a big business, it was still very painful to spend a few $100 million for nothing. However, Feng Anna managed to convince her parents with her glib tongue. After Feng Anna received her parents' approval, she immediately sent someone to handle this matter. The next morning. It was also the last day given by Master Yi. The people Feng Anna invited to intimidate Yi Fan arrived as promised. There were 2 people. One of them was a middle-aged man with an extraordinary aura, and the other was a young talent. The Feng family received the 2 guests in the living room. The middle-aged man's name was Lei Wanqing, the #1 martial arts powerhouse on Hong Kong Island. And the Myriad Elements Martial Arts Academy he founded was even more famous on Hong Kong Island. The young talent next to Lei Wanqing was the eldest senior brother of the Myriad Elements Martial Arts Academy and Lei Wanqing's proudest disciple. His name was Ling Tianzong. After Wang Howren heard the news, he wanted to see what was going on, so he asked Feng Anhui to lead the way. Feng Anhui naturally agreed eagerly. On the way to the living room, Feng Anhui took the initiative to introduce the person Feng Anna invited. According to Feng Anhui's description, this Lei Wanqing was very amazing and could be said to be the #1 martial artist on Hong Kong Island. However, Wang Haoran couldn't help but sigh when he heard it. Because this Lei Wanqing, he knew that in Yi Fan's plot, this was a stepping stone that Yi Fan stepped on to show off. What #1 martial artist on Hong Kong Island? It was completely to set off Yi Fan. Wang Haoran could completely guess the subsequent main storyline. After Yi Fan dealt with Lei Wanqing, he would definitely become famous on Hong Kong Island. When he was in Xianxia, Yi Fan personally said that he would only meet Feng Yorua when his name shook the world. Face-slapping Lei Wanqing's name on Hong Kong Island was just the beginning. As they spoke, Wang Haoran and Feng Anhui also came to the living room and sat down quietly. At this moment, Feng Anna said, "I'll have to trouble Master Lei with this matter. After it's done, I'll pay you the reward according to what the messenger told you. The reward isn't important. I just want to see how powerful this legendary Master Yi is." Lei Wanqing's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. During the period of time Yi Fan came to Hong Kong Island, he had caused a lot of trouble. Many people on Hong Kong Island knew of Master Yi's existence. Some even compared Master Yi to Master Lei. Lei Wanqing was obviously very unhappy about this. "Master Lei, do you mean that you won't be getting paid?" Papa Feng couldn't help but be overjoyed when he heard that and hurriedly asked. Although the Feng family was rich, it was still very painful for them to take out a few $100 million at once. If he could let Lei Wanqing take action for free, that would be great. There is no need for any remuneration. Just treat it as making friends with Mr. Feng. Lei Wanqing smiled meaningfully. Since Papa Feng was able to manage the Feng family so well, he wasn't an idiot. Naturally, he could tell the deeper meaning behind Lei Wanqing's words. "Master Lei, why don't you speak frankly?" Papa Feng said with a smile. Lei Wanqing looked at his eldest disciple, Ling Tianzong, and then at Feng Anna. "I heard that your eldest daughter's engagement with someone has been annulled. Is this true?" "That's indeed the case." Papa Feng nodded and immediately understood. Lei Wanqing smiled and continued, "Mr. Feng, what do you think of my eldest disciple, Ling Tianzong? Is he worthy of your eldest daughter?" Papa Feng had already vaguely guessed it, but he didn't expect Lei Wanqing to be so direct. However, Papa Feng didn't object to this. Lei Wanqing had a high status in Hong Kong, and the Wanqing Martial Arts Academy was full of talents. Everyone in Hong Kong knew that Lei Wanqing doted on his eldest disciple, Ling Tianzong, the most. He practically treated him as his own. Ling Tianzong himself was also very outstanding. At the age of 20, it was said that he was already a neutralizing strength grandmaster. His future was limitless. Although the Feng family was strong enough, it was only in business. If they set up the Wanqing Martial Arts Academy, who would they be afraid of in Hong Kong? Thinking of this, Papa Feng immediately made a decision. "Haha, Master Lei's eldest disciple is a martial arts genius that everyone in Hong Kong Island knows about. He is also so handsome. He and my eldest daughter are simply a match made in heaven," Father Feng said with a clear laugh. Hearing this, Lei Wanqing knew that this matter was settled. Ling Tianzong, who was beside him, originally maintained a cold appearance, but at this moment, he couldn't help but grin. However, the other party started to frown. Feng Anna was extremely repulsed by the arranged marriage. Because she didn't like others controlling her fate. Even if this person was her father. "Since Mr. Feng is also interested, why don't we choose a date for the engagement of these two juniors?" Lei Wanqing said. Papa Feng opened his mouth and wanted to immediately respond with the word okay. However, before he could say this word, he was interrupted by Feng Anna's words. "Father, you should at least ask me if I'm willing to do this, right? Anna, I seem to have taught you not to interrupt when the elders are talking, right?" Papa Feng said with some displeasure. "This concerns my life. Don't I even have the right to express my opinion?" Feng Anna retorted with a tit-for-tat question. "Anna, what's wrong with you? You're actually contradicting your father," Mama Feng reprimanded. "Young people nowadays like to love freely. It's normal for them to resist the arrangements of their elders. I think we should let these two juniors get to know each other first." "We'll talk about this later," Lei Wanqing suddenly said. As soon as these words came out, the situation eased slightly. Feng Yana took the overall situation into consideration and didn't continue to say anything. Now that the Feng family was in danger, they needed to rely on Lei Wanqing. She had already brushed off Lei Wanqing's face by saying that just now. It was already a great fortune that Lei Wanqing didn't take it to heart. If he continued to speak, then he would be a little ungrateful. Of course, she wouldn't agree to this marriage no matter what. Her marriage with Yan Yuntian had been decided when she was young. At that time, she had no choice. Now that she had grown up, she had the right to decide the direction of her life. Wang Haoren watched quietly from the side, a little puzzled. In Yifan's plot, there was only one female lead, and it had already been confirmed that it was Feng Yorua. Although Feng Yana was the female lead, logically speaking, she shouldn't have that kind of relationship with Yifan. This Ling Tianzong's existence was obviously to attract hatred. It was impossible for Yifan to like Feng Yana. How could this hatred be drawn? However, Wang Haoren quickly thought of another main character. This main character was naturally Yan Yuntian. Ling Tianzong's existence should be a slap in the face by Yan Yuntian. However, Yan Yuntian was already dead. Naturally, it was impossible for him to slap Ling Tianzong's face. Of course, Yan Yuntian was gone. However, all the female leads in Yan Yuntian's plot were all regarded as his by Wang Haoren. Feng Xuanzu and Ming Aoxue were the same. Naturally, Feng Yana was no exception. This Ling Tianzong still wanted to have ideas about Feng Yana. It was purely wishful thinking. With the arrival of Lei Wanqing, the Feng family was relieved and felt that there was nothing wrong. The day passed quickly, and it was midnight. The 3-day deadline that Master Yi said had completely passed. The Feng family, Lei Wanqing, and Ling Tianzong, who were invited to help, didn't rest. They all gathered in the hall. A moment after the grandfather clock in the hall chimed 12 o'clock at midnight. Yi. Master Yi is here. A servant hurried to the hall to report. In the hall, the important members of the Feng family, Lei Wanqing and Ling Tianzong, as well as Wang Haoren who came to watch the show, were all gathered there. When they heard the servant's report, the Feng family subconsciously tensed up. However, this kind of nervousness only lasted for a very short moment before it dissipated. Grandmaster Ye's name was indeed very famous in Hong Kong recently, but he was not qualified to do whatever he wanted in the Feng family. After all, there was another more famous Grandmaster Lei here. How many people did Grandmaster Yi bring? Feng Yana asked the servant. He brought 2 people, the servant replied. 2? Feng Yana was surprised for a moment. She seemed to think that Grandmaster Yi brought too few people, but she quickly realized that these 2 people might be martial arts experts. She quickly asked again, do you know those 2 people? One is the boss of the Thousand Treasures Chamber of Commerce, Qian Wansan, and the other is Qian Wansan's daughter, Qian Baobao, the servant said. Qian Wansan and Qian Baobao had a certain reputation in Hong Kong, so the Feng family servants naturally knew them. However, after Feng Yana heard the servant's answer, she could not help but feel a little stunned. Qian Wansan was a big fat man. He was good at making money, but forget about martial arts, even running a few steps was difficult. As for Qian Baobao, there was no need to mention her. She was very beautiful, but she was a weak woman without the strength to truss a chicken. This Grandmaster Yi brought 2 people who were of no help to collect debts. He's really arrogant. Just as Feng Yana was puzzled, Lei Wanqing snorted coldly. In his opinion, this Grandmaster Yi was proud of his extraordinary martial arts, so he did not bother to bring helpers and even brought 2 burdens over. Grandmaster Lei, in my opinion, that Grandmaster Yi definitely doesn't know that you're here. Otherwise, even if you give him 100 guts, he wouldn't dare to come over like this. Feng Yana needed to rely on Lei Wanqing. When she noticed the change in Lei Wanqing's mood, she subconsciously said this in an attempt to get closer to Lei Wanqing and the Feng family. Hearing this, Lei Wanqing's taut face quickly relaxed. Because he agreed with what Feng Yana said. Brother Feng, you have a good daughter. The more Lei Wanqing looked at Feng Yana, the more he liked her. He couldn't help but say this to Papa Feng with a smile. Brother Lei, you flatter me. You have a good disciple. Papa Feng also laughed. Both of them wanted to promote the marriage between Feng Yana and Ling Tianzong, so their relationship became much closer. Feng Anna frowned and secretly blamed herself for talking too much. She shouldn't have said those words to save Lei Wanqing's face. Ling Tianzong was quite happy. He gazed at Feng Anna with infatuation. Feng Anna glanced at Ling Tianzong and looked away unhappily. She then looked at Feng Anhui who was talking to Wang Haoren in a low voice in the hall. Isn't that baby Qian very beautiful? In order to confirm baby Qian's identity as the female supporting character, Wang Haoren asked Feng Anhui in a low voice. The reason why he asked that question was because he didn't use his X-ray vision. It was because the Feng family's residence was too big, and this place was very far from the main gate. Furthermore, it was the middle of the night, so he couldn't see clearly. Very beautiful. She's the pure and lovely type of beauty. But her personality is the complete opposite of her appearance. She's very dirty and has a bad temper. Feng Anhui ridiculed. Then, she asked curiously, why are you asking about her? Are you interested in this baby Qian? How is that possible? There's such a beauty in front of me. Why would I give up what's close at hand for what's far away? Wang Haoren revealed a handsome smile. You. What do you mean by that? Are you talking about my sister or me? Feng Anhui was fascinated by the smile and couldn't help but ask. Wang Haoren inadvertently glanced at Feng Anna who was close to eavesdrop. He slightly raised his voice and said to Feng Anhui, your sister is only slightly beautiful. How can she be compared to you? Of course I'm talking about you. That can't be. My sister is very beautiful and more mature than me. Her figure is also better than mine. Feng Anhui couldn't believe it. I don't think she's good-looking. Instead, I admire girls like you who are a little immature. Wang Haoren said. Feng Anhui believed this very much. Speaking of which, she was about the same age as Wang Haoren. It was normal for them to be attracted to each other. Her sister might not be Wang Haoren's cup of tea. Actually, I think you're also very good. Feng Anhui expressed her feelings in a low voice, but she said it very tactfully. Their voices were not loud, but Feng Anna, who was close to them, still heard some of it. Although she didn't hear the whole thing, Feng Anna knew from her sister's blushing face that it was not a good thing. She pretended to walk over casually, sat down next to him, and asked Wang Haoren, where are your girlfriends? Why don't I see them? These words woke Feng Anhui up from her daze. Just now, she was so dizzy that she forgot that Wang Haoren had several girlfriends. Now that Feng Anna mentioned it, Feng Anhui also returned to reality from her longing. Even the blush on her face faded a little. Wang Haoren narrowed his eyes and looked at Feng Anna. They don't like to watch the fun, so they went to rest. Oh, is that so? Feng Anna replied casually. After you returned to the Feng family, you seem to be very different from when you were in Qingling. Do you feel that you have someone to rely on? Wang Haoren said with some deep meaning. Feng Anna looked in the direction of Lei Wanqing and Ling Tianzong subconsciously, and then replied, in my eyes, this Ling Tianzong is no different from Yan Yuntian. Moreover, you were there during the day. I'm very against the engagement. I understand. Wang Haoren nodded, and then looked at Feng Anna deeply, and said to her in a low voice, you may not agree to this marriage, but you must have thought of using Lei Wanqing's power to get rid of me, right? Feng Anna was shocked when her thoughts were pointed out. She looked at Wang Haoren in disbelief. Indeed, she had thought of this in her heart, although she hadn't done it yet. Wang Haoren saw Feng Anna's expression, and continued in a voice that only Feng Anna could hear, however, you're thinking too much. This so-called Master Lei is nothing in front of Master Yi. Hearing Wang Haoren's words, Feng Anna was shocked, but then she felt that Wang Haoren was a little alarmist. You don't believe me? Then we'll wait and see. Wang Haoren smiled. Why are you so sure? Do you know that Master Yi? Feng Anna asked doubtfully. Not close, but I know him. Wang Haoren said. That Master Yi, how's his martial arts cultivation? How much higher is it than Master Lei? Feng Anna continued to ask. How high is his martial arts cultivation? Ignorant woman, your thinking is too simple, Wang Haoren said in an unfathomable manner. Go and invite that Master Yi in. I want to see how strong he is. Before Feng Anna could say anything, Lei Wanqing, who was in the hall, suddenly said something loudly. After the servant heard that, she went to invite them over. Papa Feng and Mama Feng looked relaxed. They didn't think that Master Yi could stir up any waves. The Feng family had dozens of bodyguards and they were armed with weapons. They were also certified and legal. Besides that, Hong Kong Island's #1 martial artist, Grandmaster Lei, was also here. No matter what Grandmaster Yi was capable of, he would not be able to take on such a lineup alone. Grandmaster Yi would not be able to return alive. Zhongli saw Father and Mother Feng's expressions and her face was filled with worry. She had seen Grandmaster Ye's prowess with her own eyes and that was beyond martial arts. It seemed that the Feng family was in big trouble today. But since things had come to this, it was useless to worry. Feng Lanhui had made up her mind to go back on her word and was not worried about it. Feng Anna was not worried at first, but after hearing what Wang Haoren said, a bad feeling rose in her heart. Outside the Feng family's mansion, Yi Fan, Qian Wansan and Qian Baobao waited quietly. Yi Fan stood with his hands behind his back, looking calm and relaxed. Qian Wansan's heart was pounding and Qian Baobao felt that she was dead meat. The father and daughter pair did not want to come. They were not martial artists after all and could not be of much help. But Yi Fan insisted on bringing them along. And the reason was that he needed their help to settle the accounts. Because Yi Fan thought that the Feng family did not have that much cash and needed to use assets to pay off the debt. Yi Fan did not know how much assets were worth. And Qian Wansan was a businessman, so he must be very good at it. As for why he brought Qian Baobao along, it was because Qian Wansan had said that Qian Baobao was very good at accounting. She did not even need a calculator to calculate all kinds of complicated accounts. She could calculate them with just a glance. While waiting, Qian Wansan and Qian Baobao looked at each other, both thinking of running away. Barging into the Feng family like this was not a wise move. Hong Kong Island's laws were different from other places in the Fire Country. It was legal to be beaten to death for barging into a house to cause trouble. After all, Yi Fan did not have an IOU and there was no way to reason with them. If they forced the Feng family to pay up and if the Feng family refused and Yi Fan took action, then the Feng family would have sufficient reason to punish them. Qian Wansan knew that the Feng family had many bodyguards. If Yi Fan were to make a move, they would definitely be implicated. If they were to be beaten to death, it would be too unjust. If the two of you regret it, you can leave now. Yi Fan's back was facing them, but he seemed to have seen through their emotions as he suddenly said. When Qian Baobao heard this, it was as if he had been granted amnesty. He immediately gave Qian Wansan a look, indicating that he should run. Qian Wansan was a little tempted, but it was as if his feet were nailed to the ground, and he couldn't move his feet. The Qian family was already tied to Grandmaster Yi. If Grandmaster Yi barged into the Feng family and died, then the Qian family would not be far from being finished. Because the Feng family would definitely settle the score after this. If he ran away now, it would only delay his end. However, if Grandmaster Yi could suppress the Feng family, it would undoubtedly cause the Qian family to lose a chance to become the #1 family in Hong Kong. After weighing the pros and cons, Qian Wansan decided to take a gamble. Grandmaster Yi, you must be joking. The Qian family has decided to advance and retreat with you, Qian Wansan said firmly. Dad. Qian Baobao panicked. She was still young and had not even found a boyfriend. If she died just like that, it would be a waste of her time in this world. Baobao, you should leave Hong Kong as soon as possible and go to Magic City to find your aunt. Qian Wansan wanted to take a gamble himself, but he was unwilling to let his daughter join in. Qian Baobao was a single parent. She only had one father. Although she was afraid, she was still unwilling to abandon her father and leave. Forget it, forget it. Let's all die together, Qian Baobao said. That's a wise decision. Yi Fan turned his head and praised Qian Wansan. He then turned his gaze and looked at Qian Baobao who was unafraid of death. He slowly said, you won't die. With me here, nobody can touch a single hair of yours. Grandmaster, a hero can't win against so many people. Also, do you know what era it is now? It's not the era of cold weapons, but the era of firearms. No matter how high your martial arts are, how many rounds can you take? Qian Baobao complained. On this blue planet, there are indeed firearms that can threaten my life. However, they're definitely not something the Feng family can bring out. Even a Gua family can't use them casually, Yi Fan said calmly. Qian Baobao was stunned. She then understood what Yi Fan was referring to. What this guy meant was that only he weapons could take his life. Previously, Qian Baobao only felt that Grandmaster Yi was a little arrogant. However, she now felt that this Grandmaster was crazy. Grandmaster Yi, can the peak of martial arts reach such a level? Qian Wansan believed it and could not help but ask. Martial arts? When did I say that I'm a martial artist? Yi Fan said. Qian Wansan was stunned. Grandmaster, there's always someone better than you, Qian Baobao said mischievously. I'm the heavens, Yi Fan said. Qian Baobao did not know how to respond. What kind of Grandmaster was this? He was completely crazy. As they were talking, the Feng family's door opened. A servant walked out and invited Yi Fan and the others in. It was a pity that she was already 19 years old. It was the prime of her youth. She had never even had a boyfriend before. Everything was well preserved. Now, she had to accompany a lunatic to her death. On the way to the living room, Qian Baobao could not help but sigh in sorrow. After some time, Qian Baobao felt that her vision had brightened up. She had arrived at the Feng family's magnificent living room. Wang Haoran, who was in the living room, cast his gaze over. However, the first thing he did was not look at Yi Fan. Instead, he looked at the only girl among the three, Qian Baobao. Just as Feng Anhui said, this Qian Baobao was very beautiful. She looked pure and cute. With the previous experience, Wang Haoran deactivated the Peach Blossom Halo and used the Charm Halo on Qian Baobao. Qian Baobao, who walked into the living room, was very nervous. Her eyes looked around aimlessly. Soon, she saw her rival, Feng Anhui. However, after just a glance at Feng Anhui, her gaze was attracted by a boy beside her. So handsome, Qian Baobao was stunned. She could not move her eyes away. Moreover, she did not know if it was an illusion, but Qian Baobao saw that handsome boy smiling at her. Qian Baobao suddenly felt a little dizzy. She completely forgot that she was in a dangerous situation. It was not until Qian Wansan saw her strange behavior and tugged at the corner of her clothes that she came to her senses. Qian Baobao instinctively looked away. If she was not careful, she would die here today. How could she still be in the mood to look at handsome boys? Then again, since she was doomed, what harm was there in looking at more? As Yi Fan and the others walked into the hall, almost everyone's eyes were on them. Lei Wanqing's eyes shone brightly as they locked onto the young man among the three. Lei Wanqing had seen Qian Wansan and Qian Baobao before. The young man who was less than 20 years old must be the so-called Master Yi. Lei Wanqing was a little surprised when he saw him. Although Master Ye's name was quite famous in Hong Kong recently, Lei Wanqing had only heard of him and had never seen him before. He thought Master Yi was a middle-aged or older person, but he did not expect him to be a young man. Lei Wanqing could not help but sigh. Young people nowadays were really full of vigor. No matter how high his martial arts cultivation was, how high could he be when he was less than 20 years old? Lei Wanqing originally wanted to fight to his heart's content with Master Yi, but now it seemed that he would most likely be disappointed. After Yi Fan walked into the hall, he found a seat and sat down as if there was no one else around. Qian Wansan and Qian Baobao were very nervous. They did not dare to sit down and just stood by the side. Papa Feng was a little displeased when he saw this young man who was still wet behind the ears treating this place as his own home. However, this matter still required Lei Wanqing to take charge of the overall situation, so he did not blame Yi Fan. Instead, he cast a glance at Lei Wanqing. Lei Wanqing understood and tapped his finger on the coffee table beside him. He said to Yi Fan, "Young man, although a 500-year-old snake gallbladder is precious, it's unreasonable for you to ask for 5 billion. Give me some face and give me a reasonable price. Maybe we can bury the hatchet." Lei Wanqing was still more virtuous. According to the rules of martial arts, he planned to use peaceful means before resorting to force. "Give you face?" Yi Fan laughed faintly. His eyes glanced at Lei Wanqing as he said softly, "That's right. Who do you think you are?" Lei Wanqing's old face stiffened and anger rose in his heart. He had been the #1 martial artist in Hong Kong for 10 years. It had been a long time since someone said such disrespectful words to him. Wang Haoran heard it and felt that it was normal. Who was Yi Fan? He was a celestial in his previous life. Who was Lei Wanqing? The #1 martial artist in Hong Kong? In the eyes of a celestial, you were not even qualified to carry his shoes. Why should he give you any face? When Ling Tianzong heard Yi Fan's nonsense, he couldn't hold it in any longer. Brat, you dare to be disrespectful to my master? How impudent. Yi Fan glanced at him from the corner of his eyes and didn't even bother to talk to him. I'll give you 1 hour to prepare 10 billion. Once the time limit is up and you don't receive the money, I'll slaughter everyone in the Feng family. When Qian Wansan and Qian Baobao heard this, their legs went soft and they almost fell to the ground. If Grandmaster Yi had said something nice, there would still be room for negotiation. Now that Grandmaster Yi had said something like that, wasn't that tantamount to falling out with the Feng family? It would be hard for him to not die now. Haha, it's been a long time since someone dared to say that to me. Papa Feng was so angry that he laughed. The time starts now, Yi Fan said calmly. Master Lei, I'll be troubling you with this clown, Papa Feng said to Lei Wanqing. Lei Wanqing nodded. He didn't want to bully the weak. He was already being very virtuous, but this Grandmaster Yi was too arrogant. Master, from what I see, this brat is just a facade. There's no need to trouble you. Ling Tianzong was displeased when he was ignored by Yi Fan. Naturally, he wanted to meet him personally. More importantly, he wanted to perform well in front of Feng Anna and gain her favor. Be careful, Lei Wanqing didn't object and only reminded him. Yes, Ling Tianzong nodded and got up from his seat. He looked at the worried Feng Anna and said, Miss Feng, don't worry. I'll make this small fry kneel in less than 30 moves. Feng Anna's lips curled into a smile as a response. He hoped that Grandmaster Yi would be so easy to deal with. However, after recalling Wang Haoran's words, he started to worry. Seeing the beauty smiling, Ling Tianzong was overjoyed. He walked towards Yi Fan and stopped about 10 feet away from him. He cupped his fists and said, 1,000 Elements Martial Institution's top disciple, Ling Tianzong. Nice to meet you. Yi Fan acted as if he didn't hear him and didn't even look at him. He glanced at the clock in the hall as if he was calculating how much time the Feng family had left. When Ling Tianzong saw Yi Fan's actions, he felt humiliated and was furious. He didn't care about the basic etiquette before the competition anymore. Brat, take this. Ling Tianzong suddenly attacked. He activated his genuine qi and rushed towards Yi Fan. Noisy. Yi Fan frowned and waved his hand as if he was shooing away a fly. In the next moment, Ling Tianzong felt a huge force on his face. His face was distorted and his body was sent flying by the force. He drew a parabola in the air and smashed into the wall of the hall. He smashed a dent into the wall of the hall. Other than Yi Fan and Wang Haoran, everyone else was shocked. Among them, Lei Wanqing was the most emotional. He was the one who taught Ling Tianzong. He knew how strong Ling Tianzong was. The youngest neutralizing strength grandmaster in Hong Kong, a rare genius who had the potential to become an elixir strength grandmaster, couldn't even take one hit? Lei Wanqing looked at Yi Fan. His originally disdainful gaze immediately turned serious. Yi Fan was more difficult to deal with than he thought. On the other hand, one side of Ling Tianzong's face was swollen. Half of his teeth were knocked out and blood was dripping from the corner of his mouth. He was in a sorry state. Feng Anna saw this and was stunned for a while. Then, she looked at Wang Haoran. However, Feng Anna didn't give up. There was still a glimmer of hope in her heart. Ling Tianzong was no match for Yi Fan, but there was still Lei Wanqing. Father Feng saw the change in the hall and was stunned for a while. He then asked the servants to help Ling Tianzong up and said to Lei Wanqing, Master Lei, it seems that you have to do it yourself. Lei Wanqing nodded. He then stood up and looked at Yi Fan. His eyes were filled with admiration and hostility. You're the most outstanding martial artist I've ever seen, but you're too arrogant. Today, I'll teach you that there's always someone better than you. His eyes flashed with infinite fighting spirit. He reached out and said to the outside of the hall, this place is small. Please go outside. Don't bother. Yi Fan had no intention of leaving his seat. Take one hit from me. If you can still stand, it won't be too late to go outside. Lei Wanqing sneered and said, young man, you're afraid that you'll run away if you say that. Before he could say the word tongue, his voice stopped. Lei Wanqing's body drew a parabola in the air and hit the wall precisely, following in Ling Tianzong's footsteps. Wang Haoran saw this and was slightly surprised. The Shantian Celestial Lord was really good at pretending. However, he was done with his act. It was his turn now. Yi Fan casually sent Lei Wanqing flying through the air. His expression was incomparably calm, as if he had done something insignificant. However, the people in the hall were so shocked that they were speechless. Lei Wanqing's martial arts cultivation had been proven in 10 years, and he became the #1 martial artist in Hong Kong. In the eyes of almost everyone in Hong Kong, Lei Wanqing was invincible, and this concept was deeply rooted in their hearts. However, they did not expect that Lei Wanqing would be so vulnerable in front of Master Yi. Even if Lei Wanqing could hold on for a little longer, everyone would feel better psychologically. The Feng family's faces were all as if they had lost a fart. They could not say a word. When Qian Wansan saw this scene, the worry in his heart was finally removed. Instead, it was replaced by an indescribable ecstasy. He bet on Master Yi, and he was right. After tonight, the news of Master Lei being defeated by Master Yi would soon spread throughout Hong Kong. And the Qian family that was tied together with Master Yi would also become the most popular family in Hong Kong. In the future, Qian Wansan had enough confidence to make the Qian family the #1 family in Hong Kong. This was a strong thought that he had since the first day he came to Hong Kong. Now, he could finally see hope. In his ecstasy, Qian Wansan could not help but cast a glance at his daughter. That gaze seemed to say, look, your father made the right bet, didn't he? Let you marry Master Yi, how much foresight do you have? Qian Baobao's heart was filled with mixed feelings. He was happy because he thought he was dead for sure, but he did not expect Master Yi to have some skills. It seemed that he did not have to die now. She was worried that if Master Yi went crazy and hurt the Feng family, it would be fine. But would he hurt that handsome guy? In the hall, the one with the most painful face was probably Feng Anhui. From the beginning to the end, she did not think that Master Yi was that powerful. Snake slaying was just picking up scraps. After all, the Feng family's bodyguard took the lead. And this time, he came to the Feng family purely to seek death. However, now that the truth was in front of her, it also made Feng Anhui realize that Master Yi was really strong. Seeing this, Feng Anhui suddenly reached out and knocked the teacup next to her. The teacup fell to the ground and shattered into pieces. At the same time, the bodyguards who were lying in ambush around the hall all appeared. They gathered in the hall and pointed their weapons at Yi Fan. This was arranged beforehand. The tossing of the cup was a signal to signal the bodyguards to move. When Feng Lanhui saw that Ling Tianzong and Lei Wanqing had been defeated, she subconsciously did the same. After Wang Haoran saw it, he couldn't help but sigh. Feng Anna's nickname for Feng Lanhui behind her back was really not wrong at all. What a foolish sister. Things had already come to this point, yet he still couldn't understand. He actually dared to ask the bodyguards to do it. As long as Feng Lanhui had some understanding, she would know that it was difficult for these bodyguards to even hurt Lei Wanqing, let alone Master Yi, who defeated Lei Wanqing in seconds. However, the signal had already been sent out. The bodyguards did not care so much and all followed the order. Feng Anna wanted to stop him, but it was too late. The bodyguards filed over and surrounded Grandmaster Yi and the Qian father and daughter. The Qian father and daughter's faces paled, but they weren't afraid. That was because they saw that Grandmaster Yi was very calm. What, Grandmaster Yi? No matter how high your martial arts are, can you withstand two? Feng Lanhui thought that she only had control of the situation and couldn't help but laugh a few times. However, before the laughter stopped, the bodyguards surrounding Grandmaster Yi suddenly twitched and fell to the ground. Many wrinkles appeared on their faces at a speed that was almost visible to the naked eye. It was as if they had aged 20 to 30 years. Wang Haoran's eyelids twitched when he saw that. He recognized that technique. It was the secret technique of stealing vitality. It was a higher level beginner level technique. When one's cultivation was above the 5th level of qi refinement, one could learn it. Compared to when he was in Xianxia, Yi Fan had already reached the 7th level of qi refinement from the 5th level of qi refinement. In more than a month, he actually rose 2 levels. That speed was quite fast. It was definitely impossible to reach this speed by absorbing spiritual energy normally. Obviously, Yi Fan had obtained some opportunities during his snake hunting trip deep in the mountains. What Fenglan Hui had obtained was only a 500-year-old snake's gallbladder. In other words, the rest of the snake's things had all fallen into Yi Fan's hands. A 500-year-old snake still had plenty of spiritual energy in its body. Using the secret technique of stealing vitality to absorb the snake's lifespan and convert it into spiritual energy could almost reach the 7th level of qi refinement. Now that Yi Fan had conveniently absorbed the lifespan and vitality of dozens of bodyguards, his cultivation had increased a little. With all their tricks gone, Papa Feng and Mama Feng were trembling in fear. Yi Fan's originally calm gaze suddenly turned cold because of Fenglan Hui's actions. Not only did this woman not pay her debts, but she also wanted to kill him. Her actions completely angered Yi Fan. When Feng Anna saw the change in Grandmaster Ye's expression, she knew that her sister might be in trouble. In a hurry, she immediately asked Wang Haoran for help. "I beg you, please help my little sister." Wang Haoran's previous words had completely come true. Lei Wanqing was really vulnerable in front of Grandmaster Yi. Feng Anna felt that since Wang Haoran could predict and see through Grandmaster Ye's abilities and cultivation in advance, then his abilities should be much stronger than she had expected. Even if he could not compare to Grandmaster Yi, at least he would not be too far off. Otherwise, would Wang Haoran dare to come here to watch the show? Was he not afraid of being implicated? From this, it could be seen that Wang Haoran was not simple. If Wang Haoran was willing to help, then her sister or the entire Feng family might have a chance of survival. "Why should I help you?" Hearing Feng Anna's request for help, Wang Haoran asked with a smile. "Master, I beg you." In her anxiety, Feng Anna did not care about her pride anymore and begged softly. "It's a little late to realize your position now." Wang Haoran pursed his lips. He had long seen through Feng Anna's thoughts. If she had behaved herself after returning to Hong Kong, Wang Haoran would not have allowed Yi Fan to act so pretentious. He would not have let the Feng family be on tenterhooks. The reason why Wang Haoran watched the show for so long was to let Feng Anna know herself clearly. Of course, it was not suitable to continue watching the show. You can't touch her, but you can do whatever you want with the rest of the Feng family. Wang Haoran pointed at the trembling Fenglan Hui and said to Yi Fan. His tone was almost the same as Grandmaster Ye's. That's right, he learned it from Grandmaster Yi. In terms of acting, the protagonist was better at it. As the villain, he was really lacking. Since that was the case, of course, he had to learn it. An ant-like thing dares to order me around? Yi Fan was extremely displeased when he heard the familiar tone as he coldly uttered these words. Wang Haoran had already guessed Yi Fan's tone and words. As a villain, Wang Haoran's presence was very strong. He could attract the main character's hatred just by standing there. However, there was a slight difference between Yi Fan and the other main characters. Yi Fan was a celestial and treated the people around him like ants. If it wasn't for Wang Haoran's words, Yi Fan wouldn't even look at him. I'll only say it once. You can't touch her, Wang Haoran repeated. Ding. Supporting female lead Fenglan Hui's favorability towards the host has increased by 10. Current favorability is 90, until death. Fenglan Hui was so scared that she didn't hear what Wang Haoran said. Now that she finally understood, she was so moved that she almost cried. So what if he had a few girlfriends? Fenglan Hui didn't care about that. She had already decided to follow Wang Haoran from now on. She was willing to do anything for him. In the distance, Qian Baobao was jealous of Fenglan Hui. However, that feeling didn't last long because it was overshadowed by another worry. He was worried that this little brother wasn't Grandmaster Ye's match. Little brother, you're not from the Feng family, right? Don't worry about this. Qian Baobao looked at Wang Haoran and couldn't help but persuade him. I'm really going to take care of this. No one can touch Fenglan Hui. Even if God comes, it's useless. I'll say it, Wang Haoran said. Qian Baobao was speechless. Why was his tone so similar to Grandmaster Ye's? What kind of people were they? Were they crazy? Grandmaster Yi, he's not from the Feng family. I think we should just ignore him. Is that all right? Qian Baobao gave up on persuading Wang Haoren and turned to Yi Fan. When Qian Wansan heard that, he gave his daughter a look, telling her not to say anything. Qian Baobao pretended not to see it. Yi Fan ignored Qian Baobao and said to Wang Haoren, "What a pity. What a coincidence, Folan Hui. Today, I must touch her. Even the heavens can't stop me." "In that case, why are you still talking nonsense?" Wang Haoren said. Yi Fan frowned. He had seen many ants, but such an arrogant ant, this was the first time he had seen. Yi Fan slowly stood up, and the corners of his clothes fluttered without any wind. Spiritual energy quietly surged out of his body, and above his head, it condensed into a huge snake shadow that was over 5 feet long. The snake shadow was clearly illusory, but when it flicked its tongue, it looked as if it was alive. When Folan Hui saw this, her pupils constricted. Because this giant snake was exactly the same as the one he had seen in the deep mountains. When Feng Yana and the others saw this incredible scene, their hearts were in turmoil. Their understanding of the past was completely overturned. This kind of method was not martial arts at all. "Immortal, you're actually an immortal." Lei Wanqing was still lying on the side of the wall in a sorry state. When he saw this miraculous scene, he used his remaining strength to cry out in surprise. As soon as he said this, Feng Yana and the others trembled even more. At the same time, Yi Fan's godlike voice was also heard in the hall. "You, take this attack of mine. If you're still alive, I'll spare your life." Everyone knew that these words were targeted at Wang Haoren. It sounded like Yi Fan was being very generous and didn't mean to kill him. However, Wang Haoren, who knew Yi Fan's background, knew how shameless this guy was. Yi Fan's method was called the spiritual cultivation spell. This spell was quite advanced, and its power was directly related to the strength of the spirit that was refined. This giant snake spirit was apparently obtained by Yi Fan when he was hunting snakes in the deep mountains. That snake had lived for 500 years, but it was extremely rare on the cerulean planet. After being refined by Yi Fan's spiritual cultivation spell, its power was more than 10 times stronger. However, in order to cast this spell, the requirement for one's spiritual qi cultivation base was not low. Yi Fan was currently at the 7th level of the qi refinement stage, so he could barely control it. In other words, Yi Fan had directly used his ultimate move. If Wang Haoren could withstand it, Yi Fan would be too weak to continue the fight. It seemed like he was giving Wang Haoren a way out, but in fact, he was leaving himself a way out. If he couldn't withstand it, Wang Haoren would die right away, and everything would be solved. One had to admit that Yi Fan was really cunning. Yi Fan seemed to be disdainful of Wang Haoren, but he was still very cautious because of his experience in his previous life. Those who could become celestial supremes were very observant. This was because Yi Fan noticed that after performing the spiritual cultivation spell, Wang Haoren's eyes didn't show any panic or fear. This made Yi Fan instinctively cautious, which was why he said the last sentence. However, as the protagonist, Yi Fan wasn't shameless. After performing the spiritual cultivation spell, he didn't attack immediately. Instead, he waited for Wang Haoren to be ready. That was because Folan Hui was right next to Wang Haoren. However, what surprised Yi Fan was that Wang Haoren didn't let Folan Hui go further away. Instead, he hugged her waist. "Are you afraid?" Wang Haoren asked Folan Hui. "With you here, I'm not afraid of anything." Folan Hui was fearless when she clearly felt the warmth from her sweetheart's body. Even the giant snake that gave her nightmares for a few nights didn't seem so scary anymore. Yi Fan frowned when he saw this. This was a battle, but the other party was flirting. This kind of behavior was completely looking down on him. The Xiantian celestial supremacy only felt that his dignity was being challenged. With that thought, Yi Fan channeled all the spirit qi in his body into the spirit snake. The snake spirit looked even more solid now. "Go." Yi Fan spat out a word. The spirit snake seemed to have sensed something and locked onto Wang Haoren. It spat out its tongue and pounced toward Wang Haoren and Folan Hui. Wang Haoren didn't release any spirit qi. When the spirit snake was almost in front of him, he and Foulanhui disappeared into thin air. The spirit snake missed its target and crashed into the wall behind Wang Haoren. It created a big hole in the wall of the Feng family's hall. Yi Fan sensed that Wang Haoren and Foulanhui's aura had disappeared. His eyes trembled. After the spirit snake's attack that locked onto Wang Haoren missed, it had to retract its spirit chi because it had used up too much of its spirit chi. It had used all its strength and could only use this move once. If it missed, it wouldn't be able to attack again. At this moment, Wang Haoren and Foulanhui appeared where they were before they disappeared. The Xianxia celestial supremacy felt the spirit chi in his body weakening. A trace of panic finally flashed in the depths of his calm eyes. The other party was far more difficult to deal with than he had expected. He originally thought that even if the other party could withstand this move, it would still consume a lot of spirit chi. Even if he couldn't win, he wouldn't be afraid. However, Wang Haoren had disappeared into thin air just now to avoid the move that was bound to hit. Moreover, it seemed like he didn't consume any spirit chi at all. Now that the other party was in full condition and his spirit chi was weak, the Xiantian celestial supremacy was naturally a little flustered. Although Yi Fan was slightly panicking, the experience of his past life had allowed his mental fortitude to reach an outstanding level. On the surface, Yi Fan was still calm and composed, and he even pretended to be full of spirit energy. "So you're a kindred spirit. Since you want to protect the Feng family, I'll give you face," Yi Fan said calmly. If Wang Haoren did not know Yi Fan's background, he would have believed him. This guy was just a paper tiger and could not fight at all. How could Wang Haoren miss such a good opportunity? "I'll return the favor. Take one of my attacks. If you don't die, I'll let you go." Wang Haoren imitated Yi Fan's tone and spoke in an arrogant manner. Then, he quietly gathered spirit energy and a small blue sword appeared in front of Wang Haoren. Yi Fan's eyes widened when he saw this. This was because he recognized this technique. This was the Yuling technique, a technique to control spirit. It condensed spirit energy into weapons or other forms and used one's mind as a guide to attack the enemy. This technique was a high-level technique, but it could be learned by those with a low cultivation level. Of course, the low cultivation level was relative. To learn this technique, the minimum requirement for spirit energy was to be at the peak of Qi refinement stage level 9. In other words, the person in front of him was already at the peak of Qi refinement stage level 9, Yi Fan was only at Qi refinement stage level 7. Although it was only 2 levels, the gap between them was huge. This was because the total amount of spirit energy was at least 3 to 4 times more than the spirit energy of a Qi refinement stage level 7. However, this was not what shocked Yi Fan the most. What shocked him the most was how did Wang Haoren know this technique. This was because this technique was created by Yi Fan. Logically speaking, other than him, no one else should know this technique. Wang Haoren noticed that Yi Fan was in a daze and smiled in his heart. The reason why he used the Yuling technique was to affect Yi Fan's mind and take the opportunity to kill him. While Yi Fan was distracted, Wang Haoren also controlled the small blue sword to fly towards Yi Fan's neck. In the blink of an eye, the blue sword was about to cut Yi Fan's neck. However, at this critical moment, Yi Fan, who had thousands of years of experience, reacted instantly and dodged to the side. Then, Yi Fan used a secret technique to recover some of his spiritual qi and flew out. As the creator of the Yuling technique, Yi Fan naturally knew how to dodge attacks. When using the Yuling art, it consumed a lot of mental energy and spiritual energy. Therefore, after using the Yuling art, the caster usually couldn't move too much. On the other hand, if the spiritual sword was too far away from the caster, it would not be so easy to control and its power would also be reduced. After running for quite a distance, Yi Fan finally locked onto the blue sword body that was chasing after him and entered it. Yi Fan groaned and spat out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, his voice rang out. "I'll remember the enmity of your sword. The green hills will not change, and the green waters will flow forever. We will meet again someday." Before he finished speaking, Yi Fan was already a few kilometers away. Wang Haoren did not chase after him. Firstly, he might not be able to catch up. Secondly, even if he caught up, it would be meaningless. Because there was only one way to kill Yi Fan now, and that was to die together with him. Yi Fan had not used his greatest trump card, which cost him the soul of an immortal venerable. However, although he did not kill Yi Fan was also heavily injured. Yi Fan's spiritual qi was almost depleted after using the spiritual cultivation mantra, but in order to dodge the killer move, he used the blood-burning secret technique to quickly replenish his spiritual qi. After using this secret technique, he would enter a sluggish state in 1 or 2 months. Moreover, he was injured by the blue sword body formed by his spiritual qi. After that, Yi Fan would definitely need a long time to recuperate, and it would be difficult for his cultivation to improve. Wang Haoren could accept this result. After all, he did not think that he could kill Yi Fan this time. After sensing that Yi Fan had completely escaped, Wang Haoren retracted his attention. The people in the hall were dumbfounded. They were all dumbfounded. The battle between Wang Haoren and Yi Fan had completely shattered everyone's view of the world, which was completely reconstructed. The move was no longer martial arts, but immortal arts. It turned out that there were immortals in this world. And they were right in front of them. Ding, Feng Anna's favorability toward the host has increased by 10. Current favorability, 50, admiration. After everyone was stunned for a long time, Feng Anna was the first to react. With a special look in her eyes, she bowed to Wang Haoren and said, "Thank you for saving the Feng clan." "I think you're mistaken, I only helped because I'm close to your sister." "It has nothing to do with the Feng clan, and it has nothing to do with you," Wang Haoren said. Feng Anna was startled. She shifted her gaze and looked at Feng Anhui, who was still hugging Wang Haoren. A sense of jealousy rose in her heart. As the elder sister, she was better than her dumb sister in every aspect. But now, her dumb sister was actually better than her in a certain aspect. Feng Anna's emotions were a little complicated, but it was not the time to think about that. She glanced at the trembling father and daughter of the Qian clan in the hall, then turned to ask Wang Haoren. "What should we do with these two?" Qian Baobao cursed Feng Anna in her heart when she heard that. Then she started sobbing because she felt that she was dead meat. Qian Wansan cursed in his heart. What bullshit T Master Yi? He was too disloyal. He only cared about running away, leaving Qian Baobao and him to be slaughtered. Wang Haoren glanced at the father and daughter of the Qian clan. Finally, his gaze landed on Qian Baobao. He said slowly, "You're with Master Yi, I shouldn't have kept you alive. But the heavens are merciful. I happen to lack a maid to serve tea, so I'll let you atone for your sins." Qian Baobao widened her eyes in disbelief. How was this atonement? This was a great thing, the little brother in front of her was an immortal. To be able to follow an immortal was something that ordinary people couldn't even dream of. Okay. I'm willing. Qian Baobao nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Immortal, I'm also willing to be a servant to atone for my sins. Qian Wansan originally felt that he was dead meat, but from the tone of this immortal's voice, he didn't seem to be a murderous person. Therefore, he had hope. After hearing that his daughter was punished, he quickly spoke up. "Your daughter is as beautiful as a flower. She's pleasing to the eye and has other better uses. Why is a fatty like you following me? Are you wasting my rice?" Wang Haoren secretly complained, but on the surface, he said calmly, "Seeing that you're old, I'll let you off for the time being and let your daughter atone for her sins." Hearing that, Qian Wansan couldn't help but feel disappointed. He also wanted to follow an immortal and rub off on his immortal aura. Maybe he could even prolong his life. Unfortunately, he didn't have the fortune. "Thank you for your mercy, immortal." Although disappointed, Qian Wansan still said respectfully. After all, it was already a great fortune for him to be able to survive after Master Yi ran away. More importantly, his daughter had also benefited from it. To be able to follow an immortal, even as a maid, was naturally considered an immortal's fate. Papa Feng and Mama Feng were stunned for a while before they came back to their senses. The former thanked Wang Haoren with a smile and then suggested, "Don't worry. Immortal, I see that you seem to be interested in our Anhui. Why don't I give Anhui to you? What do you think? I have partners, and more than one. Let's forget about this." Wang Haoren naturally wouldn't be easily manipulated. He immediately waved his hand and said. When Papa Feng heard that, he was immediately disappointed for a while. He could only settle for the next best thing. Then let Anhui stay by your side to serve tea and water. Is that okay? That's too unfair to Anhui, Wang Haoran said. It's not unfair, it's not unfair. I'm willing. Feng Anhui was anxious and quickly interrupted. Feng Anna saw this and felt very upset. Once upon a time, she had always felt ashamed of being Wang Haoran's maid, but now this position had become a kind of honor and had become surprisingly popular. This debt collection storm finally came to an end with Grandmaster Yi escaping with heavy injuries. Wang Haoran displayed his might and was treated as an immortal by everyone. Lei Wanqing and Ling Tianzong, who were invited to cheer him on, completely became background characters. No one cared about them. Previously, the Feng family gave Lei Wanqing face because they felt that he could defeat Master Yi and had a lot of weight in Hong Kong. It was worth it for the Feng family to curry favor with him. But now that there was an immortal here, did the Feng family still need to curry favor with Lei Wanqing? Feng Anna's father and mother were just that realistic. Otherwise, they wouldn't have cut off their relationship with Feng Anna because they were afraid of being implicated. Lei Wanqing and Ling Tianzong were looked down upon, but they didn't dare to complain. The Feng family's little princess, Feng Anhui, was now the immortal's maid. Maid sounded lowly, but to a certain extent, it was very noble. There was a saying that went like this: the prime minister was a third-grade official. That was probably the reason. The Feng family could be said to have one person achieve the Tao, so naturally, they didn't need to care about anyone on Hong Kong anymore. In the next few days, Wang Haoran was treated like an ancestor by the Feng family. Qian Baobao and Feng Anhui, who were willing to be maids, served him even more enthusiastically. The two of them were young ladies who didn't have to worry about food and clothing, but they were actually quite professional when it came to taking care of people. Perhaps it was because the two of them were originally Yi Fan's maids in the main storyline, so the character settings had these qualities. Wang Haoran was quite satisfied. Although Qian Baobao and Feng Anhui were female supporting characters, compared to Feng Anna, who was a hypocrite, they were much more comfortable. However, this should have been enjoyed by Yi Fan, and Wang Haoran was just intercepting it. Therefore, Wang Haoran wanted to experience some things that Yi Fan couldn't experience in the main storyline. Qian Baobao and Feng Anhui were blank pieces of paper. In Yi Fan's main storyline, they were just maids who served tea, took care of the daily meals, and even took care of business. When Yi Fan's main storyline ended, Qian Baobao and Feng Anna would still be blank pieces of paper. Although Wang Haoran had snatched Yi Fan's two maids, he would not follow Yi Fan's example. Both Qian Baobao and Feng Anhui's favorable impression points were high enough. Qian Baobao's favorable impression points were maxed out while Feng Anhui's favorable impression points were at 90. When the conditions were right, success would come naturally. Wang Haoran's cultivation had improved a lot. He could now cross the peak of the 9th level of the qi refining stage and enter the foundation building stage. However, Wang Haoran did not intend to break through and officially enter the foundation establishment stage. Foundation establishment was a very special and important part of the immortal cultivation realm. This was because the good or bad foundation establishment would directly affect one's cultivation in the future. This was just like building a foundation for a house. If the foundation was good, the house could be built very high. If the foundation was not built properly, it would not be possible to build a tall building. If it was built forcefully, the building would probably collapse. This was the significance of foundation establishment. Wang Haoran wanted to accumulate more spirit qi and officially enter the foundation establishment stage. He even wanted to find some heavenly treasures to help him build a solid foundation in the future. However, it was a pity that the blue planet was too lacking in cultivation resources now. It was not an easy task to find such a heavenly treasure. Of course, this did not mean that there were none. In the main storyline, Yi Fan had to cross the void if he wanted to leave the blue planet. He had to cross the threshold of the foundation establishment stage. The main character's foundation establishment would definitely be very solid. In other words, when Yi Fan was in the foundation establishment stage, a fortuitous opportunity would definitely appear. However, Yi Fan was far away now, so Wang Haoran could not find him. More importantly, Yi Fan had not reached the foundation establishment stage yet, so the main character's halo should not be activated. In other words, the fortuitous opportunity to enter the foundation establishment stage would not appear for a while. Wang Haoran could only suppress his thoughts for now and focus on cultivation. After cultivating for almost a month, Wang Haoran had accumulated a lot of spirit qi. Of course, this month was in the sky-splitting tower. Only 3 days had passed in the outside world. And these 3 short days felt like years to Feng Anna. Feng Anna was not in a good mood. She walked aimlessly in the Feng family's mansion. Before she knew it, she had arrived at Wang Haoran's quiet residence in the Feng family. After thinking for a moment, she walked into the courtyard of the residence. In the courtyard, her stupid sister Feng Anhui and Qian Baobao were sparring. Spirit qi with a faint colorful glow was flying around, shaking the trees in the courtyard until leaves flew everywhere. Feng Anna was shaken to the core. Feng Anhui and Qian Baobao were weak women. She knew this. However, after not seeing them for 3 days, the two of them had turned from weak women to cultivators who could cause a terrifying commotion with just a wave of their hand. Weren't they supposed to be maids? How did they cultivate and become so powerful? While Feng Anna was in a daze, the spirit qi fluctuations caused by Feng Anhui and Qian Baobao's sparring accidentally appeared in front of Feng Anna. Feng Anna's beautiful face turned pale. Fortunately, the spirit qi did not hit her. It only exploded a meter in front of her. The solid floor tiles were directly blown away, and a hole appeared. Feng Anna was so scared that she kept retreating and fell to the ground. She cried out in alarm. Feng Anhui and Qian Baobao were too engrossed in the battle and only now noticed that someone had broken into the courtyard. They hurriedly stopped their sparring. Feng Anhui flew to her sister and helped her up. She asked with concern, "Sister, I'm sorry." "Sister, I'm sorry, I didn't notice." "Are you okay?" Feng Anna had just fallen. It was nothing serious. Moreover, Lu Duo had cushioned the impact a lot. She would be fine. "I'm fine." Feng Anna shook her head in response to her sister. In disbelief, she asked, "Anhui, how did you become a cultivator in just 3 days?" "I'm only at the first level of the qi refinement realm. Master said that I'm just a beginner, but I can be considered a beginner cultivator." There was an unconcealable joy in Feng Anhui's expression. When she said the word master, there was also respect and admiration from the bottom of her heart. Feng Anna understood the meaning in her words. She could not help but think, was this the reason why she was not liked? Although she also called him that, it was not sincere. It was more of a perfunctory way. "It's incredible to become a beginner cultivator in 3 days. I didn't expect you to have the talent for cultivation." Feng Anna's tone was a bit complicated. She was envious and jealous. "I don't have any talent for cultivation. It's just that this kind of cultivation method is a bit special. It's not difficult to cultivate." Feng Anhui could not help but blush. Although Feng Anna was smart, she did not know martial arts. She did not know what kind of cultivation methods there were. Naturally, it was impossible for her to judge anything from Feng Anhui's expression. However, Feng Anna did not doubt her sister's words. She did not need the talent for cultivation to be able to cultivate. After all, when Qian Baobao and her sister were sparring just now, the two of them seemed to be on par. For 2 weak women to be able to reach such a cultivation level in just 3 days, this immortal cultivation technique was definitely not difficult. What's so special about this cultivation method? Feng Anna asked curiously. "Sister, I'm afraid I can't tell you this." Feng Anhui shook her head and refused to answer Feng Anna's question. "It's not a big deal. I'm your sister. Can't you even answer such a small question for me?" Feng Anna didn't give up and tried to play the emotional card. "Without master's orders, I won't say it." "Even you can't," Feng Anhui said firmly. Seeing this, Feng Anna knew that she couldn't get an answer and could only give up. However, he couldn't help but have some strange feelings in his heart. This stupid sister was a little silly, but she was really lucky. She didn't expect that she would actually step onto the path of cultivation. Ever since they were young, Feng Anna had always thought that she was better than her younger sister in every aspect. But from now on, she was afraid that she would be left far behind by her sister. Even if she played tricks and got the Feng family's wealth, so what? Compared to cultivation, the so-called wealth was too insignificant. Xianxia didn't have the heart to cultivate, but she also wanted to live forever and preserve her youth so that she wouldn't age and be buried in the soil. Her sister's luck made her envious and jealous. But on second thought, why couldn't she? She could do what her sister could do. Wasn't it just being a maid? Who didn't know how to do it? After making up her mind, Xianxia turned to her sister and asked, "Why don't I see him and his girlfriend? Where did they go?" "Big sister, show some respect." "What him and him? You're not allowed to call my master that." Xianxia glared at her. "That's right. Be careful with your words. Otherwise, I won't be polite to you." Qian Baobao also said fiercely. Xianxia was stunned for a moment. She was a little surprised by their reactions. But on second thought, it was because they knew their position and treated Wang Haoran as their master that they were more favored. Was Wang Haoran giving them the method of cultivation because of this? In contrast, she used to only respect Wang Haoran on the surface, but she was very proud in her heart. Xianxia seemed to have a little inspiration and changed her words. "Where did master and his girlfriend go? Speaking of which, she became a maid much earlier than Xianxia and Qian Baobao. There was no problem with calling them that. Master and the matriarchs went to cultivate." Xianxia saw that her sister's tone was much better, so she didn't hesitate to answer her question. "Mistress." Xianxia learned it again. "That's right, isn't master's partner the mistress? He should also use honorifics." In this aspect, his stupid sister was much more talented than him. "Where did master and mistress go to cultivate?" Xianxia continued to ask. "Sister, you're asking too many questions." Xianxia didn't want to answer this question. "And our identities are the same. I'm also a maid. You don't have to hide it from me, do you?" Xianxia said. "Really? Then why haven't I seen you serving me these past few days? Don't you even have this bit of awareness?" Xianxia asked back. Xianxia was scolded and was speechless for a while. At this moment, the door of one of the bedrooms in the courtyard was gently pushed open. Wang Haoran, Feng Xuansu, and the others walked out. Xianxia could not help but feel nervous, but she took a deep breath and mustered her courage to walk in front of Wang Haoran. "Can we have a talk? You're free now. You don't have to talk to me." Wang Haoran could vaguely see through Xianxia's thoughts, but he deliberately said so. "I want to talk about another problem," Xianxia said. "What problem?" Wang Haoran asked. Xianxia looked at the eyes around her and was a little embarrassed to say it out loud, so she said, "Can we go somewhere else? I'd like to talk to you alone." "I don't have time for that. If you want to talk, you can talk here," Wang Haoran said calmly. Xianxia was in a difficult position. She couldn't say her thoughts in front of so many people, so she looked at her best friend for help. Song Zhihui understood and suggested that they go to the Feng family's garden to look at the flowers with Xianxia leading the way. Not long after, the group left, leaving only Wang Haoran and Xianxia in the courtyard. Xianxia was grateful to her best friend, then looked at Wang Haoran again. "Can you give me another chance?" Xianxia pleaded in a soft voice. "I don't understand what you're talking about." Wang Haoran pretended not to understand. "You've only known Hui for a few days, and you're already willing to teach her the way of immortality. I've been by your side for so long, but I only just found out that you're an immortal," Xianxia said softly. "Do you have something against me?" Wang Haoran asked. "I wouldn't dare. I didn't do well enough." Xianxia said seriously, "I know I'm wrong. Can you give me a chance to redeem myself?" Wang Haoran had been waiting for Xianxia to say that. Wasn't the reason he gave Xianxia the cold shoulder waiting for her to lower her head? However, he could give her a chance, but it still depended on her performance. With that thought in mind, Wang Haoran suddenly took a step forward and put his hand on her shoulder. Xianxia only felt dazed for a moment, and the scenery around her changed. This was not a courtyard. Looking at the decorations, it seemed to be a tower. The tower was densely covered with runes. It looked mysterious and solemn. Xianxia suddenly thought of something and could not help but ask, "Was this where we escaped Master Ye's snake spirit attack?" "That's right." Wang Haoran nodded. The heaven-splitting tower was in Wang Haoren's sea of consciousness. However, when Wang Haoren hid in the heaven-splitting tower would turn into a speck of dust that even a venerable immortal would not be able to detect. At that time, Wang Haoren could choose to fight Yi Fan's ultimate move, but at most, he would only injure Yi Fan. As for Wang Haoren himself, he would also consume a lot of spirit qi. However, entering the heaven-splitting tower did not consume any spirit qi. After coming out, he would still be in peak condition. He was in a completely advantageous position against Yi Fan. If he was not afraid of Yi Fan burning his venerable immortal soul, Wang Haoren was confident that he could kill Yi Fan just based on Yi Fan's spirit qi state at that time. This is unbelievable. What kind of treasure is this? Xianxia was very curious. You don't need to know this for now. You only need to know that no one will disturb you here. No matter how big the commotion is, no one outside will know. Wang Haoren explained and then said meaningfully. So, whatever you want to talk about or do, you can start now. Hearing this, Xianxia became nervous. However, to be honest, she was a little unprepared. By the way, you only have 1 minute. Wang Haoren suddenly added. Xianxia hesitated. However, time was limited. She could not think for too long. Fortunately, she was not an indecisive person. Since she had made up her mind, she would not back out at the last minute. Princess of the Feng family? Pride? Pride? Nobility? To hell with it. None of this was more important than stepping into the path of cultivation. More importantly, she felt that she was a little dependent on him. It was the kind of dependence between a man and a woman. Xianxia knew that if she missed out on him, she would definitely regret it for the rest of her life. In a dilapidated building somewhere on Hong Kong Island, Yi Fan, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, slowly opened his eyes. He raised his hand slightly and the defensive barrier around him collapsed. Yi Fan had been recuperating here since he fled 3 days ago. After 3 days of recuperation, he had finally gotten rid of the sword spirit in his body. However, because he had used the blood-burning secret technique to recover his spirit qi, he had damaged a bit of his origin. It would take another month or 2 to fully recover under normal circumstances. I really didn't expect that there would be someone like me on the blue planet. Yi Fan narrowed his eyes and muttered to himself. There was a hint of coldness in his voice. The Xianxia celestial lord had dominated the cultivation world in his previous life and had never suffered such a loss. He didn't expect that after being reborn on the small blue planet, he would fail miserably. The Xianxia celestial lord naturally couldn't stay calm. However, this wasn't enough to cause a flaw in his stable Dao heart. It was just a small peak level 9 qi refinement. It wasn't a big deal. Once his cultivation improved greatly, he would definitely take revenge for this sword strike. However, Yi Fan was very confused. How did the other party know the Yuling art? It didn't make sense for others to know this kind of Dharma spell that he had created. After thinking for a while, he couldn't figure it out for the time being, so he stopped thinking about it. When his cultivation level improved greatly, he would take down that person and search his memories. Then, he would understand. Yi Fan exhaled softly and began to think about where to go next. The main purpose of this trip to Hong Kong Island was to get rid of the flies that had been pestering Feng Yorua in his previous life and make a name for himself there. The flies had been dealt with, but making a name for himself had encountered some obstacles. There was no point in continuing to stay on Hong Kong Island. Yi Fan's original plan was to suppress the entire Hong Kong Island and then make a trip to the capital. However, the setback in Hong Kong Island also made him realize that there were hidden dragons and crouching tigers on the blue planet. There were people like him who couldn't be underestimated. As the largest and most prosperous city on the blue planet, the capital must be even more so there. Yi Fan temporarily dismissed the idea of going to the capital. He planned to make a name for himself there after his cultivation level improved greatly. Of course, he didn't want to go there if the place was too small. Even if he made a name for himself in that kind of small place, it wouldn't cause much of a stir. After thinking for a while, Yi Fan decided to go to Shanghai. Shanghai was also very prosperous, no less than Hong Kong Island. Moreover, there was also a woman who loved him deeply in his previous life. However, Yifan only liked Feng Yorua, so he let her down in her previous life. Furthermore, in the end, because she was implicated by Yifan, she was killed. Furthermore, he had died a horrible death. Although Yifan eventually avenged her, he could not make up for it by much. Yifan felt a little guilty about this. Now that he was reborn, Yifan wanted to try his best to make up for it. Of course, at this point in time, she did not know Yifan. Yifan did not intend to get acquainted with her either because his heart was completely occupied by Feng Yorua and he could not give her a future. What Yifan wanted was to help her in secret. She was the eldest daughter of a business family in Shanghai. Judging from the time, she should have just taken over the family business. However, there were many people in the clan who were opposed to this. Right now, she was facing a lot of pressure and needed help. After thinking it through, Yifan was ready to make a move. However, before he left, he still had some conscience and secretly went to the Qian family to check on the situation. After knowing that the father and daughter of the Qian family had been treated well, Yifan did not appear to meet Qian Wansan. That was because he was a little embarrassed to meet him. At that time, he could barely take care of himself, so how could he be in the mood to care about others, although it seemed a little inappropriate. However, in the cultivation world, this was really a very common thing. It was really not a big deal. It was normal for allies who seemed to have gone through life and death together to stab each other in the back in the next moment. He had just abandoned his allies and ran away when he saw that something was wrong. It was nothing. Yifan was very calm about this, but he did not want to see Qian Wansan and explain so much to him. After quietly leaving the Qian family, Yifan embarked on a journey to Shanghai. At the same time, after a period of hard work and cultivation, Wang Haoren had laid down another foundation for the foundation establishment realm. After Feng Anna came to her senses, her performance was simply amazing. In fact, to a certain extent, she was even better than Qian Baobao and Feng Lanhui. In Yifan's main storyline, Feng Lanhui and Qian Baobao only acted as maids or subordinates. They could do small things like pouring tea or managing business matters very well. Qian Baobao was very good at accounting. Feng Lanhui only had a low EQ, but she was quite talented in doing business. The two of them were mainly set up to massage Yifan's back and manage his business. In that aspect, although they were obedient, they were still a little lacking. However, Feng Anna was different. Who was Yan Yuntian? He was the main character of the evildoer young master. At first, Feng Anna looked down on Yan Yuntian and was extremely opposed to the engagement. In Yan Yuntian and Feng Anna's main storyline, Yan Yuntian would definitely teach Feng Anna a lesson. And Yan Yuntian's so-called teaching was undoubtedly that matter. Perhaps it was because of these main storyline, Feng Anna's character settings actually had attributes similar to Gu Yuro's. When Wang Haoren realized this, he was really stunned. If he thought about it, would Feng Xuanzu and Ming Aoxue, who were also in Yan Yuntian's main storyline, also have these attributes? The reason why Wang Haoren discovered this about Feng Anna was because he had the mentality of teaching Feng Anna a lesson. Therefore, he did some of his actions. That was why he found out something extraordinary. As for Feng Xuanzu and Ming Aoxue, he was still quite respectful and did not go overboard. It was understandable that he did not discover it. Wang Haoren was thinking about finding an opportunity to practice it. If he went overboard, he would see if there would be a magical discovery. However, he did not plan to do it immediately. He came to Hong Kong Island to stop Yifan from showing off. Now that it was over, it was time to leave Hong Kong Island and return to Qingling. Before coming to Hong Kong Island, there were a total of 5 people, including Wang Haoren. When they returned to Qingling, there were 7 people. The 2 new people were naturally Feng Lanhui and Qian Baobao. Wang Haoren's medium-sized villa became more lively. Previously, Feng Xuanzu, Ming Aoxue, and Feng Anna lived there. It was just right. Now that there were 2 more people, the gym and some other rooms had to be renovated and turned into bedrooms. Fortunately, these things did not need Wang Haoren to worry about. Feng Anna directly took over the task. At this time, Qiu Qianwei knew that Wang Haoren was back and called him over for dinner. Qiu Qianwei and her 7 sisters were all there. Bu Fian, who was out on a mission, also returned. Bu Fian had just returned and seemed to be a little tired. Therefore, she did not help in the kitchen with the other sisters. In the hall, only Wang Haoran and Bufian were there. You've been away for more than a month. This mission has been really long. Did it go well? Wang Haoran asked. Yes. You've been away for more than a month. It went well. Bufian replied with a smile. However, Wang Haoran keenly sensed that her qi and blood were depleted and she was slightly weak. You've been injured, and it's not light. Wang Haoran saw through her and directly pointed it out. Don't tell them. I don't want them to be worried. Bufian admitted. Then, she said with a little fear. This mission was a little dangerous. Although I completed the mission, I was seriously injured and was hunted down. Fortunately, I was saved by a little farmer when I passed by a village. Otherwise, I might not have been able to come back to see you. Wang Haoran instantly smelled the scent of a trap, and his eyes couldn't help but narrow slightly. Bufian was the female lead, and the strange things that happened to her were likely to trigger the plot. The little farmer who saved Bufian was undoubtedly the main character. There were countless novels with little farmers as the main characters, and this was a very common genre. Bufian used words like miraculous medical skills just now, so it was obvious that the little farmer's medical skills were above Bian Suan's. Otherwise, Bufian wouldn't have such thoughts. What this little peasant main character learned was most likely medical skills at the cultivation level. At the very least, it wouldn't be worse than Lu Chen's. After figuring this out, Wang Haoran suddenly thought of something and frowned. Most of the little farmer's protagonists were more wretched, and during the treatment process, he might have some interaction with the female lead. This was because Wang Haoran saw Bufian's wound with his X-ray vision, and it was located in a curved line in front of her. Of all places to be injured, she just had to be injured here. This was a rather awkward position. With that in mind, Wang Haoran asked. Is that little farmer's medical skills better than Third Sister's? I know about Third Sister's medical skills. That little farmer's medical skills are indeed better than Third Sister's, Bufian replied and then sighed. Third Sister is the Valley Master of the Medicine Celestial Valley, and her name is well known in the hidden Jianghu. I didn't expect that there would be someone with better medical skills than Third Sister in a small place like the countryside. It's unbelievable. You're not destined to die, so you met such a person. Wang Haoran paused and then asked the key question. During the treatment process, were you taken advantage of? For example, the little farmer helped you apply medicine? Why do you ask? Bufian was stunned for a moment, and then she quickly explained. I was injured, and my limbs were weak. The little farmer wanted to apply medicine for me, but I was injured in a private place, so I didn't allow others to see or touch it. She liked her boyfriend, Seventh Sister, so she naturally cared about what he thought. After hearing his question, she immediately explained. I see. Wang Haoran nodded and then asked, what happened after that? Later on, when I recovered some of my strength, I was able to apply the medicine myself. After taking the medicine, I feel much better. But that little farmer said that the medicine can only treat the symptoms and not the root of the disease. He needs to use massage techniques to cure the disease, Bufian said. Wang Haoran's expression became strange. Bufian had lost a large amount of blood and qi, and it was difficult for her to recover. If she was not treated properly, there would be a problem. But to say that the so-called massage technique was the only way to cure the disease, it was most likely that the little farmer was trying to take advantage of Bufian. What happened after that? Wang Haoran continued to ask. Of course I won't agree to this. After my injuries have healed a lot and I can move freely, I will leave behind a few words and leave without saying goodbye, Bufian said. Wang Haoran nodded. It was true that Bufian's injuries hadn't been cured yet. If they were allowed to continue, her internal injuries might erupt. According to the plot, Bufian would not be able to bear the pain and would probably go back to the farmer protagonist to cure her illness. And because of this interaction during the treatment, Bufian's feelings might be ignited. To put it bluntly, it was all a ploy. Of course, Wang Haoran wouldn't let the plot develop like this. Yi Fan had thousands of years of experience in his previous life and had learned countless skills, including immortal cultivation level medical skills. Wang Haoran had copied Yi Fan's memory, so he naturally knew these things. With immortal cultivation level medical skills and the help of spirit qi at the peak of level 9 qi refinement, curing Bufian's injuries was a piece of cake. However, that little farmer had given Wang Haoren some inspiration. The little farmer protagonist had his eyes on Bufian, and so did he. Of course, he couldn't cure Bufian so easily. You've lost a lot of blood and qi, and there are hidden injuries in your body. If you don't treat them properly, the hidden injuries will erupt, and you will be in so much pain that you want to die, Wang Haoren said seriously. Is it that serious? Bufian was shocked. I know some medical skills too, and I'm not exaggerating, Wang Haoren said seriously. Bufian had always thought that Wang Haoren was mysterious and unfathomable, so she didn't doubt his words. Senior, please save me. You're Weiwei's sister, so I can't just leave you in the lurch. It's just that when I'm treating you, I might come into close contact with you. Wang Haoren hesitated as if he was in a difficult position. Bufian vaguely guessed something. Is it also massage treatment? No, but it's similar, Wang Haoren said. Bufian was speechless. Must this be the only way to cure her injuries completely? I know it's hard for you to accept this, but I won't force you if you don't want to. Just don't regret it when your hidden injuries erupt and you're in so much pain that you want to die. Wang Haoren saw Bufian's hesitation, so he tried to scare her. Senior, you should treat me. Bufian immediately made up her mind. She didn't know that little farmer, and although she was treating him, she didn't want to come into contact with him. However, Wang Haoren was different. She had a crush on Wang Haoren, and it wasn't that hard for her to accept that they had come into contact because of her treatment. Alright, I'll treat you at night, Wang Haoren said calmly. That's for the best. I don't want Weiwei and the others to know that I'm injured, so I'll keep this a secret from them. Bufian's pale face due to the loss of blood and qi had a strange blush on it. She didn't want her sisters to worry about her. More importantly, she didn't know how to face her seventh sister, Qiu Qianwei. She felt that if she let her seventh sister's boyfriend treat her, there would be some inappropriate contact, and she felt that she had let her seventh sister down. Naturally, she wanted to keep this a secret. Wang Haoren observed Bufian's expression and could roughly guess her thoughts. He couldn't help but smile inwardly. Bufian had been away for too long, and she didn't understand the situation between her sisters. Actually, the problem she was worried about was no longer a problem. Other than her who was still in the dark, the other 6 sisters already knew about each other. After waiting for some time, the meal was ready. During the meal, Tantai Yaoyue and the others didn't deliberately mention this matter. The only one who was closer to Wang Haoren was Qiu Qianwei. Tantai Yaoyue, Luo Qingqian, and the others were just more concerned. Bufian didn't notice anything, and thought that it was just an elder sister showing concern for her future brother-in-law, so she didn't think much of it. After the meal, Wang Haoren naturally stayed the night. Early morning. Everyone sat together and ate breakfast. Bufian's complexion was much better than yesterday. Her pale face had also regained some color. However, Bufian's internal injuries were not completely healed. Of course, this was not because Wang Haoren's medical skills were not good enough. It was because he had done it on purpose. After midnight last night, Wang Haoren had secretly treated Bufian. Bufian's favorable impression of him had increased from 50 to 60. Wang Haoren had originally planned to cure Bufian in one go. However, he changed his mind and decided to interact more with Bufian. In addition to treating Bufian, Wang Haoren did not neglect his cultivation. Currently, only Tantai Yaoyue knew that he was the reincarnation of a celestial emperor. She had not told Qiu Qianwei and the others yet. Therefore, Wang Haoren only cultivated with Tantai Yaoyue for the time being. He planned to tell Qiu Qianwei and the others about cultivation after capturing Bufian, the fish that escaped the net. However, Wang Haoren was not anxious about this matter. Instead, he was more anxious about another matter. There was no doubt that the little farmer was the main character in this matter. Therefore, after breakfast, Wang Haoren suggested that Bufian lead the way to the village. The reason was naturally to thank the little farmer for saving Bufian. Bufian felt embarrassed to leave without saying goodbye. She did not object to it. The small village was in Qingling. It was not very far from here. Wang Haoran drove Ji Shuiyao's Porsche and set off with Bufian. After about half a day, they arrived at the village. Although Qingling was a bustling city, there were still nooks and crannies. Even the imperial capital had such nooks and crannies. Qingling was no exception. When the Porsche arrived at the village, the little farmer who saved Bufian came to a shed on the mountain where Bufian was hiding to recuperate. He brought her medicine. This little farmer was called Lin Tian. He was an 18-year-old young man. His skin was slightly tanned, but his body was strong. His eyes looked particularly spirited. When Lin Tian came to the shed, he saw some words on the ground. Only then did he know that the beautiful sister had left. Lin Tian could not help but feel disappointed for a while. But after a while, he became spirited again. The beautiful sister's injuries were not completely healed yet. The hidden injuries on her body would definitely flare up if they were not treated. In this world, no one except for him was able to heal her. When the beautiful sister found out that something was wrong, she would definitely come back to find him. At that time, he would be able to see the beautiful sister again. As Lin Tian thought about it, he couldn't help but imagine the scene of him treating his beautiful sister. His mouth inadvertently opened and he smiled very wretchedly. After his mood, he went down the mountain whistling. When he passed by a clear river, he saw a girl with a big ponytail washing clothes. Xianxia, we are really fated to meet each other here. Lin Tian walked up and teased the ponytailed girl. The ponytailed girl called Xianxia turned her head when she heard the voice. A fair little face immediately appeared in front of her eyes. Her small face had exquisite facial features. Especially her pair of large eyes, they were like black gems, filled with spiritual energy. Although she was wearing rough and simple clothes, it could not hide her beauty. It was hard to imagine that such a beautiful girl could be raised in such a small village. I'm washing my clothes here. What does it have to do with you? Who's fated with you? Xianxia curled her lips and snorted at Lin Tian. I came down from the mountain and you were washing clothes here. We met unexpectedly. If this is not fate, then what is? Lin Tian said with a smile. Tisk, nonsense. Xianxia wrinkled her nose at him and continued to wash her clothes. Lin Tian was annoyed, but he did not leave. Instead, he shamelessly went to Xianxia's side and sat down on the stone block beside the river. He looked at Xianxia who was washing clothes. She was indeed a beauty. She looked so beautiful even when washing clothes. She was as beautiful as a painting. Lin Tian sighed. He soon noticed that the clothes Xianxia was washing were a bit special. Xianxia felt that she was being looked at. She said to Lin Tian, "What are you looking at?" "I'm looking at you washing clothes," Lin Tian said. "What's so special about washing clothes?" Xianxia said a little irritably. "There's nothing special about washing clothes, but you're beautiful. Besides, are the clothes you're washing your own clothes? Why haven't I seen you wear them?" Lin Tian stared at the clothes in Xianxia's hands and suddenly smiled wretchedly. Xianxia blushed and subconsciously hid the clothes behind her. This was her underwear, so it would not be seen by others. "Hey, you're so annoying. I'm going to wash clothes. Are you going to leave or not?" Xianxia said unhappily. "Although your father is the village head, this is not your home. What's wrong with me sitting here?" Lin Tian smiled cheekily. "If you don't leave, I will." Xianxia saw him staring at her wretchedly while washing clothes and only felt uncomfortable. She immediately took all the clothes into the basin and turned to leave with the basin. Seeing this, Lin Tian chased after her shamelessly. "Don't be angry. I'm just joking with you." "Your joke is not funny at all," Xianxia said angrily. "Then I'll talk to you about something serious," Lin Tian suddenly said seriously. "What kind of serious thing can you say?" Xianxia curled her lips. "Of course," Lin Tian said seriously, "I'm going to your house to propose marriage." "This is a serious thing, right? You're so annoying. If you dare to come, my father will definitely drive you out," Xianxia said with some disgust. "That's hard to say. Didn't your father say that anyone who can give you a betrothal gift of 1 million yuan can marry you?" Lin Tian said. In the countryside, there were not as many rules as in the city. Although Xianxia was less than 20 years old, she was already old enough to get married. It was common for people to get a marriage certificate when they were old enough. Xianxia was 18 years old. She was not young. In the village, some women at her age could almost have children. Hearing Lin Tian mention this, Xianxia couldn't help but feel ashamed and angry. Her father did say so, but it was really because there were too many people who came to her house to propose marriage, and all kinds of people came. After saying so, the house finally became much quieter. However, Xianxia felt a little uncomfortable in her heart. After all, her father said it as if he was selling his daughter for 1 million yuan. To be honest, she still hoped to marry someone she liked in the future, instead of being arranged by her father and marrying a man casually. As for the money, it really didn't matter. As a girl in the countryside, Xianxia was very sensible and could bear hardships. If she could be with the person she liked, she would feel very happy even if she had to eat simple tea and eat simple food. Seeing that Xianxia didn't answer, Lin Tian asked, "He can marry you with a betrothal gift of 1 million yuan. Is that true? You're talking as if you can take out 1 million yuan." After hearing Lin Tian's words, Xianxia couldn't help but despise him. Everyone in the village knew that Lin Tian's family was poor. It would be difficult for him to take out 1,000 yuan, let alone 1 million yuan. Believe me. Give me some time, and I can definitely take out 1 million yuan. When the time comes, I'll go to your house to propose marriage, okay? Lin Tian asked with a smile. Xianxia didn't have a good impression of Lin Tian, but seeing his confident look, she wondered if this guy really had a way to make a fortune. But whether it was true or not, Xianxia didn't care. Anyway, she didn't like Lin Tian. What did it have to do with her whether Lin Tian was rich or not? However, Xianxia was kind and didn't want to ridicule others in front of their faces. After thinking about it, she refused in a disguised way. Your information is too outdated. My father has changed his mind and raised the betrothal gift from 1 million yuan to 10 million yuan. In Xianxia's view, 10 million yuan was an astronomical figure. Even if Lin Tian really made a fortune, it was absolutely impossible for him to take out so much money. Saying this was tantamount to cutting off Lin Tian's thoughts and hopes. But to Xianxia's surprise, Lin Tian replied, 10 million yuan? 10 million, right? No problem. Then let's make a deal. As long as I take out a betrothal gift of 10 million yuan, you will marry me. Seeing Lin Tian's confident look, Xianxia couldn't help but panic a little. She originally hoped that he would back off, but she didn't expect that he would take it seriously. The deadline is 1 year, no, half a year. It won't count after that. Xianxia deliberately increased the difficulty, trying to make Lin Tian give up. It's a deal. If I take out a betrothal gift of 10 million yuan within half a year, you will marry me. Lin Tian agreed directly. If it were a few months ago, he wouldn't dare to make such a big promise, but it was different now. He had obtained the inheritance of an immortal, and it was only a matter of time before he became successful. 10 million yuan was not difficult for him to earn. Moreover, his plan to make a fortune was already in the process of being implemented. You really don't know how to brag. Xianxia shook her head. Then I'll take it that you agree, Lin Tian said. I didn't agree. Xianxia curled her lips. You said it yourself that I can marry you as long as I take a betrothal gift of 10 million yuan within half a year. How can you go back on your word? One must be trustworthy. Lin Tian said. Well, I agree. I'd like to see how you're going to take out 10 million yuan. Xianxia was honest. After hearing Lin Tian's words, she didn't go back on her words. Of course, this was mainly because she didn't think that Lin Tian could do it, so she naturally didn't care. Then it's settled. Lin Tian couldn't help but feel delighted. Calculating the time, it was about time to harvest the vegetables planted in the mountains. The sooner they could sell them in the city, the sooner they could make a lot of money. Those dishes were not ordinary dishes. After eating them, not only could they prolong one's life, they could even expel some minor diseases. This point had already been verified by his old father at home. People in the city cherished their lives the most. Furthermore, they were rich. There would definitely be a market for these dishes. Lin Tian couldn't help imagining the scene that he would go to Yang Zhisha's family to propose marriage after making a lot of money. Thinking about it, he couldn't help grinning. Seeing his wretched look, Yang Zhisha curled her lips and quickened her pace to walk ahead of him. Lin Tian shamelessly chased after him again. "You're carrying such a big basin. Aren't you tired? Shall I help you?" Lin Tian said enthusiastically. "No need." Yang Zhisha refused. "You're my future wife. You don't have to be so polite with me." Lin Tian laughed. Hey, what nonsense are you talking about?" Yang Zhisha was stunned by Lin Tian's shamelessness. When Lin Tian saw her blushing face, he was even more delighted. He did not want to give up and wanted to continue teasing her. Little did he know that Yang Zhisha blushed because of anger. However, Lin Tian didn't care so much. Just as he was about to speak, he heard some villagers passing by and talking about something. "I heard that 2 young city people came to the village entrance, a man and a woman. The man is very handsome, and the woman is also very beautiful, like a fairy. What are the city people doing here? They seem to be looking for someone. Hey, can you stop following me?" Yang Zhisha looked at Lin Tian with disgust. "I'm not following you. This road doesn't belong to your family. If you can walk, why can't I?" Lin Tian retorted. "You." Yang Zhisha couldn't argue with Lin Tian, so she simply stopped arguing with him and didn't go home. Because her parents were not at home. If Lin Tian continued to follow her, she couldn't do anything to him. After thinking for a while, she suddenly said, "I'm going to the village entrance to see the handsome men in the city. If you like to follow me, then keep following me." After saying that, she walked ahead of him. The smile on Lin Tian's face suddenly froze. Because Yang Zhisha's words made him feel a little uncomfortable. The handsome men in the city were very feminine. What was there to see? How could they be better than the young men in the countryside? Yang Zhisha really had no taste. However, Lin Tian soon realized that Yang Zhisha was deliberately provoking him. After calming himself down, Lin Tian followed Yang Zhisha. He also heard the conversation of the villagers just now. There was not only a handsome man at the village entrance, but also a beautiful woman in the city. Lin Tian didn't like to see the handsome men in the city, but he liked to see the beautiful women in the city. After a while, Yang Zhisha and Lin Tian arrived at the village entrance. At this moment, many villagers had gathered at the village entrance. When it was not the farming season, the villagers were very idle. When they heard that there was a show to watch, they naturally flocked to it. The young man and woman in the city were undoubtedly Wang Haoren and Bufian. Bufian only knew that the little farmer who saved her was from this village, but she didn't know his name or where he lived. Therefore, after arriving at the village entrance, Bufian didn't know where to look. Therefore, she roughly described Lin Tian's appearance and asked the villagers. However, there were many young men like Lin Tian in the village. Fortunately, the villagers were more enthusiastic and started to look for him. After a while, everyone in the village knew about it. At this moment, Wang Haoren was leaning against a big tree at the village entrance, waiting quietly. Bufian, on the other hand, was identifying the people around her, trying to find the little farmer who saved her. Every time someone came to the village entrance, she would identify them. However, after a long time, she still couldn't find the little farmer. After identifying everyone present, Bufian walked to Wang Haoren's side and sat down, wanting to rest for a while. "Are you tired?" Wang Haoren reached out and tucked Bufian's hair behind her ear and asked gently. Bufian trembled subconsciously and felt a little nervous. However, this nervousness quickly dissipated and was replaced by a kind of sweetness that filled her heart. "I'm not so weak. I'm not tired." Bufian's cheeks became a little rosy as she shook her head gently. At this moment, she found that a new group of villagers had arrived. Bufian stood up and wanted to identify them. Wang Haoren also subconsciously looked at the new group of villagers. Among them, one of the beautiful women instantly attracted his attention. Wang Haoren looked at her, and the beautiful woman also looked at him. Their eyes met in the air, but before Wang Haoren could take a closer look, he received a notification from the system. Ding! Congratulations to the host for meeting the female lead Xianxia for the first time. The Super Peach Blossom Halo has triggered the first-class pledge of love effect. Ding. The female lead Xiaxia's favorability towards the host has increased to 80, deep affection. Wang Haoran. The sudden system notification surprised and delighted Wang Haoran. He really didn't expect that the Super Peach Blossom Halo, which had been weak for a long time, would finally work hard again. On the way to the small village, Wang Haoran knew that he would definitely meet the female protagonist on this trip. Looking at many novels with farmers as the protagonists, there were generally two types of female protagonists. One was the village belle, and the other was the widow. These two types of female protagonists had almost become the standard female protagonists in novels with farmers as the protagonists. Of course, there were occasional exceptions, but at least one of them would exist. On the way here, Wang Haoran was still thinking about how to launch an attack and intercept the farmer protagonist. But who knew that the halo was so good that he didn't even need to chase after her. The young and beautiful village girl in front of him was undoubtedly the village belle. Wang Haoran looked at her carefully and was very satisfied. Although she lived in the countryside, the village belle's skin was very tender, without the rough feeling of a country woman at all. It was even better than the pampered female protagonists in the city. In the countryside, people usually had to do farm work, and it was impossible for them to have the conditions to wear sunscreen when they went out. It was really unscientific that the village belle's skin was so good. But the female protagonist halo had always been unreasonable. As the female protagonist, she was of course a little special and different from other village women. On the opposite side, Xianxia felt that she was being looked at, and her heart, which was already beating wildly, beat even faster. Shyly, she guiltily looked away and stopped staring at him. But soon, as if she couldn't control herself, she looked back at him again. This boy from the city was really too good-looking. Xianxia only felt that she was about to fall for him. Lin Tian's attention was almost always on Xianxia. He saw Xianxia's shy look. Lin Tian suddenly became angry in his heart. He had already regarded Xianxia as his future wife. Now, his future wife was staring at another man like a love-struck fool. Naturally, he felt extremely uncomfortable. Ding, the host has damaged Lin Tian's mentality. The host has gained 2,000 villain points, Lin Tian's protagonist halo -100, and the host's villain halo +100. However, Lin Tian's uncomfortable feeling was temporarily ignored because he saw another person on the scene. I've finally found you. Beautiful sister? Bufian and Lin Tian saw each other and said almost at the same time. Seeing their reactions, Wang Haoran immediately confirmed that this dark-skinned young man was the little farmer protagonist. The communication system immediately started checking. Main character, Lin Tian, combat strength, 8,970, Qi refinement stage level 1, charm, 68, protagonist aura, 27,675, skills, Goldfinger the Immortal's inheritance, current inheritance progress, 100%. The inheritance includes immortal level medical skills, cultivation spells, talisman spells, chaos bottle, grade, primordial cardinal treasure. Born during the chaos era of the universe. Currently, it has recognized its owner. Effect, gathers the spiritual qi of heaven and earth, causing the spiritual qi to liquefy and store in the bottle. The spiritual liquid can catalyze the growth of spiritual items and also speed up the advancement of cultivation. When Wang Haoran received this information, he couldn't help but be secretly shocked. In terms of the main character aura, Lin Tian was only a little less than Yi Fan by 2,000 points, which was already very impressive. His Goldfinger was also worthy of this aura. The Tribulation Immortal was the most powerful person below the unification stage. Immortal cultivators who could become immortal supremes must be extraordinary. Even if they were not as powerful as the Xiantian Immortal, they would not be too far off. Lin Tian had received the Immortal's inheritance, so his cultivation should be smoother. It was unlikely that he would encounter any bottlenecks. Other than that, there was also the cultivation cheat, the Chaos Bottle. The spiritual qi on the blue planet was thin, so cultivation was extremely difficult. However, with the Chaos Bottle, this problem was no longer a problem. Of course, Wang Haoran wanted to snatch this cultivation cheat. Unfortunately, the chaos bottle had already recognized an owner. Even if he snatched it, he could not use it. A treasure that had recognized an owner could only be used by its owner. If he wanted to use the chaos bottle, there was only one way, and that was for Lin Tian to voluntarily remove the ownership. Or, he could completely control Lin Tian's will and force Lin Tian to remove the ownership. When that happened, the chaos bottle would become an ownerless item again. Then, Wang Haoren could drip his blood on it again. However, it was difficult to do any of the two. To completely control Lin Tian's will, one would need extremely strong cultivation and divine sense. Because as long as Lin Tian showed the slightest resistance, it would fail. If things went wrong, Wang Haoren's soul might even be devoured by the chaos bottle. Of course, Wang Haoren would not do such a dangerous thing. The last possibility seemed even less likely. Lin Tian was not sick, so why would he remove the ownership? Only an idiot would remove the binding of such a rare treasure. Unless Lin Tian had a reason to do so. Wang Haoren followed this train of thought. When his eyes fell on Bufian and the village bell, he suddenly understood. On the other side, Lin Tian was very happy after recognizing Bufian. "Beautiful sister, why did you leave without saying goodbye?" "I had something urgent to deal with, so I left first." "Sorry." Bufian casually made up an excuse. "Fortunately, you came back again. I really didn't lie to you. If your injuries are not treated properly, there will be a big problem." Lin Tian thought again. "Someone else will treat me, so I won't trouble you." Bufian said. "Who is it?" Lin Tian's heart tightened and he hurriedly asked. "My third sister is also a divine doctor. She can treat me." Bufian thought of the treatment last night and felt extremely embarrassed. She was too ashamed to tell the truth, so she lied. Lin Tian did not believe it, but after looking at Bufian's complexion and seeing that her qi and blood had recovered a little, he did not doubt it. However, he could not help but feel a little regretful. If he had known earlier, he would not have said that only a massage could cure the beautiful sister. In fact, using medicine was also possible. If he could completely cure this beautiful sister, she might be more grateful to him. At that time, the beautiful sister would feel that she could not repay him and might even give herself to him. "By the way, my name is Lin Tian." "Beautiful sister, what is your name?" Lin Tian suddenly asked. "Bufian." Previously, Bufian was injured and was being hunted down, so she was not willing to reveal her information. But after her injuries recovered a little, she killed all those people who were chasing after her. Since the crisis was resolved, Bufian naturally did not hide it. Moreover, it was just a name. "Bufian, this name is too nice." Lin Tian praised with a smile. "This is the person who saved you, right?" At this time, Wang Haoren walked over and asked Bufian. "Yes, it's him." Bufian nodded with a smile. "Hello." Wang Haoren extended his hand to Lin Tian. Lin Tian's excited face instantly turned cold when he saw Wang Haoren. Wang Haoren wasn't surprised at all when he saw Lin Tian's expression. As the villain, it would be strange for the protagonist to be nice to him. However, when he saw Lin Tian's expression, Wang Haoren really wanted to punch him in the face. The protagonist hated him, and he hated the protagonist. This was a natural opposition. However, Wang Haoren wouldn't ignore the big picture just because of a moment of anger. "Third sister, the person who saved you doesn't seem very polite." Wang Haoren's hand froze in mid-air, but he immediately retracted it. He didn't feel awkward and just smiled at Bufian. Bufian originally found Lin Tian pleasing to the eye, but when she saw him giving Wang Haoren the cold shoulder, she immediately frowned. "You're the younger brother of the beautiful sister?" Lin Tian's cold expression faded a little, and his eyes lit up as he asked Wang Haoren. "Yes, is there a problem?" Wang Haoren asked. If he and Bufian were in that kind of relationship, with Bufian's favorable impression of him, she definitely wouldn't expose him. In that case, he could mess with Lin Tian's mentality. However, what Wang Haoren wanted the most now wasn't to mess with Lin Tian's mentality, but to be interested in Lin Tian's chaos bottle. By showing that he and Bufian were siblings, it would be easier for him to get close to the village bell. This was a very important part of the plan that Wang Haoren had just hatched. After hearing Wang Haoren's words, Bu Fian looked at him. Although she was a little puzzled, she didn't say anything. It could be considered that she tacitly agreed with Wang Haoren's words. When Lin Tian saw this, he naturally didn't have any doubts. He thought that Wang Haoren and Bu Fian were really siblings. Thank you for saving my third sister. Please accept this small token of my appreciation. Wang Haoren took out a check for 1 million and handed it to Lin Tian. Although I'm from the countryside, I'm not greedy for money. I saved the beautiful sister out of kindness. Lin Tian didn't reach out to take it and said solemnly. His words were better than a song. King want to hit on her because she's pretty, right? If she's ugly, would you be so enthusiastic to save her? Wang Haoren secretly ridiculed him. You have backbone. I admire you. In that case, I'll take it back. Wang Haoren was not willing to give money to the protagonist. The reason why he gave the money was just to put on a show. After all, the reason why he came here with Bu Fian was to repay Lin Tian's kindness. Since Lin Tian didn't want to accept it, why waste the money? Meanwhile, when Lin Tian saw Wang Haoren retracting his sword so quickly, he felt a little uncomfortable. After all, he didn't take a look at Wang's tea. The matter of coming to the village was settled. Wang Haoren had something important to do, so he naturally didn't want to leave. But if he wanted to stay, he needed a reason. After thinking for a while, he suddenly said to Bu Fian, "Tts that took Herd's thought of he's to himself sure." Bu Fian nodded. They often cooked at home, so they had to go to the market in the city to buy vegetables. But who knew how much pesticide was applied to those vegetables? The vegetables in the countryside were all natural, so they tasted better and were healthier. She naturally agreed with Wang Haoren's suggestion. Brother Lin, do you know who grows the best vegetables in the village? After Bu Fian agreed, Wang Haoren took the opportunity to ask Lin Tian. He wasn't joking when he told Bu Fian to bring some food back. In the novels written by farmers, the plot usually revolved around 3 points: courting girls, getting rich, and cultivating. Lin Tian's chaos bottle had the effect of hastening the growth of spiritual items, so he could use it to make money. For example, he could grow vegetables or precious herbs and sell them. Sure enough, after Wang Haoren asked, Lin Tian said proudly, "You found the right person." Then you have found the right person. My family's food is the best in this village. Hearing those words, many of the villagers started to laugh at Lin Tian, saying that he was boasting. Wang Haoren knew that Lin Tian was telling the truth. He asked again, "Can you take me to your garden?" "My garden is a bit far. You're from the city, so you won't be able to bear the hardship. I'll pick the vegetables for you to see." Lin Tian didn't want others to know about his secret plantation. "I need a lot of vegetables. Do you have that many at home?" Wang Haoren asked. "How much do you need?" Lin Tian asked. "I want all of them." "Price is not a problem," Wang Haoren said generously. Lin Tian was happy for a while. He really wanted to rip the city man off. He didn't want to accept the check for 1 million yuan to repay him for saving his beautiful sister, but he was very willing to sell vegetables to this city man and extort him. "Good, straightforward. But it will take a lot of time to pick them," Lin Tian said. Wang Haoren was secretly happy when he saw that things were developing according to his expectations, but he didn't show it on his face. "It's okay. I can still wait for a day or 2. After that, Wang Haoren glanced at the surrounding villagers and asked, "Is there anyone who can rent a room? Is there anyone who has a vacant room that I can rent for a while? I can pay the rent. The price is not a problem at all, but the house is better." As soon as he said that, many villagers rushed to say that they had vacant houses and could rent them to Wang Haoren. For a moment, Wang Haoren couldn't even get a word in. After everyone was quiet for a while, Wang Haoren said to the village bell, "Hello, I'll live in your house." "Hello, I'll stay at your place. The rent is 1,000 a day. What do you think?" I didn't say anything just now." Xianxia was stunned for a moment and then stammered. Wang Haoren certainly knew that the village belle didn't say that she had a house to rent. The reason he did this was purely on purpose. "Really? But I just heard you say that you have a house to rent, and it's clean and beautiful." Wang Haoren pretended to be puzzled. Well, if you want to live in my house, it's okay. Xianxia didn't object after being surprised, but agreed. It was not because of the 1,000 yuan a day that Wang Haoren said, but because she wanted to spend more time with Wang Haoren. That's a deal. Wang Haoren smiled. A handsome smiling face came into her sight. Yang Jixia was stunned and confused again. Seeing Yang Jixia's infatuated look, Lin Tian felt very uncomfortable. He couldn't help but say to Wang Haoren, I also have a vacant room, and it's free. You can live in my house. Lin Tian, didn't you hear what he said just now? He wants a room with a better environment. Your house is so shabby, how can he get used to it? Yang Jixia took over the conversation. After saying that to Lin Tian, she said to Wang Haoren and Bufian enthusiastically, he's a guest from afar. You don't have to pay the rent. He can stay as long as he wants. Lin Tian was speechless when he heard that. He was still flustered. Ding, the host has damaged Lin Tian's mentality. Gain 2000 villain points, Lin Tian protagonist aura -100, host villain aura +100. Wang Haoren received the prompt message from the system. Although he didn't look at Lin Tian's face, he knew that Lin Tian must be very upset. Thank you for your kindness, but we still have to pay. We can't live and eat for free, Wang Haoren responded with a smile and then took the initiative to introduce himself. My name is Wang Haoren. What's your name? My name is Yang Chu. Yang Jixia said hesitantly. Yang Chuxia or Yang Jixia? Wang Haoren asked with a smile. I was born in Chuxia, so my father named me Yang Chuxia. But later, when I was in school, I had the same name as a female classmate, so I changed my name to Yang Jixia. Later, I got used to calling myself Yang Jixia, but my identity and certificate are still Yang Chuxia, Yang Jixia explained. But in fact, it's almost the same. You can call me Yang Chuxia or Yang Jixia. Then I'll call you Jixia, Wang Haoren said. Yang Jixia was stunned for a moment. This title, which omitted the surname, seemed a little intimate, but she was quite happy about it. It's up to you, Yang Jixia said with an innocent smile. Jixia, let's get in the car together. Please lead the way to your house, Wang Haoren said. After that, he waved at Bufian and motioned for her to go. Then he said to Lin Tian, whose face was a little pale, come to me when you've put away the vegetables. After that, he directly got in the car with Bufian and Yang Jixia without waiting for Lin Tian's response. When the car started, the surrounding villagers took the initiative to make way for it. After a while, the car left the entrance of the village and headed for the village. Seeing the car leaving, Lin Tian thought to himself that he must blackmail Wang Haoren. Otherwise, he would feel unbalanced. What's wrong with Yang Jixia? She's too shallow. She gets dizzy when she sees a handsome guy. That guy is just a toy boy. He's good-looking but useless. With this kind of resentment, Lin Tian secretly went up the mountain to his secret cultivation base to pick vegetables. If he wanted to extort money from that pretty boy, he had to let that pretty boy know how good the quality of his vegetables were. Otherwise, if they felt that it was too expensive, they could have bought it from someone else. Lin Tian wanted to let that pretty boy know that the vegetables he grew were unique and could not be bought outside. When Lin Tian went up the mountain, Wang Haoren drove to Yang Jixia's home according to her instructions. The road in the village was not wide, but it was enough for a car to pass through. Wang Haoren soon arrived at Yang Jixia's home. After parking the car, Wang Haoren took the opportunity to leave everyone's sight and followed Lin Tian's trail. When he came into contact with Lin Tian earlier, he discreetly sprinkled a type of pollen on Lin Tian's body. This kind of pollen was colorless and odorless, and could only be sensed using special methods. This technique was naturally from the supreme poison scripture. Lin Tian was still at the first level of the Qi refinement realm. In terms of combat strength, he was not even comparable to Qin Fan. Moreover, he was not an old monster like Yi Fan who had lived for thousands of years. He was not so cautious. Wang Haoren was not afraid that Lin Tian would notice this method if he used it on him. Wang Haoren followed the trail and followed Lin Tian to his secret cultivation base on the mountain. This kind of cultivation base was extremely hidden. The only passage through this cultivation base was an extremely narrow valley. This valley was only big enough for one person to pass through. It was similar to the description in the peach blossom spring, only when one is in a narrow place can one pass through it. After taking a few more steps, one will suddenly see the light. After passing through the valley, one could see a wider place. In this vast place, the spirit chi was almost 10 times denser than the outside world. If one cultivated here, it would be 10 times more effective than the outside world. Compared to the blue planet, where the spirit chi was thin, this place could be considered a paradise. There were so many people in this village, and such a good place was discovered by Lin Tian. The protagonist's halo was really unreasonable. Wang Haoren secretly complained and then looked around. This place was planted with large tracts of crops, as well as some relatively rare medicinal herbs. Wang Haoren sensed that those crops actually contained some spirit chi. Although the spirit chi was a bit thin, if there was a large amount, there would still be a qualitative change. For example, if an ordinary person ate this kind of crop for a long time, not only would they be immune to all diseases, but they would also be able to live longer. But to Wang Haoren, this kind of crop was not that attractive. Because just cultivating the Demon Emperor's internal sutra for an hour would give him more spirit chi than eating thousands of cabbages here. However, Wang Haoren was very interested in the people here who were involved in things like the Chinese knotweed. Because these people were involved in the Chinese knotweed, they were not ordinary. Wang Haoren used his X-ray vision to take a look. In addition to his perception, he immediately recognized that the Chinese knotweed that this person was involved in were all over 500 years old. The oldest among them was even close to 1,000 years old. In an environment like the Blue Planet, this was originally impossible. But Lin Tian had the cheat tool, the Chaos Bottle. One of the functions of the Chaos Bottle was to accelerate the growth of spiritual items. These people might have only planted the Chinese knotweed for a short time, but after being accelerated by the spiritual liquid in the Chaos Bottle, they grew crazily. In a very short period of time, they had reached 500 years old or even 1,000 years old. The Chinese knotweed that people at this age could already be counted as a spiritual plant. For immortal cultivators, it was very beneficial. And the key was that this place was planted in tracts. If a rough count was made, there were at least 1,000 of them. Let's count it as 1,000 for the time being. 1,000 Chinese knotweed and ginseng that were more than 500 years old could provide a lot of spirit chi. Wang Haoren was originally still worried about the foundation establishment, but at this moment, he felt like he was suddenly enlightened. From Yi Fan's memory, Wang Haoren learned that even other immortal cultivators who lived in environments with rich spirit chi suitable for cultivation would not be so wasteful as to consume so many spiritual plants to build their foundation establishment, no matter how rich they were. Because it took a long time for spiritual plants to grow, almost no one was willing to do so. However, Lin Tian, who possessed the primal chaos bottle, was able to easily create these spiritual plants. Wang Haoren had already seen the Chinese knotweed that the people here had planted as his own. However, he was not in a hurry to harvest. Because he was more interested in the chaos bottle that had created these spiritual plants. Wang Haoren had checked before, so he naturally knew that the spiritual liquid in the chaos bottle had to be placed out. This place was rich in spirit chi and was an excellent place to accumulate spiritual liquid. Wang Haoren carefully sensed and soon sensed that the spirit chi in the surroundings was gathering somewhere in the area where the Chinese knotweed were planted. After using his X-ray vision to check, Wang Haoren quickly found that under the cover of those spiritual items, there was a half-foot-tall green jade bottle hidden. The spirit chi that had gathered in the surroundings was entering this green jade bottle. This green jade bottle was undoubtedly the primal chaos bottle. Wang Haoren's eyes instantly became fiery. Wang Haoren had investigated Lin Tian before and knew that the chaos bottle was a connate cardinal treasure produced by the universe. Compared to the heaven-splitting pagoda that accompanied the universe, its grade was a little lower, but it wasn't that far off. And this was only the difference in level. Comparing the sky-splitting pagoda and the chaos bottle, they each had their own magical effects and did not conflict with each other at all. Cardinal treasures were the highest-level treasures in the cultivation world. The word connate meant that it was produced by the creation of heaven and earth, not created by humans. It could be said that connate cardinal treasures were the highest level of cardinal treasures. Even a tribulation transcendence celestial supremacy would be tempted by a connate cardinal treasure, not to mention Wang Haoran, who was only at the peak of the qi refinement stage. Fortunately, although Wang Haoran was agitated, he was still quite rational. The chaos bottle had already recognized its master and belonged to Lin Tian. Even if he snatched it now, he couldn't use it. And killing Lin Tian and making the chaos bottle ownerless was not an easy way either. Because Lin Tian was dead, but the chaos bottle still had his soul imprint. Even a tribulation transcendence celestial supremacy could not erase this kind of soul imprint on a cardinal treasure, let alone Wang Haoran. Since the chaos bottle had a soul imprint, it could not recognize a new master. He could only wait for the soul imprint to disappear on its own. However, the time it would disappear on its own was too long, at least tens of thousands of years. Because of these reasons, Wang Haoran did not act rashly. He suppressed his thoughts and left quietly. Lin Tian picked some vegetables and fruits from the plantation and put them in a big snakeskin bag. Then, he carried the snakeskin bag and went down the mountain while whistling. After going down the mountain, he went directly to the cement ground in front of Yang Zhixia's house and called out. Wang Haoran, Bu Fian, and Yang Zhixia came out one after another. Lin Tian poured out all the vegetables and fruits in the snakeskin bag. The quality is not bad, but it's not much different from what I grew at home. Yang Zhixia glanced at the vegetables and fruits on the ground and couldn't help but comment. It looks the same, but it tastes different. If you eat it, you won't say so, Lin Tian said proudly. Didn't you say there were a lot of dishes? That's all? Of course, Wang Haoran wouldn't say that he had secretly followed Lin Tian to the plantation to take a look. When he saw the snakeskin bag of vegetables, he pretended to be puzzled and asked. I'll pick some for you to try first. If you're satisfied, we'll continue our discussion. No matter how much you want, I can provide it. Lin Tian said. All right. Wang Haoran nodded. These fruits and vegetables couldn't be eaten raw. If he wanted to eat them, he had to cook them. Wang Haoran glanced at Bu Fian and quickly looked away. As an assassin, Bu Fian might be able to cut melons and cut vegetables, but she couldn't cook. When she was at Qing Ling's place, she helped out in the kitchen. Xiao Qianwei was the one in charge of the kitchen. After skipping Bu Fian, Wang Haoran looked at Yang Zhixia. If you don't mind, let me cook for you, Yang Zhixia understood and said immediately. Zhixia, I'll have to trouble you. Wang Haoran said with a smile. You're welcome. As long as you don't mind my cooking. Yang Zhixia showed an innocent smile. Seeing Yang Zhixia's attitude towards Wang Haoran, Lin Tian felt a little jealous and couldn't help but interrupt. How can I dislike it? Zhixia, the dishes you cook must be delicious. I must eat a few more bowls of rice later. I didn't invite you to eat at my house. Yang Zhixia was stunned by Lin Tian's shamelessness and couldn't help but say. Hee, anyway, I won't leave today. Lin Tian laughed. Yang Zhixia rolled her eyes. She didn't know what to do with him, so she simply ignored him. Anyway, she was just cooking some rice. Yang Zhixia squatted and was about to take the vegetables to the kitchen. Let me do it. Lin Tian said enthusiastically. Seeing this, Yang Zhixia didn't refuse. If Lin Tian liked to do this kind of hard work, let him do it. Lin Tian put all the vegetables into the snakeskin bag and was about to move them to the kitchen. Yang Zhixia walked in the front and led the way. On the way, Lin Tian asked, Why don't I see your parents? They went on a long trip, Yang Zhixia said. Are you the only one at home? Then why did you let them live in your house? Aren't you afraid? Lin Tian asked in surprise. They don't look like bad people. What's there to be afraid of? Yang Zhixia said indifferently. The beautiful sister named Bu Fian must be a good person. But that Wang Haoran is not necessarily a good person. He looks pretentious, but maybe he is full of evil tricks. Maybe he wants to hit on you because you are beautiful. Seeing that there were only Yang Zhixia and himself here, Lin Tian began to slander Wang Haoran. However, as he spoke, he suddenly realized that Bu Fian and Wang Haoran were brother and sister, but they had different surnames. Lin Tian was a little confused, but soon felt that they might be cousins, so it was normal for them to have different surnames. I think you are the one who is full of evil tricks. How dare you speak ill of others behind their backs? I think that Wang Haoren is very good. Yang Jixia was displeased when she heard that Lin Tian was slandering Wang Haoren. Yang Jixia, you are too shallow. Do you think he is a good person because he is handsome? Lin Tian was a little annoyed and glared at her. Don't you think that beautiful sister named Bufian is beautiful, so you think she is a good person? Who is the shallow one? Yang Jixia asked back. Lin Tian's face stiffened and he was at a loss for words. Now that I know what you are thinking, you have nothing to say, right? Yang Jixia snorted. Anyway, you'd better stay away from Wang Haoren. My intuition tells me that he has feelings for you, and they are not simple, Lin Tian reminded her. Hearing that, Yang Jixia didn't say anything. But she thought to herself that it would be good if Wang Haoren had feelings for her. Lin Tian didn't know that Yang Jixia had fallen in love with him. Seeing that she didn't say anything, he only thought that she had listened to his words. He immediately felt much better. He had already regarded Yang Jixia as his future wife, and he would never allow anyone else to touch her. While they were talking, Lin Tian also came to the kitchen and put down the snakeskin bag with vegetables. Yang Jixia began to wash the rice and cook. Lin Tian stayed in the kitchen and was alone with Yang Jixia. He didn't want to leave at the moment, so he planned to brainwash her again and ask her to stay away from Wang Haoren. However, Lin Tian had yet to start rambling when he heard the sound of footsteps coming from outside. It was Bufian who came to the kitchen. Lin Tian swallowed all the words that he was going to say to slander Wang Haoren. Let me help you, Bufian said to Yang Jixia. During the period when Wang Haoren was away, Bufian and Yang Jixia chatted alone for a while. Yang Jixia was determined not to charge rent, so Bufian didn't want to live and eat for free, so she wanted to help. Beautiful sister, you are a guest. How can I trouble you? Yang Jixia hurriedly waved her hand. If you don't charge me rent, I'm really embarrassed to be a freeloader. Let me do something. To be honest, what I can do is limited. I can only cut vegetables. I don't know anything else. Bufian said. Beautiful sister, okay. Yang Jixia nodded. Don't call me that. Just call me by my name. I'll call you Sister Jixia. Do you think that's okay? Bufian only felt that Yang Jixia's pure appearance was very cute. Therefore, she wanted to get closer to her. Okay, then I'll call you Sister Fian. Yang Jixia smiled. Up to you. Bufian smiled back. I'll also call you Sister Fian. You can call me Brother Lin Tian. Lin Tian heard their conversation and shamelessly interrupted. That's a weird name. I'll call you Lin Tian. Bufian politely declined. She was originally quite friendly to Lin Tian. However, Lin Tian gave Wang Haoren a cold shoulder before. This caused Bufian's friendliness to drop a lot. Naturally, she didn't want to call Lin Tian so intimately. Lin Tian's injury was slightly lower. He didn't notice Bufian's mood. He only thought that Bufian didn't like to call others that. Because Bufian gave him the impression that she was a beautiful sister with a cold temperament. Lin Tian didn't insist on it. His mouth was on Bufian. She didn't like to be called that. Lin Tian couldn't do anything about it. However, Lin Tian's thoughts about Bufian didn't decrease at all. Instead, it deepened. Lin Tian not only regarded Yang Jixia as his future wife, but also Bufian as his future wife. In today's monogamous environment, this kind of blessing was not very possible. However, Lin Tian knew that he would become an immortal in the future after his fortuitous encounter. Since he was an immortal, he couldn't be the same as mortals. Not to mention 2 wives, he could even have dozens of wives. Lin Tian felt that he was completely worthy of it. While Lin Tian was looking forward to the future, Bufian had already started washing the vegetables. Lin Tian came back to his senses and wanted to help. However, this kitchen was too small. Yang Jixia didn't want to bump into Lin Tian and be taken advantage of by him, so she directly drove him away. After about an hour, it was finally time to eat. Lin Tian brought many kinds of vegetables. Yang Jixia cooked a little of each kind. There were 11 dishes in total. However, these 11 dishes were almost all vegetables. Yang Jixia looked at the vegetables and said to Wang Haoren and Bufian embarrassedly, "It's not the time for a festival. There are only these vegetables in the countryside. Sorry to trouble you." "What are you talking about? We're freeloaders, so why would we be picky? Besides, these dishes look, smell, and taste good." "Jixia, you were too modest before. Your culinary skills are obviously excellent," Wang Haoren praised. Being praised like this, Yang Jixia showed a silly smile, and a faint blush appeared on her face. She said shyly, "It's just some home-cooked dishes. It's nothing difficult. My culinary skills are average. I'll have a try." Wang Haoren smiled, picked up a few pieces of cabbage with chopsticks, and put them into his mouth. He chewed a few times, and gradually frowned. Seeing this, Yang Jixia couldn't help but feel a little nervous. "Is it bad?" "It's not bad, but too delicious. What should I do if I can't eat such delicious dishes in the future?" Wang Haoren sighed. Yang Jixia immediately turned from worry to joy and blurted out, "If you like it, I'll cook it for you every day in the future." The moment she said this, Yang Jixia realized that she had made a mistake. However, the words she said were like spilled water, which could not be taken back. On the side, Lin Tian and Bufian both looked at her strangely. Yang Jixia was the kind of girl who couldn't hide her thoughts and was easily overjoyed. Lin Tian and Bufian naturally saw that Yang Jixia had a good impression of Wang Haoren from her expression and words just now. Otherwise, she wouldn't have said such a sentence. While waiting for the meal, Lin Tian was looking forward to the future. His mood was quite good, but now it was not good at all. Ding, the host has damaged Lin Tian's mentality. The host has received 3,000 villain points, Lin Tian's protagonist aura minus 150, and the host's villain aura plus 150. Bufian's eyes moved slightly and looked at Wang Haoren, casting a suspicious look. Because Wang Haoren's words just now were suspected of flirting with a girl. Wang Haoren felt that he was being sized up by Bufian. He made eye contact with her and pretended not to understand her eyes. "Third sister, this dish is really delicious. You should try it too." With that, Wang Haoren picked up some food with his chopsticks and put it in Bufian's bowl. Seeing Wang Haoren's action, Bufian was secretly delighted. For a moment, she didn't think about whether Wang Haoren was flirting with a girl. She put the food into her mouth and tasted it. Her beautiful eyes lit up slightly. Bufian looked at Yang Jixia and praised her generously. "Sister Jixia, I didn't expect your cooking to be so good. It's better than my seventh sister's cooking. I started cooking when I was 10 years old. It's been a long time, so I'm better at it." Yang Jixia scratched her head and said shyly. Children in the countryside were more sensible at an early age, and Yang Jixia was no exception. Although Yang Jixia was only 18 years old, she had all kinds of life skills. If she really got married, she would definitely be a good wife and mother. Jixia's cooking is one of the reasons, but the ingredients are also very important. If it were other people's dishes, the texture and taste would definitely not be so good. Lin Tian interrupted. "You don't say, this dish is really a little different from what I usually eat." Bufian also felt it and couldn't help but add. Yang Jixia also picked up her chopsticks and tasted it. Her big black eyes also lit up. "How did you grow these vegetables?" Yang Jixia asked Lin Tian curiously. "It's an exclusive secret recipe. I can only tell it to my son, daughter, or wife." "Do you want to know?" Lin Tian asked with a cheeky smile. "No." Yang Jixia's desire to know was extinguished in an instant. Bufian was also a little curious at first, but after hearing Lin Tian's words, she didn't bother to ask. Lin Tian felt bored. Then, he thought of the business and promoted it to Wang Haoren. "You've already eaten these dishes. Judging from your appearance, you should be satisfied with these dishes. However, you can only feel that these dishes are delicious for the time being. In fact, the benefits of these dishes are far more than just delicious. These dishes contain a variety of microelements that are beneficial to the human body. If you eat them for a long time, not only can you prolong your life, but also prevent all kinds of diseases." Hearing Lin Tian's words, before Wang Haoren could reply, Yang Jixia couldn't help but question him. Lin Tian, no matter how delicious they are still vegetables. How can they be as magical as you say? You are really good at bragging. I have sent these vegetables to an appraisal agency for identification. They do have these effects. Lin Tian was sure of the effects of these vegetables, but he couldn't tell the real reason. He just changed it to a reasonable explanation. What about the appraisal certificate? Show it to me. Xianxia reached out. It costs a lot of money to produce an appraisal certificate. I didn't ask for it to be issued in order to save money, Lin Tian said. I think you are lying. Yang Zhixia's tone was firm. Lin Tian didn't argue with Yang Zhixia for the time being. Instead, he looked at Wang Haoren and said, I can swear that these vegetables absolutely have the effects I said. If you don't believe me, you can take these vegetables to an appraisal agency for identification. Then you will understand. There is no need to do that. I believe you. Let's talk about the price, Wang Haoren said. Seeing Wang Haoren's straightforward look, Lin Tian couldn't help but be stunned. He thought that it would take him more effort to convince these city people. He didn't expect it to be so easy. Is this guy too gullible? No, I am not gullible. These vegetables do have those effects. Thinking of this, Lin Tian suddenly asked for an exorbitant price. These vegetables are grown with my secret recipe. The cost is very high, so the price is relatively high. 1,000 yuan per kilogram, 1,000 yuan per kilogram of vegetables? Lin Tian, why don't you rob a bank? Yang Zhixia was anxious and blurted out. Seeing her reaction, Lin Tian was a little unhappy. This kind of displeasure was not because Yang Zhixia had exposed him, but because Yang Zhixia was speaking in Wang Haoren's position. 1,000 yuan per kilogram, right? Okay, it's a deal. Wang Haoren responded to Lin Tian. Don't believe him. Even if these vegetables are delicious, they can't be worth 1,000 yuan. Yang Zhixia felt distressed, so she tried to persuade Wang Haoren. You can't buy what you want with money. Besides, it's only 1,000 renminbi per caddy. It's not expensive. Wang Haoren didn't seem to care at all. Hearing that, Yang Zhixia didn't know what to say. When Lin Tian saw this, he only felt that he had underestimated the spending power of these city dwellers. If he had known earlier, he would have asked for a higher price. Lin Tian felt a little regretful in his heart. However, with a thought, he had another idea. Do you want ginseng, Chinese knotweed, and other medicinal herbs? Lin Tian suddenly asked. What year is it? Wang Haoren asked even though he already knew the answer. Over 500 years old. Lin Tian replied. Nonsense. The aged ginseng and fleece flowers on the mountain behind the village have long been dug up. The rest are all newly grown. Almost none of them are more than 3 years old. Yang Zhixia questioned. The mountain is so big, there are bound to be some places that no one can go. I was lucky enough to dig it up, what's there to be surprised about? Lin Tian said. Ginseng and Chinese fleece flower were not like vegetables. The price of aged Chinese fleece flower was very expensive. It was even priceless. Of course, Lin Tian couldn't say that these ginseng and Chinese fleece flower were grown by him. If others knew about it, they might covet it. After all, he didn't think that this city dweller was a good person from the beginning to the end. It was nothing to let this city dweller know that he grew those vegetables, but if he knew that he could grow such aged ginseng and Chinese fleece flower on a large scale, the benefits would be enough to make people go crazy. Of course, Lin Tian had to be careful. After all, his current cultivation was still at the first level of the qi refinement realm. He couldn't deal with modern firearms. Even the most ordinary kind would be difficult to withstand. Tisk, others can't dig it up, but you can. Are you that lucky? Yang Zhixia looked down on him. Isn't that so? My luck is just too good. Lin Tian said proudly. If it wasn't for his good luck, how could he have obtained the inheritance of the celestial venerable in the mountain? This was enough to prove that he was the son of destiny. Over 500 years old, right? Okay, I'll take it. Name your price. Wang Haoren looked like he was easy to fleece. How much do you want? Lin Tian asked. How much do you have? Wang Haoren asked back. 3 ginseng and 3 Chinese fleece flower, all over 500 years old. Lin Tian didn't dare to say too much, lest he aroused suspicion. Okay, I'll take all of them, Wang Haoren said. Seeing his reaction, Lin Tian couldn't help but be suspicious. What do you want so many ginseng and Chinese fleece flower for? Wang Haoren pretended to hesitate before replying, I have a friend who has a strange disease. He needs aged ginseng and Chinese fleece flower to treat his illness. Lin Tian was bewildered. He saw the strange look on Wang Haoren's face. The friend this guy was talking about couldn't be him, right? Strange disease. Could it be that kind of disease that's hard to talk about? This pretty boy was a scumbag. Maybe he was too indulgent and got hollowed out at such a young age. With that thought, Lin Tian carefully looked at Wang Haoren. With one look, Lin Tian immediately made a discovery. With his current level of medical skills, he could see many things just by looking. He didn't pay much attention before, but now that he looked at this pretty boy, he found that he was really weak. And it wasn't just weak. He probably couldn't even stand up when he was doing something. The vegetables he planted had the effect of nourishing the body. This pretty boy was so weak. After eating just now, he must have felt something. No wonder he was so willing to buy his vegetables at such a high price. So that was the reason. After thinking this through, Lin Tian's doubts were all gone, and he couldn't help but laugh. When Bufian saw Wang Haoren's reaction, she was full of doubts. Of course, she knew that Wang Haoren was lying. There must be another purpose for him to say that. But with her relationship with Wang Haoren, of course, she wouldn't expose him. Lin Tian made up his mind to extort Wang Haoren. He organized his words and began to bluff. Last time, there was also a rich man who wanted to buy the fleece flowers in my hands. He offered 5 million for each fleece flower, and the total price was 30 million. But I thought it was too little, so I didn't agree. After a pause, he changed the topic and continued, but since you're Sister Fian's brother, I can sell it to you if you offer this price. Don't believe him. The village is only so big. If there really was an outsider, I would definitely know. He's lying. Xianxia glanced at Lin Tian and said. Lin Tian wasn't embarrassed because he saw through this pretty boy and was sure that he needed these herbs. 30 million. Can it be lower? Wang Haoren pretended to bargain. Not a cent less. Lin Tian looked like there was no room for negotiation. Okay, deal. Wang Haoren gritted his teeth and seemed to be very distressed. Happy cooperation. Lin Tian grinned. Wang Haoren also smiled, but in his heart. Wang Haoren chuckled for a while, then seriously emphasized to Lin Tian, I'll pay you whatever you want, but what I need are genuine 500-year-old ginseng and fleece flowers, not those cheap goods. Don't worry about that. I'll dig them up after dinner, but will you test them? Lin Tian asked suspiciously. I have friends who are proficient in this field. I'll take photos and send them to them. Whether they are real or fake, we'll know soon, Wang Haoren said. After the discussion, Lin Tian quickly finished his meal, and then went to the mountain to pick ginseng and fleece flowers. However, Lin Tian deliberately delayed for a long time. He had told everyone before that those ginseng and fleece flowers were found in places where ordinary people couldn't find them. Of course, it would take more time to pick them up. Lin Tian went to the secret cultivation base on the mountain, found a shady place, and slept. At the same time, something was happening in Yang Zhixia's home at the foot of the mountain. Yang Zhixia had heard the conversation at lunch. 30 million yuan for 3 500-year-old ginseng and 3 500-year-old fleece flowers was simply a sky-high price. Yang Zhixia felt sorry for Wang Haoren, so not long after Lin Tian left, she talked to Wang Haoren in private. Even if you have money, you shouldn't waste it like this. How can you believe what Lin Tian said? A rich man offered him 30 million yuan before, but he didn't sell them. Yang Zhixia suggested. Even if you really need those ginseng and fleece flowers, you should negotiate with him about the price. You can't just let him say the price. How about this? When Lin Tian comes back later, you can negotiate with him about the price. Wang Haoren looked at her with a smile and didn't answer her question first. Instead, he said, you and Lin Tian are from the same village. It stands to reason that you should be closer to him. We seem to have just met today. Why do you seem to be in my position and speak for me? Xianxia avoided his eyes, for fear that he would see through her thoughts, so she explained that Lin Tian is famous for being a sloppy fellow. I don't like to get too close to this kind of person. It's only because I saw that he wanted to rip off an outsider like you that I spoke up for you out of goodwill. You don't think too much about it. I don't have any other intentions. When she reached the end of her sentence, she stuttered and her face turned red. An innocent girl like Xianxia was really not good at hiding her thoughts. Her explanation exposed her thoughts. You actually like me, don't you? Wang Haoran asked suddenly. No, I don't. Xianxia waved her hand hurriedly, and her face became redder. We just met today. How could I like, but I fell in love with you the first time I saw you. Wang Haoran gazed into her eyes. Xianxia was stunned. She didn't expect that Wang Haoran would suddenly say such a thing. You don't make such a joke. There must be many beautiful girls in your city. How could you like an ignorant country girl like me? Xianxia couldn't believe it. She lowered her head in self-abasement and whispered. Wang Haoran reached out and held Xianxia's small hand, which had nowhere to put because of nervousness. From the first time I saw you, I was hopelessly in love with you, Wang Haoran said slowly. Hearing that, Xianxia raised her head in astonishment and met Wang Haoran's eyes. I felt the same way. The first time I saw you, I felt that I had fallen in love with you. That's right. Because this is the fate of our previous lives. There is a thread leading us to meet, Wang Haoran said. The fate of our previous lives. Xianxia muttered in a low voice. She agreed with this statement, but she still found it hard to believe. Do people really have previous lives? What were our previous lives like? Of course there were. In my previous life, I was the immortal emperor, and you were my concubine. Wang Haoran had said similar words many times. He was very familiar with it and could say it easily. Huh? Xianxia thought she had misheard. With a thought, Wang Haoran brought Xianxia into the heaven-splitting pagoda. Where is this? Xianxia only felt dazed for a moment before the scenery around her changed. She was shocked and dumbfounded. This is my immortal emperor pagoda. Wang Haoran explained casually. Then, he waved his hand in front of his eyes, and a series of images suddenly appeared. After reaching the peak of the Qi refinement stage, Wang Haoran had learned many more skills. These images were the concreteness of Yi Fan's memory. It was the battle scene of many immortal venerables besieging the extreme Heaven Devil Emperor. In the images, the stars collapsed and the galaxy reversed. The immortal venerables were surrounded by spiritual qi and divine light. They couldn't be seen clearly at all. In short, it was a battle between immortals. One could only vaguely make out that it was a battle between several immortals. Furthermore, these scenes were rather brief, and they were flashing by in a hurry. Wang Haoran felt that it was about time. He suddenly waved his hand again, and the images before him vanished. On the other hand, Xianxia was so shocked that she couldn't speak. In my previous life, I was besieged by several tribulation immortal venerables. We promised to meet again in our next lives. After I reincarnated, it took me a long time to recover my memories. Wang Haoran said slowly. When Xianxia heard this, she was shocked. It took her a while to recover. However, she did not doubt Wang Haoran's words at all. Did you come here just to look for me? Xianxia asked. The main reason is to look for you. The other reason is to look for the lost rare treasure, Wang Haoran said. Rare treasure? Xianxia was shocked. When I reincarnated, the rare treasures were scattered all over the place. This immortal emperor pagoda is one of them. I found it not long ago. And after I found the immortal emperor pagoda, I sensed another strange treasure in this village. Wang Haoran suddenly sighed and continued, the immortal emperor's pagoda is a strange treasure. He continued, the great enemy of my previous life will find me sooner or later. These rare treasures are extremely beneficial to my cultivation. I must find them and make myself stronger. Otherwise, even if I find you in this life, I won't be able to protect you. I'll face the same fate as my previous life. When Xianxia heard this, she could not help but feel nervous. Did you find the rare treasure? I did. It's with Lin Tian. That rare treasure of mine has the effect of hastening the growth of spiritual beings. That's how Lin Tian got his vegetables and ginseng, Wang Haoren said. No wonder Lin Tian has these things. Realization dawned on Xianxia. She continued, since you know that the rare treasure is with Lin Tian, have you brought it over? Lin Tian obtained the rare treasure by chance and has already made it recognize him as its master. I can't use it even if I bring it over, unless… Wang Haoren suddenly paused. Unless what? Xianxia pressed on. Unless Lin Tian takes the initiative to make it recognize him as its master. I have an idea, but I'll need your help. Wang Haoren got to the point. There's no need to talk about help. For our future, this is what I should do. Just tell me. Xianxia had already regarded herself as Wang Haoren's woman. Wang Haoren sighed and said, it may be a little difficult for you to deceive people. No, I have no choice. What's so difficult about it? Don't mention deceiving people. I'm willing to do whatever you ask me to do. Xianxia's small face was full of seriousness. Alright, then remember what I said. When the time comes, do this. Wang Haoren began to instruct him. On the other side, Lin Tian slept leisurely for most of the afternoon before he began to dig up ginseng and Chinese knotweed. After digging up 3 ginseng and 3 Chinese knotweed, Lin Tian put them in a bag that he had already prepared. Then he hummed a tune and went down the mountain. However, when he was about to reach the foot of the mountain, Lin Tian deliberately dirted and even tore his clothes to make himself look unusually embarrassed. After doing this, Lin Tian went to Xianxia's house to look for Wang Haoren. The 3 ginseng and 3 Chinese knotweed you need are all here. In order to dig up these things, I almost lost my life. Lin Tian carefully took out the things in the bag and showed them to Wang Haoren, pretending to be very tired. Wang Haoren went to Lin Tian's cultivation base and naturally knew that this guy was lying. However, he didn't point it out and just said, thank you for your hard work. It's a little hard, but your 30 million yuan can't be less, Lin Tian said. As long as it's real, I will definitely give you 30 million yuan less. Wang Haoren promised. Then he pretended to take many photos of the Chinese knotweed. Then he casually browsed through his WeChat address book and sent them to Wenjing. He also attached a paragraph of text, asking Wenjing to call him after a while. Then Wang Haoren pretended to wait. Wenjing calculated the time and called him at the right time. Wang Haoren walked to the side and pretended to chat with Wenjing for a while before hanging up. What did your friend say? Lin Tian asked. Ginseng and Polygonum multiflorum are not a problem. They are old enough. Wang Haoren replied. Without wasting any time, he took out a blank check that he always carried with him and filled in the amount of 30 million. He then signed his name and passed it to Lin Tian. Is this check real or fake? Can I exchange it for money? Lin Tian felt that things were going too smoothly and felt that it was a little unreal. Therefore, he was very suspicious of the authenticity of the check. Go to the bank and exchange it. You'll know if it's real or not, Wang Haoren said. Even if you don't tell me, I will. Lin Tian looked up at the sky. It's almost evening. If we go to the bank in town now, it will probably be closed. We can only go tomorrow. I won't leave this place for a day or 2. You can rest assured, Wang Haoren said. That would be for the best. Lin Tian nodded and then asked, do you still want that dish? Of course. On the first day of every week, prepare the fresh dish and I'll get someone to bring it over. Let's temporarily set the quantity at 50 kilograms for a week. We'll increase the quantity depending on the situation, Wang Haoren said. You want so many dishes? Can you finish them all? Lin Tian asked doubtfully. I have a restaurant at home and it's a chain. I'm just afraid that you don't have enough stock. Wang Haoren wanted to stall for time and stay in the village. Therefore, he casually made up a story. You can rest assured. I'll still say the same thing. I can provide as much as you want, Lin Tian said confidently. Then it seems that we can work together for a long time. I'll get someone to write a contract and sign it. This way, both sides will be guaranteed, Wang Haoren suggested. No problem. Lin Tian also wanted to earn money steadily. Naturally, he was happy to agree. This is the advance payment. Wang Haoren took out the 1 million check that he had prepared to repay Lin Tian and passed it to him. I didn't expect that a city man like you would be so straightforward. Lin Tian happily took the check. I'll give you the money. Prepare the dishes as soon as possible. I'll call someone to bring them over tomorrow and put them in the restaurant to see the response, Wang Haoren said. Lin Tian nodded. Okay, I'll go and pick 50 kilograms tomorrow morning. I guarantee that they'll be fresh. Your restaurant will be full of customers and make a lot of money. Let's make a fortune together, Wang Haoren said. Lin Tian took the check in his hand and kissed it. He grinned and said, let's make a fortune together. Bufian and Yang Zhixia watched from the side and didn't say anything during the whole process. Fresh ginseng and fleece flowers are suitable to be placed in a cooler place. Lin Tian was afraid that the things would be spoiled, so he reminded them. Zhixia, is there a suitable place to store these things in your house? Wang Haoren asked. Put them in the cellar, Yang Zhixia replied. Wang Haoren nodded and packed the fleece flowers. Then, he was ready to move them into the cellar of Yang Zhixia's house. However, when he was moving, he pretended that he couldn't move them. So, he said to Bufian, third sister, come and do me a favor. Okay. Bufian had just watched for a while. She knew that this guy was not telling the truth, but she didn't expose him. Instead, she even cooperated with him. Bufian easily carried the bag with the fleece flowers in it and went to the cellar. Wang Haoren followed her closely. Lin Tian secretly despised Wang Haoren for a while. He thought that Wang Haoren was so weak that he couldn't even compare to a woman. Then, he looked at Yang Zhixia with a playful smile and waved the check in his hand at her. We agreed before that as long as I can get 10 million yuan as the betrothal gift, I can come to your house to propose marriage. Now that I have the money, when are you going to marry me? Lin Tian grinned. I was just joking. I can't take it seriously. Yang Zhixia hurriedly waved her hand. You are too untrustworthy. How can you go back on your word? Lin Tian was immediately displeased. Yang Zhixia really didn't want to talk to him, but she remembered Wang Haoren's instructions, so she continued to say to Lin Tian. I didn't say everything at that time. The betrothal gift is just one of my conditions. I have other conditions. Lin Tian was overjoyed when he saw that Yang Zhixia agreed. He hurriedly asked, what conditions? Tell me. I will definitely fulfill them. Of course, I want to see how good your character is. Yang Zhixia snorted. My character is definitely good. Everyone in the village knows that. Lin Tian patted his chest and said. That's not up to you. I want to test you, Yang Zhixia said with her hands on her hips. Okay, I'll listen to you. Lin Tian thought that his character was good and he was not afraid of the test at all. By the way, how did you grow these vegetables? Yang Zhixia asked curiously. I told you that I can't tell anyone about this, Lin Tian said mysteriously. Look, I just asked you such a small thing, but you are not willing to tell me. You even said that you like me and want to marry me. I think you are not sincere at all. You have failed the test. Don't talk about proposing marriage to my family again. Yang Zhixia wrinkled her nose and said to Lin Tian. Hearing Yang Zhixia's words, Lin Tian became anxious, but he didn't want to tell her his secret, so he said, this is my secret. I really can't tell anyone. If you marry me in the future, I will definitely tell you. Fine. I don't want to know. Don't dream about it. It's impossible for us to be together. I don't care even if you give me 100 billion yuan, let alone 10 million yuan. Yang Zhixia snorted and turned around to leave. Lin Tian quickly stepped forward and stopped her. Calm down. Don't be angry. No. I just want to ask you something, but you don't want to tell me. I don't want to talk to you, Xianxia curled her lips and said. Lin Tian didn't want to tell her the secret, but he didn't want to give up the opportunity that Xianxia had given him. After hesitating for a while, he changed his words. I can tell you, but you have to keep it a secret. You can't tell anyone about it. That's more like it. Tell me about it. Yang Zhixiao's eyes lit up slightly. Lin Tian rolled his eyes and said, it won't take long. Tomorrow morning, I'll go to pick vegetables and sell them to the city man. Come with me. I'll tell you then. He only said these words after thinking deeply about it. Lin Tian thought that he could tell Yang Zhixia his secret, but she must be his woman. Only by completely making Yang Zhixia his woman would she not betray him. He would take Yang Zhixia to the secret base, tell her his secret, and then say some sweet nothings to win her heart. Didn't you say that the place where you grow vegetables is far away? If I go with you, then. Yang Zhixia hesitated. Who do you think I am? I won't do anything stupid. In order to make Yang Zhixia believe him, Lin Tian stretched out 3 fingers and said, if you don't believe me, I can swear that if I force you to do that kind of thing, I'll die a horrible death. Bah, I'm just saying nonsense. It doesn't count. After swearing, Lin Tian hurriedly murmured in his heart. Then, okay. Seeing Lin Tian's solemn vow, Yang Zhixia agreed. At this time, Wang Haoren and Bufian returned. That's a deal. Don't tell anyone else about this. I will wait for you outside your house at dawn tomorrow morning, Lin Tian said to Yang Zhixia in a low voice. Then, he didn't talk about it anymore. She didn't want that pretty boy in the city to know. Of course, Lin Tian could see that this gigolo was also interested in Yang Zhixia. If the gigolo knew about this, he would definitely ruin it. After Wang Haoren came here, he acted as if nothing had happened, as if he didn't know anything. The next morning, at the first glimmer of dawn, Lin Tian waited outside Yang Zhixia's home. Yang Zhixia answered the appointment and came out. Yang Zhixia, who had just woken up, blinked her big eyes. She still looked a little hazy, and there was some laziness on her small face. She looked extraordinarily cute. However, within this cuteness, there was also a hint of seductiveness. It was only because Yang Zhixia seemed to have enough nutrition during puberty, and her curves were a little dangerous. Lin Tian really wanted to be the first person to see her true appearance. However, what Lin Tian didn't know was that someone had already done it before him and even had a taste of it himself. Except for the last step, he had almost done everything he could. However, Lin Tian naturally didn't know this. As soon as Lin Tian thought that he was going to win Yang Zhixia's heart, he was extremely excited, but he didn't dare to reveal this thought on the surface, in case Yang Zhixia suddenly changed her mind and didn't go with him. You're very punctual. Let's go, Lin Tian said flatly and walked in front. Yang Zhixia followed behind him. After passing through some winding mountain roads and narrow valleys, Lin Tian took Yang Zhixia to the secret cultivation base. It took them some time to walk on the mountain road. At this time, the sky was a little brighter, and everything around them could be seen clearly. I'd been to the back mountain of the village many times, but I never knew there was such a place. It's simply a paradise. Yang Zhixia looked around and exclaimed. I accidentally found it when I was collecting firewood in the mountain that day and accidentally lost my way, Lin Tian explained. The soil here looks no different from the soil outside. Why are the vegetables grown here so delicious? Yang Zhixia squatted down to look at the soil in the vegetable field and said in confusion. You look the same, but in fact, there is a big difference, Lin Tian said. What's the difference? Yang Zhixia asked. Let's not talk about this first. Lin Tian waved his hand as he suddenly grinned. Zhixia, I've told you my secret. Shouldn't you do something for me? You didn't say it clearly. I didn't understand it. This doesn't count. Yang Zhixia shook her head. Soon, she saw a group of knotweed's branches and leaves. She ran over there and looked carefully for a while. Suddenly, she was surprised. Why are there so many ginseng and knotweed here? The branches and leaves are so lush. They must be very old. Didn't you go to other places to dig up wild ones before? Did you plant them yourself? Yes, I planted them. Since Lin Tian had brought Xianxia here, he had already expected this kind of thing. Naturally, he would not deny it. How did you plant them? In fact, Xianxia already knew it in her heart, but she remembered Wang Haoren's order not to disclose this information, so she pretended to ask. The soil here is special. I planted them like this. Lin Tian didn't want to say too much, so he said vaguely. I don't believe you. I don't think you're telling the truth at all. I won't talk to you anymore. I'm going down the mountain. Xianxia wanted to turn around and leave. Lin Tian stopped in front of Xianxia and said solemnly, I really didn't lie to you. The soil here is really special. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? The soil here is no different from the soil outside. How can it be because of the soil? There must be other reasons. Xianxia said with a cold look. You keep saying that you like me, but you're on guard against me in your heart, as if you're afraid that I'll tell others about you. Am I such a person? But if you don't want to tell me, I won't force you. I'll pretend that I've never been here. Don't come to me in the future. Because he had made an appointment with Xianxia to go up the mountain, Lin Tian was so excited last night that he almost didn't sleep. Of course, he didn't want to miss this good opportunity. After thinking for a while, Lin Tian suddenly said, Xianxia, this is my secret. I didn't intend to tell anyone, but I really like you so much that I let you know it. I can tell you all the secrets, but you have to give me something. What do you mean? Xianxia asked. You know what I mean. Lin Tian grinned. Xianxia immediately understood. She was very angry and wanted to slap Lin Tian in the face. But for the sake of the overall situation, she didn't lose her temper. If you really tell me the secret, it proves that you're really sincere. If you want to show me something, I can promise you. Xianxia lowered her head and said in a low voice. Hearing this, Lin Tian only felt blood rushing to his brain and lost most of his reason. When Lin Tian thought that he was about to take off the title of a virgin, he was extremely excited, but he still found it hard to believe. He asked, Are you serious? You're not joking, right? Then just take it that I'm joking, Xianxia said angrily. Although what she said just now was a lie, she still felt very embarrassed when she said it out loud. After hearing Lin Tian's question, she was naturally a little angry. No, I'll take it seriously. Lin Tian hurriedly said. Then, he eagerly walked to the vegetable field and took out a green jade bottle under the cover of some vegetable leaves. About 3 days ago, Lin Tian used up all the spiritual liquid in the bottle. Now that 3 days had passed, Lin Tian sensed that a lot of spiritual liquid had accumulated in the bottle. Lin Tian thought about drinking the spiritual liquid to improve his cultivation. However, he had something exciting to do now, so he could only postpone this matter. Lin Tian took the green jade bottle that was about 1 foot tall and walked to Xianxia. The secret of why the vegetables, ginseng, and fleece flowers can grow so well is all in this bottle. When Xianxia saw the green jade bottle, she knew that it should be the emperor's treasure. Xianxia already knew the effect of the rare treasure, but she naturally wouldn't show it. Instead, she asked Lin Tianwen with some doubts. She asked with doubt, This bottle looks ordinary. Lin Tian said with a smile, You don't know this. This bottle is called the Chaos Bottle. It can automatically absorb spiritual qi and turn it into spiritual liquid. I diluted the spiritual liquid with water and watered these vegetables and medicinal herbs. It can make the vegetables and medicinal herbs grow crazily. Don't think that those ginseng and fleece flowers are all 500 years old. In fact, they are wild seedlings that I dug up in the mountains. In less than a month, they have reached the level of 500 years old. It's really incredible. Xianxia exclaimed and then said, However, aren't you afraid that someone will steal this precious bottle? Hee, of course not. Even if someone steals it, they can't use this bottle. Even if there is spiritual liquid in the bottle, they can't pour it out. Lin Tian said proudly, Moreover, as long as I want, this bottle can fly to me. Humph, it's too incredible. Xianxia curled her lips. You don't believe it, right? Let's give it a try. Lin Tian handed the bottle to Xianxia and then took 10 steps back. Take the bottle. Take it, Xianxia said. I'd like to see how you can make the bottle fly to you. Open your eyes wide now. Lin Tian chuckled. Then, with a thought in his mind. With a swish, the chaos bottle in Xianxia's hand flew to Lin Tian, who was 10 steps away. How is it? Awesome, right? Lin Tian walked towards Xianxia with the bottle in his hand. Why? Xianxia covered her chest, her face full of astonishment. The chaos bottle has already recognized me as its master. Only I can command and control it. Let alone a distance of 10 steps, even if it's 100 miles away, I can still make the chaos bottle fly to my side with just a thought. Tell me, would I be afraid of someone stealing the chaos bottle? Lin Tian said. So what? Someone stole the bottle. Can't the bottle be removed? Xianxia looked curious. You don't understand. After the chaos bottle recognized me as its master with my blood, it was bound to me and became a part of my body. Unless I remove it myself, no one can remove it by force. Lin Tian regarded Xianxia as his woman, so he didn't hesitate to explain these things to her. I see. Xianxia nodded and then looked at Lin Tian in disbelief. So, are you an immortal? More or less. Lin Tian chuckled. Do you think I'm awesome? Do you start to like me? I don't like you. Xianxia secretly complained. She was afraid that the disgust on her face would be noticed by Lin Tian, so she lowered her head very low to avoid letting Lin Tian see her expression. I've told you the secret. Shouldn't you give me something in return? Lin Tian saw that Xianxia lowered her head and didn't speak. He thought she was shy, so he struck while the iron was hot. Xianxia calmed down her disgust for Lin Tian. Then, she raised her head and stammered. I'm a little nervous. I want to go to the toilet. You won't be nervous. I'll be very gentle. Lin Tian chuckled. Go ahead. I'll wait for you. Don't peek. Turn your head away. Xianxia walked toward the grass that was half a man's height not far away. However, after taking a few steps, she suddenly turned back and said to Lin Tian. Okay. I won't peek. Lin Tian was also very cooperative. He turned his back and thought, I can look at it openly later. There's no need to peek. After turning around, Lin Tian heard a series of footsteps. After waiting for a short while, he suddenly heard Xianxia shriek, ah. Lin Tian was shocked. He wondered if Xianxia had been bitten by a snake when she was relieving herself. However, when he turned his head, he found that Xianxia was being held hostage by Wang Haoren with a knife. Why are you here, you gigolo? Lin Tian turned pale with fright. Humph, I've long guessed that you must have a big secret since you can grow these vegetables. So, I put a bug on Xianxia. I heard everything you said just now. Wang Haoren smiled sinisterly like a bad guy. Lin Tian, help me. Xianxia was also very cooperative. She shouted in panic. I knew you were up to no good, you pretty boy. Lin Tian clenched his teeth. I knew it. He had long felt that there was something wrong with Wang Haoren spending so much money to buy his things. However, Lin Tian was not afraid of Wang Haoren because of his ability. But he never expected that this despicable guy would threaten him with Xianxia. It's too late to know that now. Don't talk nonsense. If you don't want Xianxia to die, quickly remove the ownership and then give me the bottle, Wang Haoren said. Gigolo, in your dreams. Lin Tian said angrily. It seems that you don't even care about Xianxia's life for that bottle. Okay, then this little beauty is mine. Wang Haoren laughed sinisterly. He sniffed Xianxia's hair with his nose and looked intoxicated. Little beauty, now you are mine. Let's find a place where no one will disturb us and talk about life and dreams. You bad guy, I was wrong. About you. Xianxia tried to pretend that she hated Wang Haoren very much. Wang Haoren put the knife on Xianxia's neck and held her to retreat, ready to leave. Gigolo, stop. We can still negotiate. Lin Tian stopped him. Bullshit. Unless you remove the ownership and give me the bottle, there is no negotiation, Wang Haoren said. I promise you, as long as you don't hurt Xianxia. Lin Tian gritted his teeth and said. Since that's the case, hurry up. I don't have that much patience. Wang Haoren kept holding Xianxia hostage and urged Lin Tian. Hearing this, Lin Tian reached out and bit his finger, then dripped blood on the chaos bottle. The bottle emitted a faint light, but it quickly receded. I've already removed the ownership. Take the bottle and let Xianxia go. Lin Tian put the bottle on the ground and then took a few steps back. Damn it, do you think I'm stupid and easy to fool? Wang Haoren complained in his heart. Lin Tian didn't remove the ownership just now. He was just pretending. However, Wang Haoren didn't expect Lin Tian to be so cooperative. Step back a little. I'm worried, Wang Haoren said. This gigolo is quite cautious, Lin Tian muttered in his heart, then stepped back a little. Wang Haoren stepped forward with Xianxia and stared at Lin Tian's every move. Then, he pretended to be careful and picked up the chaos bottle. Then, Wang Haoren cut his finger with a knife and dripped blood on the bottle. The bottle didn't move at all. Why isn't there any reaction? Wang Haoren knew the reason, but he pretended not to know. You're too bad, so you can't recognize me as your owner. What does it have to do with me? Lin Tian spread out his hands. Cut the crap. You didn't remove the ownership at all. Don't play tricks with me. My patience is limited. Wang Haoren put down the bottle again, then stepped back with Xianxia. Lin Tian saw that Wang Haoren didn't fall for his trick and felt regretful. No matter what, he didn't want Wang Haoren to get the chaos bottle, but he also didn't want Xianxia to get hurt. Lin Tian's brain quickly turned, thinking of a way to get the best of both worlds. Hurry up, don't dawdle. Wang Haoren urged. He tilted his head and touched Xiaxia's little face. Then he said to Lin Tian, Brother Lin, don't worry. If you dilly-dally for 3 seconds, I'll kiss her. You can continue to dilly-dally. Xiaxia's heart was as sweet as honey, but she cried and shouted, Bad guy, don't touch me. Wang Haoren, if you touch Xianxia again, believe it or not, I will kill you. When Lin Tian saw this scene, he immediately stomped his feet and said. Ding. Host has damaged Lin Tian's mental state. Reward, 3,000 villain points. Lin Tian's protagonist aura, minus 150. Host's villain aura, plus 150. With another smacking sound, only then did Wang Haoren say to Lin Tian, What did you say? Ding. Host has damaged Lin Tian's mental state. Reward, 3,000 villain points. Lin Tian's protagonist aura, minus 150. Host's villain aura, plus 150. You. Lin Tian clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. Hurry up. I'm counting the time. You continue to dawdle. Can I get the hang of it? Wang Haoren grabbed the knife with one hand and held Xianxia hostage with the other hand. Stop. I'll remove the ownership right away. Lin Tian hurriedly stopped him. Wang Haoren retracted his hand. Lin Tian slowly squatted down and thought of a countermeasure. Soon, he had an idea. So, he squeezed out a drop of blood from the spot where he had bitten his finger and dripped it on the chaos bottle again. Then, he silently chanted something in his heart. Soon, the chaos bottle shone brightly and blood-red runes appeared on the bottle. Then, they all dissipated. At the same time, the connection between Lin Tian and the chaos bottle was broken. When Wang Haoren saw this scene, he couldn't help but feel a little hot in his heart. I can make a heavenly oath and remove the ownership. If I violate it, I will be destroyed by the heavens and die a horrible death. After Lin Tian finished speaking, he slowly lifted the chaos bottle and took a deep breath. Now, it's yours. Catch it. After saying that, he threw it directly at Wang Haoren. And Wang Haoren also did as Lin Tian said. Because he was too nervous about the bottle and was afraid that it would break, he directly abandoned Xianxia and ran a few steps forward to catch the bottle. When Lin Tian saw Wang Haoren's action, he grinned. He secretly picked up a small stone when he squatted down and flicked it at Wang Haoren's forehead. This attack used all of Lin Tian's cultivation. The stone's penetrative power was extremely terrifying. If it hit, it would definitely make the gigolo die on the spot. Lin Tian watched as Wang Haoren caught the bottle. And that stone was about to hit Wang Haoren's forehead and take his life. However, when the stone was a foot away from Wang Haoren's forehead, it froze in midair, as if it was blocked by an invisible force. This strange scene made Lin Tian turn pale with fright. I finally got it. Wang Haoren looked at the bottle in his hand and sighed. Lin Tian was a wretched little peasant protagonist. His brain was not particularly good. He only rose to power because of the protagonist's halo. He was really easy to fool. If it were a scheming old monster like Yi Fan, he would have seen through this trick long ago. Ding. Host has successfully swindled Lin Tian's chaos bottle. Received 18,000 villain points, Lin Tian's protagonist halo -900, host's villain halo +900. At this moment, Xianxia saw the scene and stopped pretending. She went to Wang Haoren's side and said happily, "Congratulations, Emperor. Sigh, as the reincarnation of the Celestial Emperor, I actually have to do this kind of shady business. Just thinking about it makes me blush with shame." Wang Haoren sighed. The book said that to achieve great things, one should not bother about trifles. Emperor, you also had no choice. Don't take it to heart. Xianxia comforted. I'm sorry that you have to deceive others. Wang Haoren patted Xiaxia's head. It's nothing. I'm willing to do anything for the emperor. Xianxia blushed a little and leaned into Wang Haoren's arms. You two dogs. Although Lin Tian was confused by the conversation between the two, he could naturally see that Xianxia was in cahoots with Wang Haoren to deceive him. Ding. Host has damaged Lin Tian's mentality. Received 5,000 villain points, Lin Tian's protagonist halo -250, host's villain halo +250. Lin Tian, this chaos bottle originally belonged to my emperor. I'm just returning it to its rightful owner. I won't allow you to humiliate my emperor. Xianxia said unhappily. Xianxia, I thought you were a kind and good girl. I didn't expect you to be AB*TCH. I was blind to have misjudged you. Lin Tian said hatefully. Hearing this, Wang Haoren's expression changed slightly and looked at Xianxia. To be honest, he didn't expect that the innocent and lovely Xianxia would be so good at deceiving people. Although Wang Haoren taught her step by step, letting her know how to deceive Lin Tian. However, Wang Haoren was still a little surprised that Xianxia could do it. Perhaps deceiving men was a woman's innate talent. Even someone as innocent as Xianxia was not careless when it came to deceiving men. Lin Tian, you. Xianxia was criticized. Her face turned red with anger and she couldn't refute for a while. Xixia, this guy brought you here with bad intentions. If he didn't have any lust for you, you wouldn't have been fooled. You didn't do anything wrong. It's just that we have different standpoints. Don't take his words to heart. Wang Haoren explained. Okay. Xiaxia's face suddenly looked much better. Gigolo, you colluded with this bitch to cheat me of my things. You actually dare to say it in such a dignified manner. I have never seen such a shameless person like you. Lin Tian was furious as he spoke in a furious voice. Kid, this was originally mine, Wang Haoren said slowly with a serious expression. In my previous life, this primal chaos bottle was taken away by an immortal emperor who besieged me. For you to be able to obtain this primal chaos bottle, that immortal sovereign must have already passed away. You also obtained his inheritance, and this primal chaos bottle is one of them. Lin Tian was shocked, and his slightly tanned face turned pale. He had never told Xianxia about this, so how did Wang Haoren know about this? Could it be that he was telling the truth? Lin Tian was bewildered. When he received the immortal sovereign's inheritance, he did not know the origin of this immortal sovereign, so he naturally could not accurately judge whether Wang Haoren was telling the truth or not. Wang Haoren continued, the immortal sovereign who passed you his inheritance is my enemy. You are my enemy's disciple, and you just insulted me and Xixia. Logically speaking, I should not let you live. But seeing that the heavens are virtuous, I can let you live, but I will have to erase your immortal sovereign's inheritance. Do you accept? Lin Tian felt an extremely dangerous aura from Wang Haoren, and he had just seen Wang Haoren's methods, so he knew that Wang Haoren's cultivation was far above his. However, Lin Tian was really unwilling to lower his head, and he hesitated for a moment. There is hatred in your eyes. It seems that you are unrepentant. Since that is the case, I can't let you live. Wang Haoren did not give him much time to think. With a flick of his finger, a terrifying flame catalyzed by spirit chi flew out and shot toward Lin Tian. Lin Tian was shocked, but he did not even have the chance to dodge before he was hit by the flame. In an instant, a wisp of flame rose up and engulfed Lin Tian. Lin Tian didn't even manage to let out a few screams before he died. In less than 30 seconds, Lin Tian turned into ashes and disappeared from the world. Ding! Host has killed main character Lin Tian. Reward, 15,000 villain points. Lin Tian was only at the first level of the Qi refining stage, while Wang Haoren had already reached the great circle of the Qi refining stage. The two of them were simply not on the same level. If Wang Haoren wanted to take care of Lin Tian, it was just an easy matter. Furthermore, Wang Haoren never thought of sparing Lin Tian's life either. The reason why he said so much to Lin Tian was that Xianxia was present. Otherwise, Wang Haoren would have killed Lin Tian the moment he got the primal chaos bottle. When Xianxia saw this, her face turned slightly pale. As a girl who grew up in the countryside, she had never seen such a scene. A living person was gone just like that. This brat insulted you, he deserved to die. Remember, you are my imperial concubine. You are incomparably noble. No one in this world can insult you. If anyone dares to, I will kill them. Wang Haoren said indifferently. Xianxia was stunned as she stared at Wang Haoren. Ding! Host has aroused the heart of the female lead, Xianxia. Reward, 1,000 villain points. Receiving the system notification, Wang Haoren was secretly happy. The reason why he did not touch Xianxia before was that he was afraid that there would be some obvious changes in Xianxia and Lin Tian would notice something, which would affect his plan to seize the primal chaos bottle. However, Lin Tian had already turned into ashes, so he did not need to care so much. When Wang Haoren saw that Xianxia had been seduced by him and was looking at him affectionately, he could not help but feel his heart burning. It was currently autumn, but in the open area that was like a paradise, spring was quietly blooming. Everything happened in a logical manner. Ding! Host has obtained the female lead, Xianxia, for the first time. Reward, 16,000 villain points. Xianxia's female lead halo -800. Host's villain halo +800. Wang Haoren had laid a solid foundation for the Zhuji phase, and Xianxia had also benefited a lot from it. She was originally just a weak woman who did not have the strength to truss a chicken, but she had become a beginner cultivator at the first level of the Qi refinement realm. Her talent for cultivation was evident. However, as the female lead of a peasant cultivator, it was normal for her to have talent for cultivation. After the matter was completed, Wang Haoren successfully made the primal chaos bottle recognize him as its master. Ever since the heaven opening tower, Wang Haoren had obtained another Khanate cardinal treasure. The spiritual liquid produced by the primal chaos bottle, in addition to catalyzing spiritual plants, could also speed up cultivation. It was also a cultivation cheat. There was still some spiritual liquid in the primal chaos bottle that he had not had time to use. While Xianxia was catching her breath, Wang Haoren refined and absorbed all the spiritual liquid in the bottle. His spiritual energy had increased by a lot. Then, he turned his attention to these small grotto heavens and blessed lands. Lin Tian had planted a lot of things here. Those crops were not of much use to Wang Haoren, but those ginseng and fleece flowers were very valuable. With so many old people participating in the fleece flowers, they could officially enter the foundation establishment stage after devouring all of them and transforming them into spiritual energy. However, it was much slower to convert these people's fleece flowers into spiritual energy than directly absorbing the spiritual liquid. Wang Haoren knew that he could not rush it, so he swept away all the fleece flowers and stored them in the heaven opening tower. After doing all this, Wang Haoren left with Xianxia. However, before leaving, he set up a defensive barrier outside the valley to prevent others from breaking in. Compared to the blue planet, where spiritual energy was thin, this valley could be considered a blessed land. Wang Haoren naturally had to protect it well. After the primal chaos bottle recognized him as its master, Wang Haoran also hid it in the blessed land so that it could absorb spiritual energy and transform it into spiritual liquid, which would be convenient for future cultivation. In the middle of the morning, Bufian woke up early in the morning and didn't see anyone. She called Wang Haoran but couldn't get through, so she was about to go out to look for him. However, as soon as she went out, she saw Wang Haoran and Xianxia coming back. "You. Where did you go?" Bufian saw that the two seemed to be a little intimate, so she asked suspiciously. "Third sister, I know you have a lot of questions. I'll tell you slowly when we get back." "I'll tell you everything you want to know," Wang Haoran said. Bufian nodded and didn't ask the reason. Instead, she changed the topic. "You called me wrongly a few times. It seems that I didn't correct you, so you didn't realize it. I'm your fourth sister." Wang Haoran was stunned for a moment before he realized that his third sister was Biansu. There are too many sisters. Sometimes it's a little hard to tell them apart. You have to be careful. Don't mistake any of us for seventh sister. I don't care, but my eldest sister is very fierce. You have to be careful, Bufian reminded him. Wang Haoran's eyelids twitched. There was really one time when he mistook Tan Taiyue for Qiu Qianwei. Fortunately, he was quick-witted enough at that time to calm her down. "Fourth sister, do you mean that you're willing to let me mistake you for Wei Wei?" Wang Haoran winked at Bufian and asked with a smile. Hearing Wang Haoran's words, Bufian couldn't help but panic. She didn't dare to look at him, but she soon calmed down and snorted. "If Wei Wei is here, you can try saying that. She will pull your ear." Hearing this, Wang Haoran couldn't help but smile. Bufian just used Qiu Qianwei to talk about it. She didn't mean to tell him not to have any ideas about her. Obviously, Bufian still had some ideas, but she was too shy to show them. Wang Haoran had a rough idea of Bufian's thoughts after getting to the bottom of the matter. Lin Tian had been turned into ashes, and the chaos bottle had been obtained. Wang Haoran had achieved the purpose of this trip. It was time to leave the village. However, Wang Haoran wanted to take Xianxia with him, so he stayed at Xianxia's house for one more day. After Xianxia's parents came back, Wang Haoran proposed to take Xianxia to the city. The reason was very simple and crude, that was, he liked Xianxia. Xianxia's parents were greedy and snobbish. In Lin Tian's main plot, they were the stumbling blocks that prevented Lin Tian and Xianxia from being together. Xiaxia's parents naturally objected at first, but after Wang Haoran gave them a check of 10 million yuan, all the problems were solved. After the matter was settled, Wang Haoran drove Ji Shuiya's Porsche back to the city with Bufian and Xianxia. When they arrived at the villa area, Wang Haoran first sent Bufian back to Lu Yu's villa, and then took Xianxia back to his villa. Wang Haoran's villa was very lively now. Feng Xuanzu, Ning Aoxue, Feng Anna, Feng Lanhui, Qian Baobao, and Yin Churan all lived here. Now there was one more guest, Xianxia. Xianxia had lived in the countryside for a long time. She was very nervous when she first arrived. "Husband, is she also our sister?" Feng Xuanzu looked at this simple and adorable girl and asked curiously. "My wife is really smart." Wang Haoran praised with a smile. "Does she know about all those things?" Feng Xuanzu asked. "Got it." Wang Haoran nodded. "Congratulations, husband." Feng Xuanzu congratulated her and then walked to Xianxia with a smile. She took her hand and introduced herself. "Hello, my name is Feng Xuanzu. I'm also my husband's concubine." Xianxia was shocked by Feng Xuanzu's appearance. After a long time, she came to her senses and said nervously, "Hi. Hello, my name is Xianxia. Don't be afraid. This will be your home in the future." Ning Aoxue also came over and expressed her friendliness to this new sister. Xianxia nodded to Ning Aoxue with a smile, and then looked at Feng Anna and others. However, they did not stand on the same level as Feng Xuanzu and Ning Aoxue and greet Xianxia warmly. They were still very clear about their identities. As maids, how could their status be the same as that of the mistress? Feng Anna took the lead to come over and greet the new mistress. The others followed her. Xianxia was a little scared. She hurriedly returned the greeting and told them not to treat her like that in the future and to treat her as an equal. Yang Zhixia's behavior also made Feng Anna and others like her much more. In fact, although Feng Anna and others were maids, Feng Xuanzu and Ning Aoshui usually got along with them and also treated them as good sisters. There was no difference at all. After they got to know each other, Feng Xuanzu and others took Yang Zhixia to familiarize herself with the environment here. Wang Haoran was temporarily free. But after a while, Qiu Qianwei called and asked him to have dinner as usual. Wang Haoran still owed Bufian an explanation. Since he wanted to go there, he naturally agreed directly. When it was close to evening, Wang Haoran came to Lu Yu's villa as promised. Qiu Qianwei and others were busy in the kitchen. After Wang Haoran arrived, he directly called Bufian out and then went to the fourth room with her. Are you going to talk to me? I'm listening. You can start now. Seeing Wang Haoran's actions, Bufian had already guessed that he was going to explain the strange things he had done in the countryside. However, to Bufian's surprise, Wang Haoran did not play by the rules at all. As soon as Bufian finished speaking, her mouth was covered. Bufian was shocked. Out of the killer's instinct, she habitually wanted to restrain Wang Haoran. However, the love in her heart drove her to suppress this instinct. Bufian went from resisting at first to passively accepting and then to actively cooperating. However, just when Bufian lost herself, Wang Haoran suddenly let go of her. The warmth on her lips dissipated. Bufian felt a sense of loss. However, this was quickly followed by embarrassment and anger. You. How can you do this? What if Wei Wei finds out about this? Didn't you ask me to say it? I'll say it now. Actually, I've liked you for a long time. You like me too, right? Wang Haoran said. I didn't ask you to say this. Besides, I don't like you. Don't spout nonsense. Bufian denied it. However, before she could finish, she suddenly fell silent. Her mouth was gagged, and she could not speak. After a long time, Bufian finally regained the ability to speak. I really can't be a human anymore. Bufian did not even have the courage to lie. She only hated herself for not being able to push him away. Instead, she gradually took the initiative. You admit it now? Wang Haoran asked with a smile. So what if I admit it? I don't want to hurt Wei Wei. Do you want to hurt her? If that's the case, I won't let you off, Bufian said. I didn't say I wanted to hurt her. We can have the best of both worlds, Wang Haoran said. Bufian was shocked. Then, she said, I don't have any objections, but how can Wei Wei agree to this? Why don't you ask her? Wang Haoran smiled. Suddenly, he said to the door, Have you heard enough? Bufian was stunned. She looked over instinctively. The door was pushed open, and her 6 sisters swarmed in. Bufian's eyes widened. She wanted to dig a hole and hide in it. She blamed herself for being an assassin. How could she not notice that someone was eavesdropping at the door? However, it was all this guy's fault. If he had not messed up her thoughts, she would have noticed it long ago. Bufian prepared herself for judgment. However, to her surprise, Qiu Qianwei walked over with a smile. She grabbed her hand and said, Fourth sister, I don't have any objections. I agree. Huh? Bufian thought she had misheard. I said, I don't object to the two of you being together, Qiu Qianwei emphasized. Seventh sister, how can you agree to this? Bufian was stunned. I've already accepted eldest sister, second sister, third sister, fifth sister, and sixth sister. I can't possibly reject you, fourth sister, right? Qiu Qianwei said. What? Bufian was shocked. Fourth sister, you didn't hear wrong. You're the only one who doesn't know. Qiu Qianwei said again when she saw Bufian making a fuss. This? Bufian didn't know what to say. I know you're very surprised. To be honest, I'm also very surprised. I didn't expect my boyfriend to be so capable. He wiped out our entire family, Qiu Qianwei said to Bufian. She couldn't help but cast a coquettish glance at Wang Haoran. Bufian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She looked at Wang Haoren and said coldly, "Can you handle it?" "You're worrying too much." Wang Haoren smiled and asked Tan Tai Yaoyue, "Did you tell them about that matter?" "You didn't tell me." "How could I tell them?" Tan Tai Yaoyue replied. "Since everyone is here, tell them about that matter," Wang Haoren said, and brought Tan Tai Yaoyue and the others into the heaven-splitting pagoda. Tan Tai Yaoyue was the only one who was slightly calmer. Xiao Qianwei and the others were so shocked that they couldn't speak. Then Tan Tai Yaoyue nodded at Wang Haoren and told her sisters about the reincarnation of an immortal emperor. Xiao Qianwei and the others were so shocked that they couldn't speak for a long time. However, they all felt that there was no other explanation for Wang Haoren's strange encounters other than the fate of their previous lives. Naturally, everyone accepted it. Then, one after another, they began to yearn for immortal cultivation. However, Xiao Qianwei and the others didn't fight for it. Instead, they gave this opportunity to Bu Fian. After all, she was the last to know about it. She had been kept in the dark all this time. Who knew how much she had suffered in secret? Moreover, only Bu Fian had a shallow relationship with Wang Haoren. The others had a deep relationship with Wang Haoren. Xiao Qianwei and the others left for the time being, leaving Wang Haoren and Bu Fian alone. Wang Haoren repeated what he told Xianxia to Bu Fian. Bu Fian finally understood that Wang Haoren had gone to the village for the lost treasure. After that, some words seemed unnecessary. Actions were the best expression. For the next 3 days, Wang Haoren stayed in Lu Yu's villa. It was so preposterous that he didn't even know what the world was. Wang Haoren's wish was fulfilled, and he completed Lin Chen's ultimate goal in the main storyline. Wang Haoren's cultivation was also increasing day by day. With the addition of absorbing the spiritual qi of the fleece flower, it was only a matter of time before he entered the foundation establishment stage. However, at that moment, Xiao Wanwan suddenly contacted Wang Haoren. Gu Yuro was in trouble again. When Wang Haoren heard this, he felt a headache coming on. The female lead role was simply too troublesome. Problems came one after another. However, this time, Wang Haoren didn't intend to deal with it personally. He didn't cultivate previously, so he squeezed out some time to deal with Gu Yuro's matter. Now that he was very busy, he might as well cultivate if he had the spare time. Of course, he still had to take care of Gu Yuro. After all, he had put in so much effort. If he gave up halfway, all his previous efforts would be in vain. After Wang Haoren received Xiao Wanwan's message, he went to see her. Ever since Xiao Wanwan was assigned the task of keeping an eye on Gu Yuro's movements, she had been cautious and conscientious. Wang Haoren took this opportunity to comfort her. At the same time, he told Xiao Wanwan the reason why he was the reincarnation of the immortal emperor. After that, naturally, the things that were supposed to happen happened. Xiao Wanwan's cultivation also improved a lot. Wang Haoren asked Xiao Wanwan to deal with Gu Yuro's trouble on his behalf. When Xiao Wanwan thought that Wang Haoren was the ancestor, she was respectful and reverent. Now that she knew that he was the immortal emperor, she was even more terrified and naturally accepted the order respectfully. After Wang Haoren arranged things, he spent a few more days devouring all the remaining people who participated in the hunt for the fleece flower. At this moment, Wang Haoren's spiritual energy was abundant to an extremely terrifying extent. Wang Haoren copied Ji Fan's memory and was more familiar with the process of entering the foundation establishment stage from the qi refinement stage. Using Yi Fan's experience, Wang Haoren successfully entered the foundation establishment stage. His cultivation and strength had also undergone a qualitative change. Wang Haoren could clearly feel that there was a vigorous and vast power in his every movement. Suddenly, he felt like he was invincible in the world. However, this inflated heart was quickly suppressed by Wang Haoren. Many villains thought that they were too powerful and inflated their egos. Then, they were careless and killed by the protagonist. Wang Haoren would not make this kind of mistake. Although the foundation establishment stage was strong, there were still many stages above it. After Wang Haoren's inflated ego for a while, he quickly calmed down and decided to continue his low-key and steady style. At this moment, Wang Haoren received a call from his distant cousin, Xinwei. Cousin, I recently discovered a super beautiful girl in Shanghai. She's not inferior to Qin Yunhan at all. Do you want to come and have a taste of her? After the call connected, Jinwei's vulgar voice sounded. Jinwei was studying at a third-rate university in Shanghai. More than a month ago, Wang Haoren met Jinwei at Jinli's birthday party. At that time, Jinwei said that if he met an especially beautiful girl in Shanghai, he should contact Wang Haoren. Now that more than a month had passed, Wang Haoren would have almost forgotten about this matter if Jinwei hadn't called. Is that so? What's the identity of this woman? Wang Haoren asked. She's the eldest daughter of a business family in Shanghai. She's also the daughter of a rich family. Her family background is no less than Qin Yunhan's, Jinwei said. However, she's a few years older than Qin Yunhan. She's now 21 and has just taken over the family business. She's already on the news here. Everyone calls her the youngest and most capable beautiful president in Shanghai. When Wang Haoren heard this, he was immediately interested. From Jinwei's description, this beauty was very likely to be a female lead. The beautiful president character was almost a standard template for a female lead. Tang Bingyun was one of them. Now there was another one. The appearance of a female lead would definitely be accompanied by the protagonist. With this thought in mind, Wang Haoren asked again, did anything special happen to this beautiful president? Special things? Does being assassinated count? Jinwei said. Nonsense, of course it counts. Hurry up and tell me what happened, Wang Haoren urged. Just the day before yesterday, she attended the opening ceremony of a company under the group. A killer wanted to kill her, but fortunately, it was a close call. This matter was also on the news of all the major media in Shanghai. The storm was quite big, Jinwei said. Wang Haoren wasn't surprised at all by the result. He just asked, what's the matter? He just asked, then, did this beautiful president hire bodyguards after this incident? For example, those who look rustic, like country bumpkins, or those who came back from overseas with retired backgrounds. I did hire a lot of bodyguards, but I heard that they were all hired by professional organizations. They are not from the countryside. I don't know if they are from overseas. Jinwei replied. Wang Haoren nodded and guessed that the plot of the protagonist had not officially started yet. By the way, how did the beautiful president get out of danger? Wang Haoren wanted to know more details, so he asked again. According to the news report, the assassin died suddenly. Otherwise, the beauty might have died. Jinwei replied. Wang Haoren was skeptical about this statement. The report might not be true. If it was true, it could only be that the beautiful president's heroine aura activated and jinxed the assassin to death. Otherwise, why did he have to die when the assassination was about to succeed? Hey, since it is so dangerous to be around the beautiful president, why did you ask me to court her? What the hell are you thinking? Wang Haoren suddenly realized a problem. Cousin, I am sincere to you. Heaven and earth can be my witness. I really have no intention of harming you. I just want to tell you that there is a super beauty here. But speaking of which, it is a little dangerous to be around the beautiful president. Cousin, you should not come. Jinwei hurriedly explained. Send me the photo first. Let me have a look. Wang Haoren had not decided whether to go to Shanghai or not. Okay. Jinwei responded and kept the call. He sent the photo posted in the online news report to Wang Haoren. After Wang Haoren received the notification, he opened it and checked it. He was stunned for a long time. He had seen a lot of female protagonists, including Tan Taiyue, Feng Xuansu, and Feng Yorua. He had even experienced things that the protagonists had never experienced. Therefore, Wang Haoren's resistance to beautiful women was still very high. Although this beauty was very beautiful, she was still a little inferior to Feng Yorua and the other female protagonists. What surprised Wang Haoren was naturally not the beauty of this beauty. This was because Wang Haoren found this beauty's appearance very familiar. The sense of familiarity did not come from his own memory, but from the memory of the profound Heaven Immortal Highness, Yi Fan. In Yi Fan's previous life, this beautiful CEO fell in love with Yi Fan because of a cliché plot where he saved the damsel in distress. However, Yi Fan was only interested in Feng Yorua and did not care about other women. The infatuation of this beautiful CEO could only be wasted. Furthermore, because Yi Fan had offended someone, this beautiful CEO had helped Yi Fan get out of trouble, but in the end, she had been implicated. In the end, the beautiful CEO was disfigured and burned alive. Although Yi Fan grew stronger and took revenge for this beautiful CEO, he was unable to save her life. This beautiful CEO was called Qin Huaiming, and she was a very pitiful woman. From Jin Wei's description, Wang Haoran thought that she was the female lead, but in reality, she was a supporting female character. A tragic supporting female lead. Almost all the supporting female characters in the plot of a single female protagonist were pitiful people. They had sacrificed so much for the protagonist, but in the end, they had such a miserable ending. Of course, this was what happened in Yi Fan's previous life. As expected, now that Yi Fan had been reborn, he should be going to solve these things in advance. However, Qin Huaiming would still be very pitiful. Because Yi Fan had removed the hidden danger in advance, but he would not reciprocate Qin Huaiming's feelings. Yi Fan was determined to only want Fang Yorua. Qin Huaiming was infatuated, but in exchange, she would only be lonely for the rest of her life. Perhaps she would have endless wealth and status. However, what she really wanted was not these. She only hoped that the person she liked would also like her and be together for the rest of her life. Even if her life was dull, she would still be very happy. Wang Haoran flipped through Yi Fan's memories, looking for the part about Qin Huaiming. He could not help but pity this supporting female lead, and for a moment, he felt sad. This Yi Fan actually had the heart to let such a good woman down. After sighing for a while, Wang Haoran decided to give Qin Huaiming a home and let her live a happy life. From the timeline of his previous life, Qin Huaiming had not met Yi Fan yet. However, after copying Yi Fan's memories, Wang Haoran understood Yi Fan's way of doing things very well. Yi Fan also felt that he owed Qin Huaiming a lot and would definitely make it up to her in this life. The strange things that happened to Qin Huaiming were very likely because Yi Fan had gone to Shanghai. The assassin who tried to assassinate Qin Huaiming but suddenly died not because of the female lead halo, but because of Yi Fan's help in the dark. Wang Haoran guessed that Yi Fan did not want Qin Huaiming's tragedy to happen. Other than removing the hidden danger that threatened Qin Huaiming, he also did not want Qin Huaiming to like him. Yi Fan's help in the dark was the best proof. However, Wang Haoran, who knew the plot well, knew that this was not something that Yi Fan could control at all. Instead, it was the stupid author who created the novel world with Yi Fan as the main character. Even if Yi Fan deliberately avoided meeting Qin Huaiming, under the various coincidences created by the stupid author, Qin Huaiming would meet Yi Fan sooner or later. Later on, she would find out that the person who had been helping her was Yi Fan, and thus fall in love with him. However, Yi Fan's plot had a single female lead, and he only loved Fang Yorua. According to the plot, Qin Huaiming would eventually be alone for the rest of her life. Fortunately, Qin Huaiming would find out about this much later. Yi Fan had appeared in Hong Kong Island previously, and originally wanted to break through Hong Kong Island's map, but he was stopped by Wang Haoran. Now that he was going to Shanghai, it would only take about 10 days. In such a short time, there was a limit to what Yi Fan could do. Qin Huaiming probably had not met Yi Fan yet, and she did not even know who Yi Fan was. After sorting out all these, Wang Haoran decided to make a trip to Shanghai as soon as possible. However, the journey to Shanghai was long, and Wang Haoran did not plan to go alone. Just like the last time he went to Hong Kong Island, he would bring someone along. Moreover, Wang Haoran already had a candidate in mind. The students of Qingling University were on vacation. Previously, when Wang Haoran was busy with work, Qin Yunhan and Su Muyan had called him many times to play games. However, he was too busy, so he did not agree. Wang Haoran contacted Qin Yunhan, Su Muyan, Mu Zhaozhao, Wen Jing, and Yu Shiqing, and suggested that they go shopping in Shanghai. Qin Yunhan and the others were quite enthusiastic about traveling. Otherwise, they would not have taken the cruise ship overseas together last time. Moreover, the person who invited them was Wang Haoran. Qin Yunhan and the others naturally agreed. After the discussion, Wang Haoran wanted to set off as soon as possible. However, the tickets from Qingling to Shanghai were all sold out in the next few days, but this was not a big problem. Previously, when they went to Hong Kong Island, Feng Anna had already provided a plan. Wang Haoran directly booked a commercial plane and embarked on the journey to Shanghai with Qin Yunhan and the others. In the cabin of the plane, Qin Yunhan and the others were discussing how to have fun and shop in Shanghai. Among them, Qin Yunhan was the most enthusiastic. As the daughter of a rich family, she never worried about money. She bought whatever she wanted. Next, Su Muyan spoke the most. After she became an online game streamer, she also made a lot of money. She didn't need to worry about money. Mu Xiaoxiao came from a good family, but she wasn't interested in buying cosmetics and clothes. She was particularly interested in eating. Yu Shiqing and Wen Jing were from ordinary families, so he had only heard about them from them. The two of them were just carrying each other and wanted to take a stroll in Shanghai. They didn't want to buy anything. After all, they couldn't afford it. Wang Haoren flipped through all the details about Qin Huaiming in Yifan's memory. He wanted to know more about Qin Huaiming so that it would be easier for him to attack. Therefore, he didn't say anything. However, the girls' hearts were all on him. Even if he didn't say anything, he would still be noticed. "Hey, Wang Haoren, what are you thinking about? Why aren't you saying anything?" Mu Xiaoxiao jumped in front of him, waved her hand in front of his eyes, and asked curiously. Wang Haoren only felt that his vision was occupied by two shocking things. He immediately came back to his senses. "I'm thinking, what did you eat when you were growing up?" Of course, Wang Haoren couldn't say what was on his mind. So, he took the opportunity to change the topic. "You're so annoying." Mu Xiaoxiao was stunned for a moment. Then, she reacted and patted Wang Haoren lightly. This girl must have secretly eaten a lot of papaya milk when she was puberty. She never admitted it. Qin Yunhan interrupted. "Sister Yunhan, how many times have I said it? I really didn't drink it. I think it's too cumbersome. If I could share some with you, I would definitely share it with you." Mu Xiaoxiao said gloomily. "Stupid girl, what are you talking about? I have a perfect body. Why do I need you to share it with me? Who are you looking down on?" Qin Yunhan was anxious. "That's not right. Didn't you always ask me to share some with you?" Mu Xiaoxiao said subconsciously. You. Fortunately, the plane windows can't be opened. Otherwise, I would definitely throw you out." Qin Yunhan was angry with her best friend. Su Mayan listens from the side, laughing so hard that she trembles. Yu Shiqing and Wen Jing couldn't help but snicker. "Sister Yunhan, don't feel inferior. You are quite standard, and it seems that you have a second pregnancy. You are really excellent now," Mu Xiaoxiao said with a smile. She inadvertently glanced at Wang Haoren. Of course, she knew that Qin Yunhan's change was due to someone. Qin Yunhan's face finally looked better when she heard it. But the next moment, Qin Yunhan was furious. This was because Mu Xiaoxiao had compared the girls in the field and suddenly said, "You're right. Hey, Sister Yunhan, you seem to be the youngest here. I'm going to strangle you to death." Qin Yunhan suddenly went crazy. She bared her fangs and brandished her claws at Mu Xiaoxiao. The two fought for a while before they stopped. "Wang Haoren, why did you take so long off? What did you do?" Mu Xiaoxiao asked doubtfully after she caught her breath. Hearing this, Qin Yunhan, Su Muyan, Yu Shiqing, and Wen Jing all looked at Wang Haoren. Not only Mu Xiaoxiao felt strange, but they also felt strange and wanted to know the reason. "Yunhan, Mu Yan, come here." Wang Haoren didn't respond to Mu Xiaoxiao's question first. Qin Yunhan and Su Muyan looked at each other. They didn't know what he meant, but they still came to Wang Haoren's side. Wang Haoren reached out and hugged the two of them from both sides. Qin Yunhan and Su Muyan were both surprised. In fact, the two of them were not very willing to show their relationship with Wang Haoren in front of others. Because as far as they were concerned, this was something that caused them to lose face. After all, both of them were so beautiful. It would be very humble to stick to the same person at the same time. However, out of love for Wang Haoren, she didn't break away from Wang Haoren's hand. She just felt very shy and lowered her head. Mu Xiaoxiao had known about Wang Haoren and Qin Yunhan for a long time, but she didn't know that Su Muyan was also one of them. The scene in front of her made her very surprised. Wen Jing, on the other hand, was very calm. She always thought that the boy she liked was the best in the world. It wasn't strange for him to pursue beautiful girls. It was normal for him to have 8 or 10 girlfriends. Seeing this scene, Yu Shiqing's pretty face turned pale. WH. Why? Am I not good enough? Yu Shiqing was stunned for a long time and said in a choked voice. Qin Yunhan and Su Muyan lowered their heads and didn't speak. When they heard Yu Shiqing's voice, they curiously raised their heads and looked at her. Both of them were girls, so they knew what girls were thinking. From Yu Shiqing's words and expression at this moment, they had already guessed a lot of things. No, you're very good. Wang Haoran looked at Yu Shiqing and said. Then you. Yu Shiqing's heart ached. Do you think I'm bad? Wang Haoran asked. Yu Shiqing didn't say anything, but her silent expression was already an answer. Su Muyan and Qin Yunhan also stared at Wang Haoran coldly and wanted to scold him. Because this guy was really too much. I know you must be very angry, but this is fate between me and you. In your current living environment, I'm indeed very bad, but if you look at it from another perspective, you won't think so. Wang Haoran said slowly. In fact, I'm the reincarnation of the immortal emperor, and you are my lost concubines. Do you think we're 3-year-old children? Do you think we'll? Su Muyan questioned. However, before she finished her words, she found that the surrounding scenery had changed. They were clearly in the plain before, but now they were in a building, which looked like a tower. Wang Haoran let go of Qin Yunhan and Su Muyan. With a wave of his hand, some images appeared in front of him out of thin air. These images were exactly the same as what Xianxia saw. When the images ended, Wang Haoran told Qin Yunhan and the others what he said to Xianxia at that time. After Qin Yunhan and the others heard it, it took them a long time to come back to their senses. However, they didn't doubt Wang Haoran's words at all. Now, do you still think I'm bad? Wang Haoran asked everyone shamelessly. After Qin Yunhan, Su Muyan, and Yu Shiqing's horizons were broadened, their thoughts naturally changed. They all shook their heads and expressed their opinions. They were very glad that they didn't scold him just now. Otherwise, they would have sinned a lot. Was I also your concubine in my previous life? Mu Zhaozhao was still a little confused and wasn't sure if she was one of them. If you weren't, I wouldn't have let you. Enter the Immortal Emperor Pagoda. Wang Haoran smiled. So, I'm one too. Wen Jing didn't say anything. She thought she was just a bystander. When she heard Wang Haoran's words, she couldn't help but feel happy. Of course. Wang Haoran nodded. Since you're the reincarnation of an immortal emperor, you must know how to cultivate. Teach me, I want to cultivate. That way, I can play games all night. Qin Yunhan's mood had changed, and she had become unusually active. Hearing this, Wang Haoran's expression couldn't help but become a little strange. Qin Yunhan had the attributes of an internet addict. Although she was terrible at playing games, she still liked to play. Wang Haoran was really a little speechless about this. However, Qin Yunhan's words reminded Wang Haoran. After saying so much, it was time to enter the formal process. The book said that learning was like sailing against the current. If you don't move forward, you'll fall back. The same principle applied to cultivation. Otherwise, he wouldn't have brought Qin Yunhan and the others along with him to Shanghai. Did they really think they were going to Shanghai to shop and see the scenery? Since I'm telling you all this, I naturally plan to teach you. Wang Haoran said to Qin Yunhan seriously. I want to learn too. Su Muyan was also excited. Okay, then you two stay. I'll teach you first. Wang Haoran said to Qin Yunhan and Su Muyan. Can't you teach us together? Mu Zhaozhao was very curious, so she couldn't help but ask. This is your first time coming into contact with cultivation. You need time to adapt. When you're more familiar with it, I'll teach all 5 of you at the same time. Wang Haoran said seriously. Is that so? Okay. Mu Zhaozhao nodded. Yu Shiqing and Wen Jing naturally didn't have any objections. Wang Haoran waved his hand and the 3 of them appeared in the cabin of the plane. Only Su Muyan and Qin Yunhan were left in the heaven-splitting tower. Mu Zhaozhao and the other 2 waited outside for about an hour before they saw Wang Haoran, Qin Yunhan, and Su Muyan appear in the cabin. Sister Yunhan, is cultivation fun? Is it difficult? Mu Zhaozhao asked curiously like a curious baby. It's fun. It's really fun. And it's not difficult at all. It's very simple, Qin Yunhan said half-jokingly. Really? Then hurry up and teach me. I want to learn too. Mu Zhaozhao impatiently said to Wang Haoren. Look, Zhaozhao is so eager to learn. You should teach her. Qin Yunhan was very enthusiastic and spoke up for her best friend. After that, she said to Wang Haoren. I didn't hear it very clearly just now. I want to hear it again. But don't worry, you won't disturb us. You'll just listen. Wang Haoren looked at Qin Yunhan strangely. He knew that she wanted to see Mu Zhaozhao's embarrassed appearance. Who asked Mu Zhaozhao to be so blunt and expose her shortcomings? Wang Haoren didn't object to this. Wang Haoren, Mu Zhaozhao, and Qin Yunhan entered the heaven-splitting tower together. When the three of them came out of the heaven-splitting tower, the plane had already landed at an airport somewhere in Shanghai. Mu Zhaozhao, who was originally lively, became a lady. Qin Yunhan glanced at her from time to time, as if she was recalling something, and laughed from time to time. Mu Zhaozhao's face turned red. Yu Shiqing and Wen Jing saw this scene and didn't know what was going on. They asked for the reason. Qin Yunhan smiled but didn't answer. Mu Zhaozhao was too embarrassed to say. Su Muyan wasn't a talkative person. Wang Haoren wanted to explain to Yu Shiqing and Wen Jing, but now that they were in Shanghai, he could only put it aside for the time being. He should stay in Shanghai for a while, so he didn't need to be in a hurry. What's more, he had important things to do. After leaving the airport, Wang Haoren and the others found a nearby 5-star hotel to stay. Then, Qin Yunhan suggested that they go shopping. Wang Haoren had other things to do, so he naturally didn't go with them. He just gave them one of his cards. There were hundreds of millions on that card, and it was enough for them to spend. Qin Yunhan and the others didn't stand on ceremony and accepted it happily. In ancient times, didn't the emperors reward their favorite concubines with all kinds of jewelry and the like? Qin Yunhan understood Wang Haoren's action. Of course, he spent the money with a clear conscience. Of course, after receiving the reward, Qin Yunhan and the others still had to express their gratitude. They lined up and each gave him a kiss. Then, they left the hotel and went to the nearest shopping center to buy things. Qin Yunhan's group of 5 were all beautiful, and they were quite eye-catching when gathered together. However, Wang Haoren wasn't worried. Qin Yunhan, Su Muyan, and Mu Zhaozhao had all cultivated for a while, and they were no longer weak women. They had a certain level of strength, so they naturally wouldn't be afraid of ordinary hooligans. Moreover, if there was an emergency, they could contact him. Wang Haoren wasn't worried about them, and he could focus on his own things. With Yifan's memory, Wang Haoren knew some things about Qin Huaiming. At this time, Qin Huaiming had just taken over the family business, and many people had their eyes on him. The Qin family was a business family in Shanghai, and their family business covered many fields. They were one of the giants in Shanghai. However, in a prosperous city like Shanghai, there were a few giants similar to the Qin family. In his previous life, Yifan offended the young master of the Bai family in Shanghai, and that was why he got revenge. Qin Huaiming ignored his family's objections and insisted on helping Yifan solve the problem. In the end, he ended up in a pitiful state. At this time, Qin Huaiming had just taken over a core company of the Qin family, and he had a lot of things to take care of. If he went to this company, he would most likely be able to see Qin Huaiming. After Wang Haoren left the hotel, he went straight to the company that Qin Huaiming had taken over. Not long after, Wang Haoren arrived at a tall office building. In Shanghai, it was rare for a company to own an office building with more than 10 floors. Because it was located in such a prosperous area, even the rent for one floor was frighteningly high, not to mention buying an office building. However, the Qin family was such an existence. Moreover, the Qin family had more than one office building like this. When Wang Haoren arrived at the office building, he didn't go in immediately. Instead, he used his X-ray vision to search for Qin Huaiming's figure. In the end, he found Qin Huaiming in the parking lot on the 2nd floor. Although she was a supporting female character, Qin Huaiming's looks, figure, and aura were not inferior to the female lead. She wasn't inferior to Tang Bingyun, who was also a beautiful CEO. Qin Huaiming was talking to his secretary as he was escorted by 8 bodyguards to a car in the parking lot. It seemed that he was in a hurry to discuss some business. However, Wang Haoren felt that Qin Huaiming was probably going to be late. This was because Wang Haoren found a suspicious person with a weapon in the parking lot. It was obvious that this person was after Qin Huaiming. Although it was only one person, Wang Haoren could tell that this person was not simple. Qin Huaiming's bodyguards definitely wouldn't be able to handle it. Qin Huaiming was in danger. When Wang Haoren saw this, he couldn't help but worry for the poor supporting female character. However, this worry didn't last for more than a second. It quickly disappeared. Although Qin Huaiming was a supporting female character, she was an important supporting female character. She definitely wouldn't die so easily. If something really happened to her, how could Yi Fan's plot continue? After his rebirth, Yi Fan made up for his regrets. What happened to Qin Huaiming in his previous life was one of his regrets. Thinking of this, Wang Haoren continued to scan the office building with his X-ray vision. As expected, he found Yi Fan's figure. Looking at Yi Fan's movements, it was obvious that he was approaching Qin Huaiming. Qin Huaiming's seemingly dangerous situation was completely set up for Yi Fan to show off. Wang Haoren only watched and didn't do anything to stop it. Because he had already guessed Yi Fan's thoughts. Yi Fan would help Qin Huaiming, but he wouldn't take the initiative to get to know Qin Huaiming. Wang Haoren quietly watched the situation unfold. Qin Huaiming was about to get into a business car under the protection of her bodyguards. However, at this moment, one of the killers who had been lying in ambush took out a weapon and tried to attack Qin Huaiming. A bang broke the silence of the underground parking lot. However, that attack didn't hit Qin Huaiming. It missed. When Wang Haoren saw this, he couldn't help but complain. What kind of bullshit killer was this? How could he miss? However, one could not blame the assassin. It was purely Yi Fan's plot that was set up in such a way. Hearing the sound, the 8 well-trained bodyguards immediately determined the killer's position. 6 of them immediately took out their weapons to fight back. The other 2 covered Qin Huaiming's retreat. The female secretary beside Qin Huaiming screamed in fright. As for Qin Huaiming herself, she didn't lose control and scream. However, her face was extremely pale, indicating that she was panicking. Both sides took out their weapons and fought for a while. Almost all of them were brushing past each other. In the end, the killer rushed out and chased after Qin Huaiming with a sharp weapon. The 6 bodyguards went up to meet him. In less than 10 seconds, the 6 well-trained bodyguards were all dead. The other 2 bodyguards protecting Qin Huaiming were afraid that there would be other killers, so they were very careful when they retreated. The 2 bodyguards escorted Qin Huaiming to the elevator in the underground parking lot. However, the elevator was on another floor, and it wouldn't be able to go down for a while. After the assassin dealt with the 6 bodyguards, he successfully caught up to Qin Huaiming and the others. The 2 bodyguards wanted to attack with their weapons, but the killer threw out the 2 sharp weapons on his body. The remaining 2 bodyguards also died on the spot. When the female secretary saw this, she fainted from fright. Qin Huaiming was wearing high heels. After running a few steps, she fell to the ground and couldn't stand up for a moment. His face was incomparably pale. Fear, unwillingness, and anger appeared on his face, but in the end, it all turned into helplessness. The assassin was expressionless as he pulled out a sharp weapon from the body of the bodyguard on the ground, preparing to take Qin Huaiming's life. At this moment, Yi Fan had just arrived. The assassin had just raised his weapon, but before he could make a move, he suddenly fell to the ground. His life force was completely gone, and he was dead. It wasn't too early or too late, it was just right. Wang Haoren saw this scene from afar with his X-ray vision and secretly complained. As the assassin fell to the ground, Yi Fan, who had completely covered his face, was also reflected in Qin Huaiming's eyes. Qin Huaiming walked around the gates of hell for a long time before she came to her senses. After dealing with the assassin, Yi Fan didn't say anything. He just looked at Qin Huaiming for a while, as if he was reminiscing about the past, and then turned to leave. Wait. Qin Huaiming stopped him and hurriedly asked, "Thank you for saving me, can you tell me who you are?" "I just happened to pass by, you don't need to know who I am." Yi Fan turned around and said in a hoarse voice. But you saved me, I have to repay you. Qin Huaiming insisted. You don't have to repay me. Yi Fan said. After a moment of silence, he said, this is what I owe you. You owe me? Qin Huaiming tried to figure out what he meant and asked, so we know each other, who are you? Yi Fan was silent. He didn't answer the question and turned to leave. Qin Huaiming was filled with confusion. He really wanted to know who the person who had saved him was. He wanted to get up and give chase, but when he fell down, he sprained his ankle. He didn't chase for more than a few steps before he fell down again. The pain made him suck in a breath of cold air. Yi Fan heard the movement behind him and paused. In the end, he didn't turn around and helped Qin Huaiming up. He had already decided not to get to know Qin Huaiming in this life, so he naturally wanted to keep a distance from her. Because his heart was completely occupied by Feng Yorua, he couldn't give Qin Huaiming a future, so he naturally didn't want to provoke her. Yi Fan paused for a few seconds, then continued walking and soon left Qin Huaiming's field of vision. Qin Huaiming's beautiful eyes stared in the direction Yi Fan left in for a long time before she came back to her senses. Wang Haoren watched from afar and couldn't help but frown. Because there was something wrong with Qin Huaiming's gaze, there were surveillance cameras in the parking lot. After Yi Fan left, the company's bodyguards quickly came to take care of the aftermath. Qin Huaiming was in shock and even sprained her ankle. She was escorted to the hospital. Wang Haoren also pretended to be injured and went to the hospital to see a doctor, planning to have a chance encounter with Qin Huaiming. However, Qin Huaiming was protected and didn't let anyone get close. Wang Haoren and Qin Huaiming had only met once. But to Wang Haoren, one meeting was enough. He communicated with the system and immediately gave an order. Ding! The supporting female character's halo is too high and her heart belongs to someone. Intermediate charm halo has failed. Host can choose to spend 200,000 villain points to upgrade intermediate charm halo to advanced charm halo. Receiving the system's notification, Wang Haoren couldn't help but feel gloomy. When he first met Feng Rao, he had encountered a similar situation. At that time, Charm Halo was only at the elementary level and Feng Rao's supporting female character's halo was too high, so Wang Haoren upgraded it to Intermediate Charm Halo. But at that time, he didn't spend many villain points, so Wang Haoren could accept it. But to upgrade it to Advanced Charm Halo from Intermediate Charm Halo to Advanced Charm Halo, it was a bit too much. After all, he didn't even have 500,000 villain points now. Wang Haoren temporarily gave up on the idea of upgrading the Charm Halo. Because of Wang Haoren's appearance, Qin Huaiming was stunned for a moment. But very quickly, he didn't take it seriously and shifted his gaze away. Wang Haoren couldn't help but sigh. Did Qin Huaiming's character really like the hero saving the damsel in distress? She didn't even see Yi Fan's face and she fell in love with him. But thinking about it, Qin Huaiming, who thought she was going to die in such a dangerous situation, was actually saved. The impact on her heart was quite big. It seemed like he had miscalculated. If he knew this would happen, he would have gone to save Qin Huaiming himself. But things weren't that bad. Yi Fan didn't show up, so the person Qin Huaiming liked didn't have a specific image. In other words, this person could be Yi Fan, or it could be him. It was out of Wang Haoren's expectations that Qin Huaiming would fall in love with the person who saved her so quickly, but it wasn't a big problem. Wang Haoren wanted Yi Fan to work for him so that he could win Qin Huaiming's heart. Qin Huaiming now had feelings for someone he didn't know, so he could pretend to be this person. Unknowingly, it could even speed up the progress of his plan. After all, the Super Peach Blossom Halo hadn't been triggered, and the Intermediate Charm Halo couldn't work on Qin Huaiming. If he wanted to pursue her with his own abilities, it would take a lot of effort and time. But with Yi Fan's help, it would be a different story. After thinking it through, Wang Haoren didn't pretend to be sick anymore. He left the hospital and looked for a chance to get close to Qin Huaiming. Qin Huaiming was just a little shocked and sprained her ankle slightly. It wasn't a big deal. The second day after the incident, Qin Huaiming calmed down and sent someone he trusted to hire bodyguards at a high price. Although the assassin was dead, her danger wasn't really solved. Until now, she still didn't know who the mastermind was. Now that the assassin was dead, there might be another one. And her 8 bodyguards were all dead. She couldn't be left without someone to protect her. This time, Qin Huaiming raised the standard of the bodyguards by a lot. Previously, he only wanted the elites of a professional bodyguard company, but they couldn't resist at all. If it wasn't for the mysterious person who saved her, she would have died. So this time, he wanted the best bodyguards in the industry. Wang Haoren had been watching Qin Huaiming's movements. After hearing this news, he suddenly had a good idea to get close to Qin Huaiming. With a great reward, there would be brave men. Although it was dangerous to be by Qin Huaiming's side, the pay was too high. There were many people at the bodyguard recruitment site, and none of them were simple. Among them, there were even bodyguards who had protected the richest man in the country, and a bodyguard who had protected an important minister. The competition was very fierce. Wang Haoren forged an identity and went to the recruitment site. After going through several rounds of selection, Wang Haoren crushed all the competitors in all aspects and was successfully selected. That evening, the secretary brought Wang Haoren to Qin Huaiming's office and knocked on the door. "Come in." A faint voice came from the office. The female secretary pushed the door open and walked in with Wang Haoren. At this moment, Qin's head was lowered as she looked at some documents on the table. She was dressed in a clean and tidy business suit, which perfectly accentuated her outstanding figure. Her delicate facial features were distributed on her oval-shaped face. No matter from which angle, it was pleasing to the eye. She was wearing a pair of sizes as his eyes were, of course, would be beautiful. However, his expression was slightly cold, and he did not seem easy to approach. However, Wang Haoren knew that Qin Huaiming was someone who was cold on the outside but warm on the inside. SSSS. President Qin, this gentleman is the new bodyguard, the female secretary reported. Qin Huaiming was bent over his desk, reading some documents. When he heard the voice, he slowly raised his head, and his gaze landed on Wang Haoren. A trace of astonishment flashed through her beautiful eyes. This was because she had seen Wang Haoren at the hospital yesterday. Qin Huaiming was very busy and had to meet many people in a day. Not everyone could be remembered by her. However, this person was simply too good-looking. It was difficult for Qin Huaiming to forget him. Just one? Qin Huaiming quickly regained his senses and asked the female secretary. Recently, similar things had happened many times. 8 bodyguards couldn't protect her, let alone one. Of course, she couldn't help but worry. Moreover, Wang Haoren didn't look like a bodyguard, because he was too handsome. That's what this gentleman requested. He only accepts individual protection for his employer. But in terms of ability, Chairman Qin, you can rest assured that I have already passed. There are a few international bodyguards who came to apply, but none of them are as good as this gentleman, the female secretary explained. Oh? Qin Huaiming's eyes lit up. She seemed to want to get to know this handsome new bodyguard. Seeing this, the female secretary handed over Wang Haoren's information to Qin Huaiming. Qin Huaiming took the information, checked it and nodded with satisfaction. Wang Fan, Mr. Wang, right? I'll have to trouble you with my safety from now on, Qin Huaiming said politely. But I have to remind you that this job is very dangerous. Wang Haoren didn't use his real name. He only used his surname to borrow a name from Yi Fan. That was how Wang Fan came to be. Do you want to sign the contract? Wang Haoren asked expressionlessly. This was equivalent to telling Qin Huaiming that he wasn't afraid of danger. Seeing this, Qin Huaiming gestured for the secretary to take out the contract for Wang Haoren to read. Wang Haoren flipped to the last page of the contract and signed his name, Wang Fan. Can't you see it clearly? Aren't you afraid that your salary is too low? Qin Huaiming was shocked. Because Wang Haoren's reaction was completely different from the other bodyguards she had seen before. That's not important. Wang Haoren maintained his expressionless face. He had no doubt learned this tone and expression from the Xianxia celestial lord. After all, he had decided to pretend to be Yi Fan. Although Yi Fan didn't show his face in front of Qin Huaiming, he had talked to Qin Huaiming before. Wang Haoren felt that he had to learn from Yi Fan's tone. You are applying for such a dangerous job. If you don't care about money, what do you care about? Qin Huaiming looked at him in confusion. Wang Haoren stared at Qin Huaiming for a while, then suddenly turned around and walked out of the door. After a few steps, he suddenly stopped and said lightly, "You don't have to worry about that. You don't have to worry about that. You only need to know that with me protecting you, there won't be any danger from now on." Wang Haoren's figure was about the same as Yi Fan's. That tone and that back view naturally made Qin Huaiming think of something. After the incident in the parking lot yesterday, Qin Huaiming thought hard for a long time, but he couldn't think of anyone he knew. At this moment, Qin Huaiming couldn't help but associate the person who saved him yesterday with Wang Fan. But Qin Huaiming was very sure that he didn't know this Wang Fan before. But why did he say that he owed it to her? "I will wait outside the door. Call me if you need anything," Wang Haoren said coldly and prepared to leave the office. "Wait, I have something to ask you." Qin Huaiming called out to him. Wang Haoren stopped and turned around to look at her expressionlessly. Qin Huaiming didn't ask immediately. "Boss Qin, I will leave first." The female secretary understood and immediately left the office, closing the door behind her. After the secretary left, Qin Huaiming stared at Wang Haoren, as if trying to see through him. "Have we met before?" "Yesterday at the hospital," Wang Haoren replied flatly. "I mean even earlier," Qin Huaiming corrected. Hearing this, Wang Haoren deliberately stared at Qin Huaiming for a while, a complicated look in his eyes. After a moment, he spat out 3 words. "I don't know you." Qin Huaiming saw this, but she couldn't figure out the emotions in his eyes, but she was sure that they knew each other before. But Qin Huaiming really couldn't remember seeing him before. Could it be that she had lost a part of her memory? Qin Huaiming thought to herself, but quickly rejected the idea. Her memory was complete, and she didn't feel like she was missing anything. Or could it be that he had mistaken her for someone else? With that thought, Qin Huaiming suddenly said, "My name is Qin Huaiming. I'm the eldest daughter of the Shanghai Qin clan. I'm 21 years old this year." "I know all that," Wang Haoren interrupted her introduction. He knew all about Qin Huaiming's background and basic information. He even knew Qin Huaiming's measurements. Hearing this, Qin Huaiming was almost certain that he hadn't mistaken her for someone else. It seemed that he had come for her. Then, could it be that the person who had saved her yesterday was also him? With that thought, Qin Huaiming's heart couldn't help but beat faster. "Nothing, I'll go stand guard outside," Wang Haoren said. Qin Huaiming nodded in response. Wang Haoren turned and walked outside, but before he opened the door, Qin Huaiming said tentatively, "Yesterday in the parking lot." "Thank you." Wang Haoren's hand froze in the middle of opening the door, and he didn't immediately reply. Qin Huaiming was nervous when he didn't reply. After a while, she heard Wang Haoren say with a complicated tone, "You've got the wrong person." His voice was hoarse, almost exactly the same as Yi Fan's. With her X-ray vision, she could only see what was said, but not hear anything. This was an ability that Wang Haoren gained after he entered the foundation establishment stage, and his sense of knowledge had undergone a qualitative change. Even if they were far apart, as long as he wanted to, he could hear what the other party was saying. As soon as he said that, Wang Haoren received a system message. Ding, the female supporting lead Qin Huaiming's favorability towards the host has increased to 60. Current favorability is 60, adoration, ding. The host has influenced the plot and obtained 3,000 villain points. Yi Fan's protagonist aura minus 150. The host's villain aura plus 150. Wang Haoren was secretly happy for a while, but he didn't show it on his face. He only tilted his head slightly to let Qin Huaiming see his handsome side profile, then opened the door and walked out. When Yi Fan spoke to Qin Huaiming, his attitude was very clear. He was unwilling to tell Qin Huaiming who he was. If Wang Haoren denied it, it would make Qin Huaiming even more convinced that he was the one who had saved her yesterday rather than admitting it. As a matter of fact, his choice was extremely correct. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been that message. With a slight click, the door of the office was closed. At this moment, only Qin Huaiming was left in the office. Qin Huaiming's snow-white face was flushed red because she was too excited. Although Wang Fan didn't admit it, but the reaction he showed when he heard her question made her completely certain that Wang Fan was the one who had saved her yesterday. The only thing that puzzled Qin Huaiming was the reason why he had saved him. Qin Huaiming couldn't figure out why he had said that he owed her. But Qin Huaiming didn't give up. Although Wang Fan didn't admit it, he was protecting her now. There would be plenty of time in the future, and she would have plenty of opportunities to find out. Qin Huaiming let out a light breath. Due to the assassination attempt, she had been on edge recently. But now, she felt that her tense nerves had loosened up quite a bit, and she had an inexplicable sense of security. Qin Huaiming collected her emotions and quickly threw herself back into work. She was busy until 9 p.m. After work. As a bodyguard, Wang Haoren's job was to drive. He drove Qin Huaiming to a wealthy residential area not far from the company. Qin Huaiming had quite a few properties under her name. Because of the recent assassination, she had decided on where to stay at night. In the past, Qin Huaiming would never have chosen a place so close to the company. Even after the assassination, she hadn't thought of staying here. Because of this, there wasn't a single servant in the nearby villa. They had all been transferred away. This huge villa seemed empty. "I'll sleep in the second room on the right on the second floor. You can sleep wherever you want. There are many rooms here anyway," Qin Huaiming suddenly said as she led Wang Haoren into the villa. "Your previous bodyguard also lived in the same house as you?" Wang Haoren asked casually. "Of course not. They all kept watch outside the house at night. When they took turns to rest, they also slept on the floor in the guard booth outside," Qin Huaiming said. "So I'm special?" Wang Haoren stared into her eyes. Qin Huaiming averted her gaze. She couldn't help but feel a little flustered. But with her good mental fortitude, she quickly regained her composure. "You're alone. If you don't rest, you won't be able to protect me during the day. It doesn't matter if you keep watch or not. This villa has a security system. If there's any movement, you'll definitely know if I'm sleeping soundly," Qin Huaiming said. "Then I'll sleep in the room next to yours. If there's any movement, I can protect you in time," Wang Haoren said lightly. "Okay." Qin Huaiming's voice trembled slightly when she replied, revealing the nervousness in her heart. She had never lived in the same house as a man other than her family. Of course, this was also because Qin Huaiming liked him, so she didn't resist. If it were any other bodyguard, Qin Huaiming definitely wouldn't have let them live in the same house as her. Qin Huaiming brought Wang Haoren to the second floor and stopped outside his own room. He pointed to the room next door and said, "That's right. There's an inner shower and all kinds of daily necessities. Help yourself. Go ahead." Wang Haoren nodded and walked towards the room Qin Huaiming had pointed to. Qin Huaiming watched as Wang Haoren walked into the room before entering her own room. She was a little sleepy, but she still had some unfinished work to take care of. Usually, she would work until 2 or 3 in the morning before she could rest. Around 5 or 6 in the morning, she had to get up. High-intensity work and about 3 hours of rest time was really not something that ordinary people could endure. If her willpower wasn't strong enough, she would really collapse. Qin Huaiming also felt very tired, but the burden of her family had fallen on her shoulders. She had no choice but to work so hard. If she could, she would rather be a girl from an ordinary family. When she reached marriageable age, she would marry the person she liked. Then, she would be a little woman and take care of her husband and children. Even if her days were ordinary, she would still feel very happy. Qin Huaiming's imagination ran wild as she looked forward to something. But not long after, the door was suddenly pushed open. She didn't have her guard up against Wang Haoren, so she naturally wouldn't lock the door. Qin Huaiming was pulled back to reality by the commotion. She saw Wang Haoren rushing towards her with a towel wrapped around his waist. When Qin Huaiming saw this, he subconsciously panicked as he thought of something. But she quickly realized that she was wrong. Wang Haoren was only walking towards the window and looking outside. Qin Huaiming could vaguely hear a few soft meows. "It's a cat," Wang Haoren suddenly said. Qin Huaiming finally understood that he must have noticed the commotion and thought it was an assassin, so he barged in. She thought that he was going to. After figuring it out, Qin Huaiming heaved a sigh of relief. Then she looked at him. He was only wrapped in a towel, and his upper body was bare. The lines of his muscles were infinitely close to perfection. Qin Huaiming wasn't the least bit interested in muscular men, but the person in front of her had perfect muscle lines and was extremely beautiful. It was like a work of art. Qin Huaiming couldn't help but blush after looking at him a few times. Wang Haoren took in Qin Huaiming's expression. With his perception, he had already noticed that it was a cat. The reason he came over was to show off his figure. Looking at the light in Qin Huaiming's eyes, he knew that he had hit on her. So it's a cat. Scared me to death. Qin Huaiming stared blankly for a while, then felt ashamed. She quickly looked away and pretended to be shocked as she patted her chest. You don't have to worry. I will solve this problem as soon as possible. Wang Haoren didn't leave immediately. The reason he suddenly came here wasn't purely to show off his figure, but to convey an important message to Qin Huaiming. From your tone, do you know who the mastermind is? Qin Huaiming was shocked. You must have thought about these questions yourself. Who do you think it is? Wang Haoren did not answer immediately. Instead, he asked a question of his own. The business world is very complicated. There are many people in Shanghai who have designs on the Qin clan, but if something happens to the Qin clan, the Bai clan will benefit the most. Qin Huaiming became serious. That's not hard to figure out, but do you really think that all the times you've been in danger, it's all because of the same mastermind? Wang Haoren said meaningfully. In his previous life, when Yi Fan took revenge for Qin Huaiming, he also knew the whole story. Since Yi Fan knew, Wang Haoren naturally knew as well. Actually, there were two groups of people who wanted to harm Qin Huaiming. What do you mean by that? Qin Huaiming was bewildered. What you said just now was only from the perspective of the family's interests, but have you ever thought about who would benefit the most if something happened to you? Wang Haoren guided her train of thought. Qin Huaiming was a smart person. After thinking about it for a while, her expression changed drastically. That's impossible. Mother is very kind and treats me well. She would never do something like that. Qin Huaiming frowned. One is her biological son, and the other is her daughter who is not related by blood. Who do you think she will consider more? Wang Haoren asked. The mother Qin Huaiming was referring to as her stepmother. Almost everyone in the Qin clan thought that Qin Huaiming's stepmother was a kind woman. Even Qin Huaiming himself thought so. But in reality, it was the opposite. She was a woman as venomous as a snake. When Qin Huaiming first encountered the assassins, it was indeed the Bai clan who ordered them. But after that, Qin Huaiming encountered more assassins, and not all of them were sent by the Bai clan. For example, the assassin in the parking lot was actually sent by Qin Huaiming's stepmother. But my brother is only 15 years old. Qin Huaiming's heart was already filled with doubts. Her heart clenched, but she didn't want to believe it. It was as if she was trying to find a reason to convince herself. Precisely because he's only 15 years old. When he's older and can take over the Qin clan, it will be at least a few years later. But by then, the Qin clan will have stabilized. It will be too late. Wang Haoren said. Qin Huaiming fell silent. For a moment, she didn't say anything. In her heart, she had already agreed with Wang Haoren's point of view. Her father was seriously ill and didn't have much time left. He couldn't handle the company's affairs. If something really happened to her, then the burden of the Qin clan would definitely fall on her brother's shoulders. Although her younger brother was still young, she was very capable as a stepmother and could take over this burden. It was just that her father had always been on guard against this young and delicate wife that he had married later on. That was why he had passed the burden of the Qin family to his first wife's daughter, Qin Huaiming. How do you know so much about my family? Did you investigate me? Qin Huaiming suddenly realized a problem. She looked at Wang Haoren with some fear. I mean you no harm. Wang Haoren declared. Qin Huaiming's expression softened. She also believed that this person in front of her had no ill intentions. Otherwise, he wouldn't have saved her. What kind of past did we have? Why can't you tell me? Qin Huaiming stared at Wang Haoren. I can only tell you that the trouble around you will be solved soon. Wang Haoren didn't answer her question. You have proof? Proof that it was my stepmother who hired the assassins? Qin Huaiming was shocked. Proof? I don't need that. Just wait and see. Wang Haoren laughed coldly. The Bai clan and Qin Huaiming's stepmother had hired assassins to kill Qin Huaiming one after another. If Yi Fan could still tolerate it, then he wouldn't be Yi Fan. He would definitely make a move soon. But as an immortal supremacy, why would he follow the rules of the mortal world and find evidence to prove anything? He had his own way of doing things. The Bai clan and Qin Huaiming's stepmother would suffer. All Wang Haoren needed to do was to inform Qin Huaiming of this information in advance and then wait for Yi Fan's results after he was done. I have to go out for a while, Wang Haoren said. It's so late. If the assassins come. Qin Huaiming was a little scared. Attack is the best defense. But don't worry. Although I'm leaving, I have other ways to protect you. Just rest well, Wang Haoren said. How are you going to protect me if you leave? Do you have a clone? Qin Huaiming asked curiously. Wang Haoren didn't reply. He just walked out of the room and closed the door. Do you have to be so cold? Is it that hard to answer a question? I'm your boss. Qin Huaiming pouted and complained bitterly. After Wang Haoren conveyed some information to Qin Huaiming, he set up a defensive barrier around the villa to prevent any assassins from coming to attack Qin Huaiming again. Of course, the possibility of this happening was very small. After all, such a powerful assassin had just been killed. Qin Huaiming's stepmother wouldn't be so quick to find another assassin. And the Bai family was a suspect and was being watched by the police. At this juncture, they would definitely keep a low profile and not continue to find people to kill Qin Huaiming at this time. Otherwise, Yi Fan wouldn't have left after killing the assassin in the parking lot. However, Wang Haoren still did it just in case. Anyway, with his current cultivation, setting up a defensive barrier wouldn't consume much spirit qi. After that, Wang Haoren went back to the hotel to find Qin Yunhan and the others. He wanted to finish the unfinished business with Yu Shiqing and Wen Jing, to solve their doubts. After a night of cultivation in the Kai Tian Tower, Wang Haoren's cultivation also rose. When he was on the way to Shanghai, he had reached the second level from the first level of the foundation establishment stage. Not long after, he had reached the third level. And the reason why he was so fast was naturally because of Mu Zhaozhao and Yu Shiqing. Wang Haoren estimated that it wouldn't take long for him to reach the fourth level. After all, there was still Qin Huaiming in Shanghai. At dawn, Wang Haoren left the hotel and returned to Qin Huaiming's villa. Qin Huaiming worked until very late and had a lot on her mind. She didn't have much time to rest. When Wang Haoren came back, he opened and closed the door without deliberately hiding his movements. When Qin Huaiming heard this, she naturally knew that Wang Haoren was back. He's only back now. What did he do last night? Qin Huaiming thought to herself. It was dawn outside, and Qin Huaiming didn't have time to rest, so she got up and washed up. Then, she asked Wang Haoren to drive her to the company. In the car, Qin Huaiming couldn't suppress the doubts in her heart and asked, "What did you do last night?" Wang Haoren held the steering wheel and focused on driving as if he didn't hear anything. Qin Huaiming pouted, a hint of resentment in her beautiful eyes. However, Wang Haoren did not answer, so she did not continue to ask. But after a while, the car suddenly stopped outside a hotel. What's wrong? Qin Huaiming didn't understand. You haven't had breakfast yet, Wang Haoren said indifferently. I don't want to eat. Just send me to the company. Qin Huaiming shook his head. Wang Haoren didn't pay any attention to her. He got out of the car and walked towards the hotel. Hey, come back. Qin Huaiming shouted at his back, but he turned a deaf ear to him. Why are you doing this? I already said that I don't want to eat, but you still want to buy breakfast? Do you know what I like to eat? Qin Huaiming muttered to himself. After a short while, Wang Haoren returned to the car and handed the takeout box to Qin Huaiming in the back seat. Qin Huaiming didn't want to eat, but she suddenly smelled a familiar aroma. She opened the takeout box and found that it was all her favorite food. Qin Huaiming was stunned for a moment, then asked with surprise and joy, "How do you know what I like to eat?" I just bought it. Randomly. Wang Haoren's tone was very perfunctory. Qin Huaiming didn't believe him. If it was just one type of breakfast, it could be a coincidence. However, Wang Haoren had brought 5 types of breakfast, all of which she liked to eat. Qin Huaiming was sure that this was not a coincidence. This could only mean that he knew her and knew her habits. You know so much about me. I really suspect that you're trying to get close to me and have designs on me. Qin Huaiming mustered up his courage to say this. Wang Haoren didn't immediately reply. If you don't answer, I'll take it as a yes. Qin Huaiming was secretly delighted. As long as you say the word, I can leave immediately. Wang Haoren suddenly slowed down and stopped the car by the side of the road. Don't misunderstand. I have no intention of chasing you away, Qin Huaiming said hurriedly. As soon as she said this, her face turned red. She had just said that she suspected Wang Haoren of hitting on her, but now she said that she had no intention of chasing Wang Haoren away. Didn't this mean that even if Wang Haoren hit on her, she didn't have any objections? To a certain extent, this could be considered a confession. Then that's fine. Wang Haoren acted as if he didn't understand and started the car again. When Qin Huaiming heard that he didn't intend to leave, she heaved a sigh of relief. However, she quickly realized that something was wrong. She was the boss. Why did it seem like she had to do things according to his mood? What was going on? Thinking of this, Qin Huaiming really wanted to teach this bodyguard a lesson and establish her authority as the boss. However, she didn't dare to open her mouth. Because of fear, this cold and aloof bodyguard directly threw in the towel and quit. When the time came, where would she go to cry? It was still early and there weren't many people in the company. After Qin Huaiming arrived at her office, she turned on her computer as usual and browsed the morning economic news of Shanghai. However, she accidentally saw a piece of news that shocked her. The Bai family members had died mysteriously overnight. The Bai family was also a business family. Their family's power was not inferior to the Qin families and they were one of the giants of Shanghai. The fact that they had all died in one night caused a huge commotion. This news had already swept through all the major media outlets. With so many people dying mysteriously, it was inevitable that people would think that it was man-made. Naturally, Qin Huaiming also linked this to her bodyguard. Come in for a moment, Qin Huaiming said to the door. What's the matter? Wang Haoren saw that Qin Huaiming's expression was a little strange. Come here. I want to show you something. Qin Huaiming waved her hand and gestured to him. Wang Haoren walked over and saw the news headline on the computer screen. As he expected, Yi Fan had indeed made a move. Did you do this? Qin Huaiming's face was pale. Her originally beautiful voice had become a little hoarse. The Bai family members harmed you and you still pity them? Wang Haoren maintained his expressionless face. Of course not. If the Bai family members are guilty, they can be dealt with legally. Doing this will only bring you trouble. Qin Huaiming was afraid that this matter would be investigated. If that was the case, it would be big trouble. I didn't do it. So many people from the Bai clan died. It's their retribution. It's the heavens that punished them. No. Even if we investigate, it'll just be a bizarre death, Wang Haoren said casually. Qin Huaiming definitely didn't believe that this was a coincidence. She was very sure that this was Wang Haoren's doing. However, there was no point in dwelling on these questions now. Qin Huaiming continued to browse the news, wanting to know more. According to the official news, the Bai family members were bleeding from all orifices. The way they died was very gruesome. Are you sure you'll be fine? Qin Huaiming was worried. I told you, I didn't do it. Wang Haoren spoke the truth, which was rare for him. Not only would they not be able to trace it back to him, they would not even be able to trace it back to Yi Fan. Yi Fan's technique was a high-level technique called the Blood Origin Curse. By taking the blood of a direct descendant of the Bai family, he could kill anyone related to the blood. If Yi Fan wanted to, he could even kill a distant relative of the Bai family, let alone a direct descendant of the Bai family. This method was beyond the knowledge of the Blue Planet. There was no evidence to prove it. The true power of this spell was related to the user's cultivation level. Yi Fan was only at the Qi refinement stage, so his power was limited. In his previous life, Yi Fan captured the ancestor of the race that killed Feng Yorua and took his blood in order to avenge her. Unleashing the Blood Origin Curse technique, he directly annihilated the entire race. The number of living beings and races was in the hundreds of millions. Qin Huaiming heard Wang Haoren emphasize again that he did not do it. But of course, she didn't believe him. What else did you do last night? Qin Huaiming thought of something else and asked again. Wang Haoren knew that Qin Huaiming was talking about how to deal with her stepmother. He did not know how Yifan would deal with it. The only thing he was sure of was that Yifan would not stop at nothing. If the Bai family was destroyed, Qin Huaiming's stepmother would also be in trouble. Just be prepared, Wang Haoren said vaguely. Qin Huaiming knew that she could not get anything out of him. She could only wait and see how the situation developed. She was worried that Wang Haoren would be in trouble if the matter was exposed. She could not focus on her work for half the morning. On the other hand, Wang Haoren leaned against the sofa in the office and closed his eyes as if nothing had happened. Knock, knock. Someone knocked on the door. Come in, Qin Huaiming said. The female secretary pushed the door open and reported. President Qin, Madam and young master are here. When Qin Huaiming heard this, he couldn't help but be surprised. The madam and young master that the secretary was referring to were naturally Qin Huaiming's stepmother and younger brother. However, they usually didn't come to the company. Why did they come to look for him at this time? With that thought in mind, he inadvertently glanced at Wang Haoren and recalled some of the words he had said before. Did they say why they were looking for me? Qin Huaiming asked the secretary. I didn't ask, but from the looks of it, they seem to be very flustered, the secretary said. Qin Huaiming suddenly had a premonition that something big was about to happen. He took a deep breath and said to the female secretary, bring them here. Yes, President Qin. The female secretary nodded and walked out of the office. When he returned, there were two more people beside him. One of them was a beautiful woman in her 30s, and the other was a 15-year-old boy. These two people were Qin Huaiming's stepmother and younger brother. Their faces were filled with fear. After arriving at the office, they knelt down in front of Qin Huaiming. Huaiming, I was wrong. I let you down. Please forgive me, forgive me. Qin Huaiming's stepmother was in tears. She kowtowed to Qin Huaiming as she cried and begged. When Qin Huaiming heard this, his heart tightened. He asked in a low voice, you let me down? What did you do? I was muddle-headed and hired assassins to kill you. But now I know that I was wrong. Huaiming, please forgive me, Qin Huaiming's stepmother cried. Hearing this, Qin Huaiming's face turned even paler. Originally, she had held on to a glimmer of hope that this matter had nothing to do with her stepmother. But now that her stepmother had said it herself, this matter was confirmed. Qin Huaiming's gaze shifted to Wang Haoren. It was obvious that her stepmother's sudden repentance had something to do with Wang Haoren. You can tell this to the judge, Qin Huaiming replied after a moment of heartache. Huaiming, if you don't forgive me, your brother and I won't be able to live past today. My death won't be regretted, but your brother is innocent. I beg you, I beg you. Qin Huaiming's cries were heart-wrenching as he repeatedly kowtowed to Qin Huaiming. The sound of her head hitting the floor rang out continuously. After a few times, her forehead was bleeding. Sister, I beg you. I don't want to die, I don't want to die. Qin Huaiming's brother also began to cry. Qin Huaiming couldn't help but be moved by this scene. Her stepmother was as venomous as a snake and scorpion. Her death was not to be regretted, but her brother was innocent. But just as she was thinking about this, she suddenly remembered something. This seemingly harmless brother of hers had a serious tendency to abuse animals. She used to have a cat that accidentally broke her brother's favorite toy. In the end, when she wasn't around, her brother skinned the cat alive and cut it into pieces. Qin Huaiming could still remember that bloody scene. And at that time, her brother was only 10 years old. Now that she thought about it, she shuddered. Such a twisted mentality was either created by his environment or innate. And her brother's environment was very good, so it couldn't have been created. That could only mean that cold-bloodedness and viciousness were engraved in his bones and even in his genes. Qin Huaiming had guessed this before, but her father was a kind person and her stepmother was also very virtuous. At that time, she only thought that her brother was immature. But now that she thought about it, this viciousness was exactly the same as her own mother's. Qin Huaiming really couldn't imagine what kind of terrible things he would do when he grew up. For a moment, Qin Huaiming really hoped that the two of them would die together. That way, she would be rid of all future troubles. But the incessant crying in her ears made her unable to harden her heart. Qin Huaiming's stepmother saw that she was soft-hearted and hurriedly said to her son, "Quickly thank your sister. Your sister forgives us." "Thank you, sister. Thank you." Hearing this, Qin Huaiming remained silent, tacitly agreeing. Her stepmother and brother cowed out a few more times, then got up and prepared to leave. Just as the two of them turned around, their eyes flashed with intense resentment. Qin Huaiming watched them leave and sighed. Then she turned to look at Wang Haoran, who hadn't said a word the entire time. He had guessed that Qin Huaiming would be soft-hearted. And Yi Fan had also guessed this. Hence, he only gave Qin Huaiming's stepmother and brother a chance to repent, but not a chance to live. Wang Haoran had just sensed that Yi Fan had left his divine sense and spiritual energy on Qin Huaiming's stepmother and brother. The divine sense's purpose was to let Yi Fan know what the two of them had said to Qin Huaiming. And the spiritual energy's purpose was to take their lives. Qin Huaiming watched the two of them leave with a worried expression. "If you were worried, why didn't you say anything? Why did you watch them leave?" Wang Haoran asked. "I'm a little soft-hearted, but I'm more worried about you." Qin Huaiming frowned. "Did you think that I would kill them if you said I didn't forgive them?" Wang Haoran laughed. "Isn't that the case?" Qin Huaiming was stunned. "Do you think I look like such a stupid person?" Wang Haoran asked. Qin Huaiming was stunned for a moment, then asked carefully, "If I said I didn't forgive them, what would you have done?" "I wouldn't have done anything," Wang Haoran said. Qin Huaiming was even more confused. He sighed. "It's too late to say anything now. They're gone. Actually, whether you forgive them or not, the result won't change," Wang Haoran said mysteriously. "What do you mean? What did you do to them? Why were they so afraid and came to beg for my forgiveness? And they didn't seem to know you. Why did you go to them with your face covered? What's going on?" Qin Huaiming asked repeatedly. Wang Haoran couldn't answer these questions. He could only ask Yi Fan what he had done. But these weren't important. "There are some things you don't need to know. You just need to know that your worries are unnecessary. That's enough," Wang Haoran said. Qin Huaiming was very confused. What was he going to do next? But just as this thought appeared in his mind, he vaguely heard two painful screams from outside. Moreover, the timbre of the two voices was vaguely familiar. Qin Huaiming quickly walked out of the office to take a look. In a corridor on the same floor, his stepmother and brother were rolling on the ground with twisted expressions. Around them, there were many employees of the company watching. No one knew what was going on. They only felt a little scared. After the two screamed in pain for a while, their voices stopped and they suddenly stopped moving. The company's security came over and took a closer look. They were shocked to find that the two of them were dead. A strange atmosphere began to pervade the surroundings. Then, people from the police station came to investigate the cause of death. However, after an investigation, it was found that there were no signs of poisoning. In the end, he was thought to have died of a sudden strange illness. At this point, the two behind-the-scenes masterminds, as well as the people close to the two behind-the-scenes masterminds, were all dead. When Qin Huaiming learned of this, he quietly let out a sigh of relief. When he secretly looked at Wang Haoran, his gaze became much gentler. "You've done so much for me, I really don't know how to repay you." Qin Huaiming called Wang Haoran to his office for a private talk. Ding, the female supporting lead. Qin Huaiming's favorability towards the host has increased by 10. Current favorability is 70, unchanging feelings, ding. The host has influenced the plot and obtained 4,000 villain points. Yi Fan's protagonist aura minus 200. The host's villain aura plus 200. "This is what I owe you," Wang Haoran said indifferently. "What exactly do you owe me? Can't you just tell me?" Qin Huaiming really wanted to know. Wang Haoran remained silent. Qin Huaiming could only sigh. At 10 o'clock that night, Qin Huaiming finished her work and got off work. Just like yesterday, Wang Haoran sent her to the villa near the company. But when they reached the destination, Wang Haoren suddenly handed the car keys to Qin Huaiming. What do you mean by this? Qin Huaiming's heart tightened. The threats around you have all been removed, Wang Haoren said. You're leaving? Qin Huaiming understood, her face instantly turning pale. I've already finished my work, Wang Haoren said. Although the masterminds behind the assassination are all dead, there's no guarantee that I won't be in danger. You still have to continue protecting me. We signed a contract. Qin Huaiming said anxiously. Take good care of yourself in the future. Also, you really don't have to be soft-hearted towards your enemies. Otherwise, you'll easily be taken advantage of. Wang Haoren's tone sounded like he was leaving her before he left. I can give you a raise. Name a price. Qin Huaiming tried to persuade him to stay. Also, although work is important, your health is also important. Don't push yourself too hard, Wang Haoren continued. 2 million a month. Qin Huaiming offered a high price. It's late. You should go back and rest, Wang Haoren said. 5 million a month. Qin Huaiming continued to raise the price. Wang Haoren turned, waved, and slowly walked away. 10 million. Qin Huaiming shouted at his back. Wang Haoren turned a deaf ear to him and continued walking forward. 100 million a month. As long as you continue to be my bodyguard. Qin Huaiming gradually lost her mind. Wang Haoren still didn't seem to hear her. I can give you all of the Qin family's wealth. As long as you stay and continue to be my bodyguard, the Qin family's hundreds of billions of assets will all be yours. Qin Huaiming had lost half of her mind and was about to go crazy. But even so, he didn't stop walking. Qin Huaiming could tell that money wasn't enough to move him. Didn't you say you owed me? You think I'll pay you back just because you said so? What right do you have to call the shots? I said you haven't paid me back yet. Stop right there. Qin Huaiming reprimanded. Wang Haoren stopped in his tracks. Qin Huaiming was overjoyed for a moment and chased after him. Can you stay? Her tone was extremely gentle, even a little pleading. A normal bodyguard is more than capable of protecting you. It doesn't matter if I stay or not, Wang Haoren said. No, this is very important. Qin Huaiming said anxiously. I have no reason to stay. I really should go. Wang Haoren shook his head. Qin Huaiming gritted her teeth and threw caution to the wind. She opened her arms and hugged him tightly. Can't I be the reason you stay? Feeling the warmth and softness in his arms, Wang Haoren breathed a sigh of relief. Girl, I've waited so long for you to throw yourself into my arms. What are you doing? Wang Haoren pretended to be surprised. Qin Huaiming moved her face away from his chest and raised her head slightly. She looked at him affectionately and with a hint of coquettishness. You can leave if you want, but you have to return my heart to me. Otherwise, you're not allowed to leave. Sigh, nothing good will come of us being together. You might even die. Aren't you afraid? Wang Haoren sighed. Qin Huaiming was taken aback. She didn't know what he meant, but she still said resolutely, my heart belongs to you. I won't regret it even if I die. Wang Haoren couldn't help but sigh when he heard this. Qin Huaiming, this female supporting character, was truly a pitiful character. Once you fell in love, you would be willing to do anything. Yi Fan was really lucky. No, more accurately speaking, Yi Fan's luck had already been snatched away by Qin Huaiming. With Qin Huaiming's words, Wang Haoren didn't continue pretending to leave. This young couple could see the passion in each other's eyes. At this moment, all words seemed unnecessary. Wang Haoren picked Qin Huaiming up and carried her into the villa. Qin Huaiming buried her head in his chest, nervous and shy. For a moment, she didn't dare to look around until she felt herself being gently placed on the soft bed. Then, the restraints on her body were removed, and she felt a little cold. At this moment, outside Qin Huaiming's villa, a young man with his hands behind his back slowly walked in. The young man looked ordinary and had a maturity that didn't match his age. This strange young man was naturally Yi Fan. He happened to be passing by and remembered that Qin Huaiming's villa was nearby, so he came to take a look. The lights in the villa were on, so there was obviously someone inside. It was not hard to guess that Qin Huaiming was here tonight. But Yi Fan did not plan to see her, so he spread out his senses to see what Qin Huaiming was busy with. But with his understanding of Qin Huaiming, he could guess that she was busy with work. Yi Fan's senses quickly reached the villa and heard some obscene sounds. Although there were no words, Yi Fan could tell that it was Qin Huaiming's voice just by the sound. Although Yi Fan was an old monster who had lived for thousands of years, he had never tried that kind of thing before. So, after being confused for a while, he realized what Qin Huaiming's voice was. Yi Fan immediately frowned as an uncomfortable feeling rose in his heart. He sensed that there was another person in the villa other than Qin Huaiming. Judging from Qin Huaiming's voice, it was not hard to guess what was going on. This woman who should have loved him deeply, was now, ding. Host has damaged Yi Fan's mental state. Received 4,000 villain points, Yi Fan protagonist aura -200, host villain aura +200. However, the uncomfortable feeling did not last for long before Yi Fan suppressed it. He had never planned to do anything with Qin Huaiming. He just wanted to help her deal with the threats around her. Since he had no feelings for her, why should he care about these things? It was enough for him to have Yurua. He should not have any thoughts about other women. Yi Fan calmed down, but he was still suspicious. After his rebirth, he had changed some things. Perhaps it was because of this that Qin Huaiming's situation had changed. No matter who you are, I hope you treat Sister Huaiming well. Otherwise, I will make you regret being born into this world, Yi Fan said in his heart. He hesitated for a moment, wanting to see who Qin Huaiming's man was and see if it was someone he had met in his previous life. But after thinking about it, he gave up. Because now was not the right time. After all, Sister Huaiming could be, he was afraid that he would see something he should not see. Master Yi, do you know the owner of this place? Yi Fan's subordinate, Xianxia, walked down and asked curiously. I do. Yi Fan said calmly. Since you know him, why don't you go in and pay him a visit? Xianxia asked doubtfully. A strange look appeared on Yi Fan's face. You're asking too many questions. I spoke too much, Xianxia hurriedly said. Oh right, why did you rush over to find me? Yi Fan asked. I've received news that Long Qianshan has come out of the Seven Despair Valley to take revenge on you, Grandmaster Yi, said Xianxia. Long Qianshan? You want to take revenge on me? Yi Fan raised his brows. Grandmaster Yi, it seems that you still don't know. When you were in Xianxia, you once killed a martial arts expert with the surname Long. He was the disciple that Long Qianshan was most proud of. When you killed him, I advised you not to do so. Have you forgotten? That's true. It wasn't that Yi Fan didn't remember it. He just didn't care about it at all. When Xianxia saw Yi Fan's calm demeanor, he said anxiously, Long Qianshan is ranked second on the Earth leaderboard. Grandmaster Yi, you must not let your guard down. What is the Earth ranking? Yi Fan asked. Xianxia was stunned and confused. How could Grandmaster Yi not know about the Earth ranking when his martial arts attainment was so high? It's a ranking compiled by an organization called by Xiaosheng. Those who are ranked on the ranking are all the top martial arts experts in the world. Long Qianshan is definitely not simple to be ranked second on the Earth leaderboard, Xianxia explained and then reminded Yi Fan. However, the second on the Earth leaderboard is something that happened 10 years ago. Long Qianshan was defeated by Yi Wuhan 10 years ago. After that, he went into seclusion in the Seven Despair Valley for 10 years. Now that he has come out, his martial arts strength must have improved greatly. Maybe he has already become a human immortal. Yi Fan's face was still calm. This Yi Wuhan is ranked first on the Earth leaderboard, right? That's right. Although Long Qianshan was defeated 10 years ago, he only lost by one move. Now that Long Qianshan has come out of seclusion, it's hard to say who is the real number one. Xianxia said solemnly. Why? Yi Fan asked. Yi Wuhan was in charge of the imperial capital, resisting the foreign martial arts experts and preventing them from invading. For 10 years, the imperial capital was peaceful, but Yi Wuhan spent too much time on mundane affairs. He couldn't devote all his energy to martial arts, Xianxia explained. However, Long Qianshan is different. The Seven Despair Valley is a place of death. Long Qianshan was able to stay in seclusion there for 10 years. Such a person is able to put all his energy into martial arts. After 10 years, Long Qianshan's martial arts cultivation will definitely be much stronger than before. After Long Qianshan comes out of seclusion, he will challenge Yi Wuhan to avenge the humiliation of the past. However, Yi Wuhan was busy with mundane matters in the imperial capital. Therefore, he decided to fight Long Qianshan 100 days later. Unfortunately, during this period, Long Qianshan heard about the death of his beloved disciple. He also heard that your martial arts strength is very high. He is very interested in you, Yi Fan finally understood. He smiled faintly and said, Long Qianshan wants to use me to sharpen his blade before the battle with Yi Wuhan? Grandmaster Yi, how can you still smile? You should think about how to avoid the battle. Long Qianshan has sent people to look for you. Xianxia said anxiously. If Yi Wuhan is able to defeat Long Qianshan in the duel 100 days later, perhaps you won't have any trouble. Wang Haoran could not help but smile when he heard Xianxia's words. The last time he was at Hong Kong Island, he wanted to make a name for himself. However, he met an expert and left Hong Kong Island to come to Shanghai. Now that Long Qianshan, who was ranked second on the Earth leaderboard, wanted to find trouble with him, it was exactly what he wanted. Long Qianshan wanted to sharpen his blade before the battle with Yi Wuhan. He also wanted to use Long Qianshan to make a name for himself. Spread the news that Yi Shantian is waiting for Long Qianshan at the Chuncheon River in Shanghai. Yi Fan ordered. Grandmaster Yi, are you sure? Xianxia was shocked. I don't want to say the same thing twice, Yi Fan said faintly. Yes, Grandmaster. I will do it right away. Xianxia knew that Grandmaster Yi had already made up his mind. He could only nod his head respectfully. Xianxia bowed and left the place. Yi Fan looked at the lights in the villa and immediately turned to leave. As for Huiming's boyfriend, he definitely had to consider it. However, he wanted to postpone it until after the battle with Long Qianshan. Only then would he do it. After Yi Fan left, Wang Haoran retracted his gaze. He had sensed Yi Fan's presence the moment he arrived at Qin Huiming's villa. Yi Fan and Xianxia's conversation made him aware of everything. He had heard about the Bai Shaoxing organization before. They were talking about the hidden dragons and phoenixes ranking. Yi Fan and Xianxia were talking about the Earth ranking. Wang Haoran was not surprised by the ranking at all. To put it bluntly, it was just a common trick. Wang Haoran did not need to ask around to know that there was a heaven ranking above the Earth ranking. Based on their conversation, he could deduce that the limit of the experts on the Earth ranking was probably the human immortal realm. Those on the heaven ranking were definitely above the human immortal realm. The cerulean planet was not as simple as it seemed. However, after thinking about it, it made sense. Yi Fan's cultivation level had to reach a relatively high level before he could leave the cerulean planet with his physical body. During this period, there would be many stages for him to show off. Wang Haoran was sure that the so-called second on the Earth ranking, Long Qianshan, was just a stepping stone for Yi Fan to show off. After Yi Fan defeated the Earth leaderboard, the experts on the Heaven leaderboard and the Heaven leaderboard would probably appear. The Xiantian Celestial Lord really knows how to pick a place to fight at the Chuncheon River in Shanghai. Wang Haoran sighed. The Chuncheon River ran through Shanghai and divided the city into east and west. It was one of the most representative places in Shanghai. Yi Fan's decision to fight with Long Qianshan at the Chuncheon River would definitely cause an uproar. Long Qianshan might not be able to defeat Yi Fan, but his strength should be at the human immortal realm. The commotion caused by a martial artist of this realm would be too big. It would be hard for people to not notice it. After defeating Long Qianshan, Yi Fan's name would definitely spread throughout the Fire Country. To be more precise, Yi Xuantian's name would spread throughout the Fire Country. This was because Yi Fan had said that Yi Shantian was waiting for Long Qianshan at the Chuncheon River in Shanghai, not Yi Fan. The name Yi Fan did not sound as impressive as Yi Shantian. However, Wang Haoran wasn't concerned about this right now. Instead, he was concerned about how to stop Yi Fan from acting all high and mighty. If he didn't know about this, it would have been fine. But now that he knew, there was no reason not to stop him. As a villain, he couldn't stand it when the main character pretended to be impressive. What's wrong? As Wang Haoren was pondering, he suddenly heard a beautiful woman ask quietly from below. Qin Huaiming had already guessed what was going to happen. He planned to silently endure it, but he closed his eyes nervously and waited for a while. Seeing that Wang Haoren didn't do anything, he opened his eyes and looked at him. Have you really thought it through? Of course, Wang Haoren wouldn't say that he was distracted just now. Instead, he found another excuse for not attacking. In fact, he didn't plan to succeed just like that. Because if he did that, he would be wasting the opportunity to increase his cultivation. The reason why he did that earlier was because he knew that Yi Fan was here. Thus, he purposely caused a commotion so that Yi Fan would hear it and see how he would react. Now that he had achieved his goal, he naturally stopped at the right time. But he couldn't tell Qin Huaiming about this. Wang Haoren, what is our past? What do you owe me? Qin Huaiming was full of doubts and asked the same question that he had asked several times before. Actually, I'm not Wang Haoren. I'm Wang Haoren. Or more accurately, I'm not Wang Haoren either. I'm the Extreme Heaven Immortal Emperor, Wang Haoren said seriously. What? Qin Huaiming was completely confused. Wang Haoren brought Qin Huaiming into the Immortal Emperor Pagoda. Then, with a wave of his hand, some images appeared in front of him. I'm not talking about this life, but the previous one, Wang Haoren said slowly. In my previous life, when I first saw you, I fell in love with you. But at that time, I divined that your fate conflicted with mine. If we were really together, we would jinx you to death. But because of my strong cultivation, I was fearless and insisted on being with you. In the beginning, everything was normal. Not long after, a great opportunity appeared in the world. I went to look for it, but just as I was about to leave your side, my enemies came and killed you. After you died, I was in great pain and my cultivation stagnated. Not long after, another enemy came. In the end, I was defeated and died. My other concubines also died because of love. After reincarnating, I searched everywhere for you and successfully found you. But I didn't want to meet you. I just wanted to help you solve your problems and then leave. Who knew that you? At this point, Wang Haoren suddenly let out a long sigh. Qin Huaiming was stunned for a long time. This information was too much, and he couldn't take it all in. It's not too late to regret it now before it really happens, Wang Haoren said. Qin Huaiming's heart surged. For a while, and he gradually recovered. His confused and stunned eyes regained their determination. I still say the same thing. My heart belongs to you. I won't regret it even if I die. In this life, I will protect you. I won't let anyone hurt you. Wang Haoren hugged her. Ding. Female supporting character Qin Huaiming's favorability towards the host has increased by 10. Current favorability is 80. Undying love. When Qin Huaiming heard this, his heart felt like it was about to melt. His entire body felt weak as he looked at him nervously and expectantly. Wang Haoren understood, but he wasn't in a hurry. He first taught her the immortal cultivation method. Qin Huaiming knew that Wang Haoren had enemies and needed to raise his cultivation, so she studied seriously. After that, everything fell into place. Ding. Host has captured female supporting character Qin Huaiming for the first time. Received 8,000 villain points. Ding. Female supporting character Qin Huaiming's favorability towards the host has increased by 20. Current favorability is 100. Undying love. Ding. Host has influenced the plot. Received 12,000 villain points. Yi Fan's protagonist aura minus 600. Host's villain aura plus 600. Wang Haoren happily received a wave of rewards. However, what made him even happier was that he went from the 3rd level of foundation establishment to the 4th level of foundation establishment. The speed at which his cultivation base was rising was simply too fast. At the back mountain of Qingling village, the primal chaos bottle was absorbing the spiritual qi of the blessed land and turning it into spiritual liquid. After a period of time, his cultivation would increase again. The Demon Emperor's internal sutra, the heaven-splitting tower, and the primal chaos bottle were all cultivation cheats. As long as he developed them well, it wouldn't be difficult for him to defeat all the main characters of the immortal cultivation method. Qin Huaiming was a little tired, so she rested in the heaven-splitting tower. The flow of time in the heaven-splitting tower was much slower than outside. Qin Huaiming didn't have much time to rest, but she had plenty of time here. Wang Haoren didn't disturb her for the time being. Instead, he began to think about how to deal with the battle between Yi Xiantian and Long Qianshan. Wang Haoren's first thought was to stop the battle between Yi Xiantian and Long Qianshan. Without the battle, Yi Xiantian would not be able to show off. However, if Yi Xiantian were to fight with Long Qianshan, it would be a huge blow to Yi Xiantian. Yi Xiantian was confident that he would win the battle and never thought that he would lose. What would Yi Xiantian feel if he lost? Even if Yi Xiantian was an old monster who had lived for thousands of years, his state of mind would be more or less affected. Following this train of thought, Wang Haoren had two options. The first option was to change his appearance and become Long Qianshan to fight with Yi Xiantian. After entering the foundation establishment stage, he could change his appearance for a certain period of time. It was totally possible for him to become Long Qianshan. However, there would be a problem if he did that. Yi Xiantian would recognize him when he fought with him. After all, the two of them had fought in Hong Kong last time. It was fine if Wang Haoren did not reveal his spiritual qi. Once he did, Yi Fan, who had the divine consciousness of an immortal prime, would recognize him. Yi Fan had already been defeated once and his mental state was affected to a certain extent. Now that he was defeated by Wang Haoren again, his state of mind would be affected to a limited extent. The second option was to let Long Qianshan defeat Yi Xiantian. Yi Xiantian thought that he was invincible on the cerulean planet. After being defeated in Hong Kong, he came to Shanghai. If he was defeated by Long Qianshan again, his state of mind would definitely be affected. In comparison, Wang Haoren was definitely the second option, which was more suitable. He was now at the fourth level of the foundation establishment stage. If he injected his spiritual qi into Long Qianshan would be able to defeat Yi Fan, who was at the qi refinement stage. However, if he wanted to do that, he would need to talk to Long Qianshan. After all, he needed Long Qianshan's cooperation. However, where to find Long Qianshan now seemed to be a problem. Wang Haoren was worried for a moment, but he really wanted to smile. Although he did not know Long Qianshan, it would not be difficult for him to find Long Qianshan. Yi Fan's next storyline was obvious. He would defeat Long Qianshan at Shanghai's Chenshan River. Before that, there would definitely be a wave of pressure from public opinion. In short, they were setting up a stage for Yi Xiantian to show off. Long Qianshan was ranked second on the Earth leaderboard and was a famous expert in the martial world. Yi Xiantian was only famous in Songzhou. He had also made a name for himself in Fragrant Island, but he was not known by the world. Everyone felt that Long Qianshan would definitely win, and Yi Xiantian was courting death. Yi Xuantian's follower, Yin Qi, had tried to persuade Yi Xiantian to stay away from him, which proved this point. However, when everyone thought Long Qianshan was going to win, Yi Xian showed his power in front of the heavens and defeated Long Qianshan. How many people would be shocked by this? After Yi Fan put on such a good show, Yi Xuantian's name would soon be known by the whole world. However, that was if Wang Haoren did nothing and allowed the plot to develop smoothly. Wang Haoren was sure that Long Qianshan would show up before the final battle. What he needed to do was to wait for Long Qianshan to show up. There was no need to look for him everywhere. He only needed to pay attention to the news in the hidden Jianghu. The truth was just as Wang Haoren had expected. On the second day after Yin Qi sent out the news, Long Qianshan spoke. The general idea was that Long Qianshan would kill Yi Xiantian in front of the Pearl Tower on Chenshan River 3 days later to avenge his beloved disciple. 2 days before the final battle, Wang Haoren and Qin Huaiming planned to go to Chenshan River to have a look. It was autumn, but the hot weather made people feel like they were back in the middle of summer. The cool and beautiful president had taken off her serious and mature business attire. She was wearing a t-shirt and a pleated skirt, which made her look youthful. Qin Huaiming took Wang Haoren's age into consideration. He was not even 20 years old and looked like a student, so she dressed up like this to match him. Qin Huaiming had just fallen in love. Her heart was filled with sweetness. She had a satisfied smile on her face. She held Wang Haoren's hand and did not want to let go for even a second. It's so much easier not to be the president. I was so busy with work every day. It was so boring. Qin Huaiming smiled. Qin Huaiming's father was in his 40s. He was in his prime. However, when he was young, he overworked and his body was gradually exhausted. When he was in his 40s, many of his organs started to deteriorate. He did not have many years left to live. Wang Haoran treated Qin Huaiming's father and used spirit qi to rejuvenate his body. Now that Qin Huaiming's father had recovered, his organs and vitality were like a man in his 30s. The burden on Qin Huaiming's shoulders was returned to her father. Otherwise, Qin Huaiming would not be so free. Hearing Qin Huaiming's words, Wang Haoran smiled. Qin Huaiming was actually a woman without ambition. She had no choice but to take over the family's burden. What are you laughing at? Do you think I'm a lazy person with no ambition? Qin Huaiming asked when she saw Wang Haoran's reaction. I don't think so. However, I think you're very hardworking, especially when you're cultivating. Wang Haoran blinked. Qin Huaiming's face turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye. The flirtatious look in her eyes made the scenery by the Springshan River pale in comparison. No, don't make fun of me. I'm just playing along with you. You said we have a big enemy. Of course I have to cultivate hard. Qin Huaiming argued with a red face. That's true. Wang Haoran smiled and stopped teasing her. Instead, he looked around. As the news of Yi Xiantian and Long Qianshan's battle at the Springshan River spread, many people from the hidden Jianghu came to witness the battle. At the Springshan River, Wang Haoran found many martial artists with decent true qi cultivation. However, Wang Haoran did not care about these spectators. He strolled along the river with Qin Huaiming and came to the place with the most spectators, the Pearl Pagoda. The battle between Yi Xiantian and Long Qianshan was going to take place at the Pearl Pagoda. There were still 2 days before the battle, but many martial artists had already gathered here. Wang Haoran sensed the true qi cultivation of the people around him. Soon, he sensed an extremely strong true qi fluctuation that was comparable to Qin Fan's at his peak. He looked at the source and saw a small boat on the river. On the boat, a man wearing a bamboo hat was fishing. Wang Haoran rented a sightseeing boat nearby and went boating with Qin Huaiming. Unknowingly, they came to the side of the fisherman's boat. The fisherman looked to be in his 50s. He had a beard on his face. He sat quietly on the boat, maintaining his fishing posture, not moving at all. Can you catch fish without a hook? Wang Haoran suddenly asked with a smile. You're not the first to disturb me. However, you're probably the unluckiest one. Leave before I get angry. The fisherman warned in a deep voice. Upon hearing the fisherman's words, Wang Haoran smiled faintly. You're not the first person to disrespect me, but you might be the one who will die the most miserable death. Do you want to try? As soon as he said this, the dangling fisher, who had remained motionless, finally moved slowly. His deep eyes, which had been staring at the water surface, were cast on Wang Haoran. There was a glint in his deep eyes. Given his true qi cultivation, if he did not deliberately restrain it, he could injure others and make them vomit blood. However, as soon as the fisherman met Wang Haoran's eyes, he felt that there was an even stronger power shooting out from Wang Haoran's indifferent eyes. The fisherman was shocked. He felt that the true qi in his body was out of his control. It flowed wildly, and he tasted blood in his throat. Fortunately, he clenched his teeth. Otherwise, he would have vomited blood. Since you didn't want to kill me, I'll spare your life. Wang Haoran said indifferently. Following the fishing line that the angler had condensed with his genuine qi, he looked at the bottom of the water and continued. Using true qi to weave a net. That's not bad. However, you won't be able to catch the fish you want. You're Yi Xiantian? The fisherman was no doubt Long Qianshan. When he saw Wang Haoran's method and his overly young appearance, he could only associate him with Yi Xiantian, who was rumored to be Master Yi. I'm not Yi Xiantian. I'm just here to tell you a piece of news, Wang Haoran said. What news? Long Qianshan's voice was not as deep as before. It sounded a little choked up. You're no match for Yi Xiantian. You'll most likely die in his hands in this battle, Wang Haoran said slowly. I've been in seclusion for 10 years. I thought I was invincible. Who knew that the world has changed? Long Qianshan did not doubt Wang Haoren's words. He only sighed bitterly. However, his eyes soon regained their determination. I've made an agreement with Yi Shantian to fight here. Even if the odds of winning are slim, I won't back down. Hearing this, Wang Haoren was not very surprised. Before coming here, he had already inquired about Long Qianshan. Long Qianshan's heart was set on pursuing the pinnacle of the martial Tao. His confidence was abnormally strong. Otherwise, he would not have secluded himself in a place like the Seven Despair Valley. However, despite his perseverance, he was still a human. Since he was human, he would naturally be afraid of death. However, the matter of the final battle had already been made known to almost everyone in the hidden Jianghu. If Long Qianshan ran away, he would be ridiculed. To put it bluntly, he wanted to save face no matter what. Actually, you might not lose, Wang Haoren suddenly said. What do you mean? Long Qianshan was confused. Wang Haoren focused and flicked his finger. A white light shot toward Long Qianshan and entered his body. Long Qianshan felt a strange force entering his body and gathering in his dantian. At the same time, some information appeared in his mind. This method had already surpassed Long Qianshan's understanding. Who are you? Long Qianshan was shocked. Since you have reached this level of martial Tao, you should not be an idiot. If you don't want to die, you should quickly comprehend it. Wang Haoren did not answer his question. This power does not belong to me. Even if I defeat Yi Shantian with it, it is meaningless. I will not use it, Long Qianshan said in a firm tone as he put away the shock on his face. No, you will use it. Wang Haoren smiled meaningfully. Then, he gently moved the oars. The small boat that stopped for a moment slowly moved and soon disappeared from Long Qianshan's sight. Who is that person? Why did you say those strange things to him? Qin Huaiming sat on the side of the boat and asked Wang Haoren while paddling in the water with his bare feet. That person is called Long Qianshan. He is a martial Tao expert. Soon, a person called Yi Shantian will fight here, Wang Haoren said. What does this have to do with us? Qin Huaiming was curious. Yi Shantian is my enemy in my previous life. In your previous life, you were killed because of him. This person is despicable and shameless. He took advantage of the fact that I was out looking for opportunities to come to my territory to seek revenge. After he defiled you, he even killed you. I have an irreconcilable enmity with this person. Wang Haoren's face was filled with anger. Yi Shantian. Tian. Qin Huaiming was also furious. He remembered this name. Oh right, he has another name. He is called Yi Fan, Wang Haoren added. Qin Huaiming nodded and remembered it. I talked so much with Long Qianshan because I wanted to borrow his hand to kill Yi Shantian, Wang Haoren explained. If you are so powerful, why don't you kill Yi Shantian yourself? Qin Huaiming did not understand. It would be great if things were that simple. Yi Shantian has other tricks up his sleeve. If I push him too far, he can take me down with him. Otherwise, why would I hide in the dark and rely on others to kill him? Wang Haoren sighed. I see. Qin Huaiming was enlightened. He then asked, when is the battle between Long Qianshan and Yi Shantian? 2 days later, Wang Haoren replied. Then we will come 2 days later. I want to see how Yi Shantian dies. Qin Huaiming gritted his teeth. Okay, let's go there together. Wang Haoren also wanted to see with his own eyes how Yi Shantian would fail. During the 2 days of waiting for the battle, Wang Haoren did not stay idle. Qin Yunhan's group of 5 were all in Shanghai. Now, Qin Huaiming was also there. During this time, Wang Haoren brought Qin Huaiming to meet Qin Yunhan and the others. They were all concubines and could be considered as sisters. After a short time together, they became familiar with each other. Wang Haoren cultivated tirelessly for almost 2 days. It was the day of the battle between Yi Shantian and Long Qianshan. Qin Yunhan's group of 5 was still unaware of Yi Shantian's situation. They also did not know about the battle. Wang Haoren did not deliberately tell them. After all, Yi Fan was not related to them. There was no need for him to tell them about it. Therefore, Qin Yunhan's group of 5 was still immersed in their shopping and sightseeing in Shanghai. Wang Haoran brought Qin Huaiming to the location of the battle. After 2 days, more and more people gathered at the location of the battle. Looking around, there was a huge crowd. Most of them had true qi ripples on their bodies. 10 years ago, Long Qianshan's name had already reverberated throughout the secluded Jianghu. Long Qianshan had been in seclusion for 10 years. Suddenly, he challenged Yi Xiantian to a battle. This was a big deal in the hidden world. When the hidden world's people or martial artists heard the news, they naturally wanted to witness the battle with their own eyes. There are so many people. I can't see clearly. Qin Huaiming could not help but complain when she saw that the riverside was filled with people and her vision was blocked. Then let's go somewhere with a better view, Wang Haoran said with a smile. Although his vision was blocked, it didn't affect his view of the battle. However, he had to go somewhere else for Qin Huaiming's sake. Qin Huaiming hated Yi Xiantian to the core when he found out that Yi Xiantian was his enemy. Naturally, he wanted to see how miserable Yi Xiantian would be. Wang Haoran brought Qin Huaiming to the place where he rented a boat last time. He rented a small boat and prepared to watch the battle on the river. This way, his view wouldn't be blocked. After paying the bill, Wang Haoran followed the shop owner and Qin Huaiming to where the boat was parked by the river. "Boss, I want to rent a boat." Just as the shop owner was about to leave, another female customer suddenly came into the shop. This female customer was exceptionally beautiful. The shop owner was dazed for a moment before he came back to his senses and replied, "Okay." After that, he said to Wang Haoran and Qin Huaiming, "Please wait for a moment." Wang Haoran wasn't in a hurry. He nodded to show that there was no problem. Then, he looked at the woman who had just walked into the shop. At the same time, the woman also looked at him. Ding! Congratulations to the host for meeting the supporting female Li Ji Wuhan for the first time. Super Peach Blossom Halo has triggered the first-class Pledge of Love effect. Ding! The supporting female Li Ji Wuhan's favorability towards the host has increased to 80, Deep Affection. Ding! The host has influenced the plot. Received 10,000 villain points, Yi Fan Protagonist Halo -500, Host Villain Halo +500. The sudden system message stunned Wang Haoran for a few seconds. The woman in front of him looked like she was in her 20s. Her appearance, figure, and temperament were all excellent. She was only one step away from being a femme fatale. She was on the same level as Yu Shiqing. Of course, the difference between her and Yu Shiqing was that this woman was more mature and had a unique charm. In addition, Wang Haoran also felt the fluctuation of true qi from this woman. The fluctuation of true qi was extremely strong. It was on the same level as Long Qianshan. The identity of this woman in front of him was as clear as day. This was undoubtedly the number one on the Earth board, Yi Wuhan. After coming to this conclusion, Wang Haoran couldn't help but be surprised. He only went to inquire about Long Qianshan and did not ask about Yi Wuhan. From the conversation between Yin Qi and Yi Fan, he had a rough understanding of Yi Wuhan. Yin Qi had said that Yi Wuhan was stationed in the imperial capital to fend off the foreign martial arts exponents, and was considered the Fire Country's guardian. This was because Wang Haoran subconsciously thought that Yi Wuhan was a general-like figure, and his image was that of a resolute middle-aged man. However, he had never expected that Yi Wuhan was actually a woman. Moreover, she was a beautiful woman who looked to be in her 20s. Of course, Wang Haoran didn't think that Yi Wuhan was only in his 20s. After all, 10 years ago, Yi Wuhan and Long Qianshan had fought to become the first on the Earth rankings. Long Qianshan did not deliberately use his true qi to maintain his appearance. His actual age matched his appearance. He was a man in his 50s. Yi Wuhan's true age might be younger than Long Qianshan, but it was definitely not less than 10 years. Perhaps she was about the same age as Feng Rao, Wang Haoran thought to himself. While Wang Haoran was thinking about this, Yi Wuhan's heart was also surging. Since she was sensible, she had been learning martial arts. 10 years ago, she defeated Long Qianshan and became the first on the Earth rankings. For her, there were only two things that were most important in life. One was to climb to the peak of martial arts, and the other was to protect the Fire Country. Even though she had long passed the marriageable age, she had never considered these things. Of course, the main reason was that no man in the world could enter her eyes. Yi Wuhan had never thought that she would have a strong admiration for a young man she had just met. She even felt a little infatuated with him. Moreover, Yi Wuhan soon discovered that this young man did not have any true qi fluctuations. He was just an ordinary person. She had actually become infatuated with a young man who only had a superficial appearance. Yi Wuhan felt that it was inconceivable. Because before this, she had never thought that she was such a superficial person. Because her ideal partner was someone who surpassed her in martial arts. The young man in front of her did not fit that description at all. More importantly, he did not seem to be more than 20 years old. Moreover, there was a young woman beside him. The two of them seemed to be a couple. "Beauty, this is the price list of our shop's boat rental. Take a look and see what kind of boat you want." The shop owner came over with a booklet. Yi Wuhan was pulled back to reality. But she did not immediately respond to the shop owner. Instead, she said to Wang Haoren and Qin Huaiming, "You also want to rent a boat to go to the river?" "That's right." Wang Haoren nodded. "If you want to go on a boat to see the scenery, you should choose another day." Yi Wuhan solemnly reminded them. "We are not going to see the scenery. We just heard that there will be a duel here today. We want to find a place with a good view to watch it clearly." Wang Haoren explained. "The ignorant are really fearless." Yi Wuhan frowned. When a martial arts expert like Long Qianshan fought, it would cause too much of a commotion and it would easily implicate others. The view on the river was indeed good, but it was also very dangerous. Otherwise, there would not be so many people crowding on the shore instead of taking a boat to the river to watch the battle from a close distance. "Let's stay a little further away. Nothing will happen." Wang Haoren understood the meaning behind her words. "If the two of you insist on taking a boat to the river to watch the battle, why don't we accompany you? What do you think?" Yi Wuhan did not continue to persuade the two of them not to go to the river. Instead, she changed her words. With her strength, even if the boat was affected by the battle, she would be able to protect the two of them. "That's fine. The more the merrier." Wang Haoren nodded in agreement. "Okay." Yi Wuhan revealed a happy smile. Seeing this, Qin Huaiming stared at her. She could see that this woman was looking at Wang Haoren with a strange gaze. Yi Wuhan was sizing up Qin Huaiming with hostility. She felt ashamed and did not dare to look at Qin Huaiming. The reason why she suggested taking a boat with him was because she wanted to get closer to this young man. Wang Haoren rented a slightly bigger boat and shared it with Qin Huaiming and Yi Wuhan. "Oh right, I still don't know your names?" After boarding the boat, Yi Wuhan asked. She wanted to find out more about this young man. "I'm Wang Haoren. This is my girlfriend, Qin Huaiming." Wang Haoren introduced himself and asked casually, "Beauty, what's your name?" Yi Wuhan was already mentally prepared, but when she heard him say that the young woman beside him was his girlfriend, she still felt sad. However, she hid her emotions very well. "I'm Xue Wuhan. I'm from the imperial capital." Yi Wuhan was afraid that her name was too famous and would scare him, so she did not dare to use her real name. Wang Haoren saw that she wasn't telling the truth, but he didn't expose her either. "So you're from the capital? I heard that the capital is very prosperous, but I haven't been there yet. If there's a chance, I must go there. The capital is the most prosperous city in the Fire Country. If you go there, you won't be disappointed." Yi Wuhan said. "If you come to the capital, remember to look for me. I will be a good host and treat you well," Yi Wuhan said to Wang Haoren with a smile. She soon noticed that Wang Haoren was looking at her with ill intent. She paused a moment and said, "I'll treat you well." The ill intent in Qin Huaiming's eyes lessened slightly and he asked, "If it's convenient, do you work in the capital or?" "I grew up in the capital and work there." Yi Wuhan replied. "What do you do?" Qin Huaiming asked. I'm just a small employee in a company. It's not worth mentioning." Yi Wuhan lied and asked Qin Huaiming. "What about you and your boyfriend? Are you studying? Or have you joined the workforce?" "We're still students. We're studying at Qingling University and we're here to travel," Wang Haoren said. Yi Wuhan replied with an "oh." She didn't find this answer strange at all. because this couple's age and clothes were very suitable for university students. After Wang Haoren said that, he slowly moved the oars, trying to find a good vantage point to watch the battle. Do you want me to row the boat? Yi Wuhan saw that the boat was moving slowly and thought that Wang Haoren was lacking in strength. She couldn't help but ask. I can. Wang Haoren shook his head. He just didn't want to row too fast. Don't think that I'm a woman. I'm very strong. Let me do it. Yi Wuhan insisted. Since this beauty wants to row the boat, let her row. Before Wang Haoren could say anything, Qin Huaiming spoke first. Yi Wuhan heard that and took the oars from Wang Haoren's hands. She moved the boat and the boat moved a lot faster. On the other hand, Yi Wuhan's expression was normal, as if he didn't use any strength at all. Miss Shue's strength is really not small. Wang Haoren teased with a smile. I work out regularly, so I naturally have some strength. Shui Wuhan lied again. Then, he sized up Wang Haoren, who didn't look very strong, and suggested, don't worry. You can. Also exercise more. It's good for your body. A strange expression appeared on Qin Huaiming's face when she heard this. Did her boyfriend still need to train? You're right. When I have time, I'll go to the gym and get a membership, Wang Haoren casually replied to Yi Wuhan. When Yi Wuhan heard this, he knew that he was being perfunctory. However, as an outsider, it was not good for him to persuade too much. After Wang Haoren responded to Yi Wuhan, he didn't say anything for a while. Instead, he sensed the aura of the people on the shore to see if Yi Xiantian had come. Not long after, Wang Haoren sensed it. Apart from Yi Xiantian, he also sensed some familiar genuine qi fluctuations. Wang Haoren's gaze swept across the crowd on both sides of the shore and finally locked onto a group of 3 people on the shore. Among the 3 people, one was an old man, one was a mature beauty, and the last one was a beautiful girl. Wang Haoren didn't find it strange to see familiar faces. The battle between Yi Xiantian and Long Qianshan. It wasn't strange for such a grand event to attract people from the hidden Jianghu. Moreover, not to mention people from the hidden Jianghu, even Yi Wuhan, who was in charge of the imperial capital, came. Grandpa, there are too many people here. Suoqiu Luoyan exclaimed. Long Qianshan is a martial arts expert whose name shook the world 10 years ago. After 10 years of seclusion, he reappeared and challenged Yi Xiantian to a battle. Such a grand event, as long as one is a martial artist, they would want to witness it with their own eyes. Old man Suoqiu stroked his beard and said. This Master Yi was so arrogant in Songzhou. Now, someone finally taught him a lesson. Suoqiu Luoyan gloated. The outcome of this battle is obvious. The only thing I'm looking forward to is how long Master Yi can last against Long Qianshan. Old man Suoqiu was optimistic about Long Qianshan. I hope Master Yi won't lose too quickly. Otherwise, it would be too boring. Suoqiu Luoyan said. It's better if he loses quickly. That way, I can earn more. Suoqiu Qinyu suddenly interrupted. Sister, what do you mean? Suoqiu Luoyan raised her head and looked at Suoqiu Qinyu. Suoqiu Qinyu, old man Suoqiu, and Suoqiu Luoyan returned to Songzhou not long after they met in Qingling. The Suoqiu family was a martial arts family. After Suoqiu Qinyu returned to the family, she began to learn martial arts. Suoqiu Qinyu was influenced by the environment she grew up in. She had a violent tendency and yearned for martial arts. However, she started too late and didn't have a good foundation. Therefore, her progress was very slow. However, she learned a lot about the hidden Jianghu. Don't you know? Someone in Songzhou opened a bet. I bet a lot on Long Qianshan winning. Suoqiu Qinyu said excitedly. Old man Suoqiu and Suoqiu Luoyan were stunned. Miss, I'm afraid you will lose everything you have bet on Long Qianshan. A voice suddenly came from the side. The 3 people from the Suoqiu family looked over curiously. They saw that the person who spoke was an ordinary-looking young man. Suoqiu Luoyan looked at him and found him familiar. I think I've seen you before. When we were in Songzhou's park. Old man Suoqiu suddenly reminded her. Yes, I remember now. Suoqiu Luoyan said. Old man Suoqiu and Suoqiu Luoyan only knew Master Yi's name. They had never seen Master Yi in person. The only thing they could remember was that they had seen him in Xianxia's park. However, they didn't know that this person was Master Yi. As for Xianxia, she had never seen Yi Fan before. "Hey, you said that I will lose everything. It seems like you know Master Yi well. Do you think Master Yi will win?" Xianxia asked the young man who spoke just now. "The battle hasn't started yet. If you change your bet now, it might not be too late." Yi Fan was in a good mood. Therefore, he didn't hesitate to give her a friendly reminder. "Why should I listen to you?" Xianxia found it funny. "It's just a suggestion. It's up to you whether you want to listen or not," Yi Fan said lightly. Old man Xianxia looked at Yi Fan and saw that he was calm. He didn't look like an impetuous young man at all. He secretly felt that this person was not simple. He couldn't help but ask, "Young man, it seems like you are certain that Master Yi will win. Do you know Master Yi?" Yi Fan only smiled and didn't answer his question. Old man Xianxia wanted to ask more questions. However, he suddenly felt that the sky had darkened. Looking up, he saw that the originally clear sky was suddenly filled with dark clouds, as if a storm was coming. At the same time, Long Qianshan, who was fishing on a small boat in the river, suddenly spoke. "Yi Xiantian, it's time. Please show yourself." His voice was spread by true qi and suddenly resounded. The people on the shore felt that their eardrums were hurting. Yi Fan jumped into the river and stepped on the water as if he was walking on flat ground. Under the shocked gazes of the surrounding people, he stopped 15 meters away from Long Qianshan. "Yi Xiantian has been waiting for you for a long time." Yi Fan's voice was amplified by a special method, but it was not as loud as Long Qianshan's. It was only audible to Long Qianshan and the people on the riverbank. However, as soon as he said that, the dark clouds in the sky seemed to have thickened a little, and a faint drizzle began to fall. Long Qianshan stood on the boat and looked up at the dark clouds in the sky. He felt a little breathless and a sense of fear rose in his heart. Yi Xiantian was not even 20 years old. He was too young. However, not only did Long Qianshan underestimate him, but he was also wary of him. After all, 2 days ago, he had met a young man who was not even 20 years old. That young man's strength was beyond his imagination. Yi Xiantian was also so young. Would he also have terrifying strength? Long Qianshan hoped that Yi Xiantian would not come. If that was the case, he would not have to face such a situation. However, with so many pairs of eyes looking at him, he could not retreat even if he wanted to. Since that was the case, then, let's fight. Even if he could not win, he would give it his all. The fear in Long Qianshan's heart gradually dissipated and was replaced by a rising battle intent. 10 years ago, he lost to Yi Wuhan. After that, he went into seclusion in the Seven Despair Valley for 10 years to improve his martial arts. 10 years had passed, and his wish had been fulfilled. He had reached the ideal realm of martial arts. Now that he had not fought Yi Wuhan, how could he retreat? Retreating before the battle went against his martial arts will. "Long Qianshan, didn't you want to avenge your disciple?" "I'm here now," Yi Xiantian said. After Long Qianshan changed his mind, he regained his battle intent and laughed. "I have many disciples like him. It's no big deal if one of them dies. The reason why I want to fight you is because I want to use you to train myself before the battle with Yi Wuhan." "So, you want to use me to train yourself?" Yi Fan smiled faintly. However, his smile disappeared in an instant. "I'm not afraid to tell you that I want to borrow something from you." "What is it?" Long Qianshan asked in a deep voice. "Your life," Yi Fan said slowly. "You want to use my life to become famous?" Long Qianshan's eyes flashed. "That's right." Yi Fan nodded. "Haha. Good. Today, let's see if you will become my whetstone or if I will become your stepping stone." Long Qianshan laughed maniacally. "Don't disappoint me." Yi Fan smiled. In his opinion, there was no suspense in this battle. He only hoped that Long Qianshan would be slightly stronger. Otherwise, it would be meaningless to kill him. After speaking, Yi Fan slowly lifted his leg and gently stomped on the surface of the river. The originally calm Chunshan River suddenly caved in. The water that was squeezed out gathered into a huge wave that swept towards Long Qianshan. Boom! the huge waves smashed the small boat under Long Qianshan's feet into pieces. However, Long Qianshan was safe and sound as he stood on the tip of the wave. There was not a single drop of water on Long Qianshan's body. When Yifan saw this, he nodded in satisfaction. Good skill. Long Qianshan exclaimed in admiration. He stepped on the tip of the huge wave, and his body was several feet above the water surface. Suddenly, he threw out a punch. There was a sonic boom as Yifan's body moved to the side and was 6 feet away. Following that, there was a huge crater that was about 3 feet wide and 5 feet deep on the surface of the water where Yifan was standing just now. Vaguely, the crater was in the shape of a fist. Yifan had just dodged to the side when another sonic boom followed closely behind. This time, Yifan did not dodge. Instead, he threw out a punch in the air. 2 sonic booms were heard as the two forces collided in the air. A deafening sound that made the eardrums of the people on the riverbank hurt resounded. The water surface of the Chunshan River caved in and the water that was squeezed out even hit the riverbank. The people on the riverbank were so frightened that they quickly retreated. On the other hand, the huge waves on the Chunshan River blocked everyone's vision for a moment. However, in this short period of time, everyone could clearly hear a terrifying sonic boom. As for the people on the small boats that were watching the battle, their boats were overturned by the huge waves and fell into the river. Only a few people with extraordinary abilities were lucky enough to survive. Wang Haoren's small boat was among them. However, the person who blocked the huge waves and protected the small boat was not Wang Haoren, but Yi Wuhan. See? I've already warned you that it's very dangerous on the river. Do you believe me now? If it wasn't for me, you would have been swimming in the water. Yi Wuhan said to Wang Haoren and Qin Huaiming, who were on the small boat, as he stared at the blurry silhouettes in the huge waves. Wang Haoren and Qin Huaiming looked at each other and smiled. However, they did not say anything. Yi Wuhan thought that the 2 college students were speechless because they were frightened by the scene. However, she was not in the mood to comfort the 2 of them. She only stared at the battle with a solemn expression. She was very busy in the imperial capital and it was not easy for her to find time to come to the demonic capital. His purpose was to see exactly what cultivation level Long Qianshan had reached after 10 years had passed. After all, there would be a battle between her and Long Qianshan. It was a fated battle that could not be avoided. The figures in the huge waves that were rapidly crossing each other suddenly separated. The huge wave that had been raised into the air also fell back to the surface of the water. Everyone's field of vision became clear again. Yifan and Long Qianshan stood facing each other with a distance of 50 feet between them. Both of them looked fine. It did not seem like the battle had ended. Long Qianshan, if this is all you've got, I'm very disappointed. Show me your ultimate skill, the entwined dragon silk. Otherwise, you won't stand a chance. Yifan gradually lost interest in the battle. He had heard that Long Qianshan had a trump card called the entwined dragon silk. This was Yifan's only hope for Long Qianshan. Long Qianshan's wrinkled face was solemn. This was because Yi Xiantian was too strong. Long Qianshan had used almost all of his strength, but it felt like he was hitting cotton. He could not hurt Yi Xiantian at all. Your strength has exceeded my expectations. I originally prepared this for Yi Wuhan. However, you are qualified to experience it. Long Qianshan didn't dare to underestimate Yi Xiantian in the slightest. However, he still spoke arrogantly. As soon as he finished speaking, the entwined dragon silk that he had been fishing for several days under the spring Xinjiang River slowly floated up from the water under the guidance of Long Qianshan's true energy. The dense entwined dragon silk gradually gathered. As soon as it touched the fishes in the spring Xinjiang River, their bodies were instantly torn apart. The water under the water was a nightmare for the fishes. A large area of the spring Xinjiang River was soon dyed red. At the same time, the entwined dragon silk that was hundreds of feet wide also appeared. In a flash, it rolled toward Yifan and weaved into a cocoon, wrapping Yifan inside. The entwined dragon silk was formed by Long Qianshan's true qi and a special method. Even steel would be easily cut by the entwined dragon silk, let alone flesh and blood. Long Qianshan had wrapped Yi Xiantian up with the entwined dragon silk, thinking that the battle was over. However, when Long Qianshan controlled the entwined dragon silk to shrink until it reached the size of a cocoon, it could not shrink any further. It was as if a terrifying force was stopping him. Long Qianshan knew something was wrong. In the next moment, a vertical crack appeared on the cocoon made of the entwined dragon silk. Yi Fan opened the cocoon with his hand and walked out. Even his clothes were not damaged, let alone hurt him. Long Qianshan's bronze-skinned face turned pale. On the riverbank, the spectators were also dumbfounded. Long Qianshan's most powerful move, which had been famous for 10 years, could not hurt Yi Xiantian at all? I can't believe that this ordinary-looking young man is Master Yi. Zuoqiu Luoyan's young face was filled with shock and astonishment. You can't judge a book by its cover. I can't believe that even Long Qianshan can't do anything to him. Now that Long Qianshan has used his most powerful killing move, it seems like the battle is about to end. Old man Zuoqiu sighed. That young man named Wang is right. Even if all the 10 great martial arts families in Songzhou were combined, they would not be able to defeat Master Yi. Fortunately, I listened to him. Oh no, oh no. I'm going to lose so much. Zuoqiu Qinyu's beautiful face was filled with heartache. He had bet a lot on Long Qianshan to win. He thought that he could make a fortune. He did not expect Yi Xiantian to be so powerful that even Long Qianshan could not defeat him. Sister, how much did you bet? Zuoqiu Luoyan asked curiously. Old man Zuoqiu looked at his eldest granddaughter curiously. To make it up to his granddaughter, old man Zuoqiu doted on Zuoqiu Qinyu and allowed her to use the Zuoqiu family's wealth as she wished. Zuoqiu Qinyu stammered and did not dare to say it out loud. Old man Zuoqiu's face twitched when he saw his granddaughter's expression. He had a bad feeling about this. Did his granddaughter bet all of the Zuoqiu family's wealth? Zuoqiu Qinyu was filled with regret. She thought to herself that she was a spendthrift. She had taken over her grandfather's position in the family. Family's wealth. But because of the investment, he kept losing money, and almost all the businesses left behind by his late grandfather were lost. Now that she had found her biological grandfather, her luck was luck. Who would have thought that he would walk down the same old path? Man proposes, God disposes. On the riverbank, other than the 3 people from the Zuoqiu clan, the others were also very surprised by the current situation. No one had expected that Yi Xiantian, who was not as famous as Long Qianshan, would have such terrifying strength. And was watching was Qian's. Long Qianshan was much stronger than 10 years ago. He had reached the human immortal realm. He was at the peak of martial arts. 10 years ago, Yi Wuhan was able to defeat Long Qianshan. But after witnessing this battle, she knew that she had little chance of winning against Long Qianshan. The reason was that she was distracted by worldly affairs. She cared about her appearance and had been wasting her true qi to slow down her aging. Long Qianshan, on the other hand, was focused on martial arts. 10 years later, the gap between them had widened. Yi Wuhan knew that she would not be able to survive if they fought. Fortunately, even though Long Qianshan was strong, Yi Xiantian was even stronger. If Yi Xiantian could injure Long Qianshan or kill him, she would not have to face the battle with Long Qianshan. Yi Wuhan could not sense any ferocious aura from Yi Xiantian. Yi Xiantian might not be that kind of person. Long Qianshan did not care about the safety of the Fire Country. If Yi Xiantian wanted the first place, she would give it to him. Yi Wuhan did not care about the title. Long Qianshan was different. He was a martial arts maniac. He had no principles and did not care about other things. If Long Qianshan died today, it would be a good thing for Yi Wuhan. Yi Wuhan continued to stare at the battle in the field with anticipation. Yi Fan walked out of the cocoon and stepped on the river. He looked at Long Qianshan's pale face and commented. Your entwined dragon silk is pretty good. But the gap between you and me is too big. But to some extent, you are a worthy opponent. You are qualified to die in my hands. Following this, Yi Fan's figure slowly floated upward, as if he was being lifted by an invisible force. Yi Fan pointed at the sky. Boom, dark clouds surged and rain dripped down. A thunderclap exploded and rushed down from the sky. Then, a lightning ball with a diameter of 1 foot appeared a few feet in front of Yi Fan's fingertip. Everyone on the riverbank was aghast. Using the power of heaven and earth was beyond the human immortal realm. You are a saint. Long Qianshan was shocked. The human immortal realm was the strongest on the ground. A saint could travel in the air and use the power of heaven and earth. Saint? Yi Fan smiled and said, I will use half of my power to take your life. It is my respect for you. Do you have any last words? Long Qianshan's throat was blocked and he could not say a word. Yi Fan did not give him any time. He flicked his finger. The lightning ball locked onto Long Qianshan and shot toward him. At that moment, Long Qianshan felt the threat of death. He wanted to reach the peak of martial arts. Was he going to die here? If he died, he would lose everything. So what if it was not his own power? If he lost his life, how could he reach the peak of martial arts? Long Qianshan thought of many things at that moment. In his desire to live, Long Qianshan used the power in his dantian that did not belong to him. Just as the lightning ball was about to hit Long Qianshan, a light blue energy sword that was a few feet long instantly formed. The chi sword came into contact with the lightning ball and shattered it. Immediately, it shot towards the indifferent Yi Fan at lightning speed. Yi Fan's calm eyes suddenly trembled. He did not expect this at all. However, even though he was in a hurry, his instinctive battle consciousness drove him to dodge the attack. His figure that was floating in the air flashed and narrowly avoided the attack. However, the pale blue aura sword quickly followed. Yi Fan quickly realized that the chi sword had locked onto him and he could not dodge it. Yi Fan did not want to run away under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Yi Fan immediately made a decision. He channeled all his spiritual chi and set up layers of defense in front of him. However, the light blue chi sword broke through all the defenses and pierced through Yi Fan's body. Yi Fan spat out a mouthful of blood. His body fell from midair and plunged into the river. As for the light blue energy sword that pierced through Yi Fan, its momentum did not dissipate as it landed on the surface of the river, directly plowing through the 500 feet long surface of the Chenshan River. For a few seconds, the mud at the bottom of the Chenshan River could be seen. The river water that was plowed was splashing toward the riverbank. Gasps could be heard from the riverbank. Only a few people with strong true chi cultivation were able to use their true chi to form a defense to block the incoming water. Most of the people were drenched. However, even if they used their true chi to form a defense to block the incoming water, they were still suffering. For example, old Zhuoqiu's wrinkled face was slightly pale. If the ripples from the battle were already so powerful, it was hard to imagine how terrifying the battle would be. Some of the people who were hit by the river water were seriously injured. No one had expected that they would be affected by the ripples even though they were watching the battle from the riverbank. However, what they were most concerned about was not the ripples from the battle, but the situation of the battle. The water that had been stirred up fell back down from the sky. The surface of the river was covered with mist, and no one could see the situation clearly. After a while, the mist dissipated, and their vision became clear again. Long Qianshan was half kneeling on the water, and Yi Shantian was nowhere to be seen. At the critical moment, everyone vaguely saw that Yi Shantian was injured and plunged into the river. It seemed that Yi Shantian was doomed. Obviously, Long Qianshan was the winner of this battle. Everyone was still in shock and could not recover from the shock. The outcome of this decisive battle was within everyone's expectations. Everyone had thought that Long Qianshan would be the winner. However, they did not expect Yi Shantian to be so powerful. But no matter what, everyone felt that this trip was not in vain. Being able to personally witness a battle between two peak experts was worth it. Long Qianshan won? I'm going to be rich. Amidst the silent crowd, a coquettish female voice filled with ecstasy rang out. Ding. The host manipulated behind the scenes and caused Yi Fan to fail. The reward is 18,000 villain points, Yi Fan's protagonist aura minus 900, and the host's villain aura plus 900. Wang Haoran, who was sitting quietly on a small boat in the water, received a message. Yi Wuhan, who was standing in front of the boat, clutched his chest. His face was filled with pain, and there was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. The terrifying sword chi had affected the river water for hundreds of feet, and the boat was naturally swept in. Yi Wuhan could only circulate all his true chi to protect the small boat. Only then was he able to protect the small boat and the people on it. However, he also suffered some injuries because of this. Yi Wuhan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth as he looked at Long Qianshan, who was standing on the river. She did not expect Long Qianshan to reach such a terrifying level after cultivating in seclusion for 10 years. If Long Qianshan was just a demigod, Yi Wuhan would have a chance of winning. But now, Long Qianshan had crossed the threshold of human immortal Lu Di and entered a higher level. He had left her far behind. Yi Wuhan's mouth was full of bitterness. The day of my battle with Long Qianshan will probably be the day of my death, right? Just as Yi Wuhan was thinking about this, Long Qianshan stepped on the water and walked towards them. Yi Wuhan was shocked. Could it be that Long Qianshan couldn't wait any longer and wanted to fight him now? He had just fought a great battle with Yi Xianxia and had consumed a lot of energy. Now, he wanted to fight with him. He really didn't take him seriously at all. But even so, Yi Wuhan still felt that he had no chance of winning. Yi Wuhan tensed up and circulated all his true chi. Long Qianshan came to a stop a few meters away from the boat. He looked at Yi Wuhan and narrowed his eyes. 10 years have passed, and your progress is really mediocre. Yi Wuhan looked at the young couple from the corner of his eyes and said to Long Qianshan. After this battle, your name, Long Qianshan, will be known all over the world. After he complimented Long Qianshan, he changed the topic. But this is between you and me. Don't involve others. Long Qianshan was slightly surprised when he saw Yi Wuhan's reaction. However, he did not delve into the relationship between Yi Wuhan and the two people on the boat. Moreover, the reason why he had come was not to see Yi Wuhan. If it wasn't for your help, I would have died. Thank you for saving my life. Long Qianshan knelt down and kowtowed 3 times. Then, he said sincerely, I have always pursued martial arts and vowed to reach the peak of martial arts. But in the end, I was like a frog at the bottom of a well. After meeting you, I realized that there is always someone better than me. Please accept me as your disciple. Long Qianshan's sudden action caused Yi Wuhan to be shocked. Although Long Qianshan was kowtowing to her, she certainly did not think that Long Qianshan was talking to her. She turned her head slightly and looked at the young couple behind her. Her gaze wavered and finally fell on Wang Haoren. Your talent is too poor. You are not qualified to be my disciple. Wang Haoren said faintly. Long Qianshan's face turned ashen when he heard that. After using the power that did not belong to him to defeat Yi Xiantian, Long Qianshan was completely infatuated with this kind of power. However, he knew that the power did not belong to him. After defeating Yi Xiantian, the power had been used up. Long Qianshan only thought of becoming Long Qianshan's disciple. But Wang Haoren said, I can let you take my name. Long Qianshan's strength in martial arts was also very high. Moreover, he was both good and evil. If Long Qianshan could control him well, he would be a very good fighter. Of course, Wang Haoren did not mind taking in such a disciple. Yi Fan was afraid of trouble and did not want to do everything himself. That was why he took in a disciple like Ying Qi. Wang Haoren was also afraid of trouble and did not want to waste too much time. If there was no need for him to do it personally, he could leave it to his disciple. Thank you, Master. Although he was only a disciple in name, Long Qianshan was still very happy. He was overjoyed and kowtowed to Wang Haoren. Yi Wuhan's red lips were wide open. She was so shocked that she could not speak. Wang Haoren patted Qin Huaiming's hand. Qin Huaiming understood and let go of Wang Haoren's arm. Wang Haoren stood up and walked to Yi Wuhan. He gently placed his hand on her shoulder and instantly healed her injuries. Thank you for your help just now. Otherwise, my girlfriend and I might have to swim in the water. Wang Haoren said with a smile. Yi Wuhan was a little ashamed. She thought that if she did not take the initiative to help, Wang Haoren would definitely protect the boat. It was laughable that her action was unnecessary and she even got injured. I was blind and did not recognize an expert. Please forgive me. Yi Wuhan became reserved. Don't treat me as an outsider. I am very happy to have a friend like you. If I go to the imperial capital, I will definitely look for you. Wang Haoren smiled at her. Yi Wuhan was dazed for a moment. She was secretly delighted and quickly replied, "It's a promise." On the riverbank, many people were looking at them. Wang Haoren did not want to attract too much attention. He walked back to Qin Huaiming's side and prepared to take her away. However, he suddenly thought of something and turned to Long Qianshan. "Help me pass a message to Tsang Province's Zhuqiu family. Tell them." After Wang Haoren finished instructing Long Qianshan, he grabbed Qin Huaiming's waist and jumped off the boat. Stepping lightly on the water surface, he disappeared from Yi Wuhan and Long Qianshan's sight. Wang Haoren and Qin Huaiming left everyone's field of vision and came to a quiet little path near the river. "Is Yi Xiantian dead?" Qin Huaiming asked as she held his arm. "If he died so easily, he wouldn't be Yi Xiantian." Wang Haoren sighed. After Yi Fan fell into the water, he escaped with the help of the water. However, Wang Haoren was only pretending to sigh on the surface for Qin Huaiming to see. In fact, he never thought that Long Qianshan would be able to kill Yi Fan. The power he gave Long Qianshan was only at the peak of Qi refining level 9. It was already the best result for him to injure Yi Fan. Yi Fan was an old monster who had lived for thousands of years. He had too many tricks up his sleeves. "That's a pity," Qin Huaiming said regretfully. "It's all right. If we don't have the chance this time, we'll do it next time." Wang Haoren comforted her. "Are we going to the Xianxia pavilion now?" Qin Huaiming calmed herself down and suddenly said, "Yes." Wang Haoren nodded. On the other side, Yi Wuhan and Long Qianshan looked at the direction Wang Haoren disappeared in for a while before retracting their gazes. "So you borrowed the power of others. It seems like the gap between us isn't as big as I thought." Yi Wuhan relaxed a little. She had heard the conversation between Long Qianshan and Wang Haoren. Naturally, she could tell that Long Qianshan had borrowed the power of others. "Let's forget about our battle." Long Qianshan's attention was on Yi Wuhan as he suddenly said, "Oh? Why?" Yi Wuhan was surprised. "You're my teacher's friend. I don't want to fight to the death with you. Of course, if you really want to fight, I'll accompany you to the end," Long Qianshan said. "Forget it," Yi Wuhan immediately said. She had no interest in fighting to the death with this old man. She had no choice but to fight to the death with him. Long Qianshan had said that if she didn't fight with him, he would go to the imperial capital and start a massacre. Yi Wuhan had no choice but to agree. "Yi Wuhan, I'll take my leave then." Long Qianshan was in a hurry to help his teacher. "Wait a moment." Yi Wuhan suddenly called out to him. "Is there anything else?" Long Qianshan was puzzled. "You'd better think twice before you do anything in the future. It's best if you don't kill," Yi Wuhan reminded. "I don't need you to tell me that. I am now a disciple of a heavenly being. My words and actions cannot bring shame to my master's name," Long Qianshan said proudly. "That's for the best." Yi Wuhan smiled. "Don't be happy too early. If master gives the order, no matter who it is, I can kill them." Long Qianshan's eyes flickered with a fierce light as he added. Yi Wuhan's smile disappeared and he frowned. But soon, he relaxed again. Although he had seen Wang Haoren once, looking at his appearance, he didn't have any vicious aura. He shouldn't be a bad person, right? Xiaoqing guessed that Long Qianshan would not order Long Qianshan to do such a heinous thing. While Yi Wuhan was deep in thought, Long Qianshan had already started walking towards the riverbank. Yi Wuhan retracted his gaze and looked in the direction of the imperial capital. Now that this matter was over, it was time to return to the imperial capital. Firstly, the imperial capital needed her to oversee it. Secondly, she wanted to tell her master about her trip to the demonic capital. Her master was nearing the end of his life and was in seclusion to break through to the supreme realm. Before entering seclusion, her master had told her not to disturb her before the sky fell. Although the sky had not fallen, Yi Wuhan felt that the appearance of a Saint Realm expert was no small matter. It was absolutely necessary to tell her master. On the riverbank, Zhuqiu Qinyu's face was filled with an excited smile. She was calculating how much money she could make this time. Old Man Zhuqiu and Zhuqiu Luoyan saw her expression and laughed. Although the two of them didn't know how much Zhuqiu Qinyu had bet, looking at her money-grubbing appearance, it must be terrifyingly high. The people on the riverbank looked at the river from afar. Due to the mist, they couldn't see the river's surface clearly. They could only vaguely see a few figures. After a while, he could vaguely see two figures disappearing. Then, he saw someone walking on the water toward him. When the person came closer, everyone saw that it was Long Qianshan. Under everyone's admiring and respectful gazes, Long Qianshan came to the riverbank. Long Qianshan looked around and asked in a deep voice, "Where are the people from the Zhuqiu family in Song province?" The people who knew the Zhuqiu family in seclusion all looked at them. The three people from the Zhuqiu family who were immersed in the joy of making a fortune suddenly became nervous. Long Qianshan didn't look like a good person at first glance. Moreover, his face was tense. He suddenly came here to look for someone. It seemed as if he was looking for trouble. The people couldn't help but look at the three people from the Zhuqiu family sympathetically. Old Man Zhuqiu, Zhuqiu Luoyan, and Zhuqiu Qinyu were panicking. Could it be that extreme joy begets sorrow? The three of them had seen Long Qianshan's ability earlier. If Long Qianshan wanted to do something to them, they wouldn't be able to resist. "Master Long, what did the Zhuqiu family do to offend you?" Although Old Man Zhuqiu was afraid, he still stood in front of his two granddaughters and asked Long Qianshan solemnly. As he spoke, he circulated all his true qi. If Long Qianshan really wanted to mess around, he would protect his two granddaughters even if it meant that his old bones would fall apart. However, to everyone's surprise, Long Qianshan suddenly cupped his fist and forced a kind smile. "Master Zhuqiu, you've misunderstood. My master wants to invite you to Xianxia skyscraper." Long Qianshan's attitude surprised Old Man Zhuqiu. However, he was even more puzzled. "Master Long, may I ask who your master is?" "My master asked me to tell you that his surname is Wang." "You'll understand after I tell you," Long Qianshan said. Old Man Zhuqiu was stunned for a moment. However, he quickly remembered someone. He turned around and exchanged glances with his two granddaughters. The two granddaughters' eyes were filled with joy. It was obvious that they had the same thought as him. "Master Zhuqiu, this way please," Long Qianshan said respectfully. Although he didn't know the relationship between the Zhuqiu family and his master, he could tell that they knew each other from the way his master asked him to invite the Zhuqiu family to Xianxia skyscraper. Naturally, Long Qianshan didn't dare to be negligent. "Master Long, you're too polite," Old Man Zhuqiu cupped his fist and returned the greeting. "This way please." Long Qianshan led the way for the three Zhuqiu family members. The crowd automatically parted to form a path for them. Among the crowd, there were some hidden experts in the Jianghu. When they saw this scene, they were extremely envious of the Zhuqiu family. Old Man Zhuqiu had lived for so many years, but it was his first time being so grand. It was as though he was walking with wind under his feet. However, Old Man Zhuqiu knew that it was because of Zhuqiu Qinyu and Zhuqiu Luoyan, the two beautiful sisters. As their grandfather, he was also basking in their glory. End of chapter 670. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.